Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand, presents Cruel Sinner, a dark enemies-to-lovers mafia romance by Laura Whitney, narrated by Leanne Woodward and Xander Marco. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Isla. Libraries have always been my second home. Give me walls of books, the cozy scent of ink and paper, a peaceful, anonymous quiet that no one will dare to interrupt, and a hot cup of chai latte, and I'm in my element. Sitting alone at a sleek granite-topped bar at a hotel in the Caribbean? So not me. But here I am anyway, with a half-empty lemon drop on the polished stone bar, staring at the lights glinting off the ocean beyond. It's a killer view, even in the dark. The air is humid with a pleasant breeze, the aroma of salt and citrus in the air. I'm in paradise, but it's lost on me. When my bestie first told me about her plan for a destination wedding in St. Thomas a few months ago, I was thrilled. Luna is like a sister to me and the closest thing to family I have, and being her maid of honor is a dream come true. Even better, I decided to make it a romantic getaway for my fiancé and me. Perfect, right? Except a month ago, I found out Christian was cheating on me with one of his students. Needless to say, our wedding is off, along with our relationship. And the only romance in this getaway for me is going to be happening courtesy of my vibrator, which is currently sitting in my suitcase somewhere inside Miami International instead of here with me. Note to self. Pack all important things in carry-on next time. Picking up the martini glass, I toss back the rest of my drink, trying not to wince. Holy vodka, that's strong. When it comes to drinking, I'm a lightweight. But I got in late, thanks to a delayed flight. I'm missing my luggage, which, fingers crossed, will arrive tomorrow, and Luna is off on a date night with the groom. I'm not officially on maid of honor duty for now, and my life has imploded. I deserve a second round. No place to call my own? Check. I moved in with Christian a year ago, and since Student Gate, I've been bouncing around hotels and an Airbnb while I figure out what's next for me. Unemployed? Check. I quit my position because teaching alongside Christian after I found out he'd spent the last semester dicking a 19-year-old just wasn't something I could bear. Single as fuck? Double check. See self-explanatory. In other words, damn it, I'm going to have another lemon drop. I jerk myself from my misery, glancing around for the fatherly bartender who took one look at me when I plopped myself on this bar stool and instinctively knew I needed a friend. I think he told me his name was Johnny. He has graying hair, soft brown eyes, and a contagious smile, and he reminds me of someone's grandpa. But Johnny isn't behind the bar anymore. A new guy is. And this guy is as far from friendly grandfather as you can get. He's dressed all in black from head to toe, and he's easily over 6 feet and mesmerizingly jacked, his back to me. Maybe it's the lemon drop, but I catch myself staring at his ass before forcing my mind and eyes out of the gutter. You're not here to ogle bartenders, Isla. You're here to support your bestie and make sure she has the best damn day of her life when she marries her man. It's a reminder I need. This isn't about me. It never was. This trip has always been about Luna. Luna having the wedding of a lifetime. Luna getting the happily ever after she deserves. I can have a pity party later, when this is all over. I'm not even going to tell her about Christian cheating on me with Harlow. That name. Ugh. Or that we broke up. I'm keeping this shit on lockdown until Luna rides off into the sunset. For now, all I need is another lemon drop. And to breathe. Yeah, that too. I take a deep breath, but my plan instantly goes sideways. The breath freezes in my chest because bartender 2.0 turns toward me. He's shaking a cocktail, and with his black shirt rolled to his elbows, he is the definition of forearm porn. But my overloaded brain barely registers all that. Instead, I'm drinking him in like he's the martini I've been waiting for. Only he's better than any lemon drop could possibly be. His hands are tatted. His eyes are the same color blue as the Caribbean Sea, with the sun setting over the gorgeous waters. And he's beautiful. Black hair, high forehead, angular jaw, cheekbones that could slice you, and his mouth. Sweet baby Jesus, his mouth. This man could have just walked off a runway with those looks and that smolder. He's one part dangerous, one part sex. And he's walking toward me, smiling, his gaze holding mine with an intensity that makes me feel like I might fall right off the bar stool. My body is suddenly overwhelmed, my nipples hard under the oversized comfy tee I wore for traveling. It's a good thing I cared enough to wear a bra, because I'd be saluting hot bartender right now. He's coming closer. Closer. He's in front of me, and I swear those eyes burn a hole right into my soul. Is it possible that this deliciously handsome man is interested in me? The second the idiotic thought pops into my mind, I cancel it. No, it's not possible. I'm wearing a Jane Austen t-shirt and leggings. I haven't slept properly in weeks, and I've spent the day dashing around multiple airports trying to get myself here. I don't even know if I brushed my hair this morning. God. Not God, he tells me, grinning. I'm Alessio. Shit, I said that out loud? And his name is Alessio? Even his name is unfairly hot. Am I awake right now? Another lemon drop? He asks. My cheeks are on fire. OMG. He's not flirting with me. He's serving me. Because he's the bartender. Right. Get your shit together, Isla. I swallow hard. Yeah. And then, remembering I have manners, I add, please. He plucks a fresh glass from somewhere behind the bar and sets it on the gray and white granite before me. Another shake, as I try not to drool over his tatted forearms. Really, I do. And he pops the lid, pouring a martini into my new glass. He adds a lemon twist garnish. He's still standing here. Alessio. Sex on fire. And I'm still staring. Your room number? He prods. 813, I blurt. He winks. 813. Got it. For a second, I have this wild idea that he's going to show up at my hotel room later when his shift is over. Will I let him in? I don't do one-night stands. But then my last relationship didn't exactly work out, did it? I'm in paradise. You only live once. I'll never see beautiful Alessio again. I should go for it. Should I add it to your tab? He wants to know, his tone perfectly polite. I die inside. He only wanted my room number for the charge. Shouldn't he have my tab from Johnny, though? This is so confusing. Maybe I'm a little teeny tiny bit drunk. Sure, I mumble, feeling like a complete idiot. And then he walks away, moving to a couple on the other side of the bar and taking their orders, leaving me to wonder what the heck just happened here. My overactive imagination, I decide, fueled by vodka. But to hell with it. I'm on vacation. Chances are I'll never see Alessio again after tonight. Tamping down my embarrassment, I pick up my lemon drop and I take another sip.
Saint. I present a rum punch and a whiskey neat to the friendly couple at the bar who are in St. Thomas for their wedding anniversary. We've chatted long enough for me to know that they're from Maryland, both retired, and they have 2 adult kids who are married with families of their own. The husband taught high school math, and the wife owned a bakery. "Thank you," she enthuses, decked out in a classic tourist tropical dress, reaching for her punch as bangle bracelets clink on her wrist. The husband is wearing a flowy button-down palm tree shirt that screams, "I'm an American on vacation." They're the kind of parents I could almost wish I'd had, pulling out their phones and showing me pictures of their grandkids with pride. Normal, loving parents. But I didn't have normal, loving parents like these 2. Because I'm an Andriani, born to blood and violence and greed, to an empire of sin and the means to protect it at all costs. My dad was a heartless bastard, and my mom pieced out of my brothers and me when we were kids. I'm not a bartender, but here in the islands, I've found that I enjoy talking to people when they don't have a clue who I really am. I like getting them to reveal pieces of their lives to me. Pretending I'm someone I'm not, even if it's only for the night, amuses me. Not much amuses me these days, so I take what I can get. Leaving the couple to their light-hearted bickering over their plans for tomorrow, I turn away and feel sad, hot blonde eye-fucking me from over her lemon drop. The minute I saw her in that ugly-ass shirt, I knew she wasn't my type. She's got English teacher written all over her, and the only thing I liked about English class in high school was Miss Esposito's tits. Sad hot blonde has a leg up on Miss Esposito and hard little nipples just begging for my mouth. But I don't do girls with baggage. That's my brother Lucky's thing. Besides, our older brother Priest is getting married. Technically, remarried to his kick-ass wife Luna, which is why we're here. I'm the best man and on my best behavior. Not going to fuck this up, or my sister-in-law will never forgive me. I try not to steal a look at sad hot blonde as I charge the whiskey and rum punch to the anniversary couple's room. Try and fail. We make eye contact, and my dick twitches to life. Damn, that shirt is doing nothing to hide all those curves. Nope, not doing it, Saint. Luna will cut your dick off. She looks away, which is for the best. Johnny told me sad hot blonde had some bad luck when I relieved him for his prank. And fuck it, I'm in a good mood, so I gave her the martini on the house. Not that she knows it's on the house. I asked for her room number, so that the entire bar doesn't think it's free drink night here at the latest addition to the Andriani Empire. We aren't in the business of losing money. We like it way too fucking much. My brothers and I aren't the sole owners of the Club Bailey Beach Resort, but we've recently invested enough money in it that we have a superior majority. That means we call the shots. I make my rounds, shaking and pouring, and, sliding an occasional glance in sad hot blonde's direction. She's barely touched her cocktail. I've got a few minutes until Johnny comes back from his break, and I find myself heading her way again, unable to resist. "Hey," I smile. "Lemon drop not up to Johnny's level?" She smiles back, and damn it, she's gorgeous. For an English teacher in an ugly-ass shirt, that is. "Not at all. It's great, thank you. But I'm a lightweight, and I think I better get some dinner before someone has to peel me off this bar stool." Her eyes are green, with hints of cinnamon and gold. I can only see because I'm standing close. Too fucking close. Leaning in to hear her over the new song that just hit the speakers. Damn it. Why do they have to be green? Green-eyed chicks are my unicorn. Her nipples are still hard, which I shouldn't be noticing. Madonna, since when am I a gentleman? Would you like a menu? I ask her. Or do you prefer a private table? I don't even know if we have a private table for one available. But it doesn't matter. I'll find this woman a table. I've got staff at my disposal. Being an Andriani comes with a hell of a lot of shit. But here in St. Thomas, where our enemies aren't all that plentiful, it mostly comes with power, money, and a billion-dollar view. She thinks about it, biting her lower lip. Fuck. I want to feed my dick between those lips and have her suck me dry. But I don't say that, because, damn it, I am a gentleman. Best behavior, best man. A private table would be lovely, she says. Now I'm really fucked, because I have to find her the table. And because who says lovely in an actual sentence? I wink at her like I've got the world in my back pocket, which I pretty much do these days. Now that our biggest rival, the Ravello family, has joined our ranks thanks to Priest and Luna's marriage, and not without bloodshed, the Andrianis are sitting pretty. Gotcha, I tell sad hot blonde. Hang tight, I'll be back. Thank fuck it's time for Johnny's break to be over. I nod to the anniversary couple and high-five Johnny on my way. Good man. I'm going to miss him when I'm in the city again. Hell, I'm going to miss this whole place. The vibe, the ocean, the sand, the sun. If I weren't Priest Consigliere, I might plunk my ass right down here and manage this hotel. I can think of worse fates than waking up every day to this view. But I can't abandon Priest like that. We have a hell of a lot on the line back home. I head to Kayla, our dining room manager, next. Mr. Andriani, she greets me, giving me a professional megawatt smile. How are you this evening? Excellent. And you? Fabulous. What can I do for you? I need a table for a friend in the next 5 minutes. Sad hot blonde isn't my friend, but Kayla doesn't need to know that. She does need a table, though, and I'm going to get her one. Kayla winces. Full house tonight. Did she make a reservation? No, but friends of mine don't need to. Give her a table on the terrace that overlooks the ocean. That corner one I like, with the killer view. I believe there's a couple there who just sat down about 20 minutes ago. Too fucking bad. I promised a table, and I'm going to give her the best one in the house. Give them an incentive to leave. A champagne bottle and a charcuterie board sent to their room. Whatever it takes. I just want them gone. Kayla nods. Of course, Mr. Andriani. I'll arrange it. And I know she will, too. Sad hot blonde will be in good hands. Our staff is top-notch. Thank you. I'm about to turn away, and then something occurs to me. It's stupid. I shouldn't do it. Best man on my best behavior. But when have I ever not done something I wanted? I'm off duty tonight. Priest is doing some romantic shit with Luna. Scorpion and Lucky are off scoping out a nightclub we're thinking about acquiring. And sad hot blonde is hot as fuck. I can think of worse ways to pass the time until I pass out of my bed. Make that a table for 2, please, I tell Kayla. I'll be joining her. My pleasure, Mr. Andriani. A new energy surges into Kayla. We'll get the table prepared right away. Looks like I have a dinner date with Miss Hard Nipples.
Chapter 2. Isla. It's a good thing I didn't finish the lemon drop the gorgeous bartender made me, because I'm feeling a little wobbly when I slide off the stool and follow the friendly server leading me to my table. I leave the martini on the bar, knowing I need some food and some water and a break from vodka. The two of us have never gotten along all that well, and I have a scar on my right arm to prove it. Ah, sorority days. The hostess stops and places menus on the table. Here you are. The table is on the terrace overlooking the ocean. It's also set for 2. I only need 1 place setting, I tell her politely. The reservation is for 2. she says, giving me a puzzled look. There must be some kind of mistake. It's just me, party of one. Forever, I think bitterly, but I keep that part to myself. No mistake, says a deep voice behind me, one I recognize before I even turn around. Him, the bartender, Alessio. Thank you, Kayla, he adds. I'll take it from here. Of course, the hostess says with a warm smile and a nod. Enjoy your dinner. Before I can object, she's gone, leaving me staring at the bartender, who's no longer behind the bar. I'm confused. I mean, I did see him walk away a few minutes ago. Not that I was watching him or anything. Okay, I was watching him. So what? Aren't you on shift? I blurt. I swear he's smoldering. His blue gaze is intense. He's not smiling, just incinerating my panties from a foot away with one hot look. No. Oh, I'm more confused than before. Okay. He reaches for the chair nearest me, and I take note of the tattoos on his sexy hands. Have a seat. A bit high-handed, but I guess I'm having dinner with a hot bartender. Things could be worse, considering the luck I've had recently. Thanks. I sit, feeling wary. I don't need him to pull out a chair for me, or have dinner with me. The last thing I want or need is an island hookup when I have my bestie's wedding to worry about. But I'm not mad that he's wrangled this table for me. Not mad he's apparently joining me, either. He moves around the table, and I catch a hint of his cologne on the night's sea-tinged air. He sits in the chair opposite me, still exuding that raw magnetic energy that makes me feel things I shouldn't. He's so alarmingly, aggressively beautiful and alive. It feels a bit dangerous, like I'm sticking my hand into the enclosure of a beast of prey at the zoo. Alessio slides a menu in my direction. If we're going to have dinner together, I should probably know your name. Isla. I take the menu and slant a meaningful look in his direction. So, is this something you do often? Have dinner with a beautiful woman? My ovaries flutter. But this is a standard fuckboy tactic. Flattery. I may be a little tipsy and a whole lot rusty at the dating game, but I'm not falling for it. Ha! I start perusing the entrees. I was referring to inviting yourself to dinner with a stranger, actually. Ouch. He presses a tatted hand over his heart. Inviting myself? That one hurt. I raise a brow. I did say a private table with a menu, not a private table for two. He's totally unaffected by my dig. I'm good at reading between the lines. He hasn't even picked up his menu. He's just watching me with that intense azure stare, like the only thing he wants for dinner is me. My pulse kicks up. Is that so? We're flirting, I think. It feels surprisingly good. I'm not even sure I know how to do whatever it is I'm currently doing with Alessio after spending most of my adult years in a committed relationship with one man. I was with Christian for over 5 years. It hits me now, the full weight of what I gave him, what I lost. Almost all my undergrad years, the time everyone else spends dating, flirting at parties, and hooking up. Then postgrad years, too. Stupid, wasted years of loyalty and faithfulness for a man who threw it away. Yeah, that's so. It's one of my many talents. I decide on the gnocchi and spare him another glance, keeping the menu up like it's a shield. So, what are they? Your talents, I mean. Before he can answer me, a server arrives at our table, ready to take our drink orders. I stick with water. Alessio does the same, and then asks me if I like margarita pizza. I do. He nods at the server. We'll have the margarita pizza to start. The server takes the rest of our order, I get the gnocchi because I'm starving, and Alessio goes for the filet mignon. She promises to return soon before leaving us alone again. You won't be disappointed by this margarita pizza, he tells me. The burrata is fresh, and so are the tomatoes and basil. It's an experience. Just trust me. I'm not big on trust these days. In fact, my trusting anyone with a dick is probably not going to happen anytime this century. But since we're talking food, I don't offer an objection. Sounds delicious. And it does. My stomach growls. But this whole scenario is awkward. I force a smile, aware that I'm wearing a nerdy tee and soft linen pants that are wrinkled from travel, and that I'm not anywhere near this man's league. My hair is scraped into a bun, and I don't have any makeup on. And if I look the way I feel, I resemble something that's been wadded up and thrown in a trash can. Maybe he's taking pity on me. Ugh, how embarrassing. That's the last thing I want. Does the hotel have professional hot guys they pay to be nice to sad, lonely women who have just been emotionally steamrolled by cheating exes? Tell me what you're thinking. He's staring into my soul. It sounds like a cliché, but it's the only way I can explain what he's doing. Seeing me. No one has ever looked at me the way this man does, and I'm not going to lie. It's every bit as intoxicating as the lemon drop was. Is this part of your job? I ask. He grins, clearly amused. No. Then why do you want to have dinner with a complete stranger? You look like you could use some company. I glance down. Is it my shirt? Of course not. He pauses. English teacher? This isn't a date, I inform him, not really wanting to talk about myself or my profession. Because Christian was very much a part of that, and I'm not opening up that Pandora's box of shit. Alessio shrugs. I never said it was. Now I feel stupid. Of course it's not a date. Did I think a smoldering sex god like Alessio would want to date a wrinkled, dejected, unemployed former creative writing professor? If I did, I blame it on the vodka. And lack of sleep. I just meant that I don't really want to talk about myself. I elaborate. Our server returns with our drinks, and I chug my water as politely as possible, desperate to hydrate. Suits me fine, he says smoothly. I don't really want to talk about myself either. Let's talk about tonight instead. Tonight. My clit pulses to life, even though there is no reason for it other than the fact that I'm sitting at a table with the sexiest man I've ever seen. Great. Apparently, traveling on 3 hours of sleep makes me into a sex-craving fiend. Odd, because I did travel quite a bit with Christian, and I don't recall ever feeling this way. Are you off for the rest of the night? I ask, tracing the condensation on my cool glass. I was never on. And yet you were tending bar. He gives me a smug look. You're breaking the rules, Ms. Bronte. It takes me a second to realize what he's talking about. 1, we aren't supposed to be discussing ourselves. 2, he's mistaken Jane Austen for Emily Bronte. It's Jane Austen. I thought you said your name was Isla. Everything makes perfect sense. He's gorgeous, but he's also not the brightest bulb in the box. I try to stifle my disappointment, but it's as acute as finding out Santa Claus isn't real when you're a kid. Damn. I did, I tell him gently. I was talking about my shirt, which has Jane Austen on it. Emily Bronte was actually born after Jane Austen's death. She wrote Wuthering Heights. Jane Austen is most famous for Pride and Prejudice, among other titles. Anyway, you were mixing the two of them up. By the time I finish my explanation, I'm uncomfortably aware that I'm letting my nerd show. Not that it matters. I'm not trying to impress Alessio. I'm here to be maid of honor to my bestie. not to hook up with a sexy stranger who can't tell the difference between two of the most famous women writers in history. A small smile curves his lips, like he finds me entertaining. Are we talking about what you do, Jane Eyre? No, I deny instantly. We're not. Because I'm not talking about Christian, about the creative writing position I no longer have, about anything personal. And then, belatedly, it occurs to me that he's called me by a new name, one that's also wrong. I frown at him. Jane Eyre isn't an author. It's the title of a book by Charlotte Bronte. He cuts in. Just checking to see if you were paying attention. I have the sudden, strange impression that he's been fucking with me all along, that there's intelligence shimmering in the depths of those ocean blue eyes. And something else, too. We stare at each other for a beat, and I didn't know eye contact could be foreplay, but I'm so turned on right now, and it has nothing to do with the lemon drop I left behind at the bar. I have a sudden mental image of excusing myself to the bathroom and Alessio following me in. He'd come up behind me, yank down my slacks and panties, and slide his dick into me from behind while I held onto the sink and anyone could come barging through the door and see us. He'd kiss my neck and watch in the mirror as he fucked me. What's wrong with me? I down the rest of my water to distract myself, and the server returns with our margarita pizza, saving me from further embarrassment. The heavenly scent hits me, and I concede he's not wrong. If this is as amazing as it looks and smells, I'll be one happy woman. It's also huge, so that gnocchi I ordered may have to find a home in the mini fridge of my hotel room. Enjoy. The server distracts us with a smile. We both thank her, and then Alessio dishes up a slice of the pizza onto an app plate before passing it to me. Our fingers brush. It's like a jolt of electricity skips up my arm, zings through my blood, and lands directly between my legs. This is so not good. I jerk the plate away and almost send my generous portion of cheesy goodness flying to the floor. Way to play it cool is... Thanks, I bite out. He's looking at me like he felt it too. I see something burning in his eyes. Awareness, attraction, something primal and potent, and it makes me want to skip the dinner and drag him back to my room so I can ride him until dawn. You're welcome. He serves himself, and I try not to drool over his tatted hands as I watch the casual movements. Something about this man just screams power and sex and darkness. I've never been this attracted to anyone, and the force of it shocks me. Are you a bartender? I blurt. He gives me a long, slow look. You're breaking the rules again. Fuck the rules. I'm feeling impulsive, wild. I'm feeling like anything could happen. And for a woman who has lived every minute of her life planned to the most specific detail for the last few years, that's terrifying. He gives me a slow, assessing look. Fine. I'm not a bartender. Then what are you? Alessio shakes his head. Not so fast. A question for a question. Okay, ask me something. I take a bite to distract myself, hoping he doesn't ask me anything I don't want to answer. And he's right. The margarita pizza is to die for. Are you here alone? He asks. My heart beats faster. Why do you want to know? That's another question. Damn him. He's right a second time. I purse my lips, weigh whether I should lie or tell the truth. Woman traveling alone 101, don't tell strangers you're flying solo. But there's something about Alessio. And besides, I'm at a hotel, surrounded by people. Yes, I'm here alone, I say. He takes a bite of his pizza, and it should be criminal to look that sexy while eating. He doesn't say anything, just watches me, his stare holding me in a grip like we're the only two people in the world. I don't even see the moon glinting off the ocean over the terrace. All I see is him. "Your turn," he finally says. And for a second, I have no clue what he's talking about. I blink, my brain catching up to the conversation. My turn for a question. "If you're not a bartender, then what are you?" I ask. "An investor." He picks up his water glass and takes a slow sip. I watch his Adam's apple bob. God, even the way he drinks is hot. A trickle of perspiration slides down my spine. This man looks nothing like I imagine a businessman would, not with those tattoos on his hands or the subtle aura of menace that rolls off him. What kind of investor? The corners of his lips curve ever so slightly. "The kind who invests." He's giving me very little to go on. I can play that game too. "Your turn for a question," I tell him, deciding I'll give him the same vague answer. He settles his glass back on the sleek tabletop. "What are you doing with the rest of your night?" My stomach flips. Is he asking me what I think he's asking me? And do I want him to be asking me what I think he's asking me? The answer hits me all at once, like a wave breaking on the sand. Yes, I do. I really, really, really do. That depends. He leans forward, elbows on the table, drowning me with the intensity of his stare. "On you."
Saint. We're barely in the door to Isla's room before her mouth is on mine. I'm not sure which one of us made the first move. Maybe we collided halfway. All I know is that I have her pinned to the wall, and my hands are in her hair, and she's kissing me greedily, like I'm the oxygen she needs to breathe. She smells like sunshine and citrus, and she's so fucking soft. When she invited me to her room after dinner, I knew I should say no. Best man, best behavior, and all that shit. As my brother's right-hand man, I can't afford to indulge in the distraction of a woman right now. Our rise to the top is still too new, the blood spilled too fresh for me to relax my guard, even in an island paradise. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was a chance I couldn't risk not taking. Besides, she's in St. Thomas on vacation. I'm here for a wedding. In a few days, we'll both be gone and never see each other again. A one-night stand with a woman who's not at all my type, and yet makes my dick harder than steel. What could go wrong? Her tongue is in my mouth and she tastes sweet. Sweet like the chocolate cake she took a bite of at dinner before pushing it aside and declaring there was only one thing she was hungry for tonight. She'd given me a look that made me want to throw her over my shoulder and carry her to my room like spoils of war. This woman is special. Rare. I don't know how I know that. I just do. She's not for me. Not my type, not in my league. Brains and beauty. She's kind, probably the sort who believes in good always triumphing over evil. She'd be wrong. I slide my hands under her shirt and find the hot, smooth bearskin of her stomach. I don't want to go too fast. Don't want this to be over before it's begun. But holy mother, the way my body reacts to hers is fucking insane. It's like a jolt of adrenaline spiked into my veins. I'm on fire. With a groan, I press my aching dick into her as I feast on her mouth. My knuckles skim upward over her ribcage, and I feel the way she suddenly inhales, catching her breath. And then I glide them a little higher, cupping the full swell of her breast. It's encased in lace. Her nipple is hard. I groan into the kiss. I don't remember ever wanting a woman this much. It's a damn good thing I'll never see her again after tonight. She sucks on my tongue, and I sink one hand into her silky hair, fisting her bun. Her breast pops free as I drag the edge of her bra down and out of my way, her hard nipple jutting into my palm. Gently I squeeze that perfect handful, and she whimpers into my mouth, arching her back. I can't get enough of her. We kiss like we're at war, like this is a battle for survival, and the only thing that will keep us alive is each other's lips. I angle my mouth over hers, letting her feel all of me against her, how much I want her. When I pinch her nipple, she sinks her teeth into my lower lip. It's the hottest thing I've ever experienced, that bite, and suddenly I'm feral. I have to taste her, to make her come on my tongue. I want to suck her clit until she's begging me to give her my cock, because she can't possibly come one more time. I want her drunk on the orgasms I give her. I release her and get on my knees. This isn't something I do with a random hookup, but everything about this is different, and all my rules are out the window as I loop my thumbs into the waistband of her slacks and pull down, bringing her panties with them. They get caught on her sandals, so I help her out of those first, noticing her toenails are painted the bright blue of the Caribbean. Fuck, even her feet are sexy. So are her legs. She's petite, her hips curved just the way I like. "You don't have to," she murmurs, sounding shy. Her words trail off as I hook one of her legs over my shoulder. Yes, I fucking do. There's no way I'm going to let this opportunity pass me by. I kiss her inner thigh, then grasp her ass in both hands and bring her pussy to my mouth. And god damn, she tastes sweet. I latch onto her clit and suck. She tunnels her fingers through my hair and her hips jolt. Holy shit! She's breathless. Good. That's exactly how I want her. I get to work, alternating between suction, nips, and quick flicks of my tongue. Her whole body twitches every time my teeth find a particularly sensitive place, so I center my attention there, giving her gentle nibbles until she's thrusting her pussy into my face, her nails digging into my shoulders. She moans, twisting against me as she comes, and I stay where I am, licking her through it. "Oh my God," she moans. But I'm not done with her yet. I keep at her clit, sucking harder. Then I use my tongue on her, fucking her with it, until she's shaking against me, sliding down the wall. I catch her and bite her clit lightly, finding the same spot that drove her wild. She comes again, hard and fast. "Alessio." My name on her lips when she comes almost has me jumping out of my skin. I'm not just on fire. I'm a fucking inferno. I unhook her leg from my shoulder and stand, bringing her hideous shirt with me, pulling it over her head, before throwing it to the floor. She's leaning against the wall in nothing but that lacy red bra, one breast bare the way I left it. I don't waste any time in unhooking it. She shrugs out of the bra and tears at my shirt. I regret wearing something with buttons. We struggle to undo them before she starts ripping them open. Ping, ping, ping. They fly over the carpet, and I don't give a shit. I'll buy a new shirt. 100 new shirts. All I want is to be naked with this woman. I toe off my shoes, my cock harder than ever. My brain functions enough to remember to extract the condoms from my wallet before Isla reaches for my fly. I toss them onto the bed as I step out of my boxer briefs and slacks. My turn. She gets on her knees for me before I can stop her. Damn, baby. She looks so beautiful, naked on the hotel's geometric carpet, reaching for me. Isla wraps a hand around my dick and licks the head while I grab her bun. Fuck. Her mouth is hot and wet, and when she sucks me, it's like fireworks are exploding. Slowly, I start to fuck her mouth, feeding her more of my cock. Her green eyes lock on me, her pretty pink lips stretch around me, and it's the single most erotic sight I've ever seen. I hit the back of her throat, doing everything I can to keep from coming. I need to last. I bite my lip, roll my hips. She gags and withdraws, licking the tip. I'm too big for her. It's happened before. I'm about to pull her to her feet when she takes me deep again, her cheeks hollowing. My fingers tighten in her hair. You look so perfect like this, I tell her, your mouth full of my cock. She moans around me, swallowing, and I almost shoot down her throat. She cups my balls, gently kneading them, and I know then I have to stop or I'll never make it. Enough, I tell her, tugging at her bun. My dick springs from her mouth, wet and ready. Her lips are swollen, her eyes glassy with arousal. No fair, she pouts. She's beyond perfect. I give her my hand and help her to stand. Later, I promise. I'll let her have my dick any way she wants it for the rest of the night, but right now I have to be inside her. I need it like I need oxygen. I want you on the bed, on all fours, baby. With a needy sound, she does what I say, getting on her hands and knees on the bed, presenting herself to me. Her pussy is dripping. Fuck. I'm on the bed behind her in the next breath. You're soaked. I skim a finger over her slick, swollen pussy. You need to be fucked so badly, don't you? She moans, and I sink a finger deep, thrusting in and out of her as she clamps down on me. I can't fucking wait to be inside her. Picking up the foil packet I threw onto the duvet, I tear it open with my teeth and quickly roll the condom on. You ready for me? Readier than ready. Are you going to keep talking, or are you going to give me that big cock? It's like all the blood leaves my brain and zings straight to my dick. I can't think. I'm just action. I line myself up and fill her with one thrust. She feels so fucking good. Better than I could have imagined. So good that I need to take a second to regain my control, my hands tightening on her hips. How's that for an answer? I ask her. She tightens on me, arching her back. Good. Now make me come again. Bossy. I withdraw from her and give a light spank on her ass. Be patient, and I'll give you anything you want. Anything? She looks at me over her shoulder. I sink back inside her. Anything, baby. Mother Mary, the expression on her face. She bites her lip, sexy as fuck. And my tentative grip on my control snaps. I fuck her hard and fast, sliding my right hand from her hip to play with her clit as I go. She moans my name again, moving in time with me. We're raw and frenetic. Nothing else matters but the two of us as I drive into her over and over. When she clenches down on me and falls to her elbows on the bed, I know she's coming again. I slam into her one more time and explode, coming so hard that I lose my breath and little black stars speckle my vision. We stay that way, tangled up in each other, hearts pounding in time to the waves hitting the beach below. And I think to myself for the second time that it's a damn good thing I'll never see this woman again after tonight, because she'd kill me. Ready for more? I don't hesitate. Fuck yeah. I roll her onto her back, take off the condom, and then I suck one of her nipples into my mouth. It's going to be a long night.
Chapter 3. Isla. You're here! Luna wraps me in a boa constrictor hug, squealing so loudly in my ear that I swear my eardrum starts to whimper in submission. But I hug her back because I love her so much, and I'm elated to be here with her for her big day. The big day she deserves and should have had from the get-go. I'm here, I say, swaying back and forth with her as we embrace because it feels so good to hug my friend, especially after the last few months. Unfortunately, my luggage still isn't. What? She jerks back, looking at me with a frown. What happened to your luggage? The Miami airport. But never mind that. I have a credit card and there's a really cute boutique in the lobby, so I picked up a few things this morning. I don't tell her that my credit card is this close to being maxed out. I'm still carrying around my grad school debt on top of the loans from my bachelor's. Quitting my job didn't exactly help the finances. Neither did paying for Christian's half of this trip or a whole lot of other bills before we split. But that's all the kind of info that's bound to rain on my girls' parade, and we're having none of that. I'm firmly team Luna has her happily ever after and gorgeous island wedding all the way. Which is why I also don't tell her about the incredible night I had with a man I'll never see again. If I even think about what went down last night, I swear I'll incinerate on the spot. So I focus on my bestie instead. Luna's dark hair glints in the sunshine streaming in the windows, falling in a glossy wave past her shoulders. Wearing a strapless little black dress and killer heels, she looks like she stepped off a Vogue cover shoot instead of rushing at me across a hotel lobby. She frowns at me. You mean you don't have anything? Don't worry, I brought the most important piece of clothing as a carry-on, carefully zipped inside a garment bag. A flight attendant was wonderful enough to stow it for me so that it wouldn't get wrinkled. You think I'm worried about your dress? Luna shakes her head. Woman, you could wear a trash bag at the wedding and I wouldn't care. You'd still be absolutely gorgeous. And nothing matters as much as you being here with me this time, the way it was meant to be. Your loyalty is much appreciated, but I have the gown and it's in perfect shape, so we're all good. Oh, you! She grins at me, giving me a once-over before frowning. What about Christian? Is his luggage lost too, or just yours? Damn, this question came sooner than I had hoped it would. It is also why I changed my flight to St. Thomas, explaining my late arrival away as a work obligation, because I couldn't bear to face her too many days before the ceremony. Lying to my bestie is impossible. I don't know if I can do it. Avoidance is one thing, but meeting her eye and pretending I am still happily engaged to Christian is another entirely. He couldn't make it. I hedge. Her frown deepens. What do you mean he couldn't make it? I open my mouth to answer with a lie, but she stops me, seizing my upper arms and turning me toward the morning sunlight. Wait a minute. Is that a hickey? Shit. Is it a hickey? She's staring at my neck. I have a vivid memory of Alessio deep inside me while he sucked hard on my throat. Oh my God, I have a hickey. A bright, glaring, one-night stand hickey. Why didn't I look in the mirror this morning? How am I going to explain this away? Her mouth falls open. That's not from Christian, is it? He and I broke up. What? She demands so loudly that at least half a dozen of our fellow patrons look our way. Now I have a hickey and an audience. This is humiliating. I'm too old for hickeys, and for explaining why they aren't from my former fiancé. I jerk my head in the direction of the pool area. Let's go for a walk and talk. And you're going to tell me everything, she insists, dragging out the syllables. I'm sure I'm blushing. I'm also wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts set that reads, St. Thomas on my ass and left tit. So there's that. Luna grabs my right arm in a death grip and marches me out of the hotel lobby, past the curious onlookers we've managed to collect. I am aware there's a billboard on my butt with each step. My fucking suitcase better get here by lunchtime, or I'm going to have to find my way to a store that sells non-tourist clothing. The second we're in the sunshine and out of earshot of other hotel guests, she stops and faces me. Okay, spill the tea, Is. I sigh, wondering how much to tell her. This is your wedding. I don't need to ruin it with my baggage, or lack thereof. Seriously, I brought 3 suitcases filled with clothing. Priest was stoically amused. You should have seen his face, but he was all, "Baby, whatever you need, pack a 4th suitcase. You can gladly have some of my clothing if your luggage doesn't show. Or we'll go on a shopping spree. Whatever, we'll make the most of it. But I need to know why my best friend broke up with her fiancé, and I'm just hearing about it for the first time now." I wince. Because my best friend is getting married, and she doesn't need anything but sunshine, blue ocean, and white sand. Seriously, it's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal is you were planning your wedding. That's a huge deal. A colossal fucking deal, okay? Now, tell me what happened. She frowns, then adds as an afterthought, "Please." I laugh. Being the wife of a mafia don is making you into a bossy bitch. You know that? It's good to find some humor and lightness. Good to be with my friend. The sun is shining, the pool looks absolutely amazing, and I had the best sex of my life last night. Mind-numbing, bone-melting, multiple orgasm sex with the hottest man I've ever met. Fuck Christian. And fuck Harlow, too. Don't say that too loudly, Luna says. We're keeping a low profile here. Priest and his brothers are major investors in the hotel, and they don't want to spook anyone with their connections. Sorry. My temporary good mood fades. Shit. I don't know what the rules are for this kind of stuff. Are you being watched? Is your phone tapped? Is the FBI following you? Luna rolls her eyes. You don't have to worry about that. Just don't bring it up. What you don't know can't hurt you. It was my turn to frown. Okay, now you're starting to freak me out. Luna and I met as undergrads in Iowa, and we've been like sisters ever since. What I didn't know up until recently was that her father was the don of a notorious East Coast crime syndicate. When he became ill with cancer over a year ago, he lured her home under false pretenses and forced her into an arranged marriage with Priest, the don of a rival family. Thankfully, she and Priest fell in love and are deliriously happy together, which is why they're remarrying. The right way this time, and on their own terms. It's complicated, and I've tried my best to keep out of that side of things while still supporting my bestie however I can. No need to freak out, she reassures me. Just keep it on the down low, that's all. Glenn Powell wouldn't run around the hotel with a megaphone announcing that he's Glenn Powell, would he? Yeah, but it's not like he'd need to anyway, because he's Glenn Powell. I narrow my eyes at Luna. Wait a minute. Is Priest involved in anything illegal? The little I know about the mafia is limited to what I've seen in the movies. I'm not sure I want to know more, but I'm also not about to stand by while the woman I consider a sister gets tangled up in crimes that could land her in prison. Cut it out. She crosses her arms. Tell me what happened with Christian. Why is he not here in St. Thomas with you? And why are you no longer with your fiancé? It's a long story. Let's just say he's currently with a student named Harlow, and the two of them deserve each other. Actually, I'm not sure she deserves him, because she's too young to know better, but that's another story. Oh my God. He cheated on you? Yes. With someone named Harlow? Once again, Luna's voice is carrying. A woman in a green bikini turns and watches us curiously from behind her Versace shades. Also, yes, I admit. I hope you chopped off his dick, Luna says vehemently. And I'm not sure she's kidding. Maybe being married to the mob is rubbing off on her. She sounded deadly serious. Ew, no. I wouldn't touch that thing again if you paid me now. When did you find out? I sigh, knowing she'll be even more upset with me when I tell her the truth. A month ago. A month ago? A whole month ago? And you're just telling me now? We text every day, and you neglected to mention this hugely important detail to me? Why would you keep this a secret? Because I didn't want to ruin your wedding or make it about me. Look, this sucks. I was a hot mess when I found out, but it's for the best. I'd rather find out who he really is now than a few years into a marriage. I've had some time to process, and I'm ready to move on. I did kind of move on last night, but that was temporary, one time only. Why do I feel so sad at the thought of never having that man's beautiful face between my legs again? That thought to have in this moment. Luna's shoulders go down. I feel like a selfish bridezilla. I've been planning a destination wedding, and I'm so self-absorbed that I didn't realize my own best friend was going through a breakup. How would you have known when I didn't tell you? Please, you're not selfish. You're one of the least selfish people I know. Which is also why she'd flown back east at her father's behest and fell straight into his trap. And also totally not a bridezilla. I wanted to keep this to myself because you deserve the most amazing day ever, and I didn't want to make it about me and my problems. Exactly how were you going to explain Christian not coming to St. Thomas? Her eyes narrow. Especially when you're walking around with a hickey on your neck. What's that about, anyway? Did you have a hookup last night? I don't say anything. I don't know how to tell her that I had the world's most amazing one-night stand with a sexy, badass business investor, which sounds like he actually does something nefarious and possibly criminal in real life. And, oh my God, is Alessio in the mafia? I stare at my bestie in dawning horror. You didn't invite priests, business associates, did you? I ask her quietly. She blinks, looking as befuddled as I feel. No, it's small, strictly family. You know that. Okay, whew. If Alessio is in the mafia, it's a Caribbean mafia. I have no idea what his last name is. I don't have his number. I don't even know where he's from, and I'll never see him again. So if the FBI comes knocking on my hotel room door tomorrow morning, I can honestly answer, I don't know, to every question. I'm letting my anxiety get the best of me now. Deep breath. I inhale, then exhale slowly. Concentrate. Did you hook up with someone last night? She asks me quietly. The heat creeping up my throat is probably the only answer she needs, along with my hickey, because apparently I'm back in the 11th grade. I did, I confirm. Oh my God, Iz. I didn't mean to. You don't have to worry that it's going to get weird or that it will interfere with the wedding in any way. I don't want him as my plus one. I mean, I'm never going to see him again. I don't even know who he is. Not really. Are you mad at me? Mad? She pats me on the back. Honey, I'm happy for you. I'm fucking thrilled, in fact. I hope you had the best orgasms ever, all night long. You deserve it after what you've been through. Multiple orgasms. Apparently, that's a thing for other people, not just an anomaly I experienced with Alessio. It wasn't a thing with Christian, that's for sure. I tamped down that thought. He doesn't get to be in my head. I'm in paradise, and he can fuck right off. Thanks, I guess? I shrug. I'm still blushing. Still sporting a colossal hickey on my neck. Still guilty as sin. This is so embarrassing. I feel like I did when I was a teenager, and my mom caught me sneaking out my bedroom window to meet up with Justin Tate, my sophomore year boyfriend. Damn, I miss my mom. She could have been my plus one. She'd have loved Luna. Was he hot? I smile, relieved to be dragged from my mind. The hottest guy I've ever met. No joke. Good for you, Iz. Luna gives me a look. But I want you to know that no matter what's happening in my life, I'm here for you. Promise me that you won't keep a secret like this from me again. Never. Pinky swear? I laugh. What are we, 5? She waggles her pinky at me meaningfully, which is hilarious because she's got a fancy manicure, and her left hand is sporting a diamond big enough to poke out my eye. No, but we need to seal the deal with something, and this pinky is all I've got at the moment. I link my finger with hers. Pinky swear. Good. Luna smiles. Did you eat breakfast yet? Nope. I got out of bed, poured myself into yesterday's outfit, and went to obtain clothing. Now I have St. Thomas plastered on my ass. Epic fail. Perfect. I've arranged brunch for the whole bridal party by the private pool at my bungalow. I hope you're ready for mimosas. She has a bungalow with a private pool? I haven't seen much of the hotel, but if what I've experienced so far is anything to go by, her bungalow is going to be incredible. Mimosas sound perfect. But are we swimming? Because I don't have a suit. Mimosas first, and then Rocco will take us all shopping, Luna decides. Then she grabs my hand and starts pulling me from the pool to whatever VIP area she's inhabiting, while I try not to think about the fact that she has a driver named Rocco who's going to take us shopping. This whole trip is surreal. If it weren't for the sunshine melting my face, I'd think I dreamed it all.
Chapter 4. Saint. Get up, Stronzo. My brother priest looms over me, looking annoyingly chipper for whatever the fuck time of the morning this is. Who are you calling an asshole, asshole? I mutter before pulling my pillow over my face. And that's when I smell her. Damn, my face smells like Isla's pussy. I inhale deeply, annoyed that I'm not alone to enjoy the remnants of last night, the lingering reminder that I spent all evening fucking a ridiculously gorgeous woman, and came more than I ever have in my life in the span of one evening. The pillow is snatched away, and then the curtains open, sending blinding sunshine streaming in the windows. What are you doing? I growl, wincing as I shut my eyes tight. I'm trying to sleep. We have things to do today. Did you forget? You, me, Lucky, and Scorpion? We're having a bros day. Shit, I did forget. Because I crawled into my bed around 5:30 a.m. and passed out. I throw an arm over my eyes, further blocking out the light. Why does the bros day have to start so early in the goddamn morning? It's not early, it's 9. That's why I came looking for you. I'm not impressed. We're here for Priest's wedding, but this is also a week off for me, much needed after all the shit we've been through over the last year. The door was locked for a reason, I tell him. It was also unlocked for a reason. You're never still sleeping at this time of the morning. For all I knew, someone clipped you in your sleep. I move my forearm and shoot him a glare with one eye. You couldn't be so lucky. Just because we're majority owners of this place now doesn't give you the right to run around unlocking all the doors. What if I wasn't alone in here? Actually, it does give me that right when the door in question belongs to my consigliere. And you are alone, so the second part of your argument can also fuck off. Now get up, we've got shit to do. I sigh. Then get out, or you're about to get the kind of show I don't think you'd like very much. You have 15 minutes, Priest warns me before heading out of my suite and leaving me in peace. I don't waste any time in getting my tired ass out of bed and heading to the shower, where I reluctantly wash all traces of last night off me. As much as the sex was off the charts incredible, Isla and I are a one-and-done thing. I know her room number, but I won't be knocking on the door. I also won't be back at the bar, just in case I'm tempted to go another round. Tomorrow is the wedding, and then I'll be flying stateside to run the ship while Priest and Luna enjoy an extended honeymoon. I can't afford to be distracted. A one-night stand is all I can manage. Anything else, it's too fucking dangerous. After a quick shower, I dress and towel dry my hair before heading out to meet up with my brothers. Today is Priest's bachelor party. It's all about my brother, not anything else. So why the fuck can't I get a pair of green eyes out of my mind as the elevator doors close in front of me? I really need to think about something else. So I whip out one of my burner phones and check for messages from back home. We don't anticipate anything going wrong while we're away, but this is also the first time all three of my brothers and I have been out of our territory at the same time since we were kids, and our dad took us to Florida to try to make up for our mom walking out on us a few years earlier. That trip ended with me having a black eye, courtesy of my old man. Lucky spent most of the time crying. Scorpion was pissed at the world. Priest was quiet and angry. And I was hell-bent on running the fuck away from it all. I got as far as the hotel lobby until our dad caught me and hauled me back to our room while the shocked desk clerks watched. But he was Don Andriani, so he threw some money at them, threatened to have them chopped up and tossed into the nearest concrete foundation as it was being poured, and got the fuck out of town. No one ever said shit, not even Zia Maria when we got back home. With the ugly past chasing my heart on, I make the short walk out of the hotel and into the sunshine to Priest's bungalow. In preparation for the big day, he and Luna have his and hers digs, complete with their own waitstaff 24/7. They're being serious about the whole not seeing the bride on the big day bad luck thing. Like my big brother, I don't bother to knock at the bungalow door. I just walk right in as Priest is finishing up scolding our two younger brothers. "No one's allowed to drink tonight," he announces. "The fuck?" Lucky demands. "It's the wedding Luna's been waiting for, and I don't want you assholes to be hungover and fuck it up for her." "How would she know if I'm hungover?" "You'd be puking in the sand," I point out. Lucky's the youngest. He's a hothead with a wild streak that our father did his damnedest to beat out of him. It didn't work. "I haven't puked since I was 18, Lucky defends himself, frowning. Like this is a badge of honor or something. "No drinking," Scorpion tells Lucky. "Don't question the fucking Don." "He's not the Don here. He's just our brother." "I'm the Don everywhere I go," Priest says in a commanding tone. "And if you don't act like a fucking grown-ass man, I'll send you to Connecticut when I get back." "Jesus, not Connecticut," Lucky grumbles. "And no women either," Priest adds, giving me a pointed look. I hold my hands up in surrender. "Why are you looking at me?" "Johnny said you left the bar with a blonde last night. Plus, you slept in, and you look like you got clawed up by a feral cat when I woke your ass up." Shit. I do have fond memories of Isla sinking her nails into my shoulders and raking them down my chest as I was balls deep inside her. I hadn't taken notice when I showered and dressed. The bathroom mirror had been steamed up. I shrug. "Maybe I rescued a stray yesterday." He snorts. "Yeah, you're just the patron saint of good fucking deeds." "I agreed to be your best man, didn't I?" I run a hand through my wet hair. "Look, I promised Luna I'd behave, and I've stayed out of trouble." Priest glares at me. "So far. I mean it, Strunzi. None of you ruin this for me, or I'll have you clipped." "Luna would never let you have one of us killed," Scorpion says mildly. "She's too soft-hearted." Priest looks us all dead in the eyes, one at a time. "Who says she'd ever know?" "No women," I agreed easily. "There's only one who interests me anyway, and I'm not stupid enough to pursue her a second night. I'll just want another and another after that, and then I'd still want more. Isla is damned addictive." No drinking tonight, Lucky says. But what about this afternoon? No drinking until the ceremony is over, Priest growls. Or I'll cut off your balls and feed them to sharks. Lucky goes a little pale. He was probably drinking his face off at the club last night anyway. I understand. This is the most freedom we've had in years. We're still the Andrianis here, but we don't have to look over our shoulders. We're not sitting ducks in the middle of a city teeming with rival mafia factions. After our war with the Ravellos died, things settled into a lull. But no one who's been in this world long enough believes that a lull will fucking last. In the city, we're on guard, on edge. We're strapped and at the ready for whatever shit may go down. Here, in paradise, everything is slowed down. There's a false sense of peace. I guess I fell into the trap myself last night with Isla. Fine, Lucky mutters. But what are we doing today if we're not drinking? Strip club? At least that would be fun. Jesus, Priest shakes his head. Luna would kill me. Do I look like I want to be murdered in my sleep? Well, fuck me. Lucky shakes his head, clearly not impressed by the day ahead of us. I can't say I blame him. I love my brother, but being at Priest's mercy and jumping through whatever hoops he's arranged for us isn't exactly my idea of fun. You'll survive, Scorpion tells him. We're going snorkeling, Priest announces. Lucky starts to grumble again. It's going to be fun as fuck, our eldest brother snaps, interrupting his complaining. Now get some trunks on and meet me in the lobby. We'll be taking the boat I recently acquired, and we'll be gone all day. We'll get back in time to get a good night's rest for the wedding tomorrow. A good night's rest, Lucky repeats under his breath. Maybe we can braid each other's hair and have a fucking pillow fight before we go to sleep, too. I bite my lip to keep from laughing. Priest is serious about this, and even if he is being a bit of a groomzilla, I love my brother. I love Luna like the sister I never had. The two of them have been through hell, and they almost lost each other in the middle of the brutal, all-out war between a faction led by Amadeo the Animal Ravello and our crew. Stop whining and go get your trunks on, I tell Lucky, smacking him on the shoulder. Ouch! He rubs the place where I hit him, turning a glare on me. Don't bruise me. The ladies won't like it. No fucking women, Priest growls. After the wedding is over, Lucky stresses, giving our brother a shit-eating grin. Wouldn't dream of it before you say I do for the second time. This is the one that matters. The last time was under duress. This wedding is about Luna and what she deserves. Come on, Luck. Scorpion and I start dragging him from the bungalow. I'll make sure that we're all waiting in the lobby in 10 minutes. I promise Priest over my shoulder. See that you do. You're going to like the fucking snorkeling trip. We'll see some fish and coral and shit. We'll fucking love it, I say, and then push my youngest brother out the door. But as the three of us head back to our separate suites to change, I'm not thinking about coral reefs or tropical fish or even making my brother happy. I'm thinking about her hard nipples and the way she arched her back when I sucked them, about how sweet she tasted and how she came all over my face when I bit her clit, about being buried deep inside her and how her eyes were the bright green of spring grass. Yeah, it's a really good fucking thing that Priest laid down the rules, or else I'd probably be back at her door tonight, knocking even though I know I shouldn't. I'd be stripping her naked and making her come over and over until neither one of us could think straight, and I sank my cock so deep inside her it felt like I'd never leave. At least we'll never cross paths again. Temptation won't be within reach. In a few days I'll be back at home in the frigid end of winter, driving through the icy March streets that are as much a part of me as the blood in my veins. I'll be back where I belong, and Isla will be thousands of miles away, wherever she lives. Nothing but a memory.
Chapter 5. Isla. How do I look? Luna sachets out of the bedroom in her bungalow with an exaggerated swagger. She's wearing a white silk wedding gown that looks like it was made specifically for her. Knowing the kind of wealth and power her husband has, it probably was. She's a beautiful bride. I can't believe we're standing here together on her wedding day. Her wedding day that counts, the one she chose. And she's about to spend the rest of her life with the man she loves. I'm so damn happy for her that nothing else matters. Not even the part where her husband is a mafia kingpin. From everything she's told me, Priest is loyal, dedicated, and supportive. On top of that, he loves her so much it's almost ridiculous. No one deserves this more than she does. I sniffle, my eyes fogging up. The sun is shining, everything is on time and organized to the nth degree, and it's all unfolding according to plan. I'm so happy I could cry. I am crying. Shit. I've already had my makeup done. You look incredible, I manage, frantically blinking my fake eyelashes in the hopes that they'll somehow make the tears go away before they streak down my foundation. Are you sure? Wrinkling her nose, she spins around. It's not too tight? Are you even for real right now? When Priest sees you in that, he's going to throw you over his shoulder and carry you off into the sunset to have his wicked way with you. Luna grins at me. You think? I know. I sniff again, because those stupid, persistent tears are back. I'm so happy for you. My voice breaks on the last word. I don't usually cry at weddings, but this is my best friend's wedding. My sister from another mister. My ride or die. Luna comes for me, arms outstretched. You're going to ruin your makeup, Iz. We hug. I know, but you're so beautiful, and this is your wedding day, and you look like you just breezed in from Paris Fashion Week. She snorts. Please, I look like a poet with a fairy godmother. A hot fairy godmother named Rocco, who drives you when you want to go on shopping sprees. It's true. Luna's driver is a handsome man. Dark-haired, tatted hands, a general aura of menace. A lot like someone else I met on this island. Someone I will not be thinking about ever again. Even if I did, humiliatingly, go to the hotel bar last night after Luna went to bed, secretly hoping he might be on shift. Or not on shift, but somewhere we might run into each other. I never did find out why he was tending bar when he's not a bartender, unless that was all BS. No. Stop it, Isla. Spoiler alert, he wasn't there. I'm an idiot. It was a one-night stand and the best sex of my life. And that's it. That's all. Which is for the best, because my life is a shit show right now, and the last thing I need is another complication to add to the mix. Are you crushing on Rocco? Luna asks me. Of course not. Sexy mobster drivers/bodyguards are so not my thing. I realize how insensitive that sounds and wince. No offense. It's just, this is a part of your world I may never understand. None taken. I get it. The life is a lot to wrap your head around. But I guess since I was born into this world, it isn't quite as bananas for me as it must be for you. Bananas is a really nice way of putting it. I'm a proud, nerdy girl. The night before last was the most adventurous thing I've done in, maybe, ever. I don't understand shady underworld dealings, billionaire criminal enterprises, or violence. I'm not sure how Luna handles that side of things, but she and Priest obviously love each other so much that nothing else matters. I'm just saying that, objectively, he's a good-looking man. I add for good measure. Luna grins again. Noted. I guess Rocco isn't the source of your hickey, then. By the way, the makeup team did a fantastic job of covering that up for you. I can barely even see it. I groaned. You can still see it? I'd been to the makeup duo before checking in on Luna. She is next in the torture chamber. Not that she needed even a hint of makeup. She's flawlessly gorgeous on her own. The lucky bitch. I only know it's there because I saw it yesterday. Her grin fades. No matching one today? My cheeks are on fire. I told you, it was just a fling. With the best sex ever. Right. She waggles her eyebrows. You'll be here for a few more days. Maybe you can find him after the wedding's over. Nope, I answer instantly, popping the P for emphasis. Not happening. I'm here for you. That's all. And maybe the breathtaking views? She teases. Those are just kind of whatever. Luna laughs. Okay, how are we doing on time? I don't have my phone. I'm in charge of keeping this show running, so I'm clearly failing at my bestie maid of honor duties. I check my phone. We're good on time, but you need to get to hair and makeup. The flowers were delivered while you were dressing, and they're amazing. Massive sprays of white hydrangeas for Luna's bridal bouquet and pale blue roses for the rest. Her beachy chic theme has come together perfectly. We head into the main area of the bungalow where the rest of the bridal party is waiting. I met them yesterday. They're her husband's cousins, and they're all way more chill than I had envisioned they would be, being a part of the mob world. They exclaim over Luna's dress, as thrilled for her as I am, and then we hustle her over to hair and makeup for the finishing touches. Somehow, I manage to keep my tears to a minimum by listening to the light-hearted banter of the bridal party. It's going to be an incredible day. I just know it. The violinist is playing the walk-in songs of the bridesmaids, a different hand-picked song for each one, as I wait my turn, bare toes in the sand. The day is hot, the sun bright. I'm sweating in this dress, and I hope I don't have swamp stains under my tits. But nothing is going to get me down. My girl is about to walk down the aisle. I sniffle again because I feel like a proud mama bear and I can't help myself. The chorus of Birds of a Feather by Billie Eilish starts up on the violin, and suddenly it's my turn. Smiling, I slowly make my way down the aisle before the intimate gathering on the beach, the gorgeous sea and incredible backdrop. The photographers are snapping away, and all eyes are on me. So I bite my lip and start reciting Shakespeare in my head to avoid weeping like a baby and ruining my makeup and the ceremony both. I will hereupon confess I am in love. And as it is base for a soldier to love, so am I in love with a base wench. If drawing my sword against... A muttered curse catches my attention, so low I can barely make it out, but I'd know that voice anywhere. The last time I heard it, it was saying filthy things to me. What the actual fuck? Shakespeare dies as I lock eyes with the best man, who's standing at the altar next to Luna's husband. Those eyes are Caribbean blue, and they stared into my soul, while his face was buried between my thighs and he sucked my clit like it was the most delicious lollipop he'd ever tasted. He's tall, dark-haired, and even sexier in the sunshine than he was that night. His tatted hands at his sides, a white linen shirt draped over his broad chest and hiding his 8-pack from view. It's Alessio. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Alessio, whom I slept with 2 nights ago, is the best man. But that doesn't make any sense at all, because Luna told me that Priest's brother is the best man, and that would mean... I stumble in the sand as realization hits me, almost humiliating myself by pitching face first into the beach. I had a one-night stand with Luna's brother-in-law. Not just her brother-in-law, either. A mobster. A dangerous criminal. A man who probably orders hits the way the rest of us do hamburgers in the drive-thru lane. An investor, my ass. That lying, shady, smoking hot jerk. My face is on fire as I make my way to the place where the wedding planner told me to stand during our practice run this morning, which was conducted with the bridal party only. The men had done theirs separately, or I might not have made my hideous discovery in front of an audience. Gripping my bouquet so hard that I'm about to snap off the unsuspecting stems, I face the guests, looking to where Luna should appear any second to make her way down the aisle. To make matters worse, apparently not all the thorns were removed from the roses, because one of them bites viciously into my palm. The violinist gracefully shifts to a new song. As the strains of Can't Help Falling in Love begin to play, Luna heads down the aisle, her eyes locked on Priest. Her hair is styled in beachy waves, and she's dripping in diamonds, one white rose tucked into her hair. She's the most beautiful bride I've ever seen, like something straight out of one of those lifestyle magazines you page through and think, no one looks like that in real life. But she does, and this is her day. I can ignore Alessio. So what if we slept together? We sure as hell won't be repeating that terrible mistake a second time. I'll be polite and distant and pretend I don't know who he is. Blinking furiously, I focus on Luna and Priest as they meet at the altar. He holds out a hand to her, and she takes it. The love shining in both of their eyes is almost too much to watch without bawling. Shakespeare, I remind myself, trying to return to where I was. But I make the mistake of casting a glance in Alessio's direction instead. A jolt of awareness shoots through me, my body recognizing his in an instinctive way I can't seem to control. My nipples harden and my pussy pulses, and this is so not the place or the time. I don't know what I read in his eyes, but he doesn't look any happier than I am about this unpleasant development. So I jerk my eyes back to the happy couple. Priest is kissing Luna's hand now and telling her he loves her in Italian. It's like a Hallmark movie come to life. Objectively, Priest is also one sexy as fuck man, and he and Luna are an unfairly genetically blessed couple. They're going to make gorgeous babies if they choose to go that route one day. I blink some more as tears come back at the thought of my best friend having a mini Luna. I don't know if I'll be able to handle it. I'm 5 seconds away from turning into a blubbering mess. Thankfully, the officiant saves me, stepping in to begin the ceremony. Except the words are every bit as moving. I can't help but listen. Can't help but watch the way Priest and Luna look at each other, like they're the only two people in the world. I don't think Christian ever looked at me that way, not even on the day he proposed. But I guess he didn't love me like he said he did either, or he wouldn't have cheated on me. The reminder of his betrayal doesn't sting quite as much now that I've had a little while to unwind in St. Thomas. Getting to spend a few days with Luna in person rather than relying on FaceTime and texts did me a world of good. Sometimes there are problems that only a bestie and a good glass of wine, or two, can solve. It had nothing to do with having incredible, mind-melting orgasms all night long, courtesy of a certain mobster. Absolutely not. I won't think about him. I won't even look at him. I won't... Damn it. As if my eyes have a will of their own, they flick to Alessio. He's watching me. It's the same kind of stare I imagine a lion might give to its prey before he swallows it whole. I'm hit with a melting wave of heat, and it has nothing to do with the blazing Caribbean sun overhead, and everything to do with the memory of what those tatted hands and that sinner's mouth did to me during our night together. Never again, I remind myself, as I force my eyes back to the happy couple as they start exchanging their personalized vows. 1 night only. The last thing I need is to get caught up with a mafia bad boy. It doesn't matter if his tongue is capable of performing feats I didn't even know were possible up until 2 evenings ago. Other men have tongues, men who aren't criminal masterminds and murderers. After what went down with Christian, I should take a nice long break from the male species. I probably shouldn't have even indulged in a one-night stand with Alessio. If I'd just told my ovaries to shut up, I wouldn't be in such an uncomfortable situation, having slept with the best man. What would Luna say if she realized the hickey on my neck came from her brother-in-law? I would die of eternal shame if she knew. She can never find out. I'm going to have to find a way to get Alessio alone during the reception and tell him to keep what happened between us a secret. I don't know how Luna would react, and I'm not about to do anything that would jeopardize her happiness on her wedding day. My stomach knots. He'd better agree not to breathe a word to anyone, not even to his brother. What if he told Priest already? Next to me, Cousin Karina whispers, "You're bleeding." Shit. She's right. Blood from the thorn is trickling down my wrist and heading straight for my blue silk. Thorn, I mutter back at her. There's nothing nearby for me to use to catch the blood. I'm screwed. The ceremony is still going on, and I have no choice but to use the white ribbon wrapped around my rose bouquet to blot up the blood before it wreaks havoc on my bridesmaid dress. Carefully, I turn the bouquet so the bloody ribbon faces me. That's one crisis averted, and one more to go. Trying my best to chill the panic boiling inside me, I glue my eyes to Priest and Luna, listening to their words of eternal love and devotion. Somehow, I manage to keep myself from looking in Alessio's direction for the remainder of the ceremony. I'll face the lion later.
Chapter 6. Saint. It's wrong to get a hard dick when you're standing up at your brother's wedding ceremony, before an audience of friends and family, including your very own Zia Maria. I know this, but apparently my cock is like Pavlov's dog's. Instead of being triggered by a ringing bell, it's the mere sight of her that does it. Isla, Luna's best goddamn friend. Yeah, I fucked the maid of honor at my brother's wedding. Best man, so clearly not on my best behavior. Even worse, I have to escort her down the aisle with a smile on my face, like I don't want to carry her out of here caveman style and fuck her 11 ways from Sunday. Grinding my jaw, I offer her my arm. She looks at it like it's a used tissue on a public bathroom floor, and reluctantly settles her hand in the crook of my elbow. Her touch burns me through the linen shirt I've been forced to wear by Luna, and the scent I remember from our night of endless fucking makes a reemergence. Isla smells like pineapple and citrus, like something sweet you want to sink your teeth into. The violinist is playing a new song, one I can't place, but it's upbeat. Pop turned into string music. Luna's idea. Priest wouldn't give a shit if any music played at all. He just wanted to make his woman happy. I cast a glance in Isla's direction as we move up the sandy aisle that's been strewn with white petals. She refuses to look at me, an ice queen with her blonde hair down her back. Freed from the messy travel bun, the silken strands are wavy, glinting in the sun. She looks fucking incredible. Also, her nipples are hard again. I probably shouldn't be admiring her the way her tits fill out her dress, or the way the blue silk lovingly clings to her every killer curve like that's its only job. I definitely shouldn't be thinking about how she looked on her knees for me, my cock in her mouth, how it felt her taking me down her throat. Fuck. I force myself to think about something else as we reach the end of the guests and follow Priest and Luna onto a shaded terrace where the photographers have gathered for more pictures. Zia Maria, kittens, weeping women, Little kids with snot running down their faces. Screaming babies. The sound a bone makes when it breaks. The sour scent of vomit. That finally works. Sweat is trickling down my spine by now, and I don't know if it's from the intensity of the sun or the fact that I want the woman at my side so badly I can barely breathe. We're going to have to pose for pictures? Fuck my life. Priest and Luna turned to us, both of them grinning widely. We did it! Isla drops my arm like it caught fire and moves a few feet away from me. Congratulations, you two! It's not like I want her to be clingy or to get any ideas. What happened between us was a one-and-done deal, and it can't happen again, especially not now that I know who she is. My old man always said never to shit where you eat, and as far as I'm concerned, hooking up with Isla is exactly that. But it's annoying me the way she refuses to even look at me. Congrats, fratore mio, I tell my brother easily, going to him and slapping him on the back, shaking off Isla's rejection. Which, for the record, I'm not used to. Time for pictures, Luna announces. Behind me, Scorpion and Lucky groan in unison. They've got Luna's bridesmaids, our cousins Karina and Francesca, on their arms. The cousins are on our father's side, and we were never all that close. But Luna, being a part of the family, has changed things. Karina and Francesca have taken her under their wing. No complaining, Karina snaps. Yeah, I agree, grinning evilly at them. Behave, Stronzi. If I have to suffer through all this wedding shit, then they do too. Besides, it's the least we can do for Priest. He's a damn good leader, and he's shown it. He's also united the warring factions of the Andrianis and Ravellos back into one big family. We're thriving because of the sacrifices he made, and he put his life on the line to get us here. I need some fucking air conditioning, Lucky complains. You can have air conditioning later, Luna says. We're doing pictures now. I want everyone smiling. Don't look like you're hot and ruin it. I mean it, Lucky. How are we supposed to do that? I ask, repeatedly wafting my shirt to fan myself. I am hot. I can't help it, but I haven't had any complaints. Priest snorts. I shoot a glance in Isla's direction, but she's not looking at me. She's staring at her bare toes. Fair enough, they are sexy toes, and now I know why they're painted blue. The color matches her dress perfectly. Suddenly, something else catches my eye. There's a faint bruise on her throat that I didn't notice earlier in all my distraction. She's covered it with makeup, but in the sunlight, the mottled coloring is visible underneath. For a split second, bloodlust roars through me. I'll kill whoever dared to hurt her. I'll cut off his fingers first, and then I'll put a 9 milli in each kneecap just to see how much he squeals. And then I realize it's not that kind of bruise. It's a hickey, and it's from me. I recall having my face in her neck while my cock was deep in her wet pussy. I lost control, biting and sucking on her throat when she clamped down on me like a vice, and I came hard enough that all I could do was suck on her throat and groan. In my defense, it was the third round of fucking we'd engaged in that night. I kind of like seeing her wear me on her skin. I also want to see her wearing my cum. But I can't. And thinking about that is only making my cock wake up again. You're here for pictures, I remind myself. Don't fuck up Priest and Luna's wedding day any more than you already have by dicking the maid of honor. Very funny, Luna tells me, giving me a death stare. No shit-eating grins in the pictures, Saint. And Scorpion, a real smile, not that little half-assed smug thing you do. I give Luna a shit-eating grin in response because I like busting her balls. I don't do anything half-assed, Scorpion defends himself, sounding insulted. How's this? The smile he gives Luna is borderline serial killer. She rolls her eyes and turns back to the photographer who's waiting with her camera at the ready. Where do you want us? Let's do the bride and groom first, the woman says. If the whole wedding party could just follow me down to the water, that way I'll have you all where I need you. Then we'll move inside for some shots in the hotel. Inside and outside pictures? Clip me now and get it over with, for fuck's sake. I haven't awkwardly posed and pasted a canned smile to my lips since senior prom pictures in high school. Scorpion and Lucky are also grumbling, but we all tag along, trailing in Priest and Luna's wake to the ocean. Isla keeps her distance from me, no doubt because we no longer have an audience. The guests have milled into the reception area for cocktail hour. That's fine by me. The sooner this is over with and I never have to see her again, the sooner I can forget about her. The photographer wastes no time in arranging the bride and groom how she wants them. The first pose is them holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes like some kind of Valentine's Day jewelry commercial. The ring on Luna's finger sparkles in the sun, along with the fortune and diamonds twinkling at her throat and ears. I could talk to my brothers and my cousins, who are huddled off to the side, arguing over something. Francesca is one of the most opinionated women I've ever met, and Karina isn't far behind. Lucky and Scorpion are never going to win, and I'm not in the mood for squabbling. Fuck it. I decide to move closer to Isla, who's hovering nearby, watching Luna and Priest posing. She tenses up, flicking a glance in my direction before looking away again. The sand is hot under my bare feet, but I don't give a shit. Her nipples are saluting me through her dress, and I know it's because she's remembering every filthy thing we did together. I am too. And just like that, my cock is hard again. Terrible timing. I shift in the sand, hoping the loose-fitting trousers, also handpicked by Luna, are forgiving enough that Isla won't notice. I'm not too sure about that. My dick is a monster. I step to the side, moving in on Isla, until she's eclipsed by my shadow. She's a short thing, and I love that about her. Only comes up to my chest. Not that it matters. Whatever recklessness collided between us 2 nights ago can never be repeated. I'm testing the waters, intimidating her. I wonder if she'll move away. Isla holds her ground, staying put. Priest is twirling Luna now, and she's spinning and laughing. I have to look away from their happiness. They deserve this. They've earned this carefree, sun-drenched wedding day. But in my experience, the other shoe is always waiting to drop. Right on your fucking head. I glance back at Isla, studying her profile. A gentle breeze stirs her hair, carrying the faint, sweet scent of her perfume back to me. Her full, sultry lips are compressed in an annoyed line, her jaw taut like she's clenching it. I wonder how long it'll take for her to crack. She doesn't like me standing this close. So, she murmurs softly, finally turning to look at me. Investor, huh? She's gorgeous. A sprinkle of freckles on her nose, long lashes framing her bright green eyes. That pink mouth I fucked, just begging for more. I wasn't lying about that, I tell her, stuffing my hands into my pockets. We do invest in hundreds of business ventures, legal and otherwise. This hotel, for instance. Her eyes narrow. Criminal, thug, and professional murderer don't have as much of a ring to them, I suppose. And instantly, it hits me. She's not upset that she hooked up with the best man at her friend's wedding. She's upset that the best man turned out to be in the mafia. I didn't expect that kind of reaction from a friend of Luna's, and given the wealth and power we've amassed, it's not one I get often anymore. So that's what crawled up your ass, I say coldly. Having a hard time accepting that you fucked a mobster, Jane Austen? Her eyes go wide, and she shoots a look around to see if anyone else overheard. Watch what you say. I don't think I like your tone, I tell her, an edge of warning in my voice. The wedding is a world away from the one we usually inhabit, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let her insult me to my fucking face without consequences, or be judged by her. I've had enough of that shit to last me a lifetime already. Is that so? Her expression turned stubborn. What are you going to do about my tone? I flash her a grin. I don't think you want to find out, sweetheart. Don't call me sweetheart. Don't threaten me. You won't like the result. Our eyes are locked. I won't be the one to blink first. She looks away, green eyes settling on Priest and Luna. He's holding her in his arms now as the photographer snaps away. I wasn't threatening you, Isla says. I lower my head, my mouth close to her ear. Sounded like you were to me, and I don't take threats lightly. I straighten just in time for the photographer to tell the rest of the wedding party to join the bride and groom for more snaps. Moving away from Isla, I join my brother and sister-in-law, pasting on a smile.
Chapter 7. Isla. The sound of clinking glasses rings through the reception area. I obligingly pick up my fork and give my untouched wine glass a few taps. Good sports, Luna and Priest share another lingering kiss, smiling at each other from the sweetheart table they occupy. They're absolutely adorable. I don't think Priest has stopped looking at Luna like she's the best thing he's ever seen all day, and Luna gazes back at him the same way. I'm over the moon for them. Everything has gone smoothly, from the photo session to the announcements of the bridal party to the delicious, decadent dinner. But I can't relax. Not only have I hooked up with a man who's in the mafia, I've also pissed him off. Alessio has been watching me throughout the dinner. He's seated opposite me at the round table the wedding party's been assigned. I felt his ocean blue eyes off and on, like a brand burning hot into my skin. To compensate, I've been chattering with Karina and Francesca and avoiding looking at him. That dangerous aura he wears like an expensive cologne? It makes sense now. Priest may seem like a puppy dog happy to follow at Luna's heels and worship the ground she walks on, but the truth is that he's also a dangerous man. He's a mafia don, for fuck's sake, and Alessio is a part of that nebulous world. The reminder of the quiet menace in his voice earlier sends a chill down my spine as I set my fork back on the immaculate tablecloth. "So, Luna tells us you're a creative writing professor," Francesca is saying to me, diverting my attention back to where it belongs, which is anywhere that's not in a certain sexy mobster's direction. Even if my former position isn't exactly what I want to talk about. I force a polite smile. I am, yes. Or at least I was, until I quit. But I will be again. I just need to gather my bearings and decide where I want to move next. In a way, it's freeing, knowing that the future is a blank slate. I'm no longer tied down to Christian, who wanted to stay in the Midwest because that's where his family is. "Creative writing, like books?" Karina asks, cutting her filet mignon. "Not novels, exactly. More like poetry and short prose." "Do you write yourself?" Francesca asks me. "I do. I'm not a poet like Luna. I prefer longer fiction." "Nice. Do you have anything published that we can read?" Lucky snorts before I can answer. "As if you read, Karina." She glares at her cousin. "I read all the time, which is more than I can say for you. The only thing you read these days is the bar menu at clubs." "Oh, I didn't realize your smut books counted." He grins, unrepentant. Karina is equally unashamed as she shrugs. "Hey, I love smut. Don't knock it till you try it." "Romance is the top-selling fiction genre," I point out, in defense of my favorite type of book. As part of academia, I'm not technically supposed to enjoy commercial fiction. But the truth is, there's nothing I love more than indulging in a delicious historical romance. There's something about dukes and rogues that I can't get enough of. But I'm not about to announce my guilty pleasure to the whole table with Alessio listening. And judging. "Throbbing members and billionaires," he quips, as if on cue. I turn to him. It's actually about so much more than that. His eyes drop to my lips. Selling the false promise of happily ever after? Why is a happily ever after a false promise? I demand, trying to ignore the incredibly annoying attraction I have for this man. He does have a point, though. Happily ever after has been a false promise for me so far. A few years ago, I lost my entire family in the span of less than a minute. Their plane went down, and that was it. Then, the man I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with cheated on me with his student. But look at Luna. She's a shining example of what real love and happiness can look like. It's out there. I have to believe it. And that's what I adore about turning the pages of a romance. I know what I'm going to get. Sure, it may be hell to get there, but by the end, I'm sighing and content, and so are the main characters. Because most people aren't happy, Alessio drawls. I wonder if he's talking about himself. And then I tell myself it doesn't matter who he's talking about. Nothing he does or says matters. He's not my hot bartender. He's not an investor. He's part of a criminal empire. I force a smile I don't feel. Speak for yourself. Have you two met before today? Francesca asks, looking from me to Alessio and then back again. No, I snap. You could say so, he says at the same time. I shoot him a glare. He gazes back at me, smug, arrogant, and infuriatingly handsome. We don't know each other, I say firmly, glancing back at Francesca. That much is true. Alessio and I don't know each other. We hooked up. I had no idea who he was, or I never would have invited him back to my room. I'd have run screaming in the opposite direction. I have enough on my plate without adding a mobster boyfriend to it. Not that he'd want to be my boyfriend, or that I would want him to. She certainly seems to think she knows me, Alessio says, his voice cold. I could have held my tongue earlier. I should have held my tongue. But I was still in shock over seeing him and realizing who he was. I'd been angry with myself and with him, and I'd blurted the first thing that came to my mind. I avoid looking at him and turn back to my food, pretending like he didn't say anything at all. An awkward silence descends on the table, and I know it's my fault, but I also don't have a clue what to say next. I'm seated at a table with 3 mobsters and 2 women who are in the mafia world, and I'm at my bestie's wedding reception. I don't want to do so much as blink wrong. Scorpion starts clinking his wine glass. Yes, his name is Scorpion. I don't know what his real name is. These guys seem to all have nicknames. Alessio's is Saint. I don't want to ask how these names came to be, especially not priests, whose real name was revealed in the ceremony, Matteo. The whole table takes up their forks and joins in, so I do too, looking to the bridal table, relieved by the distraction. Luna and Priest laugh and then kiss again. I get out my iPhone and snap a series of pictures that I'll send to Luna later. Dinner is finishing up, and servers start making the rounds to whisk away emptied plates. I decide to head to the restroom to escape the tension at the table before the happy couple cuts the cake. Tucking my phone into the little blue clutch I bought to match my dress, I stand up and excuse myself from Francesca and Karina. There's still a bit of sand stuck to my feet, rubbing my soles as my strappy sandals move over the polished marble floor. The second I'm out of the reception venue, I take a deep breath. I didn't realize how difficult it would be to find myself seated at the same table as Alessio for dinner, his eyes burning intensely into me. The ladies' room is empty, so I stop at the mirror to fix my lip gloss. A few seconds later, the door opens, and a 6'2" wall of tatted mafia muscle steps in, closing it behind him and locking it. Alessio's gaze meets mine in the mirror. "You're in the wrong room," I tell him coldly. He shakes his head, stalking toward me slowly. No, I'm not. This is a whole different Alessio than the man who sweetly charmed me over dinner the other night. He's dark. He's dangerous. He's forbidden. He's so sexy, it ought to be illegal. I close my lip gloss, staring at him in the mirror, refusing to back down. What do you want? I want to make sure we're clear about a few things. I'm clear on everything. He gives me a faint smile, looming over me from behind. I'm not so sure about that, Jane Austen. I drop my lip gloss into my clutch and snap it shut. Look, what happened was a mistake. Damn right it was. He snarls. I don't like how quickly he responds, but my pussy doesn't care. His proximity, the heat from him, and the divine scent of his cologne are ruining my panties. I'm embarrassingly wet. If I had any idea who you were, I never would have hooked up with you. I continue, like he didn't say anything. You're the last woman on earth I would have fucked. I blow out a breath. Gee, thanks. The feeling's mutual, mobster. We're in agreement. So, if that's it, I'd like to get back to the reception before Luna and your brother cut the cake. Not yet. He plants his tattooed hands on the white and gray marble counter on either side of me, caging me in. The action makes every hard inch of his body press against me from behind. And I do mean hard. Alessio is as turned on as I am, which is all kinds of fucked up, because we can't act on the lust we obviously haven't gotten out of our systems yet. My heart pounds and my pussy clenches. What do you want? He leans in, his lips almost grazing my ear as he speaks. You on your knees would be a good start. Goosebumps break out on my forearms. It takes all the self-control I have not to grind into his massive cock. Somehow I manage to keep my face expressionless, my voice cool. Ice Princess is a whole vibe for me right now. Not happening. Now that I know who you really are, I wouldn't touch your dick even if you offered me $1,000,000. I think we both know I wouldn't have to offer you a fucking nickel. I glare at him in the mirror. Hope springs eternal. What I want more than you on your knees is to be on the same page. You don't tell Luna about what happened. I won't tell Priest. No one ever needs to know but the two of us, and we'll forget it ever happened. Trust me, the last thing I want is for anyone to find out. It was a huge mistake, one that won't be repeated. Good. Glad we agree, Jane. When we're back in the States, I doubt I'll ever see you again. But I don't need this to cause any problems between my brother and me. You understand? The lethal menace is back, underscoring his silken words. I shouldn't want to tangle with Alessio, and yet I do. I don't see why what happened would matter to anyone else. Priest is protective when it comes to what's his. If Luna finds out and it upsets her in any way, there will be hell to pay. And I've got much more important things to do than worry about a one-night stand making trouble. He nuzzles my temple, and the gesture is so strangely tender, so at odds with his ice-cold demeanor and the threat lurking in his voice that it throws me off guard. Nice bruise, by the way. He's talking about the hickey he gave me. The makeup definitely didn't do the job. Thanks. I toss back my head, and I don't know why I say what I say next. Maybe I'll get a matching one tonight from someone else. For a few beats, he says nothing. I can feel his hot breath on my neck. I remember what it felt like, the nip of his teeth, the suction of his mouth, as his cock was deep inside me. I came harder than I ever have. Oh, yeah? He murmurs, and then he lifts a hand, gently trailing the backs of his fingers over the hidden bruise. I guess you could, if you don't mind being disappointed. The balls on this man. I'm sure I'll find the will to persevere. Do whatever you want. Just keep this shit. He lightly taps my throat with the tip of one tatted forefinger. To yourself, like a good girl. Because if you don't, you're not going to like the consequences. Something is seriously wrong with me, because hearing Alessio say, good girl, is enough to make my clit throb. What consequences? I demand. Yeah, I guess I have a death wish. He meets my gaze in the mirror. I'll make sure you can't make any trouble for me, ever again. My God, he's threatening to end me, to my face. I choke out a laugh that's almost hysterical. If you think my telling Luna about an accidental hookup with you is going to stir shit between you and Priest, but killing me won't, you don't know her at all. Who said anything about offing you, Jane? He tisks. Do all writing professors have such wild imaginations, or is it just you? Before I can answer, he straightens and steps away. I'm so shaken by his presence, the raw animal magnetism he exudes like a pheromone, that I barely register the fact that he's either insinuating he'll torture me or he's flat out telling me he'll have me killed. I can't tell if he's bluffing or if he's serious, but I don't want to find out the answer. Also, he called me by the wrong name. Again. I glare at the psycho, sexy bastard as he stalks toward the door. His trousers hug his tight ass to perfection. He stops, and to my abject mortification, looks over his shoulder and catches me eye-fucking him. Alessio gives me a cocky grin. Oh, and sweetheart, sorry for ruining you for every other dick. Then he flicks open the lock and breezes out the door like the mafia sex god he is. Damn him.
Chapter 8. Saint. My brother is having the time of his life, which is exactly what I want for him. I don't think I've ever seen Priest looking so damn at ease and carefree, a constant smile on his face as he lives it up with his beautiful bride. The dance floor is a swirl of writhing bodies and flashing lights. The drinks are flowing, the music is banging, and all the guests are having a fantastic time celebrating the bride and groom. Even Zia Maria is out there on the floor, happily doing the Macarena to a song that sounds nothing at all like the 90s dance hit. I'm embarrassed I even know what that shit looks like, but this isn't my first rodeo. This wedding's a little different because we're in the islands, and Priest and Luna have kept the guest list shorter and more private. But I've seen way too many electric slides and other reception line dances to ever truly consider myself normal again. And I proved as much earlier when I ambushed Isla in the restroom and ground my cock against her ass. Not one of my finer moments, but in my defense she looked fucking irresistible standing there in that pale blue dress, her hair falling in loose waves down her back. I was still pissed over finding out who she really was, pissed over the implications hooking up with her had for my relationship with Priest, and just genuinely pissed that I couldn't hook up with her one more time. I was a complete jackass to her. Oh well, I am a jackass most of the time. It comes with the line of work. So much death and destruction surrounds us at all times that I can't afford to be soft. It's my job to be ready for anything, regardless of how fucked up it is, and no matter how dangerous and deadly. Priest throws back his head and laughs, dancing with Luna as a new song starts to play. Everything went down perfectly. Despite the fact that I managed to fuck the maid of honor, no one else knows. I've played it cool. Every second of the ceremony went off without a hitch. Luna got her pictures. I even fucking smiled. Dinner was delicious. I managed to return from the restroom in time to catch the cutting of the cake, and now we're in the cruise control portion of the evening. I should be happy. I should be drinking the Macallan in my hand and forgetting about everything waiting for me back home. toasting my brother and sister-in-law, maybe even joining in on the dance floor. But I'm not. Isla's on the floor, dancing with an Andriani cousin, but if Fabiano doesn't stop moving in too close, I'm going to have to step in. And I really, really don't want to have to do that. The lights flash, and I catch a glimpse of Fabiano's hand on her ass. Damn it, that's my ass. I want to roar it. I want to tear across the dance floor and stake my claim. I'm not stupid, so I'm not going to do that. And she doesn't belong to me, even if part of me wishes she did. Still, this disrespect can't go unanswered. I'm not going to let him stand there groping the maid of honor at our Don's wedding reception. I set down my untouched glass and stride into the throng. The crowd parts from me like the sea. We might be at a wedding reception thousands of miles from home, but I'm still the consigliere, the most powerful Don on the East Coast. I don't even say a word when I reach Fabiano, just grab his arm and haul him away from Isla. "The fuck?" he sputters until he turns and realizes it's me. Sorry, you took me by surprise." "What were you doing?" I grind out, not bothering to accept his apology. His expression goes wary. "Dancing?" "Not anymore. Go get a coffee." He looks like he's about to protest, so I give him a hard look, one that has him wilting like a rose in the sun. Fabiano nods. "You got it. Want one for yourself?" "Sure," I tell him, even though I have no intention of drinking a coffee. I make a dismissive gesture, and he scoots away like a scolded dog. Satisfied, I move through the dancers as Mr. Brightside starts playing. I don't get far enough before I have a little chihuahua nipping at my heels. Isla jumps in front of me, looking peeved. "What was that all about?" she demands as if she has the right. "None of your concern," I tell her, and move to step around her and get the hell off this dance floor. It's too damn loud. She grips my arm. "Wait." I stop and give her an annoyed look. "What's the problem now, Jane?" I know she doesn't like it when I call her by the wrong name, which is why I do it as often as possible. She's sexy as hell when she's mad, and I need to keep her angry with me. It'll be easier that way. "What did Fabiano do wrong?" She crosses her arms over her chest. "You two certainly are cozy, aren't you?" I can't keep the edge from my voice. Fabiano's a decent enough kid, but he's 21 and thinking with his dick, and there's no way I'm allowing him anywhere near Isla for the rest of the night. "We were dancing together." "His hand was on your ass." Her mouth falls open. "It was not." "Don't tell me I didn't see it with my own two eyes." "We were dancing, that's all. He's not in trouble, is he?" Jesus, does she think I'm going to clip my own cousin at my brother's wedding because he copped a feel? I stare down at her and realize that, yes, that's exactly what she's worrying about. The only trouble he's in is the kind he'll make for himself if he doesn't listen to me. I tell her, which is a hell of a lot more than I have to tell her. Then I walk away again. She follows me. Of course she does. "What does that mean?" she asks, struggling to keep up with my long strides in her silky dress and strappy sandals. "It means what you think it does." "So now I'm not allowed to dance with fellow guests at the reception?" I reach the table I left, my Macallan still waiting for me. We're far enough from the music that I can hear her without her having to yell, but the music is still loud, and we're off to the side, in the shadows not illuminated by the multicolored dance floor lights. "You're not allowed to grind on my little cousin while he grabs your ass." "No," I snap. "Is that all? I've got some scotch to drink." She crosses her arms over her chest again, which is a shame because it blocks my view of her hard nipples. "I wasn't grinding on him. For one thing, he's too young for me. I don't date college kids. My ex did enough of that for both of us. For another, he was just being friendly." "Any friendlier, and he would have had you up against the wall." I lift my drink to her in mock salute and then down a mouthful, relishing the smooth burn. "At least Fabiano didn't follow me into a bathroom." If he even thinks about it, I'll tie an anchor to him and throw him into the fucking ocean. Her lips part, but nothing emerges. I kind of like that I've managed to render her speechless. For the second time. Cat got your tongue, Jane. I lean closer, inhaling orange and pineapple, and everything I want so badly but absolutely cannot fucking have. Better be careful. Leave your pretty mouth hanging open like that for too long, and I'll be tempted to stick my dick back in it. You're a real prick, you know that? I drained some more of my Macallan. I do my job, that's all. So it's your job to police the wedding guests, insult the maid of honor, and threaten to kill one of the groom's cousins? She sounds horrified. I never said I'd kill Fabiano. I shrug a shoulder. I just said I'd throw him into the ocean with an anchor attached to him. You inferred the rest. You're a psycho, you know that? My lip curls. I think you better watch what you say to me. That mouth of yours is going to get you into trouble, Jane. Stop calling me Jane. You know what my name is. Yeah, but pissing you off is my new favorite sport. Find a different one. I give her a feral grin. Nah, don't think I will. We trade glares. I'm impassive, a fucking rock. Nothing she can do or say will get to me. This is a battle Miss Goody Two-Shoes writing professor is never going to win. Fabiano shows up then, a hesitant air about him holding 2 cups of coffee on saucers. He extends one to me. I guess here's the coffee you wanted, Saint? I raise my glass to him. I'm having Macallan right now. Maybe go and serve it to Zia Maria instead. His forehead wrinkles. But you said... He catches the expression on my face, and his words trail off. He's probably had one too many drinks. He's not usually this dense, but at least he's catching on. Right. He nods so emphatically that some of the coffee sloshes onto the saucer. Of course, I'll just go then. He sends a longing look in Isla's direction, and I get it. She's hot as fuck. But she's not for him. Not in this century. Good idea, I tell him. But go and clean up those saucers first. You can't go around offering Zia Maria sloppy, half-full coffees that are fucking dripping all over the place. Show some respect, Stronzo. I will. I'll clean it up. He nods again, poor kid, and more coffee spills. I'd feel bad for him if his hand hadn't been on Isla's luscious ass. He's lucky I don't chop it off at the damn wrist. I'll go with you, Isla volunteers, giving me the look of death. Fabiano takes one look at me and realizes what a terrible idea that is. No! He blurts so loudly that an older Andriani couple a few tables down looks at us. I've got this. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? Positive. He forces a smile, and I wonder if it's as painful as it looks. See you around. See you, she says, frowning as she watches him go back to the coffee bar to fix the saucers and refill the cups at my directive. Then she turns to me, her irritation even more obvious. Did you really have to intimidate him like that? Yes, I did. Fabiano's a fucking kid. He needs to learn the ropes if he wants to join the big boys one day. Dry humping the maid of honor at his Don's wedding isn't exactly a good look. So we were humping now? She's outraged. I love the fiery fury in her eyes, in her voice, the way she's standing up to me, challenging me. I'm half-hard just standing here drinking her in. But we're surrounded by family, and my goal is to keep everyone from noticing the electric chemistry between Isla and me. Together, we're combustible, even when we're at each other's throats. Maybe more so when we are. I down the rest of my drink. Look, you standing here giving me your outraged routine isn't any better. Go back to dancing. Just make sure you're not trying to get dicked by any of my cousins. She actually has the nerve to poke me in the chest. You don't get to order me around. Got that? I don't care who you are. I have lightning-quick reflexes. In a heartbeat, I catch her finger in a grip she can't escape. You should be careful with this finger, sweetheart. I'd hate for something to happen to it. I'm not about to cut off anything when it comes to Luna's best friend, but I'm not above scaring her into thinking I might. It's the only way I could keep myself from falling back into her bed, and the best way to maintain that angry fire in her eyes. "Are you going to chop it off?" she asks me, her body tense and frozen, deer in headlight style. I almost feel bad for making her think that, for the tiny hint of fear in her voice, but I don't allow myself to feel guilt. Not for anything. If I did, I'd be burning alive with it after some of the things I've done. Before I can think twice, I bring her finger to my lips and catch it in my teeth, giving her a quick nip. Maybe I'll bite it off. She jerks her hand from me, and I allow it. "You're sick, you know that?" Without waiting for me to respond, she whirls around and sachets that fine ass back to the dance floor. I head to the bar for another glass of Macallan. Looks like the night is going to be a long one.
Isla. "You are the most beautiful bride I've ever seen," I tell Luna as we dance together to hotel room service. Actually, I shout it while raising my hands in the air and shaking my ass, because the music is still loud enough to wake the dead, and because there's something really satisfying about the chorus to this song. Also, I'm tipsy. I tried to avoid anything even resembling vodka, but one of the Andriani cousins, I think it's Francesca, although with the lights down, telling them apart is getting increasingly difficult with each drink I consume, gave me a delicious rum cocktail that slid down so easily I snagged myself another, and another. I'm having the time of my life, despite the glowering mobster who keeps watch from a table in the shadows. And if I shake my ass a little more than necessary, he's the reason. He bit me. I still can't believe it. "Thank you," Luna tells me, throwing an arm around me as we dance. "I love you so much, and I'm so glad you're here with me for this day." "Me too," I sniffle, because I'm getting misty-eyed again. My bestie is married. Her wedding was perfect. I'm so happy for her, I can hardly stand myself. We dance ourselves breathless to the rest of the song, and when it's over, Luna hugs me and I hug her back. A familiar guitar melody starts up, and Priest appears at our side. "You two can dance together for this one, if you want to," he says diplomatically. Luna and I crack up laughing, and I disentangle myself. She may be just a tad tipsy, too. This is the celebration I wanted for her. Thank God I didn't ruin it. And neither did Psycho Mobster, despite all his threats and icy glares. Too bad all that white-hot charm evaporated the second he found out who I really was. But it's definitely for the best. I don't want anything to do with the mafia. Luna was born into this world, and she can handle it. From the looks of things, she's got Priest wrapped around her finger anyway. "I need a break," I tell them, making a shoe motion with my hands. "Go on and dance, lovebirds." I don't have to tell them twice. Luna goes into Priest's arms, and they lock gazes, swaying to "Everything Has Changed." I sniffle some more as the lyrics hit me in the feels, and then I decide to go in search of the bar. Maybe one more rum drink before the reception winds down couldn't hurt. But before I can get to the bar, he's there. A wall of imposing mafia muscle. "Where are you going, Jane?" I've had enough rum to give him my true opinion of his question. I meet his cold glare. "Fuck you." His jaw tightens. "I told you that mouth of yours is going to get you into trouble." To my complete amazement, he takes my hand in his and starts tugging me back to the dance floor. "What do you think you're doing?" I demand. "Dancing with you." He whirls me around, and I land against him, his captive, my palms splayed on his hard chest. I highly doubt you need another drink from the bar. I wasn't going to the bar, I lie. He doesn't say anything, just looks down at me with that smug, arrogant expression that makes me want to either kiss him or punch him in the nose. It's really not fair that he's so good-looking, and that he gave me the best orgasms I've ever had. Don't think about that now, Isla. Why does he have to smell so delicious? I could lick him from head to toe, trace his 8-pack with my tongue. Down, girl. He's a dick, remember? A criminal. Right. Stop looking at me like you want to knee me in the balls. He growls at me. I blink. We're on the periphery of the dance floor, swaying to the music, the lyrics oddly prescient as the melody unwinds around us. Don't give me any ideas, I say sweetly. My hands are still on his chest. I can feel his heart pounding steadily under my right palm. It's a reminder that this powerful, handsome, vital man is also fallible, mortal, made of flesh and bone. He chuckles, my hands absorbing the rumble. We're putting on a show. Try to look like you're enjoying yourself. I am enjoying being this close to him, enjoying his hands on my waist, holding me like they belong there. I blame this on the rum. If I were sober, I'd have already kicked him in the shins. I give him an arch look. I'm not good at faking it. I know. His head dips, his lips close to my ear. Your screams were all too real. He's baiting me, and I'm not going to take it. When he straightens, I look him in the eye, sliding my hand slowly up to his shoulders. Or maybe I'm better at faking it than I thought I was. That's a blatant lie. Every noise I made that night was 100% real and totally involuntary, an instinctive reaction to the unbelievable pleasure he inflicted on me. Again and again and again. I'm getting turned on just thinking about it, which is a terrible, very bad, no good thing, because this man is not for me. He's made that more than apparent in every way possible. He smirks. We both know you weren't faking it. He's right, damn him, but I refuse to admit it. I change the subject instead. So why are we putting on a show? So that Luna and Priest think we're friends. More like frenemies. One of his hands glides to the small of my back, resting just above my ass, and I hate how good and comfortable it feels, being in his hold like this. Besides, he says coolly, it's a good photo op. The best man and the maid of honor, dancing together. It'll make Luna happy. As if on cue, the photographer appears at our side, and I know he's right. Luna has been fixated on wanting the photography team to capture the essence of the day and preserve it. So, for my bestie's sake, I lean into Alessio and smile. The hand on my back presses me even closer. I feel his cock brush against me as the camera flashes. Perfect, the photographer says, grinning at us. A few more snaps, and she moves on, taking pictures of the other guests as she goes. The second she's gone, I jerk away, putting enough space between us that I won't have his monster dick tempting me. Oh, God. Just the thought of his big, beautiful cock practically ruins my panties. I need to get my shit together, or never touch another drop of alcohol again. Maybe both. The song winds down to the final lyrics about meeting someone and it altering the trajectory of your life. And they're so not wrong. Everything has changed since I arrived in St. Thomas. Alessio releases his hold on me, and I step back like he's made of fire and I just got burned. The DJ announces that we have a half hour left before the reception comes to an end. It's almost midnight. Without even looking at him again, I head for Luna. We spend the rest of the reception dancing and laughing, and when it's all finally over, she looks exhausted but happy. Everything was wonderful, I tell her. This was the most gorgeous wedding I've ever attended. Thank you, Iz. We hug again, and then Priest is there to collect his wife and take her back to his bungalow. I snap a final selfie of the three of us before I go off in search of my bouquet, which I abandoned at the wedding party table. I'm tired, my feet hurt, and thanks to Karina, this time I know which cousin it was, I've downed another rum drink before the open bar closed. If I wasn't tipsy before, I definitely am now. My water glass is still on the table, so I take a nice, thirst-quenching gulp. It's probably a bit late for that, don't you think, Jane? I wasn't expecting the voice. I snort my water and start choking, turning to find Alessio watching me with a grim, hooded look. Now there's water dripping down the front of my silk gown, and I'm trying to catch my breath. Christ, woman, you're not dying, are you? He grumbles, stalking forward to pat me none too gently on the back. I'm still coughing, or I'd offer him a snarky response. Also, I think he's enjoying thumping me on the back just a little too much. Finally, I catch my breath and move a step away from him. I'm fine, but thanks for the dubious concern. Why are you here? I've been ordered to babysit you and take you safely back to your room. Babysit me? I mean, it's true that I'm currently sporting water I dribbled down the front of my dress, but I still object to the term. Besides, he's the last person who should be entrusted with watching out for me. I don't know if he wants to fuck me or kill me. Maybe both. He eyes the dark stains on my dress, which happen to be right over my breasts. Need a napkin? It'll dry, I snap, and I don't need you to babysit me. Did Luna seriously ask you that? Where is she? I look around the reception hall, but I don't see her. She must have already exited stage left with Priest. She's gone, he confirms. Priest carried her out of here a minute ago. Well, thanks for the offer, but I'm good. I grab my bouquet, wincing as I touch the thorn I forgot was there for the second time. Ouch. What's wrong? I glare at him. You don't have to play nice because your brother asked you to. I'm fine, really. Go crawl back under the rock you came from. That's not very nice, Emily. I thought it was Jane. He shrugs. I like variety. Funny, so do I. I wield my bouquet at him like it's a magic wand. See you never. I turn away from him, picking my way through tables and trying hard to ignore the fact that he's trailing me. Fine, he can follow me all he wants. That doesn't mean I have to acknowledge his annoying ass. I stop before the elevator bank in the main lobby, intent on getting back to the haven of my room, when I fumble around for my clutch so that I can extract my room key card to run the elevator to my floor. But I don't have it. Somehow, all I'm carrying is my bouquet. Panic hits me. Shit. My phone is in my purse, and so is what's left of the cash I brought along with me so that I could tip the bartenders. As I spin around to retrace my steps, there's Alessio, sauntering up to me, my light blue clutch dangling from his tatted fingers. Missing something? Did you steal my purse? I swipe at it, and he holds it too high for me to reach. He gives me a dark look. I'm not a thief. Ah, I drawl. So, in the grand scheme of things, murder, drug dealing, extortion, and illegal gambling are all morally sound. But being called a thief is one step too far? I get it now. As I taunt him, it occurs to me that I'm not supposed to be mentioning anything regarding the Andriani family's mafia ties in public. Luna specifically asked me not to. Damn it. A quick look around reassures me that no one is standing close enough to us in the lobby to overhear. The elevator doors glide apart, and inside, it's empty. Also, I haven't hit the up button yet. I'm reasonably sure Alessio summoned the elevator, but I have no idea how. "Get in," he says, his voice taut and cold. "Give me my purse back." "Say please, Jane." I jump and try to get it, annoyed that he's back to calling me Jane, but he only dangles it higher. He's too tall, and I'm too short. The doors start to close, so I give up and block them with my arm, stepping inside. He follows me and taps his keycard on the panel before pressing the 8 button. The doors slide shut, and the elevator lurches into motion, taking us up to my floor. He's still dangling the purse. "You know, if you can't ask for it nicely, I'm not sure if you should have it." "I think you got it backward, and I'm the one who's supposed to be babysitting you, because it's obvious to me which one of us is the child." He moves toward me suddenly, invading my space. I have no choice but to scramble backward to avoid him, which I do because coming into direct contact with this man in an empty elevator seems like the best and worst idea I've ever had. My back hits the wall, and he's there, right there, towering over me, exuding menace and sex. Crowding me. His face is cast in granite, harsh and annoyed. I'm a fly buzzing around the lion's head, and he's about to smash me with one graceful paw. "Say it." He wants me to say please. And for some reason, the more he prods me to use my manners, the less I want to use them. I glare back at him. "I'm not going to thank you for stealing my clutch." "I didn't steal it. You left it on the table and walked off with nothing but your bouquet." Fine. I believe that he didn't take my purse. And yes, I am tipsy and probably forgetful. I likely never even picked it up, just grabbed my bouquet and ran. But if I did, I blame him for it. If he hadn't been unsettling me, I wouldn't have been so eager to get the hell out of there. I was going back for it, I tell him defiantly. I didn't need your help. He shakes his head. "Guess I'll be keeping it then." I jump up, my breasts bouncing in my dress. He notices. "Careful, Jane. You're giving me quite a show." "You jerk." I shove at his chest. "Give me my purse." "All you have to do is say one word." "Dick," I snap, lunging for it again. "Wrong word." The elevator stops, but the doors don't open. A new wave of alarm hits me. Oh my gosh, are we stuck in here? Being trapped in a confined space with him is not how I'm going to spend the rest of my evening. Oh no, I'll pry those doors open myself if it's the last thing I do. "I'll let you out when you say please, like a good girl." There it is again. Something is wrong with me because I want to wrap myself around him when he says it. The rum. Has to be the rum. "Please give me my clutch, you dick," I grit out. "What did you do to the elevator anyway?" I have no clue how he managed to get it to stop, but keep the doors closed. He laughs like he's having the best time ever, and he probably is, because he's a perverse bastard. "Careful, when you insult me, it makes me want to see those pretty lips wrapped around my cock again as I come down your throat." That takes all the air out of my lungs. My pussy clenches, because I'm remembering what it felt like, taking him into my mouth, how he tasted, the way he sounded, a strangled moan to let me know how much he liked what I was doing to him, how big he was. I hope you enjoyed it, because that's the only time it'll ever happen. His smile is smug arrogance personified. "You're thinking about it now, aren't you?" Then he lowers the purse so it's within my reach. I snatch it out of his grasp, as irritated with him as I am with myself. He's not wrong. I am thinking about it. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone, taps his screen twice, and the elevator doors slide open with a cheerful ding. I think this is your floor. One glance at the illuminated numbers on the wall over his shoulder proves that it is. I breeze around him, gripping my bouquet in one hand and my purse in the other. No need to walk me to my door. Don't want to get on my sister-in-law's bad side, he drawls, following me out of the elevator. I find it difficult to believe you're not already there, I toss over my shoulder. I'm halfway down the hall before I realize I went in the wrong direction. Huffing a sigh of annoyance, I spin around and find him where I left him, standing there like a mobster king, arms crossed as he waits for me to realize my mistake. Forget where your room is? He has me flustered, badly, but I refuse to admit it, so I ignore him and stalk past. By the time I finally get to my actual room, I'm even more agitated. I drop my bouquet while I'm fishing through my clutch for my room keycard, because I didn't bother to set up the app on my phone. In hindsight, I really should have done that. Alessio picks up the flowers for me as I finally find the smooth plastic of the card and withdraw it to tap the door. The light blinks green and the bolt clicks open. I'm in a hurry to get away from him, so I throw a hasty thanks over my shoulder without making eye contact, grab my bouquet, and step inside. Have the night you deserve, I tell him before slamming the door in his arrogant face. I think I hear him chuckling as he walks away. And of course, I press my eye to the peephole, watching him strut back down the hall like he owns the place. Then again, he does, at least in part. With a low growl of irritation, I kick off my sandals and toss my purse onto the freshly made bed before I flip the privacy latch over. Time to fall into bed and catch up on some much-needed sleep. My maid of honor duties are over. Chapter 9. Isla. The sun is shining, and it's another beautiful day in paradise by the time I make it to Priest's bungalow the next morning for the wedding party brunch they planned. My missing luggage finally arrived yesterday, meaning that I was reunited with my vibrator last night. It wasn't my finest moment, but I made good use of it with a certain arrogant mafia kingpin in mind. This morning, I slept in longer than I intended, but thankfully jolted awake with enough time to quickly shower, throw on some makeup and a dress, and head out. As I approach the bungalow, I see that Luna's outside alone, on the phone. "No, I totally understand," she's saying. "Thank you for letting me know. We can arrange something. Please don't worry." She's quiet, listening to the person on the other end, and then she nods. "Okay, you too. Talk to you later." She ends the call, pacing until she catches sight of me and perks up. But even though she's smiling, I know something's wrong. Luna always wears what she's feeling on her face. She can't help it. "What's up?" I ask. Her smile fades, and she waves a hand in a dismissive gesture. "Oh, it's nothing." "It's not nothing. I know you too well. Spill it." She gives me a look. "Don't tell me I have an expressive face." "You have an expressive face," I say at the same time. We both laugh. "But you do. I can always read your mind. So, are you going to tell me what's going on?" She sighs. "Sid's cat sitter has a family emergency, and she's got to fly home. The boys said they'll take care of him for me, but I'm not sure I'd trust them with a chia pet, let alone my baby." I'm guessing that by the boys, she means Priest's brothers. One hot, arrogant jerk included. They're all 6 foot plus, dark and lethal, and the furthest I can imagine from boys. But I keep that to myself. "I don't know, Scorpion seems like the type who might be able to manage a chia pet," I tease, trying to lighten her mood. "Or at the very least, a bonsai tree." She flashes me a wry smile. Maybe an artificial bonsai tree. I wince. That bad? I love them, but they're not exactly the nurturing type. Sid needs love, and a cuddle buddy, and love. I've yet to meet Luna's rescue kitty, but I regularly coo over the pics she sends of him. He's a gray and white tuxedo with big green eyes that stare directly into your soul, daring you not to love him. Luna shakes her head. I think Priest and I may have to cut the honeymoon short. We can always do this again some other time. No! My response is instant and adamant. You are not canceling your honeymoon. As your maid of honor, I refuse to allow it. It's not a big deal. Priest has to come back to check on the hotel periodically anyway. Maybe in a few months we can make it work. I'll watch Sid for you, I blurt. Because it's the obvious answer to her problems. She trusts me. I'm not a gun-toting, testosterone-oozing mobster. I'm a nerdy girl with comfy PJs, a stash of books, a love of tea, and a definite need to cuddle with a soft, purring cat. Not to mention, I'm currently unemployed and drifting as aimlessly as an unmoored boat in the ocean. I literally have nothing better to do. Luna shakes her head. As much as I'd love to take you up on that, you have your own life to worry about. We wouldn't be back before spring break is over, and you have classes to teach. This is just a honeymoon, and it can easily be rescheduled. Just a honeymoon? Nice try, woman. There is no such thing as just a honeymoon. This is your honeymoon, and you're not missing it. I take a deep breath and prepare to reveal the embarrassing other part of the story that I neglected to tell her before. Besides, I don't have classes to get back to when spring break is over. She frowns. What do you mean you don't have classes to get back to? I quit. Luna shouts. I wince. My girl's got a set of pipes on her. Why didn't you tell me this before now? She demands when I don't say anything quickly enough. Because I didn't want to unload all my baggage right before your wedding day. You should have. We are best friends. You can come to me with anything. Please know that. She puts a hand on my arm. I pat it, feeling the awkward sting of tears. I know, but you only have one wedding day. Technically, I had two. The mulligan is the only one that counts. She laughs. Seriously, though, please don't keep secrets from me. Guilt burns through me. There's a much bigger secret I'm keeping from her. A 6'2" muscled mobster maniac secret. But that's for her own good. Plus, I've been threatened. I don't need to test the waters and find out what Alessio meant when he said he'd make sure I couldn't cause any trouble for him ever again. I won't, I tell her, hating myself for lying. But don't make me pinky swear. So you quit your position? I did. After everything that went down with Christian, I couldn't stay there on campus with him. I decided I needed a clean break, so I quit. I've been taking the spring semester as a kind of unofficial sabbatical. You don't have a new position lined up? Nope. I try to shrug it off, but we both know that for me, this is big and telling. I plan everything, and I'm generally more organized than Marie Kondo. It's how I deal with trauma. I'm still finding my way, figuring out where I want to be. The time off has been really good for me, and it also means that I'm free to watch Sid while you enjoy your honeymoon. I don't know. Luna hedges. You have enough going on without having to step in as a kitty mom. I have nothing going on, which is why I'm the perfect standby cat mom. It'll give me practice for when I get a kitty of my own. The thought has infinite appeal. An adorable face looking up at me every morning, a furry companion curled up in my lap, unconditional love. Sign me up. You're getting a cat? I love cats, and Christian didn't like them. In fact, he had made it clear that I wasn't welcome to bring any animals into our house. I had chalked it up to his inner neat freak, but now I'm pretty sure it was a red flag I overlooked. More proof that he sucks, Luna nods, as if we needed more. You're so right. She wrinkles her nose. Harlow. Then she makes a fake gagging sound. I grin, so glad I have Luna in my life. I'd be lost without her. She's the only family I have left. Yes, I have a handful of cousins scattered over the country, some aunts and uncles on both sides, but I've never been close to any of them. Why couldn't her name have been Susan? I ask, grateful for the chance to make light of a situation that pulverized my heart. Or Bethany. Even a Nancy would have been better. We're both laughing now. Coming to St. Thomas has done me a world of good. Yes, it caused problems that will not be thought about in case Luna's bestie spidey senses start tingling, but it also reconnected me with my best friend. It's been so good to hang out together, to laugh and reminisce like the old days in grad school, which feel like they were a lifetime away. Distance from Christian, sunshine, sand, gorgeous waters, amazing people and food, and spectacular orgasms didn't hurt either. You're serious about looking after Sid for me? Luna asks. I don't hesitate. Completely. Just tell me where I need to be, when I need to be there, and what I need to do. It'll be done. You're a lifesaver. She throws her arms around me, squeezing me tightly. I know I say it all the time, but I don't know what I'd do without you. Same. I hug her back. She pulls away, searching my face. You're completely sure? Like 110%? I really feel like I'm taking advantage. Not at all. Let me do this for you. It would make me happy. Okay, you've got yourself a deal. She releases me. But I'll be paying for your time, the same way I would for any cat sitter, and I'll cover all your expenses, from travel to food. I don't expect you to do that, Luna, I protest. I know you don't, but I won't take no for an answer. She waves a hand in the air. I'll talk to Saint. He's going to be handling the business while Priest and I are on our honeymoon. I'll make sure he gets you set up at the penthouse with everything you need. My stomach flips. The last thing I want is to have to deal with Alessio any more than I already have. I was planning to board my flight and never see him again. And now Luna wants to throw me back into his orbit, like a rabbit tossed into a lion enclosure. I clear my throat, striving for a nonchalant tone. That's really not necessary. Just text me the details, and I'll figure it all out when my plane lands. As if I would let you fly home commercial when we have a private jet here, she scoffs. They have a private jet? I don't know why I'm surprised by this information, but I am. It's clear that Priest and his family are incredibly well-to-do. All that investing has really paid off. I'm sure my mouth is still hanging open in shock because Luna continues. I would have sent it to you in Iowa for your trip here if I didn't suspect you'd refuse me. You're right, I would have. And it's super unnecessary. I have a flight to head back already booked. I'll just change my destination and call it good. You're not going to change my mind on this. Luna's expression turned stubborn. Altering your destination this close to flying is going to cost you big time, and you'll be much more comfortable on the private jet. Being stranded on a jet with Alessio at 30,000 feet isn't exactly what I had in mind for my flight back. There's no way I'm going to agree to flying home with him. The more space and time between the two of us, the better. I want him to be nothing but a distant memory, someone I may see in passing at future kid birthday parties and offer a casual hello to. What I don't want is to be close enough to touch him, to feel those icy blue eyes on me, to want him. But I start to protest. Luna holds up a hand, cutting me off. No buts. I insist. It's the least I can do as a thank you for saving my honeymoon. I stare at her, a dawning sense of dread blooming inside. There's no way I can refuse her offer without it seeming incredibly odd and making her ask questions I have no intention of answering. What person in their right mind would turn down a flight home on a private jet in favor of paying a premium to fly economy? Okay, I relent. I'll take you up on that offer. Thank you. Luna beams at me. No, thank you. Now come on, let's go get brunch with the others so we can lie on the beach and do absolutely nothing other than tan our asses and drink fruity drinks for the rest of the day. I force a smile. Sounds perfect. And it does, really. Except for the part where I have no choice but to accompany my mobster tormentor home on a private jet. Then we'll be spending 2 weeks in the same city. Maybe he has an assistant who can go between us. Because if he doesn't, and if I'm forced to interact with Mr. Tall, Dark, and Psycho for the 2 weeks I'm cat-sitting Sid, I'm going to be so screwed. And not in a good way, either.
Saint. She's what? I stare at my brother, thinking I must have misheard him, because it sounded a hell of a lot like he just said that Isla would be cat-sitting Sid at their new penthouse for the next 2 weeks while they're on their honeymoon. Cat-sitting Sid, Priest repeats, looking at me like I have a few screws loose. Have you been paying attention? Half-heartedly. In my defense, we're all lounging at the pool, soaking up the sun. Isla is wearing a green two-piece that matches her eyes, and I've been having a hard time not admiring her in it every time she rolls over or struts back and forth to the pool for a cooling dip. I rub a hand over my jaw. Yeah, I have, which is why I don't understand what's going on. Didn't Luna hire some fancy cat-sitter who was going to feed him caviar every morning for breakfast and brush his teeth before bed? I'm being an asshole about it, I know. The cat is Luna's baby, and she treats him like a little prince. Don't be a dick, Priest says, giving me a glare over the top of his Ray-Bans. She does have a cat-sitter, but the cat-sitter has a family emergency, and she needs to fly home. Isla volunteered to step in and spend the next 2 weeks with Sid for us. That's the part where you come in. I'm going to need you to get her set up at the penthouse. She'll require a code, clearance with security, the whole 9 yards. My dick likes this news a lot. The rest of me, not so much. Can't Scorpion do it? I ask, trying to pawn her off on someone else, even though the thought leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. She's beautiful. Scorpion is likely to make a move. He's busy with the Russians. There's something brewing in their ranks, and I can't have him distracted. I don't need any shit going down on my honeymoon. I don't bother to tell him that if I'm forced to spend a lot of time with Miss Goody Two-Shoes, a whole different kind of shit is going to go down, and he won't like it any more than the kind he's talking about. Lucky then, I volunteer my youngest brother. Priest shakes his head. He's got shipments coming. We've had some recent delivery problems, and he needs to keep a close eye on everything. I sigh. Why me? Because you're my right hand. When I'm not there, you're in charge. Because I trust you. A sharp prick of guilt stabs through me when he tells me he trusts me. I don't like keeping what happened between Isla and me from him. We've never had secrets from each other. In this world, if you don't have trust, you don't have anything. I'm breaking the code between us, but I don't see that I have much choice. This is a complication none of us needs. Fine. I blow out another breath, annoyed. I'll get her set up with security and have them give her a code. But if you think I'm babysitting her, you're wrong. I'll be too damn busy to watch over her. She's capable of taking care of herself, Priest says. I think about her leaving her purse behind at the reception last night, the way she took a wrong turn. Sure. "Hey, you two look like you were getting along fine last night," he points out. His stare is hard, penetrating. I know my brother well enough to understand he's testing me, waiting for a reaction. So I'm careful not to give him one. If he finds out I hooked up with Isla and then kept it to myself, there will be hell to pay. It's a violation of my oath of loyalty to him, to the family, even if I'm doing it for his own good. It won't matter. She seems nice enough, I say coolly, for a nerdy chick. Watch it, Fartore mio. My wife is a nerdy chick, and for the record, I think it's hot as fuck. Smart women are a turn-on for me, and Isla is definitely intelligent. She's also like an adorable kitten in the wild, about to be eaten by an apex predator. In this scenario, that predator is me. I hold up my hands. Easy. I mean no insult. She's just not my type. Jesus, what a lie. Isla is more my type than any woman I've ever met, and that's why I have to stay the fuck away from her. Why I need to be as cold and ruthless to her as possible. I'm not like my brother. I don't believe in love and happily ever after and all that sentimental shit. For him, yeah, it's great. He needed to marry Luna to unite the families and end a brutal turf war. Bonus, they're wildly in love with each other, and they'll have a shit ton of the cutest kids imaginable. For me, that kind of commitment is a hell no. I'm married to my job. Damn right she's not your type, Priest says, a note of warning entering his voice. She's off limits. Noted. Good. He nods, pushing his sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose. So it won't be a problem then? You'll handle everything and see that Isla gets safely to the penthouse? Give her the lay of the land, and if she needs anything, you'll be her first call. Shoot me now. Let's hope she doesn't fucking need anything, I grumble. She might not. Apparently she's going through a rough patch from what Luna told me. Her fiancé cheated on her, and she dumped the bastard. Holy shit. This is news to me. Isla was engaged, and the piece of shit stepped out on her with someone else? He deserves a 9 milli between the fucking eyeballs for doing her dirty like that. I let out a low whistle. She's better off without him. No doubt. Obviously, don't mention it to her. Luna told me in confidence. Priest gives me a look of warning. I'm just telling you so that you know to be careful with her. Use your fucking kid gloves. I already did my part to heal her wounds, but I used my cock and my tongue. I don't tell my brother that, however. Kid gloves, I nod. Got it. Promise me you'll be there for her if she needs it. Luna's a little worried, and I don't want her spending the whole honeymoon waffling back and forth between staying here and heading home early. I do everything I can to keep my distaste for this request out of my expression. I promise. I'll give her all my numbers so she knows how to reach me. You can do it tomorrow on the plane, Priest tells me. She's flying home with you and the boys. Fuck my life.
Chapter 10. Isla. I fidget with my seatbelt and stare out the window next to me as the cabin crew prepares, trying to stave off the anxiety that's threatening to hit like a wave battering the shore in the middle of a hurricane. This private plane is a far cry from the modest, older Cessna model that was my father's pride and joy up until the day it crashed in poor visibility, taking my dad, my mom, and my sister Lily down with it. In the years since the accident, I've worked hard to get myself onto planes without the agonizing anxiety that once gripped me whenever I so much as thought about flying. Therapy was a godsend. But this is the first time I've been on a private plane since the last flight I took with my family before the wreck. I told myself that it would be okay, that it's no different from flying commercial, that I'm doing this as a favor to Luna, who is the only family I have left, and I can be strong for her. But with my eyes glued to the tarmac and my chest so tight it feels like I can barely breathe, I'm not so sure. It doesn't help that I'm flying with 3 mobsters, or that I hooked up with one of them, or that he's basically been threatening me every step of the way since. I should probably get out my e-reader, try to take my mind off the present by immersing myself in another world. I have a new Brother's Best Friend Duke historical romance queued up and waiting for me to dive in. Or use the breathing techniques I've learned. Priest's brothers are huddled in the front of the plane around a table, quietly talking business as vaguely as possible. I'm not listening. I'm doing my best to pretend like none of them exist. Particularly Alessio, who hasn't spoken a word to me since I boarded. Which is fine. Preferable, even. I'm not sure if I can handle him on top of everything else. I take a deep breath, and pain wraps around me, anxiety like an iron spiderweb constricting my lungs. Shit. This isn't going to be good. I don't want to have a full-blown attack in front of him and his brothers. Focusing on slow, deep breaths, I continue watching the ground crew out the window, so caught up in trying to control myself that I don't notice Alessio moving my way until he's folding his massive frame into the seat opposite mine. I tense up and refuse to look at him. There are other seats in this damn plane. Why is he sitting so close to mine? "Need anything?" he asks quietly. His voice is almost pleasant, more reminiscent of the charming bartender I couldn't wait to spend the night with, and far less like the dangerous criminal mastermind. Suspicious, I finally turn to look at him. Bright blue eyes sear into mine, his cheekbones so sharp they could cut me, his jaw shaded with a sexy 5 o'clock shadow that's a few days old. I swallow hard. "I'm good," I croak out. I sound like shit. I'm a mess of nerves. Once we're in the air, I'll be fine. I'm sure of it. But it's getting me there that's the problem. And the plane itself, the size. For some reason, commercial planes make me feel safer. "Want a glass of wine to take the edge off?" Damn him for seeing through me. I don't like the way he's looking at me, like I'm a specimen on display in a laboratory, like I'm his to study, to dissect. No thanks. "You're going to tear that seatbelt apart if you don't quit." I move my hands, realizing I'm still plucking at the belt. Now they're in my lap, gripping my thighs like I'm holding on to the edge of a mountainside, and one wrong move will send me plummeting to my death. "No," I tell myself firmly as the vice of anxiety tightens on me. "Don't think about death. Don't think about falling. You've got this, Isla." "I take it you have a fear of flying." "You could call it that?" I bite out. "What else could you call it?" I sigh, my heart pounding. "Look, if you don't mind, I don't really want to talk right now." I want to prepare myself in silence, without his eyes on me, without his long legs stretched out toward mine, crossed at the ankles, taking up all the space, without his cologne invading my senses and making me remember things that are better forgotten, like him on his knees for me, and then me returning the favor. "You're pale." I take my eyes off his long legs and glare at him. I have a healthy fear of the sun. "Paler than usual," he corrects. "Leave it alone." I don't want to explain to him. What happened to my family is not just brutally painful. It's intensely personal. When the plane first went down, there was a burst of public interest. My father had been a well-known fetal surgeon. My mom was a celebrated artist. My sister was young and beautiful. The happy, smiling pictures of my family were plastered all over the news and the internet, ripped from social media and magnifying my suffering and grief. There hadn't been a place I could look where I wouldn't see them or hear about them. as if having to go back to our house to find it quiet and empty, like they might walk through the door at any second, hadn't been bad enough. Suit yourself. He gives me an indolent shrug, like he doesn't care. Hand over your phone. I'm not giving you my phone, I deny instantly. I need you to have my numbers. Priest's orders. I don't need or want your phone numbers. For a second, I catch myself wondering how many he has. Multiple burner phones? A regular phone? It doesn't matter. I don't require his digits. It's not for me. It's for Sid. In case something goes down and the cat and you need help ASAP, before he and Luna can make it back stateside. He doesn't want Luna to spend the whole honeymoon worrying about the two of you. I bristle at that. She doesn't have to worry about me or Sid. That's why I'm doing this, so that she can relax and enjoy the honeymoon she deserves. He holds out a palm, looking unimpressed. I'm not in the mood to argue with him, so I unzip my purse, fish out my phone, and swipe upward with my thumb, unlocking it. Fine, suit yourself. He takes my phone and holds it to his. Try me on the primary number first. If I don't answer on that one, try the second and then the third. If you can't get me, I'm giving you Lucky and Scorpion too. Do the same with them. We each have a few different lines. A few taps of his finger on my screen, and he hands me the phone back. I don't bother to look at the numbers. Thanks. I can't keep the sarcasm from my voice. I have no intention of calling him or his brothers. In fact, I have no intention of seeing any of them ever again after we get off this plane. Except for maybe the occasional obligatory event that Luna invites me to sometime in the future. But I don't bother saying that as I slip my phone back into my purse and zip it closed. Intentionally avoiding his gaze and pretending like he isn't there, I turn my attention back to the window. It looks like final preparations are being made, and we'll soon be on our way, which only makes my anxiety spike back into overdrive. Hey. I glance in his direction. He's sitting opposite me like a sinful king, effortlessly at ease and yet oozing a powerful menace that scares the crap out of me because I know where it comes from. This man is a criminal. He's probably killed many times over, and he'll do it again. He'd murder me without a second thought. What do you want? I ask coolly. Maybe I should find my AirPods and start an audiobook. Listening to a British accent bring a handsome, arrogant duke to life certainly holds some appeal. At least then I won't be forced to converse with Alessio. You a nervous flyer? The anxiety returns, threatening to crush me. Before I can help it, I'm picturing the inside of the plane, my dad's plane, the one I flew on so many times before that awful day, the one I should have been on, except for the fact that I'd come down with a terrible cold and decided to stay behind. For a long time afterward, the guilt I had wrestled with had been enough to drown me. Why had I lived? Why hadn't I been on the plane with them? Isla. Alessio's voice is sharp, commanding attention, and it cuts through my turbulent thoughts. Something like that, I manage, answering him by summoning all the willpower I have. I feel his stare on me, but I can't look at him. I don't want him to see what I'm feeling reflected in my expression, in my eyes. So I keep staring at the tarmac, where a pair of men in reflective gear are waving batons to direct the aircraft. We start moving, and my panic increases accordingly. Part of me wants to tear out of my seat and demand to be let off the plane, even though I know I can't do that. I need to get back to the States. I'm doing this for Luna. Alessio gets up and walks toward the front of the plane. I exhale slowly, relieved that he's decided to leave me alone. Hopefully, he'll stay up there with his brothers, and they can continue plotting out their organized crime empire while we're at 30,000 feet. But it also feels strangely empty without his large body taking up the space opposite mine, encroaching on my territory with his long legs and big feet in his expensive Italian leather shoes. I focus on breathing while the plane continues to roll, getting us into position for takeoff. The pilot comes on the intercom and announces that we should be ready to go in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and then a 4-hour flight back to the city and Luna's new penthouse, where I'll be spending the next 2 weeks. I can do this. A shadow falls over me, and I look up to discover Alessio is back. He has a wine glass in hand, which he offers me.
Here, it's Pinot Grigio. It might calm some of your nerves.
It's morning.
Who gives a fuck?
His response is typical. I guess a man who plays by his own rules doesn't believe in them. I don't think a glass of wine is going to help, but I'm oddly touched that he's making an effort. Thanks, I say reluctantly and take the glass from him. Our fingers brush on the stem, and for a brief, wild moment, awareness sings through me, potent as the rush of adrenaline on a roller coaster.
No need to thank me. If you lose your shit and try to jump out a door, Luna and Priest will kill me.
His expression is impassive. Fine. He's not just being nice. He's got an ulterior motive. But somehow, I'm still kind of touched that he noticed and cared enough to fetch me a glass of wine. I won't jump out a door, I say, because I can't promise that I won't lose my shit. I should have changed my flight and traveled commercial. The trouble with that was I didn't really have the money to pay the exorbitant difference for the new flight at the last minute. Not that I don't have the funds. The trust from my parents, after all the red tape was settled, left me set. But I've never touched the money. I just can't bring myself to do it.
Drink,
he commands, folding himself back into the seat opposite mine. I thought you and your brothers were having a business meeting.
They are. I'm babysitting you.
I don't need a babysitter. Thank you very much. He just looks at me and raises a brow. I exhale again. How do I know it's not poisoned? He laughs.
That's not how I clip someone.
His words are hardly reassuring. Is it roofied? I ask next.
Mother Mary,
he growls, scrubbing a hand along his jaw.
Just drink the damn wine.
I can feel the plane preparing for takeoff. It's that shift as the engines pick up, and we're poised on the runway, waiting for the orders that it's go time. I suppose the wine couldn't hurt. I take a sip as we start to move. Think about what you can control, I remind myself sternly. Deep breaths. We achieve liftoff effortlessly, as if it's a natural state. And as we hit the smooth glide of the ascent, I take a few more sips of wine. I'm not calm, far from it, but I'm not coming out of my skin either. I'll take it. I know from experience that distracting myself is the key. Maybe I'll try reading, even if it's impossible with Alessio sitting so close.
Better?
He asks. I'm fine.
You don't look fine to me.
Thanks for the compliment.
Look, I need to have a conversation with you. I want to make sure we're on the same page, and I'd like to get it out of the way now, because when we hit the ground, I'm going to have a shit ton of work to do after being gone like this.
He's all business. Any hint of tenderness or concern has been ruthlessly excised until all that's left is a harsh, cold mobster, the kind of man who's capable of anything. I down the rest of my wine, bracing myself. By all means, get it over with.
Saint. There's something wrong with Isla. Something that goes way beyond a fear of flying. It's profoundly deeper. But whatever it is, She's not willing to let me in on her dark little secret. Now that we're finally in the air, a bit of her fire has returned, but it's just a spark instead of a roaring flame. It doesn't matter to me. Shouldn't matter to me. I don't need to play therapist and patient with her. I just need to tell her what she has to know while she's cat-sitting for Luna and Priest the next 2 weeks. I'm going to be her lifeline, and even if it irks the shit out of me, I have no choice. I'll be taking you to the penthouse, I tell her, forcing my mind to my job. It's a difficult switch to make, leaving the chill of the islands to head back to the rat race and the game of cat and mouse we play on a daily basis. But this is the only life we've ever known. And more importantly, it's made us wealthy and powerful as fuck. I can get an Uber, she tells me. You can, but you're not going to. Priest doesn't like his address getting around, especially not since he and Luna moved after the incident. The incident? She repeats, looking confused. Maybe Luna never told her the full story of what went down a year ago. Probably didn't want to terrify her best friend. Looks like I get to be the bad guy now. Luna was taken from the penthouse at gunpoint by her cousin, Amadeo the animal, and some of his crew. They took out the guards and made off with her while Priest was away. They moved to a different building since then, and they're keeping it on the down low, so no Ubers. Ever. Got that? She's even paler than she was before, a perfect ice princess from her white gold hair to her light blue sandals and matching toenails. Got it. He's no longer a threat, I add. Priest ended him with a bullet between the eyes for what he'd done. He should have done worse. The bastard deserved to be tortured slowly before being mercifully put down, but there hadn't been time. Priest had been acting to save Luna, and protecting her had come first. If he's no longer a threat, then why can't I take an Uber? Because he was only one threat. In our line of work, you can never be too careful with who you let in, who you trust. I give her a hard, meaningful stare. But I'm not part of your world, so there shouldn't be any real danger for me. Right? I don't have the answer for her that I'm sure she wants to hear. The truth is, she's a soft target, the kind that's easy to hit. The realization makes a sharp, protective urge jolt through me, but I tamp it down. She's not my responsibility, and she never will be. Besides, after these 2 weeks are up and she heads back to the Midwest where she belongs, she'll no longer be a target. She'll be thousands of miles from the shadowy networks we deal in, from the threats and the death and the power struggles. I crack my knuckles, an old habit of mine I can never seem to shake, one I resort to when I'm deep in thought. You'll be a part of this world for the next 2 weeks. While you're in my orbit, you play by the rules I give you. She doesn't like that. Her lips compress like she's contemplating ways she can murder me without getting caught. What if I don't like your rules? She asks. I hold her stare, showing her in my eyes a hint of the beast she's dealing with. Too fucking bad. She met me at a bad time, catching me with my guard down. I thought she was a woman I'd never see again, one who would never know who I really am. It was a little like role-playing that night. I was a different man because I could be. Now she thinks she can push me, that there's a hidden softness under this hard, harsh exterior. Spoiler alert, there isn't. But if she pushes me too far, she'll realize it. Her eyes narrow on me. What are your rules? Respect what the guards tell you, I start, listing off the first thing that comes to mind. There are guards? A crease furrows her forehead. It's clear to me that Luna failed to fully inform her friend what to expect while she filled in cat-sitting for Sid. Yes. Multiple guards? That is what the S implies, I believe. Very funny. I'm reasonably sure I know grammar rules better than you do. Don't let this face fool you. Shit, I'm joking with her. For a second there, it was impossibly easy to revert to the man I was when we met at the hotel bar. I wasn't Saint that night. I was Alessio. And she wasn't my sister-in-law's best friend either. She wasn't off limits. Instead, she'd been the most beautiful, mysterious, sexy woman I'd ever met. She snorts.
I did, and it didn't go very well.
We stare each other down. I know she'll be first to blink, and she doesn't disappoint me, looking at her hands in her lap. Her fingers have been going the whole time we've been talking. I know she's not as at ease as she pretends, but she's good at faking it. So, the guards, I start again, keeping my voice stern. There will be anywhere from 3 to 8 of them, depending on the day. Some stationed in the parking garage, others at the doors of the building, and at least 2 at the elevator. I wait while she lets that sink in before continuing. You'll be given a code that's unique to you. Don't share it. If anything happens to suggest your code has been compromised, Scorpion will be in touch to give you a new one.
What might happen to compromise it?
We have a vast intel network. If something is happening, we hear it first.
A vast bribery network, you mean?
No one said anything about bribes. I've never bribed anyone in my life, Jane. But I have left sums of money wadded inside envelopes and shopping bags in many an ingenious place. We don't call these bribes. More like shows of faith. I give you the cash, you do me a solid. Whether it is a politician, a cop, or even the mayor himself, we've had our fingers in everything over the last few years. It was necessary to build our influence.
You can call it whatever you want,
she says flatly.
A bribe is still a bribe.
I shrug. Want another glass of wine? We have a flight attendant, and I don't technically need to be the one playing fetch for Isla, but I feel responsible for her. Besides, Jenna knows better than to come into the cabin unless she's requested. Like everyone else, the less she overhears, the better. She gets paid incredibly well to do her job and look the other way. Isla looks down at the empty glass she's holding.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I remember from the reception and her night at the bar that she's a lightweight, so I don't push it. I need her to pay attention to what I'm telling her. And I also can't help but feel relieved that she's starting to look more like herself. Now that I've been antagonizing her, some of the color has returned to her face. She's still agitated, but the distraction seems to be helping. Fine, then. The rest of the rules. Keep to yourself. Don't tell anyone where you are unless you're on a call with 911 and they need to send an ambulance to get you. I pause, mulling over that directive. Actually, on second thought, don't. You'll be better off and much safer calling me, Scorpion, or Lucky.
I'm feeling positively warm and cozy already, she drawls. So let me get this straight. I'm going to be a prisoner at my bestie's penthouse for the next 2 weeks and kept under armed guard. No one can know where I am, and I can't leave until Luna and Priest show back up from their honeymoon.
You can also leave if I accompany you. My revelation goes as predicted.
Absolutely not.
She crosses her arms over her chest.
I'm not going to answer to you, Alessio.
You don't have a choice. I'm responsible for you, and I'm also responsible for making sure that Luna and Priest have the best uninterrupted honeymoon of all time. That's not going to happen if you do something stupid when you're grabbing a cup of coffee around the corner. To be fair, it's not like Priest told me that Isla couldn't leave the penthouse without me. He just asked that she have an armed guard at all times. But I'm taking it one step further and making sure I'm around whenever she leaves the penthouse. Too much can go down, and it can happen in seconds. Then I've got a war on my hands.
What if I don't drink coffee?
Always a fighter, this one. Sue me for the gas.
Actually, I'm more of a tea woman.
Figures, I shrug. If my brothers could hear this shit, they'd laugh me out of the nearest plane window. We're debating fucking hot morning beverages of choice, for God's sake. Doesn't matter where you go. Wherever it is, I'm tagging along.
What if I stay in the penthouse for 2 weeks?
Suit yourself. I'll still be checking in regularly, regardless. As soon as I say it, I'm tempted to kick myself. I don't need to check in with her. Priest didn't even ask me to. What the hell am I thinking? It doesn't matter. I said what I said, and I can't take it back. We hit a patch of turbulence, and she goes pale again, her knuckles white as she grips the armrests. She's definitely got a fear of flying, but she doesn't want me to know about it. Some foreign and totally unfamiliar part of me wants to comfort her. But I'm not about to do that, so I get up and instead fetch her another glass of wine before returning to our seats. I'm aware of my brothers watching me as I go, but they're too smart to say anything to me. I'll probably hear about this later. Grimly, I stalk back to Isla, holding out the Pinot. Drink this. This time, she doesn't give me shit and ask if I roofied it. She just takes it from me. Thanks. I don't like the vulnerability in her face, or the fear. But she's not mine to protect, not mine to fix. I'm here because Priest asked me to step in, and I'm his second in command. Nothing more. Remember what I said, I tell her. Just follow the rules, and everything will go smoothly. Then I go back to my brothers at the table, leaving her alone.
Chapter 11. Isla. The penthouse is mind-bogglingly massive. It takes up an entire floor of a skyscraper. I've been here for 2 days, and I'm still discovering rooms I hadn't realized existed. I'm also going stir-crazy. On any other day, I'm content to be a hermit, hiding away from everyone and everything in my apartment. But since Alessio dropped me off here with a repeated warning about not leaving the penthouse without him as an escort, all I've wanted to do is leave. Not because you're not absolutely darling, I reassure Sid, who just meowed at me as if to ask what he's done wrong. He makes a purring trill at me, which I've already come to learn is his way of saying, "Pet me, bitch." I cross the floor in my borrowed slippers. Thankfully, Luna and I have the same size feet because these marble floors are cold, and bend down to give him a few scratches on his head and some caresses under his soft white chin. He rubs his face on my hand and then gives me an adoring look with his big seafoam eyes. "You're lucky you're so cute," I tell him, "because you sure are demanding." He purrs and headbutts me in the ankle. Headbutts are Sid's love language. We've been getting along great. He was wary of me for about 3 minutes until I offered him some of the crunchy treats that are his favorite as a bribe. We've been besties ever since. He's an amazing lap cuddler while I'm reading, and he follows me everywhere, often winding himself around my ankles and almost tripping me in the process. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I snap a pic of him. It's blurry because he was in motion, so I take another 2 in quick succession. Finding one that satisfies me, I text it to Luna. She told me she likes regular Sid updates, and I'm happy to oblige. What else do I have to do here other than binge read and catch up on Netflix? In all, it's not a bad gig. Except for the part where I'm living in a mobster's penthouse, complete with armed guards at the door, and the threat hovering over me that the number 2 in charge criminal kingpin could show up at any second, unannounced and uninvited. And did I mention I'm going stir-crazy? Sid meows at me. "Let's get you some delicious breakfast, kid, and then I think I'm going to get out of here for a few minutes." Just to grab a tea, if nothing else. And contrary to what Alessio claimed, I'm not going to cause any trouble. Besides, the coffee shop I spied when he dropped me off here isn't around the corner. It's across the street. With Sid weaving around my ankles, I get him set up with breakfast. He promptly digs in, forgetting I exist. I don't take his lack of interest in me personally. He's a huge fan of salmon. And besides, now I can get to my shoes and purse and slip out the door without him unintentionally tripping me. My phone dings with a heart emoji from Luna on the picture, followed by 3 little dots. I wait for her text to come through. My baby. Give him an extra kiss from me. Thank you for being there with him. I send her a kissy face emoji in response, because I'm really trying not to interrupt her honeymoon. Go back to Sid for an obligatory kiss on his soft furry head, and then make my way back to the door. The second I'm over the threshold, a guard greets me. He's tall and huge, with a face that looks like it's incapable of gentleness or smiling, a wicked scar running across one cheek. "Good morning," he says, devoid of any expression. "What can we do for you?" "I'm heading out to get a cup of tea across the street," I tell him. "I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
"Did Mr. Andriani approve of this?"
I don't know which one he's talking about, Alessio or Priest, but it doesn't matter. I know what I'll hear next if I say no. So I give him my biggest, friendliest smile, the one I use for my classes on day one before they get to know me and realize I'm not a pushover. "Yes, he did," I lie. He looks at me, eyes narrowing.
"I'll send Vincenzo with you."
The last thing I want is to be followed around by a mafia guard. He's probably armed. Also, how awkward. I shake my head. "No need. Like I said, it's a short, quick trip. I'll be right back."
"I don't know if that's a good idea."
I withhold my sigh, because I'm not trying to rock the boat here, but I'm also not going to be told what I can and can't do. Luna may have signed on for this lifestyle, but I'm just a temporary visitor, and I don't like answering to anyone. I'm going to get that tea. I'm going to breathe in the scents of the city, be buffeted by honking car horns, and I'm going to stand in line way too long for a cup of tea that's not nearly as good as it should be given the price. But it's what I'm going to do because I want to, and because I need to stretch my legs and remember there's an outside world. I've spent the last few days with no one for company but a cat. "Well," I say slowly, "seeing as how I'm not a prisoner here, and I think it's a just fine idea, I'm going to go ahead and get myself that cup of tea. Be back in 20 minutes. I don't stick around for his response. I just sidestep him and hightail it to the elevator, where I punch in my personalized code to get to the lobby. Once I'm there, I waste no time in avoiding the guards posted at the door. And then, like that, I'm in the chilly early spring air of the city. The sun shines overhead, and the music of cars honking surrounds me, along with the rush of people filling the sidewalk as they move to their next destinations. I start moving with the flow of traffic, heading to an intersection and stopping to cross. While I pause, a gust of unforgiving March air makes me wish I'd grabbed a hoodie before coming down here. Too late. I'm not going to risk going back for one and getting stuck in the penthouse for the rest of the day. I plan to enjoy the hell out of these 20 minutes of freedom. The walk sign lights up, and as one, everyone who has been waiting to cross starts their way over the street. I follow, trying not to think about how pissed Alessio is going to be with me if he ever finds out about my field trip without his permission and his accompaniment. Too bad, anyway. Did he really expect me to cool my heels for an hour or two so that he could escort me to the coffee shop like I'm a little kid in need of a parental chaperone? Still fuming about that, I shiver as I reach the other side of the street and make a beeline for my destination. I'm close enough that I can make out the pastries taunting me from the window and catch the scent of coffee and breakfast on the breeze. The warm air that gusts around me as I step inside is a welcome relief from the cold outside. I get in line, peruse the menu overhead, and make my order when it's my turn. Miraculously, I find myself a secluded table in a corner to sit at until my name is called with my order. That's when I feel eyes on me. I cast a glance around the crowded coffee shop and see a tall, blond man in a dark hat and jacket whose gray eyes are laser-focused in my direction. Something about him makes the hackles rise on the back of my neck, but I tell myself it's nothing, just my imagination. I'm paranoid because Alessio made me paranoid with all his rules and warnings and scary mafia threats and burner phones. I drum my fingers on my purse, waiting, and try to distract myself. But the feeling returns almost instantly, and when I flick my gaze back in the direction of the line, the tall stranger is staring at me again, unsmiling and grim. It's not the look you give to someone you're interested in. A chill runs down my spine. Like Alessio, this guy has a menacing air about him, a certain aura of danger. But unlike with Alessio, he repels me 1,000 times more than he fascinates me. In fact, he terrifies me in a way Alessio never has. In the next instant, my name is called, and I rush to the counter to grab my venti Earl Grey and a scone. Now that I'm afraid I'm being watched, I don't really want to rush back to the penthouse. What if this guy is trailing me and he follows me there? All Alessio's warnings come back to roost in me now like a bunch of anxious chickens. I decide to sit back at my table and drink my tea for a few minutes. Pulling out my phone, I open an e-reader app and start scrolling. But despite the fact that I'm at the midpoint of my latest read, and it's starting to get delicious because the hero finally gave in to temptation, I can't seem to concentrate. The guy has moved through the line. I can't keep myself from surreptitiously watching him as he waits for his order. He's not looking in my direction. "John?" a barista calls out. He steps forward, taking the coffee. Hearing his name isn't any more reassuring. Is it an alias? Did he follow me in here? I take a sip of my Earl Grey as he sets up shop at a table in the corner, facing me. Calmly, he extracts a phone, and I swear he takes my picture. I blink, frowning at the lid of my to-go cup. I throw myself into the book on my phone, trying to act like I have no idea he's there, and doing my best to perfect a chill I definitely don't feel. Maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe I've watched one too many true crime shows. Or maybe the guy actually is watching me, and he did just take my picture, and the reason he's doing this is not just nefarious, but deadly. Still staring at my phone as my heart beats faster, I slowly cast a look in the man's direction, in time to find him calmly typing something on his phone and sending another look my way. I'll never know if I'm reading way too much into this stranger, or if I'm onto something unless I test my theory. But first, I want a picture of him, just in case. Pretending like I'm totally engrossed in something on my phone, I snap a picture of the man in the hat. Then I tuck my phone into my pocket. I pick up my scone and tea, heading back to the counter, where I ask for a to-go container for my scone. I take my time, making a slow process of transferring the oversized orange cranberry triangle into a biodegradable container. I've made sure to position myself so that I can keep an eye on the stranger. He's watching his coffee, typing on his phone, and glancing casually in my direction every so often. Watching me. Panic makes my chest tighten, but I do my best to control it. After snapping the to-go lid closed, I drop the container into my bag. Clutching my hot tea in one hand and my phone in the other, I weave through my fellow patrons and head out of the coffee shop. As I do so, I see the stranger in the dark hat rising from his chair, and goosebumps break out on my arms. It could be a coincidence. Or he could be following me. Back outside, I take a second to get my bearings. I can go to the right and cross the street to the penthouse, or I can head to the left and see if the guy from the coffee shop follows. I go to the left, pretending to glance at the shop windows as I go so that I can watch for him in my peripheral vision. And there he is, following in my wake with long, determined strides. Still, the city is a huge place. He could be going back to work, or home, to the subway. He could be headed anywhere. And just because he also took a left, it doesn't necessarily mean he's following me. I dip into a tourist store that's filled with knickknacks like magnets, coasters, teas, and mini snow globes. I duck behind a shelf and watch as he slows by the door to the shop, but then keeps going. Relief hits me. He's not following me. Feeling guilty for stopping into the shop without buying anything, I select a magnet for my fridge, whenever I have a fridge again, as a memento of this trip. I should have gotten one in the hotel gift shop in St. Thomas, but then I guess I'll always have my St. Thomas shorts to remind me of those glorious days in the sun. And the even more glorious one-night stand I so stupidly allowed myself. I pay for the magnet, thanking the cashier, who looks bored to be there, and then I dash back outside. But when I hit the cold air and the sidewalk crowd, I realize the guy in the dark hat didn't keep going. He's a half a block down, lingering by a bench. I duck back into the tourist store, the bell on the door jingling merrily as I re-enter. The bored cashier looks up at me, and I'm not even sure he recognizes I was the person who was here about 1 minute before, paying him for a magnet. Either way, I blurt out, "I'm having second thoughts about the magnet I chose." He blinks at me. "We have a no-return policy." "Do you have a swap policy?" As I ask the question, I keep my eyes trained on the window. The man in the dark hat has slowly started moving back in my direction, and now my panic is in overdrive. What if he realized I saw him following me? What if he's going to come into this shop? Who is he, and what does he want? "Like, you mean you want to trade the magnet you bought for a different one?" The shop clerk asks me. "I mean, if it was of equal or lesser value, I guess we could do that." "Hold that thought," I tell him, taking out my phone. As much as I was avoiding doing this, I think it's time to text Alessio. My heart pounds as I open my contacts, looking for Alessio. He's there, listed in the A section for Andriani, under Saint. Hastily, I select message and start typing with my thumbs. What if there's a guy who followed me into the coffee shop? I attach the picture and wait. 3 dots instantly appear. "WTF are you doing out of the penthouse without my approval?" I wanted tea. "Are you alone, or did you at least take a guard? And the answer better not be what I fucking think it is." I wince, then type out my reply, glancing back into the street as I do so. The man in the dark hat has stopped just short of the shop, and he's on his phone, looking up at the storefront, like he's telling whoever's on the phone the name of the store I'm in. I tap out another reply to Alessio. "I'm alone." "Why do you think he's following you?" "Because he followed me out of the coffee shop, and now he's waiting for me outside the tourist trap store I stepped into." "Shit. Send me a pin with your location." Fingers fumbling, I do as he asks. "Sending Marco to you now. Stay where you are." Damn. My heart rate amps up, pounding faster. I'm not just being paranoid. There's something to the hulking blonde who followed me into the coffee shop, then down the street, and who's now parked outside this store. But who is he? Am I in danger? Is he an undercover cop? Part of the mafia? My panic builds. "Look, I might have to call my boss and see if I'm allowed to authorize a trade," the clerk says, interrupting my impending crash out. "You know what? I really like this magnet," I say with forced brightness. "I think I may just buy another magnet instead of trading." The clerk looks at me like I've lost my mind. And he's not really wrong with that assumption, because I feel like I have. All I did was go out for tea across the street, and now I'm being tailed by someone. Potentially a very dangerous criminal someone. someone who wants to do me harm because of the people I'm associated with. Dear God, what did I get myself into? A text pops up on my phone. It's from Alessio again.
Are you staying in the store?
Yes.
See if you can get another pic of him.
I sidle to the window, a sheen of sweat on my brow like it's July instead of March. The light-haired guy in the dark hat and coat is there, still on the phone. With a shaking hand, I zoom in and snap 3 pictures in rapid succession. I'm so panicked that I don't know if it's blurry or if he saw me. Suddenly, a sleek black SUV pulls up to the curb. He looks down the street past the shop I'm hiding in for a second before ducking into the back of the vehicle. The door shuts and the car heads into traffic. Frantically, I take a few more pictures of the SUV, hoping to get a license plate. A huge guy walks in front of the store from the opposite direction as the SUV disappears into traffic, and some of my panic eases when I recognize Marco from the penthouse door. He comes in, the bell tinkling overhead. My phone buzzes, and I look down, realizing I missed a flurry of texts while I was trying to get a picture of the license plate.
You still there? Answer me. Marco's inside the shop now.
Marco spots me, which is easy because I'm hiding in plain sight, like the creative writing professor I am. I'm not accustomed to being followed by nefarious-looking men, or having guards, or any of this stuff. I tap off a quick reply. I see Marco.
You ready to go?
Marco asks me, his face as expressionless as before. I wonder if all the Andriani guards are AI robots, or if they've just been told to never show a hint of humanity. Sorry, I tell the clerk. Changed my mind again. Guess I'll stick with the magnet I already bought. The clerk huffs out a sigh like I'm possibly the most annoying customer he's ever had.
Have a great day.
You too. I turn back to Marco. I've never been more relieved to see a 7-foot-tall Italian man with a scar on his cheek in my life. Let's go. He nods and makes sure he's the first one out the door. As he walks, his coat flips open. I see the gun he's got strapped to his side. The sight makes my mouth go dry. A visceral, real reminder of the danger out there. He's armed. And dangerous. Did the man have a gun hidden on him too?
Stay close to me,
Marco orders me.
On the inside, not by the street. That way if anyone tries to take us by surprise, I can block you.
My heart is beating 3 times its normal rate, and I don't feel even the slightest hint of relief until we're back in the elevator, past a few layers of armed guards, on our way back to the penthouse and Sid.
No more trips to the coffee shop,
Marco tells me as the elevator dings and opens on the top floor and we get out. He doesn't have to tell me twice. I have no intention of venturing beyond these walls until it's time for me to pass the baton to Luna. I'm sorry for causing trouble. I apologize, guilty that Marco had to chase after me and put himself in danger.
I'm not the one you need to apologize to,
Marco says gruffly.
That's the boss.
He's talking about Alessio. Well, I'm also sorry about you having to potentially jeopardize yourself on my behalf. You would have used yourself as a human shield. For me.
I've sworn an oath,
he tells me.
I do what I'm told.
So much for my gratitude. Of course. Still feeling shaky, I head to the door of the penthouse, enter my code, and step inside. I set my tea on the counter along with my bag, inhale, and then release a massive breath, feeling like I just dodged a bullet. Maybe even a literal one. Sid, I call, wondering where he's at. His bowl is empty at its customary place in the kitchen. Apparently, during the time it took for me to be stalked by a menacing stranger, Sid finished his breakfast and signed out of the chat. Sid? Toeing off my shoes, I pass through the kitchen and turn a corner into the massive living area, where floor-to-ceiling windows show off the impressive spectacle of the cityscape. I'm checking out the amazing bird's-eye view that never ceases to impress me, so I fail to notice the man sitting in a sleek leather chair until I hear his voice.
Care to explain what the fuck you were doing wandering around the city alone?
Alessio is here, Sid in his lap, and from the expression on his face and the tone of his voice, he's not a happy camper. My heart starts beating faster again. Shit.
Chapter 12. Saint. I wasn't wandering around the city, Isla says defensively. She's wearing a pink tee that hugs her tits and faded jeans that showcase her curves. Her gold hair is loose and wavy, and I want to sink my hand in it. She's fucking beautiful. A fucking beautiful disaster. I haven't managed to get her out of my mind since I left the penthouse a few days ago, after we returned from St. Thomas. It hasn't helped knowing she's in the same city, or that I've had to check in on her via the guards posted here. She gave me a scare with those texts earlier. And now she's going to have to pay the price. I give Sid another slow, deliberate caress, holding her stare. He's soft and purring. I don't necessarily love cats, but cats have always loved me. In fact, I think he likes me more than he likes Priest, and you better believe I lord that shit over him every chance I get. You left the penthouse without notifying me, I say, setting Sid down and rising to my feet. Her eyes are wary, but she doesn't back down. I don't need to notify you. I'm a grown woman. Yes, I correct as I stalk towards her. You do. It was just the coffee shop across the street. And someone followed you. I don't even know if he was following me. He was fucking following you. I interrupt her, my voice intentionally hard. She needs to understand what she did. How close she came to being scooped up by a sadistic motherfucker. Isla jerks her head back like I slapped her. He was? You know for sure. Yeah, I know for sure. But he could have been waiting for the SUV that picked him up, and that's why he went the same way I did. I take out my phone and unlock the screen, opening the picture I was sent. Is that also why he snapped a pic of you? She goes pale, just like she was on the plane ride home. How did you get that picture? It was sent to me. By whom? By Scorpion, who got it from an unknown number. I shake my head and tuck my phone back into my pocket. You don't need to worry about that part. All you need to know is that the man who took this picture is one of the most dangerous, psychotic bastards in the Bratva ranks. The Bratva? The Russian mob, I elaborate, because she clearly has no fucking clue. Oh. I still don't think she gets it. The Russian mob is at our throats because we've aligned two powerful families, and we're challenging their control. We've been expecting them to make a move any day now. But this hadn't been the kind of move we'd expected them to make. Going after Priest's cat sitter, for Christ's sake? For all the Bratva know, Isla is an innocent bystander who has nothing to do with the Andrianis, aside from being hired to look after a cat. Unless we have a mole who suggested she has stronger connections. I'll revisit that possibility later, when I'm not all but insane at the idea of something happening to Isla on my watch. Either they're desperate to go to war with us, so desperate that they'll harm anyone in their path, or they know who Isla really is. They know that she was Luna's maid of honor, that she's someone they can get close to in a way they never could with Priest's wife. They know that killing or taking her would cause a hell of a lot of grief to the Andriani crew, Luna, and my brother in particular. A move, Isla repeats slowly, just like I spoke to her in another language. Are you saying Luna isn't safe? Actually, Luna is as safe as can be right now, thousands of miles away in paradise. The one who's really in danger is you, Jane Austen. Her eyebrows shoot up. Me? But what do I have to do with any of this? I'm only here temporarily. I'm not part of your mafia underworld. You're staying at Priest's house. You're a soft target. I don't bother telling her the rest of what I suspect. That can wait for later, after I get some confirmation from Scorpion. Hopefully he'll have the answers I need. He's got an insider in the Bratva, and it's always helped us. But lately, his insider information has been increasingly sparse. He's been tight-lipped about the reason for it, too.
"I'm a target,"
Isla repeats, her voice almost a squeak.
"Me? But I haven't even done anything. I don't know anything about your business, about your world. What could they possibly want with me?"
Leverage? A show of strength? I shrug. Human trafficking? Hard to say with the Bratva. They're a law unto their own, and it's not pretty. You're fucking lucky you got out of that shop with Marco today instead of finding yourself jammed in the back of an SUV and driven off to God knows where.
"You were really serious about all this?"
I look her in the eye, unsmiling. Deadly. This isn't the world you're used to. That's why I warned you to stay inside unless you were with me or one of the guards. Instead, you sweet-talked your way outside on your own. And now there's a price to be paid for what happened. I move past her, intending to deal with Marco. He saved her ass by getting to the shop in time, but he's also the reason she was there in the first place. And he was under strict orders not to let Isla out of the penthouse without my approval.
"Where are you going?"
she asks, following me and grabbing my arm, a new note of fear lacing her voice. "To show you what happens when you disobey me." I shake her off and go to the penthouse door, calling for Marco. He steps inside, giving me a look that says he knows what's coming.
"Yeah, boss?"
I nod toward the massive eating kitchen. "Come with me."
"What's going on here?"
Isla demands, chasing after me like a dog nipping at my heels. I turn to her. "You don't get to ask questions. Have a seat." I gesture to one of the stools at the white marble countertop. Without waiting for her response, I head to the drawers, opening the nearest one. Nothing but plastic wrap and bags. I open another and find kitchen gadgets. The third reaps results, a metal mallet for pounding meat. I grab it and shut the soft-closed drawer, turning back to Isla and Marco. "Which one?" I ask him. He's left-handed, so I already know he'll choose the right. He confirms, holding it up without a word, like he's about to swear in the Bible. But that's not what's going to go down. On the counter. Isla steps between us, a shocked expression on her face.
"What are you doing with that mallet, Alessio?"
"Stand back," I order her instead of answering.
"No."
I get in her face, furious with her for what could have happened, pissed at the fucking Russian who was stalking her, and enraged with Marco for letting her go in the first place. "Get out of my fucking way, Isla."
"You're not going to hit him with that, are you?"
I've had enough, so I pick her up and carry her to the counter, setting her ass on it. "Are you going to stay here, or do I need to handcuff you to a fucking stool?" Her lips part. She's eyeing me like I'm a monster. She's not wrong. But I am the man this world has made me, the man I have to be to survive in it. "Stay put," I bite out. Then I go back to Marco, gripping the mallet's cold metal handle. Put it on the counter. Without his expression so much as shifting, Marco flattens his right palm on the marble, waiting for me. I know from experience that the faster this is over with, the better for everyone, so I raise the mallet quickly and smash it down in his fingers as hard as I can. The familiar crunch of breaking bones accompanies the thwack of the mallet hitting its target. Marco grunts in pain, but that's his sole reaction. He knows the score. Behind me, Isla gasps.
"Oh my God!"
"You're going to be on Lucky's crew until the breaks heal," I tell Marco, looking him in the eye. "You're fortunate I didn't chop them all the fuck off." He nods and lowers his head. "Sorry, boss. It'll never happen again." This isn't entirely his fault, but he's the one who's going to bear the brunt of it this time. I can't break Isla's fingers, not without having a lot of explaining to do to Priest. And besides, I don't have the stomach for physically hurting her, but she doesn't need to know that. "Have Donnie tape them together for you," I tell him. "You can go now."
"Thanks, boss."
Marco hightails it out of the kitchen. I toss the mallet onto the counter with a clatter and wait until I hear the penthouse door close before I face Isla. She's sitting right where I left her, mouth open, her eyes wide. "You just broke that man's fingers." I shrug. "Like I told Marco, he's lucky I didn't chop them off." It's a small price to pay for putting her in danger and allowing her to circumvent my orders. A really fucking small one. She shimmies off the counter and lands on her bare feet. "Chop off his fingers? Are you kidding me?" When she tries to go around me, I step into her path, forcing her to look at me. "What do you think the Russians would have done to you if they'd been able to take you off the street today? Do you think they would have had a polite conversation with you? That they would have invited you over for tea and fucking scones?" She winces like I hit her. "I had no idea what they would have done, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to know." "You're right. You don't want to know." I get in her face. "Listen to me, and listen good. Because I'm not going to say this again. If you leave this penthouse without my permission, I'm going to chain you to your bed until Priest gets back from his honeymoon." Actually, that idea has some merit, and for all the wrong reasons. This is not an opportune time for my dick to wake up, and yet here we are. But true to form, Isla isn't cowed. "I'm here to do my best friend a favor that has absolutely nothing to do with you. I understand that there's danger inherently involved in this, but that doesn't mean you get to dictate to me." I give her a smug grin. "Keep using your professor words like that, and I might just get a hard-on." "You're a sick fuck, you know that? You just broke a man's fingers, and you're thinking about your cock?" She's standing toe-to-toe with me, chin up, defiant and hot as fuck. I want to kiss her, to wrap my hand around her luscious waves and feed my dick between those pretty pink lips. But I can't afford to indulge in this woman ever again. I dip my head a little lower until our noses are almost brushing. I can promise you that the Bratva are so much worse, Tesoro. "He didn't deserve what you did to him," she bites out, her breath ghosting over my lips. She's so close. The scent of tea mixes with her perfume, and the urge to lick her from head to toe is strong, even though that's not what I came here for. "No, you deserved it, so don't leave this fucking penthouse again without asking me." I straighten. "Understood." She won't say it, just gives me a stubborn glare, her jaw tense and tight like she's holding everything in. "If I had known what a bastard you were, I never would have let you into my room that night," she says at last. "Liar." My lip curls. "You would have begged me anyway, and we both know it." Then I slip around her, leaving her standing alone in the kitchen, the meat tenderizer lying on the marble counter like a fucking calling card. I don't even bother to greet my brother when he stalks into my private office at Andriani Brothers Contracting, the construction company we own that happens to double as a convenient way to launder money and hide incriminating evidence. Not quite as handy as my cousin Angelo's crematorium for the odd guy who needs disappearing, but a concrete foundation is a killer place to toss dead bodies. No pun intended. Since I left Isla at the penthouse under extra armed guards, I've been calling in favors and dialing every phone number I know to try to get to the bottom of what's unfolding. I've gotten fucking nowhere, and I'm frustrated as hell. I wait until he closes the door behind him before I unload. "What the fuck is going on with the Russians?" I demand. Scorpion looks as tense as I feel, running a hand through his dark hair. I'm doing my best to get answers. As usual, he's dressed in a designer suit and looks like he just breezed out of an LA awards show. It makes me want to toss the Macallan I've been sipping to try to take the edge off all over his three-piece. I pace away from him toward the window with its bird's-eye view of the busy city street below. "Doing your best isn't good enough. Did you find out why the House Sidorov's brother is here?" I recognize the man in the picture Isla sent me, of the bastard who had been tailing her as none other than Mikhail Sidorov, older brother to Dmitri Sidorov, who is such a warm and fuzzy guy that his nickname is Executioner. Mikhail's known as Reaper. "I don't know that yet either," Scorpion tells me, sounding as frustrated as I feel. "The last I heard, Mikhail was in Russia, running operations there. That was my understanding as well. The two brothers are tight with the Pakan of the most powerful bratva here in the city, Ivan Alexandrov. They both worked up through the ranks, paving their way in the blood of their enemies. They're dangerous, and they're fucking deadly. Mikhail proved himself enough of an asset that he was sent back to run his own empire in the motherland. Why would Sidorov follow Ayla himself? I demand next, abandoning my city view and pacing back to my brother. That kind of move from Mikhail Sidorov, showing his face, making a point of not disguising himself, being vulnerable on the street. Following her instead of paying a lackey to do it. I don't like it. Not one bit. Scorpion shakes his head. Sidorov likes to do his own dirty work. He always has. Could be a power play. He might be big-dicking us. Scorpion has a secret connection in the Bratva. He knows more than any of us do, and we rely on his insider information, which is why it's even more of a piss-off that he's as much in the dark about Mikhail Sidorov returning to the city as I am. I down the rest of my Macallan. Do you know who sent you that picture? I couldn't trace the number, no matter how hard I tried. This news worries me even more. I had hoped the pic came from his connection in the Bratva ranks. So it's not from your source? I don't think so. I slam my empty glass down on my desk. Jesus Christ, Scorpion. Is there anything you're sure about? I'm getting a lot of fucking I don't know and I don't think so from you right now, and that's not what I want to hear. What I do want to hear is what the hell is going on and why Mikhail Sidorov will be following Luna's friend to a coffee shop. It's like he was lying in fucking wait. He may have been, Scorpion sighs. But it's also obvious that he wanted to be seen. He's an intentional man, and that's why I was sent the picture. They're relaying a message. Look, I've reached out to my contact, but I haven't heard back. It's radio silence. I don't know what to make of this any more than you do, and I'm every bit as worried. Maybe we should call Priest and let him know what went down today. What almost went down, I correct him. And no, we sure as hell shouldn't call him about this. I've got everything under control. That's a lie. I don't have anything under control. Still, I know in my gut that if Priest caught wind of Sidorov sniffing around, he'd be on the plane home before I could blink. But I'm not doing that to him. I'm not cutting his honeymoon short before it's even really begun. He deserves this break. So does Luna. Both of them almost died before they could even start their life together. I'm not going to do that to them. Whatever is going on with the Russians, I'll be ready for it. We're the Andrianis. We can handle the Bratva. What are you going to do about Ayla? Scorpion demands. Do you think it's safe to leave her and Sid at the penthouse? No, I don't. The more I think about it, the more I realize that I'm probably going to have to do the last thing Ayla would want me to do. I'm going to have to move her and Sid to the safe house, I tell him. At least until we figure out what the hell Sidorov wants from us, and whether there's any danger to her. Good plan, Scorpion agrees. Get them there as soon as possible. I extract a burner phone. I'll make the arrangements. It's the only answer, the best way to keep her safe. And she's going to hate me even more for it.
Chapter 13. Ayla. No! I shake my head adamantly, holding a purring Sid against my chest like he's a shield, and backing away from the 6'2" wall of mobster muscle headed my way. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not going anywhere with you. I've just started to settle down after this morning's adventure at the coffee shop, and now Alessio has returned, grim-faced and dead-eyed, telling me he's taking me and Sid somewhere we'll be safe and that I need to grab my shit. For all I know, this is mafia speak, for he's going to take me out to an abandoned warehouse, put a bullet in my brain, and bury me in a shallow, unmarked grave in the suburbs somewhere. I have no intention of ending up on a Netflix cold case documentary, and I was already alarmingly close to becoming the star of one earlier today. Thank you very much. But Alessio follows me deeper into the penthouse, a lion stalking its prey. It's not negotiable. Yes, it is, and I'm turning down your offer. Now go back to racketeering and murder or whatever it is you mafia crime lords do. I wave a dismissive hand at him in emphasis, juggling Sid with one arm. Sid takes exception to that and sinks in his claws. A2, Sid? I grumble to him as I set him down on the floor, watching in dismay as blood beads up on the bare arm that was cradling him. He wanders away to jump into a swath of sunlight on a nearby couch and curl up. No clue that we're being threatened by the mobster who just invaded the penthouse. Oh, to be a cat. He's living the good life and doesn't even know it.
Shakespeare.
Alessio quips smoothly, stopping before me.
Nice.
I'm surprised he's familiar with my play on the line from Julius Caesar. I wouldn't have expected you to recognize that. A half smirk tugs at his beautiful lips.
My high school English teacher made us memorize the entire Mark Antony speech.
I cross my arms over my chest, wiping at the blood. I bet you don't remember a word of it.
You're bleeding.
He frowns down at me and then stalks away. I watch him go, nonplussed, and also annoyed that the scent of his cologne lingers. It should be a crime for a man like him to smell and look so damn good. I wish I didn't look at him and instantly think about the night we spent together. My ovaries are having zero chill, despite the fact that he stormed in here announcing he's taking me to a mysterious location for a few days where I'll be safe. Safe my ass. Not with that man anywhere in the vicinity. I blow out a breath and look at Sid, who's eyeing me in that wise cat way of his with seafoam eyes. He yawns, giving me a view of his sharp, pointy teeth and his pink tongue. If only I could be as calm and unaffected. Nothing better to do than have a nap on a swanky piece of furniture. Before I can contemplate how I'm going to get myself out of this mess, Alessio returns, carrying what looks like a first aid case. I'm not sure what I expected, but this wasn't it. He opens it, extracting a small square that he tears open. The clinical scent of alcohol replaces his cologne.
Hold out your arm,
he orders. Why? So you can break it? Yeah, I'm still thinking about what he did to Marco. The shock of the sick crunching of bone as it broke, the thwack of the mallet, the guilt over knowing it was my fault. Alessio pins me with an icy glare and takes my wrist in a surprisingly gentle hold, unfolding my arm. My body reacts to his touch because she's a traitorous bitch and she's still insanely attracted to him, even if my brain is way too smart for that shit. The scores from Sid's exceedingly sharp claws are dripping down my arm. Maybe it's all the adrenaline coursing through me. I'm bleeding like crazy.
This is going to sting.
He mops it up with the alcohol pad, and he's not wrong. It burns. I bite my lip and don't say anything, allowing him to play doctor with my arm. It won't make up for what he did earlier to poor Marco, and it definitely won't improve my opinion of Alessio or make me any more inclined to leave this penthouse with him. He gets out a packet of antibacterial ointment next and dots it on my skin.
Want a bandage? Looks like you're a bleeder.
That's right, I say. Just think about all the mess you'll have to clean up when you kill me. You're going to need some heavy-duty tarps to catch it all. Otherwise, you'll be one blue light away from being caught when the cops come looking for me. If the cops were to come looking for me, that is. It's not like my extended family would notice my absence from this world. And with my parents and sister gone, I'm alone. Except for Luna. She would miss me, and possibly Sid, but that one's still up in the air, and besides, it's not like he knows how to work a phone or speak in anything other than demanding meows.
I'm not killing you, Alessio says, his tone businesslike as he releases my arm. His ocean blue eyes flick back up to mine. O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. It takes me a second to realize that he's quoting part of Mark Antony's soliloquy from Julius Caesar. Something new to add to my list of unusual nerd kinks. A sexy mobster reciting William Shakespeare. Because maybe it's the intensity of his stare, or the fact that he's close enough to touch and dressed all in black like some kind of mafia god. I don't know, but my panties are completely soaked right now. Bear with me, I add, picking up where he left off. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. He gives me a slow clap. You get an A, Miss Austen. Damn it. I could almost forget everything he is, everything he's done. The gangster charm he turned on me that night in St. Thomas is back, and it's pretty irresistible. I clear my throat and rub the ointment into my arm, needing a distraction. Thanks, you get an A for effort too, even though I don't teach English Lit at the moment. I'm impressed you remember those lines after all these years. He shrugs. I only liked high school English for one reason, and it didn't have anything to do with Shakespeare. Miss Esposito was a babe. Ew. Thankfully, my ovaries choose to recall why this man is all wrong for me in every way and settle back down. I can think again. Thanks for the first aid, but I'm sure you probably have better things to do than tend cat scratches. Feel free to go. Pack up your things, he orders me, like I didn't just basically tell him to get lost. I already told you, I'm not packing up anything because I'm not going with you. I'm staying right here. It's not safe for you here, he says, like he's reasoning with a small child who won't let go of her favorite toy. I have guards. I'm in a building with its own security. You don't know Mikhail Sidorov like I do. A muscle ticks in his jaw. Now go and pack your fucking shit, or I'll pack it for you. And I have a feeling you won't like that. He's right. I definitely won't like that. The last thing I want is for Alessio Andriani to be rooting through my bras and underwear and piling them into a suitcase. Who's Mikhail Sidorov? I ask, instead of obeying his edict. Is that the guy who was following me yesterday? Yes. A chill goes down my spine. What was he doing following me around the city? I'm just a creative writing professor who's here temporarily to cat sit. Unfortunately, we don't know anything more yet than what I've told you. Icy dread settles in my stomach. I really don't like the sound of this. You know, if you had led with the whole Russian mafia thing, I might have been more amenable to going wherever it is you want me to go. The less you know, the better. I wince. See, that doesn't work for me. It doesn't matter what works for you. I'm my brother's second in command, and it's my job to make sure nothing happens to you. There's no way he'd want you to stay here, knowing that Sidorov has been sniffing around. I bite my lip. Maybe I should call Luna and run this by her. He raises a brow. And ruin their honeymoon? Go for it. They'll both be back here as soon as they can get the jet up and running. Damn it. He's right. If I tell Luna, she'll be here in a heartbeat. And that will defeat the purpose of my coming here in the first place. I can't do that to her. Valid point, I allow slowly, still thinking my way through the info dump he's just thrown at me. But where do you propose taking me that's going to be so much safer than here? Won't this Sidorov guy be able to find me anywhere I am in the city? Alessio cracks his knuckles. We would take precautions, and we have multiple locations that aren't common knowledge.
But I thought this penthouse was supposed to be a secret, I point out, completely the opposite of reassured. What about the whole no Uber speech you gave me? He inclines his head.
It is supposed to be a secret, but obviously word has gotten out. We expected it to, given Priest's role as the head of the family business. But we didn't think it would get out there so soon.
How would the other places be any different?
Jesus, what is this, law and order? He snaps. The place I'm taking you is a safe house. It's an underground bunker, and it's the absolute best spot for you to be right now.
I'm shaking my head before he can even finish. No. Sorry, nope. You lost me at underground.
Too fucking bad.
I need windows, I say, already starting to panic. Sid needs windows. I mean, assuming you want to bring Sid, which, since he's the whole reason I'm here, I'm sure that was the plan.
You don't need windows. There are lights. Now pack your shit. We have to get out of here. I'm on a tight timetable.
I'm not packing, and I'm not going. My chest is tight, so tight, like a band has been wrapped around it and is squeezing the life out of me.
Isla,
he snaps, and then his words trail off. Maybe because I'm starting to lose my shit. I've taught myself to fly again after the accident. But what I can't handle is being in a windowless room for an extended period of time. Any confined space without a view of the outdoors has been almost impossible for me ever since the plane crash. I can barely manage elevators and public restrooms. There's something about not being able to see where I am that makes me feel powerless and terrified. I need windows like I need air to breathe. A cold sweat breaks out on my forehead at the thought.
Isla, are you okay?
Alessio's face is hovering over me, and maybe it's the panic attack I'm doing my best to stave off that's fueling my overactive imagination, but it almost looks like he's worried. I think I'm having a panic attack, I manage. My lungs are frozen. My thoughts are a frantic jumble.
Jesus fuck, why didn't you say something?
His hands are on me, even gentler than they were when he tended to my scratches as he guides me to a sleek leather couch.
Sit down and put your head between your knees.
An air of authority is in his voice, like he's done this before. I haven't had a panic attack hit me like this in a few years, but I know he's right. I fold myself in half and lower my head. His palm is flat on my back, reassuring.
Breathe slowly through your nose and exhale through your mouth.
I focus on my breathing, pushing all thoughts of the underground, windowless room from my mind. Alessio's hand moves up and down my spine, and I find it oddly soothing. It's the same hand that showed no mercy this morning, and yet now it's tender, almost caring. The tightness eases from my chest.
Just keep breathing, he says, nice and steady.
We stay like that for what could be a few seconds, or a few minutes, as my pounding heart slows back down and the tension seeps from my body. Finally, I can sit up again, and the frantic clash of thoughts in my mind has eased.
Want to tell me what that was about?
He asks. I don't know how to tell him about the plane crash. I have a difficult time speaking about it to this day. How can one person's brain fathom losing everyone they love in the span of a minute? Mine hasn't been able to, not entirely. There are some days when I still feel like my parents and Lily are out there, a call or text away. Only they're not.
Isla,
he prods, still stroking my back, breaking me from the stranglehold of the past. I falter and take a deep breath before trying again. I have this thing where I can't be in a room without windows.
Claustrophobia?
Kind of.
Shit.
He pauses.
Can I get you something? Water? Something from Priest and Luna's bar?
Maybe a water. Being alone for a minute might help me to collect myself. He gets up and heads for the kitchen, and I miss his touch, which is so at odds with the merciless mobster who broke another man's fingers this morning that it's not even funny. Nothing makes sense. The homey sound of ice cubes tinkling into a glass echoes from the kitchen. Afternoon light streams into the living room, everything calm and still. Sid jumps down from his sunlit perch and launches himself effortlessly into my lap with a purring trill. He knocks his soft little head into my chin, aggressive with his affection, as always. I run my hand along his back, and he arches into my pet, his tail going up. I feel grounded, comforted. The panic has almost entirely receded now, and I'm not sure who is more responsible for that, Alessio or Sid. Alessio strides back into the room, holding out a glass of ice water for me. I take it, studiously avoiding touching him this time. Thanks. I bring the glass to my lips and take a long pull of the cool, clear water. That helps too, until a Sid fur gets stuck on my nose, tickling me.
Something wrong with your nose, Jane?
Alessio asks, the softness leaching from him before my eyes, like it was never there. I lower the glass and wrinkle my nose. A Sid fur.
Hold still.
Before I can stop him, he reaches out and gently brushes the bridge of my nose with one tatted finger.
Better?
And there it is again, the strange contradiction I can't seem to make sense of. The man with hands that can be so gentle and yet also so destructive and cruel. It's like he's two different people at once. The charming, sexy bartender I met in St. Thomas, and the ice-cold mafia killer who breaks bones and does God knows what else. Better, thanks. I take another slow, deep breath, surprised to find the tension has completely left me.
No problem.
So, you see, I can't go to some underground bunker with you, I tell him, still unable to admit why. He nods.
The safe house isn't going to be a good option for you. But that's okay. I've got a plan B.
I'm almost afraid to ask what that is. His gaze meets mine, and it's like an electric jolt goes through me.
You and Sid are going to have to come and stay with me at my place.
My response is every bit as instant this time as it was at his previous suggestion. No.
Yes.
He stands back up.
Which room are you staying in? I'll grab your bags. We don't have any time to lose.
I'm not staying at your place, I protest. For all kinds of reasons, that's not going to work. Being under the same roof as him? Sleeping in his apartment? Enveloped by his space? God, no. I can't do it. I won't do it.
Like I said, you don't have a choice,
he tells me, and then he strolls away.
If you won't tell me where your stuff is, I'll just start going through rooms until I find it.
Sid rubs enthusiastically against my boobs, leaving a coating of gray fur on my shirt, completely unaware that we're about to jump headlong into complete and utter disaster.
Chapter 14. Saint. She's in my space, my domain. It feels intimate having her here, intimate in a way I wasn't prepared for. As I make dinner, I'm perpetually reminded of her presence. Grab the garlic press, think about Isla settling into one of the guest rooms. Heat some olive oil in the skillet, wonder how the fuck I'm going to survive the hell of having her in my apartment and keeping my hands to myself. Stalk to the fridge to get out some pecorino romano and a lemon and nearly trip over Sid. It's like the walls are closing in on me, even if my apartment is massive by city standards. True, it's not the size of Priest's penthouse, but I have an acreage in the country for when I want to really stretch my legs. No doubt about it, bringing her here is far from ideal. She's not necessarily any safer at my place than she was at Priest's, but at least I'm here with her to protect her if need be. I wasn't about to camp out of my brother's penthouse for the next week and a half to watch over her and keep her out of trouble. I want my own damn bed. And besides, if Sidorov wants to come for me, he's going to have to do it with his Kalashnikovs blazing. I'm ready for him. Start a war, and you're going to get a fucking war. Currently, there isn't a war. There's just me and the dinner I'm struggling to make for two. I've never cooked for a woman before. For myself, yes. I enjoy relaxing with a glass of wine and preparing a meal when I have the time. Alone. Sid makes a trilling purr as I start filling a pot with water to boil for the pasta. I look up just in time to catch Isla sailing around the corner, still looking annoyed with me for forcing her here. "Settled in?" I ask, trying not to notice the way her tea catches on her breasts as she moves. She frowns at me and comes into my kitchen in bare feet. "As settled as I'll be." Her toenails are painted red. Seeing her at home like this in my kitchen, wearing faded old jeans, her hair pulled up, should make my dick harder than a rock. But it does. Fuck me. I like having her here. And I can't allow that feeling to continue. It's far too dangerous. I have to smash it the same way I did Marco's fingers. Better than being kidnapped by the Bratva, I bite out. Believe me, if Sidorov took you, you'd rather be dead. Her face goes pale, and I don't feel any better about scaring her. Everything I just said is the truth, but I didn't need to say it now. For as tough and as strong and as stubborn as she is, Isla has a fragile side that I've caught glimpses of, and I can't shake the feeling there's something more to her story that I don't know. First in the plane, then early this afternoon at Priest's penthouse. Those panic attacks, that fear I saw in her eyes, were genuine. I should know because I've seen it before in the eyes of men just before I've ended them. She leans against the counter opposite me, keeping her distance as if she's afraid I'll bite. Wise girl. I'm particularly rabid when it comes to her, and I still haven't been able to figure out why. I've hooked up with plenty of women and never felt the way I do about her. She's under my fucking skin, straight to the bone, lodged in me like a bullet. Is that why you insisted on moving Sid and me out of the penthouse? You think this Russian mafia guy wanted to abduct me? The way she says it, I can tell she thinks it's far-fetched. But that's only because she's a stranger to this world, and she has no clue what kind of a crazy motherfucker Mikhail Sidorov is. I turn off the faucet, realizing I've overfilled the pot, and dump some into the sink before setting it back on the range. I have no clue what he wanted, but this way, if he tries anything, he has to go through me first. At the penthouse, you're too far away for me to reach you in time. It might be only a handful of blocks away, but after I waited for a car and drove through city traffic, she'd have been long gone before I arrived. I set the stainless steel lid on the pot with more force than necessary at the thought, and the clang ricochets through the kitchen. I still don't understand what the Russian mob would want with me, she says from behind me. I light the burner and turn back to her. It's not you they want to get to. It's Priest. And they're not going to get to him, so they're looking for easier targets. Targets like the cat sitter who ignores the fucking rules and goes traipsing across the street without an escort for protection. I'm sorry about that, she says softly, taking me by surprise. I didn't realize how serious it was. I thought you were just being an egotistical dick. But if I had listened, you wouldn't have hurt Marco. If Marco had obeyed orders, I wouldn't have had to do that, but he didn't. He knew he had to pay for it. That's the way of things. You can either accept it or die trying to fight it, and you're not going to win. I measure out a tablespoon of whole black peppercorns and toss them into the oil I've been slowly heating up. They sizzle. I guess I don't understand your world. Her voice surprises me. She's moved closer. The olive oil is fragrant, and the peppercorns are starting to release their aroma, but above it all, I catch pineapples and citrus. In a flash, I'm thrown back into that night, the taste of her on my tongue, the way her pussy felt wrapped so snugly around my cock, how she raked her nails down my back and told me to fuck her harder. I stir the peppercorns with too much vigor and send a few of them splashing over the edge of the pan. Shit, I mutter. Need some help? She's at my side now. And yes, I do need some fucking help, but not the kind she can give me. I need my hand and 10 minutes alone in a hot shower, neither of which I'm going to get in this moment. Do I look like I need help? I snap, reaching past her for a paper towel to blot up the mess I've made. Really, she insists. Let me help with dinner. I don't feel like arguing with her, and she's got her stubborn face on. It's been a long fucking day. Fine. I point to the lemon I abandoned on the counter. Zest that lemon. That way she'll be far enough away that I won't be tempted to see if her nipples are hard. The whole thing? Yes. We cook in a tense silence for a bit, the sizzling peppercorns mingling with the steady sound of the zester sloughing over lemon rind. So I guess I should thank you for letting me stay here, she says. Don't sound so grateful. I might get a complex. Look, it's not every day that I'm almost kidnapped by a Russian mobster and then abducted by a mafia consigliere instead. I didn't abduct you. Forcibly detained? She's trying to lighten the mood, but that's dangerous territory. I can't afford to go back to that night in St. Thomas, to the easiness between us, the way we just clicked, how we fit together so well. Things are different here. I'm different here. You're here because it's where you need to be, I tell her, taking the peppercorns from the pan with a slotted spoon. I'm doing what I have to for Priest. It's my duty. If you get taken by the Bratva, it's not going to be pretty for me. What do you mean? She sidles closer, bringing the cutting board and lemon she's been zesting with her, sounding curious. You're not saying that Priest would hurt you if something happened to me, are you? If I don't do my duty, it's his obligation to take care of me. I backtrack to the fridge, opening it to fetch the bowl of peeled deveined shrimp I have at the ready. You're not allergic to shrimp, are you? No. Good. I stalk back to the pan with my spoils. You didn't ask me if I liked them, though, she points out. Doesn't matter if you do. It's what's for dinner. Okay, fair enough. She pauses for a beat, still zesting away. I do like them, by the way. I don't say anything. The water is boiling in the pot, so I toss in a package of vermicelli. It's not homemade like Zia Maria's pasta, but it's imported from Italy and not a bad second. Are you saying that your brother would kill you if you didn't do your duty, as you put it? I cast an irritated look in her direction, and fuck, I can't help noticing. Her nipples are hard. I'm saying that he's the Don. My loyalty is to him above everything else. I'm here to facilitate the best interests of the family. He calls the shots. Literally. She huffs out of breath, and I wonder what she's thinking, even though I shouldn't. To distract myself, I crush some garlic and add it to my hot pan. I don't like the way she makes me feel. I'm raw, like a new wound that hasn't been stitched up yet, and it's no good. You finished with the lemon? I ask sharply. She offers me the small cutting board with its pile of zest and naked citrus, all pith. Here you go. What else should I do? Lock yourself in your room and don't come out until the next week and a half are up, I almost say, because that's the only way I know she'll be completely off limits to me. And even then, I'd have the key. You can stir the pasta. I pop the cork out of a bottle of dry white wine and pour a measure into the pan, deglazing it. Then I add the zest before juicing the lemon into my bubbling mixture. The shrimp go in next. I feel her eyes on me while I work. This whole fucking night is too domestic. Tomorrow I'll eat dinner at Sergio's, the private restaurant we own, and have something delivered to her here instead. The less time I spend eating with her and doing mundane shit, the better. We're not playing house, and I can't fuck her. Maybe I'll call Sophia and work out my frustration with her. We've never been serious, but her brother's a solid and trusted part of the crew. She and I have hooked up in the past, and we have a standing arrangement that's mutually beneficial. She doesn't want to be married off, and I can't settle down, but together we can get our rocks off. But thinking about Sophia, while Isla is standing nearby, in my kitchen, unsettles me even more than I was to begin with. I dump in the shrimp and send hot olive oil splashing onto my hand. It burns like hell, but I just clench my jaw and keep fucking stirring. Didn't that hurt? I cast a glance in Isla's direction. I've had far worse. Like what? I've been punched, kicked, stabbed, and shot. Almost got hit by a car once. You name it, I've pretty much experienced it. Alessio, oh my God. She's the only one who calls me by my real name. I liked the way it sounded when she moaned it. I like the way it sounds now, too. I shrug, averting my gaze to keep from looking at her. Beautiful and appalled, standing barefoot in my kitchen as if it's where she belongs. It's not a big deal. Comes with the territory. You say that like it's nothing. That's because it is nothing to me. I was born into this life. I'll leave it when I die. That's the way it goes. My pan is screaming hot, and the shrimp are already done. The timer on my phone starts dinging, and I realize the pasta is too, so I pull it off the burner. What if you don't want to be in the life? Doesn't anyone ever leave? Isla asks softly. I cut a glance in her direction as I start draining the pasta. In a body bag. She stops asking me questions after that, and I finish making dinner.
Isla. What can I do to help clean up? I ask Alessio, carrying my empty plate toward the kitchen. He's an excellent cook, which I find somehow surprising. Dinner was delicious, even if we did eat mostly in silence. Sid curled up nearby like a chaperone. Being alone with Alessio, in his private space, has left me with a strange feeling I can't shake. His apartment isn't as huge as Priest and Luna's penthouse, but it's still large and sumptuous by anyone else's standards. Like their place, he has a show-stopping view of the city, only his apartment overlooks the river. I couldn't stop admiring it before the sun went down, and now that it's dark, the city coming to life with lights, the river is equally majestic. "Do you do dishes?" he asks over his shoulder. I try not to notice the way his ass is perfectly delineated in his black slacks. He may be a mobster, but Alessio dresses like a billionaire businessman. Everything about him is put together and bespoke, with an old-world elegance few men can pull off. With great reluctance, I tell him honestly. I hate dishes, and I hate cooking. Basically, I think all kitchens are evil. I've been living off deliveries from nearby restaurants since arriving in the city, mostly because I didn't want to set Luna and Priest's kitchen on fire. Same, Alessio says, moving to the sink. We can split the work. I'll rinse and you load. Deal. We settle into a comfortable routine, both of us gathering dirty pots and dishes and utensils, him rinsing and leaving them in the other side of the double sink for me to retrieve and load into the dishwasher. I can't stop thinking about everything he told me tonight as I slide plates into their parallel grooves. The terrifying Russian mobster who was following me earlier, the repercussions for Alessio, the danger he faces each day, the fact that he can't get out of this life even if he wants to. It seems unfair. Yes, on paper, he's got a life most others would kill for. Power, money, and control of a massive empire with his brothers. Beyond that, he's so handsome, it hurts to look at him. I'm sure that all he has to do is snap his fingers, and a dozen gorgeous women come running to jump into his bed. The thought of him in another woman's bed makes my stomach twist, but I don't know why. I have no claim on Alessio. All we did was have a one-night stand, which never would have happened had we each known who the other was. We may as well live on two different planets. And if there's anything that today proved to me beyond a doubt, it's that I don't belong in the deadly world of crime he inhabits. I grab some utensils from him, trying not to notice how sexy his hands are. His ink is intricate. Skulls, roses, a cross, and other symbols all interwoven together. I want to ask what they all mean, but I shouldn't care. The more I learn about him, the deeper I'll get. I lodge the utensils in their basket and straighten, realizing the sink is empty. Is that it?
Yeah.
He washes his hands methodically, drawing my attention back to them. I remember how they felt on my body, so gentle and knowing, capable and strong. What are my rules while I'm trapped here tomorrow? I ask, desperately trying to distract myself. He finishes rinsing and wipes his hands dry on a plush black towel that's hanging from a brass holder. The towel is monogrammed, AVA.
There's only one rule you need to remember here, and that's stay the fuck inside, where you belong.
He growls. There's that heartless, ruthless mafia consigliera again, coming back out to play, reminding me of all the reasons jumping back into bed with him is not just wrong, but impossible. No matter how tempting it is, especially now that we're sleeping in the same apartment, nothing but a hallway and two doors between us. Trust me, the last thing I want to do is get kidnapped by some psycho Russian mobster. I move to the sink and wash my hands now. I'll be staying in until it's time to go home. Wherever home ends up being. I have no ties to Iowa any longer, just my things in a storage cube, but that will be easily rectified when I have it shipped to my next address.
And no going in my bedroom, even though I know you'll find that one difficult.
I turn off the water and dry my hands on the towel, too. Ha ha, I deadpan. What, no torture chamber that I need to keep out of? He holds my gaze, looking into my soul, and what I see in his eyes is terrifying.
Not here.
A chill sweeps over me. He's not joking about this, but I was. Get it together, Isla. This guy is not at all who you thought he was. He's a monster. A monster I can't help but want. I swallow hard. Okay, so no torture chamber here. Noted. I hang the towel back up. I think I'll head to bed with Sid. My e-reader is calling. Mind if I use the shower before I do? I'm trying to be a polite guest. I've never spent the night in the apartment of a virtual stranger I happen to have hooked up with before, and I have no idea how to navigate this. It's awkward as hell.
Be my guest,
he says, unsmiling. The look he gives me is enough to set me aflame. My ovaries are about to explode because they're clearly not as discerning as the rest of me. Thanks for dinner, I chirp in a voice that's annoyingly high. Have a great night.
You too, Jane.
The final taunt is difficult to ignore, but somehow I do. It's been a hot minute since he called me that, so baby steps, I guess. I'm wincing at myself as I stalk down the hall to the guest bathroom he showed me when we first arrived. I leave the door to my room cracked for Sid, because he's been curling up with me and keeping me company every night. And by keeping me company, I mean he's been hogging the king size, and even occasionally making himself at home on my head. Everything is stocked and ready for me in the bathroom, the small travel bag where I keep my face products, shower gel, toothbrush, and shampoo waiting on the counter. I take a deep breath, lock the door, and tell myself that I can do this. I can stay in the same space as Alessio and not give in to his smoldering mobster sex god ways. He's an evil man, a man who's every bit as bad as the Russian he's trying to protect me from. I can't lose sight of what and who he really is. I quickly slip out of my clothes, take down my hair, and turn on the shower. It's been a long-ass day with a whole lot of unwelcome, terrifying revelations. The second I'm closing the glass shower door and the steamy water hits me, I realize how tired I am. I close my eyes, letting the water run over my scalp and down my back, easing some of the tension between my shoulders that I didn't realize I was still carrying. I stay that way for a while, trying to ground myself and relax. When I finally open my eyes, I see it. A large spider with long, hideous legs on the wall of the shower, moving toward me. Before I can stop myself, I scream. It's loud, blood-curdling, a scream of pure terror because I'm afraid of spiders. I have been for my whole life, and that will never change. Isla? I hear Alessio's muffled, worried voice on the other side of the door as I stand there petrified, water spraying on me, the spider and I engaged in a standoff. I hear him jiggling the door handle. I'm okay, I start to say, but my words are swallowed by the violent cracking of the door as Alessio apparently breaks it down. I barely have enough time to cover myself with one arm and a hand before he's wrenching open the shower door, the look on his face enough to send me cowering in fear. What the fuck is going on? He demands. A spider, I say lamely, nodding my head to the arachnid on the opposite end of the shower, because both hands are currently busy shielding my naked body. Even though he's already seen it. Licked and kissed almost every inch of it. Jesus, he snaps, sounding disgusted. I thought something was actually wrong. Something is actually wrong. I'm showering with a spider. I'll kill it. He turns around. No, I protest. You can't kill him. We have to take him outside. Him? His head pops around the corner of the shower door. Let me get this straight. You were screaming like you were being attacked because of the spider in the shower, and now you want me to carry him. Where exactly? Into the concrete wilderness of the street? Well, when he puts it that way, my idea does sound like it could use some work. Isn't there somewhere you can take him to give him a fighting chance? Are you insane? The steamy water is pouring down. I'm naked, and I'm arguing with a mobster about saving the life of a spider. I guess his question is kind of reasonable, even if it is insulting. Just take him somewhere else, please, and promise you won't kill him. He shakes his head and disappears. He's gone for a minute, and I think he abandoned me here in the shower with Mr. Spider. But then Alessio is back, holding a glass in one hand and a rubber scraper in the other. Without glancing in my direction, he reaches in and gently taps the spider into the empty glass. The spider doesn't appreciate his sudden rehoming, and he starts scrambling up the side of the glass. So Alessio slams his hand over the top, keeping him from escaping. With a sigh, he disappears, carrying the trapped spider like an unwanted offering. I wait for Alessio to push the damaged door closed behind him, even though it no longer latches, and then I get back to my shower, trying to ignore the fact that he was just standing here while I was naked and dripping wet. My body is having a difficult time doing that, though. My nipples are hard, and there's a persistent ache deep inside me that can only be answered one way. Resting my forehead against the cool tiles, I make quick work of giving myself an orgasm, because rubbing one out with Sid curled up next to me later is out of the question. I come silently to the thought of Alessio sucking my clit as he finger-fucks me, biting my lip to stave off any potential noise. As the hot spray of water falls down around me in the aftermath, I'm ashamed of myself for still thinking about him this way. I hate that memories of our night together haunt me, even though I know exactly who and what he is. With a groan of annoyance at myself, I hastily finish washing. After I towel off, I dress in cozy PJs and comb out my wet hair before venturing out of the bathroom in search of him. Alessio is reclining on a couch with Sid curled up in his lap, his bare feet crossed at the ankles, a low ball of what's probably whiskey on ice dangling from his long tatted fingers, looking unfairly sexy. There's something about a hot-as-fuck mobster with a cat in his lap, apparently. Or maybe it's just this particular hot-as-fuck mobster that I can't resist. "Hey," I say, feeling awkward and doing my best not to think about the fact that I just relived a highlight of our night together when I was alone in the shower. His eyes travel over me. "I take it the rest of the shower was uneventful?" "Yeah." I feel awkward standing here, hovering over him. "Thanks for rescuing the spider. What did you do with him?" "I fed him to Sid." My heart drops. "What?" His mouth kicks up into a cocky grin. "Kidding. I took him to the rooftop garden and let him loose in a patch of spinach." He takes a slow sip of his drink. Relief washes over me. "Thanks." "It was better than listening to you screaming in there about a little spider." "He was kind of big," I defend myself. "Sorry for screaming." I've been afraid of spiders since I was a kid. I know it's an irrational fear, but that doesn't keep me from reacting viscerally every time I see one. "Don't be. It gave me an excuse to see you naked again." I swallow hard, my pulse speeding up. As if sensing the tension in the room that's suddenly thick enough to cut with a knife, Sid leaps off his lap and pads away. Alessio just keeps sitting there, watching me, his ocean blue eyes eating me up. "I hope you looked your fill," I force out, "because it's the last one you'll be getting." He rests an arm along the back of the couch, totally calm and absolutely devastating, all at the same time. "Don't lie to yourself." "I'm not." I point emphatically between him and me, needing to clear the air for him as much as for myself. "You and I are not happening again. Ever. What happened in St. Thomas was a huge mistake. A one-off. That's all." He holds my stare, luring me in, holding me, keeping me. I feel like he's peering into the darkest places inside me, the desires I didn't know existed until him. He can see it all. He knows the truth I keep hiding from myself. "You want me," he says, and all the breath seeps out of my lungs. I can't take in any air. He's stolen it. He's everything, watching me like a jaded ruler on the dais of his empire of sin. "I don't," I manage. "You can keep telling yourself that if it makes you feel better, mobster." My bravado is all a show. I do want him. Every molecule of my body is hyper-aware of him in a way that is 100% alarming. But I can't afford to allow this smug, dangerous mafia sex god to know it. He lifts one cocky brow. "Prove it, then." Alessio takes another slow, steady drink from his glass, holding my stare as he does. No way. This is a trap I'm not falling into. "I don't have to prove anything to you. Thanks for saving the spider. I should get to bed. Night." I turn and start walking away, knowing that the longer I linger, the less likely I'll be to leave without doing something incredibly stupid, like throwing myself into his lap and begging him to fuck me again just one more time. So not doing that. I've just escaped from one toxic relationship, and the last thing I need is to get tangled up with a ruthless criminal.
That's what I thought.
I'm almost out the door when his smug voice cuts through me, stopping me in my tracks. I turn back to him. What's that supposed to mean?
You can't prove it because it's true. You do want me.
Calmly, like he isn't tearing me apart with his words, he drinks from his glass. Like he has all the time in the world to dissect me and play with me. Like he's enjoying this. And maybe he is. Maybe I am too. What does that say about me? I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm not playing your games, Alessio. I'm here because I don't have a choice, not because I want to be. He bites his lower lip and tucks his head down, a sexy half grin curving the lips that I can't stop thinking about, no matter how hard I try.
We both know why you're here. That doesn't change the fact that you want me. Just admit it. Your nipples have been hard all night long.
And they're still hard, damn him. Maybe they're always that way, I defend, crossing my arms over my chest. This is a ridiculous conversation to be having. I should go, but for some reason, I'm still standing here. I can't leave. Or maybe it's that I don't want to leave. What's wrong with me?
They're not always that way.
It's my turn to be cocky now. Are you saying you've been looking?
It's impossible to not look at you.
We stare at each other, the air between us crackling like live electric wires downed in a storm. My heart pounds hard. There's nothing I want more than to close the distance between us, to kiss him, to get him out of my blood like the poison he is. It takes all the self-possession I have not to. I force a smile I don't feel. Guess you'll just have to keep looking. Good night, Alessio. This time I don't stop when I walk away.
Chapter 15. Saint. You better have some fucking news for me. I growl at Scorpion when he breezes into my office at Andriani Brothers Contracting. I'm in a vile mood, and it's not entirely his fault, but he's going to bear the brunt of my wrath anyway. I spent last night tossing and turning, barely able to sleep knowing Isla was a few doors down. Scorpion gives me a look. You want the coffee I brought you on your head or in your lap? True to his word, he does have 2 small black coffees in hand, one for him and one for me. Just give me the coffee, I grumble, reaching for it. He passes the to-go cup off and drops into the seat opposite my desk. You're welcome, Protore mio. I drink the coffee, unimpressed that it's not taste bud searing hot. I glare at him over the top of the cup. It's not as warm as it should be. You stopped somewhere between the cafe and here? It's called city traffic, dickhead. You better watch your mouth, Stronzo, I warn him. But we both know I won't do anything about it. My brothers are all I have. We may harass the shit out of one another, but I would die for any one of them, and I know they would do the same for me. We're in this fucked up world together, and if we don't have one another's backs, we may as well already be 6 feet under. Do you want news or not? He asks, the cocky fucker. I already told you that you better have some fucking news when you walked in here, didn't I? So spill. Sidorov is back for good, he tells me. Looks like there's going to be a shift in who runs the Bratva territory here in the city. He's top of the food chain now, and he wants everyone to know it. Fuck. Mikhail Sidorov is apparently a thorn in my ass that isn't going to go away anytime soon. This isn't what I was hoping to hear, but it does explain his efforts to big dick us with Isla. He's a sinister bastard, and he knows that fear is as powerful a weapon as any gun. I take it you finally heard from your source. I press, drinking my coffee, even though it's already getting cold. Scorpion shifts in his seat, looking uncomfortable. You could say that? What does that mean? It means that I haven't heard from my source directly. Explain, I demand. It's too early in the morning for riddles. I need to know what the fuck is going on with the Russians and why they're after Isla, and I need to know yesterday. Because the sooner I can get her out of my apartment, out of my personal space, and out of my goddamn head, the better off I'll be. Last night made that more than abundantly clear. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I challenged her. Okay, to be fair, I know what I was thinking with my dick. But that's not an excuse. If she'd taken my bait, we'd have ended up in bed, and I wouldn't have stopped until I had my tongue buried in her pussy, followed by my cock. At least one of us was smart enough to go to bed. Scorpion sighs. I heard from my source's sister. This is the first time I'm hearing about a sister being involved in his shadowy dealings with the Russians. Somehow I had no idea there was a female Sidorov in the mix. His sister? It's a long story. I have time. I don't have a meeting for another 2 hours. Tell me. Scorpion's jaw tenses. Maybe I don't have the time. Except right now, with our brother out of the country, you're answering to me, I point out conversationally. If I say you have the time, you have the time. Speaking of Priest, how is he? Doing honeymoon shit and living it up. The bastard sent me a picture of the sunrise over the ocean this morning. I don't begrudge him this time, though. I'm happy for him, happy for Luna. She's a good woman, and the two of them are perfect for each other. They earned this time outside the shit show. I can handle it while they're gone. I am handling it. Admittedly, poorly so far. But that's only because I didn't know a psycho Russian was on the loose. Correct that. Another psycho Russian. It's not like the others are particularly sane. Still, now that I know what I'm dealing with, I can adapt. Must be nice, Scorpion says. Yeah, must be. But back to the Russian sister. I need details. What the hell is going on? My source disappeared on me. When we got back from St. Thomas, everything was radio silent. Then I got the picture of Isla sent from an unknown number. The sister was behind sending the snap, I guess. Yeah, but Sidorov ordered it. I finally got to the origin of the number and tracked her down. She wasn't happy about being found, and she didn't really want to talk. I can tell by his wry tone that he's putting that mildly. Somehow, the idea of Scorpion tangling with a Russian hellcat amuses me. Better him than me. I've already got enough on my hands with Isla staying at my place. Does the sister know where her brother is? I ask, curious. Scorpion's source was a huge help to us, letting us know what was happening regularly, not just in the Bratwa rank and file, but also in the highest levels of the organization, from the pecan on down. Heading into situations without having the intel we were given is going to be difficult. We relied on it more than I realized, now that it's potentially gone forever. If she does know where he is, she's not letting on. Looks like Sidorov has her scared silent. Scorpion tells me grimly, I didn't want to take things too far, given that he was sniffing around Isla yesterday. Figured I'd come back to you with what I've learned and go from there. I turn everything I've just learned over in my mind. You think Sidorov clipped your source? It's possible. He's a ruthless prick and capable of anything. He pauses, looking torn, like he's measuring his words. But my source is also his brother. Shock hits me. Wait a fucking minute. You're telling me that Mikhail Sidorov's brother, Dmitri the Executioner, was your source, and that there's a sister we didn't know about? Priest long suspected that Scorpion's Bratva mole was Dmitri, but to hear it confirmed this way, and to know there's a mysterious sister involved now, too, thickens the plot considerably. Not for the first time, I wish Priest were here, so that I could bounce all of this off him. But he's not, and I'm holding true to my determination not to interrupt his honeymoon in paradise. So it's all me, Scorpion, and Lucky. Scorpion nods. Dmitri and I go way back. He didn't know anything about Mikhail returning. If he had, I would have had some warning on this. The two brothers had worked themselves up in the organization until they became the right and left hands of the Pakan, Ivan Alexandrov, here in the city. But there was a massive fallout between them a few years back, and Alexandrov had sent Mikhail back to Russia to oversee that part of their operations. No one knew why, though speculation had been rife at the time that it involved a woman. So, in other words, something big has gone down, I say, absently stroking the 5 o'clock shadow on my jaw. I didn't want to take the time to shave this morning. I just got the hell out of my apartment, needing to put some distance between Isla and me as fast as I could, even though yesterday's danger was still leaving me off kilter. I shouldn't worry, I know. The guards are in place, she's safe where she's at, and everyone is under strict orders to keep her the fuck inside where she belongs until I return, even if that means handcuffing her to a goddamn bed. Why do I like the image that brings to my mind far more than I should? And why the hell do I want her so much? She was worried about saving the life of a fucking spider. Jesus, women like her should be outlawed. She's like a lamb for the slaughter. A hot-as-fuck nerd lamb. For Mikhail to have returned to the States? Scorpion brings me back to the conversation. Yes, something big has likely gone down in their ranks. I shake my head. I don't like this. I don't like it any more than you do. So, Alexandrov? Gone. Gone as in back to Russia, or gone as in dead? If I had to bet, I'd put my money on dead, although no one's talking, and certainly not Ekaterina. I examine my brother. The sister has a name. There's something about the way he said it, too. The look on his face. I don't know what to make of it, but I have a feeling a whole lot more happened between Scorpion and Ekaterina than he's letting on. She's feral, he says. And that's when I take note of the scratches on his neck. Looks like I wasn't wrong about her being a hellcat. Interesting. Is she going to be an asset to us? We could sure as hell use someone in the Bratva ranks, now more than ever, given the return of Mikhail Sidorov and his potential rise to Pakan. This is all happening at the speed of light, and the fact that Sidorov was on our territory, openly challenging us, is alarming. We've always gotten along with the Russians, for the most part. There have been moments of strain and tension, like when Amadeo the animal tried to start a war between the Andriani family and the Bratva, but we shut that down, and Amadeo too. I have to work on that, Scorpion hedges, sounding uncertain. Do you have anything on Dmitri you can use as leverage? Scorpion being tied with the younger Sidorov brother was news to me, but I'm not afraid to use it to our advantage in every way possible. I have a few things up my sleeve. Good. We need to find out exactly what it is that Mikhail wants. If he's going to challenge us and start a territory war, we need to be prepared. We can't afford to get caught with our pants down and our dick out. Scorpion nods. I know. You should have come to me with your missing mole the second you became aware he was unresponsive. I point out the obvious. I never minded you holding this one tight to the vest, but losing our intel source and the crowning of a new Pakan who's breathing down our neck and threatening our own, that's not the kind of shit I should find out on the fly. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. See that it doesn't. I down the rest of my coffee, feeling the jolt of caffeine finally powering up my blood. Where's Lucky? You heard from him today? He was supposed to be here for this morning's meeting. I've been so caught up in all the unexpected Russian news that I forgot my youngest sibling is conspicuously absent. Something else flashes over Scorpion's face. What is it now? I ask, dread tightening in my gut. He's a little preoccupied at the moment. I pitch my empty coffee cup into the waste bin. With what? Explain. Lucky oversees the more dangerous part of our family empire, the drugs. With the pressure the feds are putting on supply lines these days, if Lucky is busy, it sounds like I could have another problem on my hands, above and beyond the Russians. You really want to know? Scorpion asks. I can tell it's a loaded question. I probably don't want to know, but I need to know. Tell me, I command. Apparently, Antonella Rossi has decided to grace us with her presence. Everything inside me freezes, because I know that name, even if it's one I never expected to hear again. It belongs to our mother.
Isla. Life is weird. My book is riveting, and somehow I still can't concentrate. I'm curled up on Alessio's sleek leather couch under a cozy velvet throw. It's the same couch he sat on last night when he arrogantly, and correctly, stated that I want him. But this time, he's not here with his sexy self, his burning hot ocean stare, and his tatted hands I so desperately long to feel working their magic on me again. It's dark, well past dinner time, and I'm still alone in the apartment with Sid. With the help of Vincenzo, one of the guards stationed at the door, I had dinner for one delivered. A spicy sack of Indian takeout with paneer and garlic naan that were both to die for. I ate half-heartedly, despite the deliciousness, expecting Alessio to burst into the apartment at any second and disturb my hard-fought peace of the day. I've been bored here alone, nothing but my e-reader, Sid, and a TV signed into Netflix to entertain me. Turns out Alessio is a fan of true crime. Who would have guessed, right? It felt wrong, tuning into shows and messing up his algorithm. I'm a historical fiction drama kind of girl myself, and I doubt he'd appreciate being shown my favorite version of Pride and Prejudice as a recommended option, even if he does get a lot of evil enjoyment out of calling me Jane Austen. I tried to tidy up, but nothing was readily available that needed cleaning, and I was hesitant to go into any room that had a closed door, especially not his bedroom. Too dangerous. So I did yoga. I surfed the internet. I sent Luna a few candid snaps of Sid in my lap only, careful to keep any suspicious background from the picture. I also turned off the live so she wouldn't know we'd moved to a new location. She hearted them all at once and responded with a kiss emoji about half an hour ago, which let me know that she's way too busy honeymooning to suspect shit has hit the fan here. Which is exactly how I want it. She's enjoying herself. I haven't had any clashes with creepy Russian mobsters today. Sid is safe, and Alessio is out doing whatever mobster things mobsters do. I don't want to know. I like staying on this side of the law, thank you very much. And besides, the less of him I see, the better. I nearly spontaneously combusted after the way he challenged me. Then I had to spend all night long tossing and turning. Sid hogging the bed, knowing Alessio was just a few doors down, probably sleeping naked in all his glorious, tattooed mafia hotness. What's wrong with me? Am I ovulating? That has to be it. I'm not usually this controlled by my libido. The door to the apartment clicks open, and I jolt out of my seat on the couch, instantly on guard. Tentatively, I peek around the corner to see who is here, half afraid I'll find a Russian mobster staring me down from the other end of a gun. It's not a Bratva kidnapper, but it's arguably every bit as frightening. Alessio is stalking toward me, and he looks furious. He stops when he catches sight of me, some of the tension draining from his face. Isla. He didn't call me Jane in that flippant way that never fails to annoy me. I'll take it as a victory, however small. Hey. I feel suddenly awkward and nervous, greeting him in his own apartment. I wasn't trying to snoop. I was just hoping it wasn't a Russian mobster at the door. He gives me a look I can't decipher. Different kind of mobster. For a heartbeat, I wonder what had his expression so strained when he first showed up. But then I tell myself it doesn't matter. He's not my problem to worry about. Right, well, I'll just get back to reading with Sid.
How was today?
He asks, taking me by surprise. It was fine. Uneventful. I make a face at him. I stayed inside like a good girl. The minute the words leave me, I realize they were a mistake. I intended them to be sassy and sarcastic. I didn't mean for them to take on a sexual undertone, but they so clearly have. Now they're hanging between us. They're the same words he said to me before, taunting me, but they have a new life after last night. The air turns heavy and thick.
Did you?
He takes his phone out of his pocket, along with his keys and wallet, and lays them slowly on the marble kitchen counter. Then he shrugs out of his coat and hangs it over a stool. All the while, he never takes his eyes from mine. Alessio tugs at his tie, loosening it. And damn, new kink unlocked. The way his eyes devour me, the intensity, the energy rolling off him in palpable waves is unbelievably hot. The contrast between his inked fingers and the bespoke business suit turns me on in a way that feels wrong, but oh, so right. Yes, I manage to say in a somewhat collected voice, which is a small miracle in itself. I'm anything but collected right now. He tugs harder and shrugs out of his suit jacket, too, until he's down to crisp white shirt sleeves that cling to his muscled biceps.
Did you eat dinner?
He's asking me more than whether I ate dinner. It's like he's slowly, methodically undressing in front of me, daring me to say something, to stop him. But I'm hypnotized by his gaze, his every action, his deep voice. I did, I confirm. Did you?
No.
He toes off his Italian leather loafers next, leaving them neatly lined up by the edge of the kitchen. He has a gorgeous closet with custom built-ins for all his shoes near the door. I know because I may have drooled over it when I arrived yesterday, but he's not bothering with it now. Is something wrong? I ask him. He plucks out gold cufflinks and plinks them onto the marble counter, one by one.
It's been a day, and I'm in a mood.
I can see that. He cocks his head at me, his eyes searching.
Can you?
I don't know what he's asking me. I mean, I think I know what he's asking me, and I think I know my answer to his question. All my ability to resist Alessio Andriani is about to go right out the damn window. I swallow hard. Yes. He bites his lower lip and saunters toward me slowly, bridging the gap between us. My inner instincts for self-preservation scream at me to back up a few steps, to retreat into the living room, to head back to my guest room and lock the door for the rest of the night. Because nothing good can possibly come from what's about to happen. But I don't move. I stay right where I am as he stops close enough to me that I can feel the heat emanating off him. His cologne hits me, and with it comes a tidal wave of desire.
I'm not going to be good company tonight,
he says, his voice low with a combined threat and silken promise.
You should probably go to your room and lock the door until morning.
I just had the same thought, but I'm not any more motivated to move at his warning than I was at the one I issued to myself. I have to tilt my head back because he's towering over me. Or what?
You really want to know, Tesoro?
Yeah, I do. His eyes glitter into mine, filled with danger and blatant, white-hot sex.
I'm going to fuck you like you've been wanting me to, ever since that night in St. Thomas.
Pound, pound, pound goes my heart. Pulse, pulse, pulse goes my clit. I swear he can hear them both, that he knows everything racing through my mind, that with one touch from him, I'll go up in flames. I can barely breathe or think. Somehow, I summon words. I think we both know that would be a very bad idea.
It's a terrible fucking idea.
He agrees, his head dipping toward mine.
Tell me no.
I settle my hands on his hard chest like they have the right to be there. I'm not pushing him away either. I'm caressing, absorbing his strength, remembering what it was like to touch him this way that night. Before I found out who he was and everything fell apart and I had to tamp down all the pent-up lust roaring inside me. What if I don't want to tell you no? I ask, afraid of his answer, yet needing it more than anything.
Then don't say it.
His hands go to my hips, holding me gently, bringing me closer so that I can feel the rigid length of his cock straining against his slacks. My panties are soaked, and he's barely even touched me. I'm so done. Just for tonight, I tell him, like it's a promise I think we might both keep. This isn't going to be a repeat thing.
Until we've had our fill.
He's unsmiling, his eyes eating me up, his fingers tightening on my hips.
I need to fuck you out of my system. One night wasn't enough.
No one has ever said something like that to me before. No man has ever looked at me like he craves me, like he can't get enough. I'm drunk on the power, drunk on him. I feel like I'm someone else as I grab his tie and pull him to me. What makes you think 2 nights will be? With a growl, he slams his mouth over mine. It's the kiss I've been waiting for, the kiss I've been dreading, the kiss I've been needing. It's like I'm awake again, thrown back into the raging fire of the night we met, when he was Alessio and I was Isla and nothing else mattered. I kiss him with everything I've got, and he kisses me back like he wants to inhale me, like he wants to ruin me for anyone else who comes after him. And I know instinctively that he's going to. That no one will ever make me feel the way this man does, even if the two of us are as impossible as day and night together at once.
I'm going to fuck you all night,
he warns me, and then he picks me up. I wrap my legs around his hips, twine my arms around his neck, and cling to him as he carries me straight to his bedroom. He doesn't say another word the whole way there. Neither do I. He just walks us into his private domain, kicks the door closed behind him, and then drops me into the middle of the bed. Then he looms over me, tearing at his shirt until buttons are popping. He claws off the tie and leaves his shirt hanging open, revealing a mouth-watering slice of his 8-pack. Reaching for me, he whips my tank over my head. I'm wearing a lacy purple bra, and I reach behind it to undo the clasp, eager to help him. Now that we've crossed this line, I can't wait to have him inside me again. His fingers slide into the elastic waistband of my leggings, and he yanks them down, along with my panties.
Let me see you,
he commands, tossing them over his shoulder. I know what he wants. Slowly, I glide my legs open, giving him a direct view of me. It's not something I would have dreamed of doing with the light on back when I was with Christian. It's also not something he ever wanted. He was more of a fumble-in-the-dark kind of guy. The art of foreplay, not one of his stronger suits. Not Alessio.
Fuck, tesoro. You have a gorgeous pussy.
He gets on his knees on the bed, staring at me like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. I'm pretty sure it's average.
Sacrilege. That's not how you talk about this pussy.
He lowers his head and gives me one long lick from my ass all the way to my clit.
This pussy is a work of fucking art.
He flicks his tongue over me in maddening circles. I'm about to come. That's how turned on I am, how much I want him, how much I've spent every waking and sleeping hour since we were last together trying to banish the desire for him that keeps burning anyway.
You have to be good to this pussy.
He sucks on my clit, I swear I see stars. So good. Then he bites me. Not hard, but enough that I feel the nip of his teeth go through me like an electric pulse. I can't take it. I've been on the edge since the second he started loosening his tie and staring at me like I was his dinner. He tugs on my clit, then sucks again, and a jolt of pure pleasure explodes inside me. He groans against me as I come, like he's enjoying this every bit as much as I am, like it's all he's been waiting for. He lifts his head, his mouth glistening, his eyes dark and stormy as they find mine.
Get on your hands and knees for me.
In this moment, my orgasm still buzzing through me, I'll do anything he wants me to do. I roll onto my knees and hold myself up with my forearms, casting a glance back at him over my shoulder. How's this?
Perfect.
He grabs my ass.
Fucking perfect.
His fingers dig into my flesh, kneading. Then he spreads me apart and sinks his tongue deep inside my pussy. I inhale and arch my back, surprised as he fucks me that way. I can't keep myself from moaning. He makes a low sound of approval and keeps at it until I'm breathless and mindlessly pumping into him, riding his face. Suddenly, he withdraws, and his fingers replace his tongue, too, thrusting in and out. I'm so wet by now that I can hear it echoing obscenely in the quiet of his bedroom. He adds a third, working me harder, faster, the pressure intensifying as he finds the place that makes me lose all control. His fingers are long, and I'm incredibly sensitive from coming once. When my orgasm hits me this time, I can barely keep myself in position. My pussy is still clenching convulsively when he withdraws his fingers and replaces them with his cock. He fills me in a single thrust, buried so deep it takes my breath away. The lingering spasms of my orgasm make my pussy flutter around him. Oh, fuck, Alessio, I mutter. It's too good. The pleasure is almost painful. It's beyond anything I've felt yet, and I don't know if it's because I wanted him that much, or if it's because his cock is magic, or if I've lost my damn mind. All I can do is follow his lead. He winds a handful of my hair around his fist and starts to fuck me, his balls slapping against me with each thrust. The headboard bangs against the wall. He's fucking me hard, grasping my hips, slamming into me again and again, pulling my hair.
That's it, tesoro,
he murmurs.
Take this fucking cock. Take all of it.
It suddenly occurs to me that I don't think he took the time to put on a condom. Shit. I'm usually so careful. Condom, I manage. He withdraws.
Son of a bitch. I forgot to put one on. I wanted you too fucking badly.
And I very much don't want to take the time for him to rummage around and find one. I'm desperate for more. I like the way he feels, bare inside me. I'm clean, I bite out.
So am I.
And I'm on birth control. He caresses my hip with one hand, his breathing ragged, his voice strained.
No condom. You sure?
I like the way you feel inside me without one.
Fuck.
He groans, and then he's inside me again, filling me up, so deep and so good.
Fucking fuck. Your pussy feels perfect this way.
Fuck me, I demand. Alessio growls, his hold on my hair tightening again, and then he gives me what I want, pounding into me. There's nothing but the two of us, our bodies working together. Still keeping a hold on my hair, he glides his other hand to my clit, strumming over me. I can barely keep myself from falling to the bed, but I manage to stay on my knees, arching into him, meeting him thrust after thrust. I want to prolong this, keep him inside me, forget everything and everyone. The headboard slams off the wall in a rhythmic dance. His cock hardens. He groans. "I'm going to fill you up with my cum. You ready for me, tesoro?" God, yes, I barely rasp out. I don't know if it's his words, or the way he plays with my clit, or the last powerful thrust he gives me, like he's trying to go deeper than ever before. Whatever it is, I can't hold on any longer. The pleasure detonates inside me, and I'm clamping down on him, screaming his name as he does what he promised. The scalding rush of him inside me only adds to the intensity, and I collapse onto the bed, dazed with pleasure, filled with Alessio's cum, his throbbing cock still planted inside me.
Chapter 16. Saint. I ease out of Isla, wondering what the fuck is wrong with me, and yet simultaneously not even giving a shit. Her pussy strangling my cock bare is the best sensation I've had in my life, hands down. I came so hard I saw black stars. I've never fucked a woman without a condom before. Not once before tonight. I've also never forgotten myself the way I did with her. Yeah, it was the emotions roiling inside me that had me feral before I even walked through the door. But it was also her. I took one look at her, sexy and beautiful and standing in my apartment like she belongs to me, and I knew what I needed. Her pussy on my face, her cum dripping down my cock to my balls, the sweet taste of her cunt on my tongue. I needed her moaning my name. I still need all that, and it doesn't matter that I've just railed her like we're amateur porn stars shooting an at-home film. There's something else I need, though, and when she tries to roll over, I stop her, planting my hands on her upper thighs. Stay like this. I spread her wider, admiring her all pink and wet, my cum leaking out of her pussy. My spent dick instantly gets half hard again. I wish I could get my phone and take a picture to look at later. It's filthy and beautiful, her and me mixed together like this. As if this is how it was always meant to be. I wasn't lying when I said her pussy is a work of art, and it's even more so with me spilling out of her. Before I can even think about what I'm doing, I sink a finger into her, pushing my cum back inside. Her pussy tightens on my finger, and she moans, lifting her ass to drag me deeper. "What are you doing?" she asks, though she doesn't move. She likes it, and she's still in a haze of pleasure from all the orgasms I gave her. I fuck her with my finger some more. I like my cum in you. Pity it can't stay there forever. The idea of her walking around all day long with my cum seeping out of her pussy makes my dick go fully hard. A surge of possessiveness so potent I can almost taste it rushes through me. This woman is mine, for as long as I can keep her. The next week and a half. How does it feel, being full of me? I add a second finger, working in and out of her. Good. She makes a little sound in the back of her throat. I work her faster. I'm going to keep filling you up with my cum. This is my pussy now. "Alessio," she moans, half plea. The way she's tightening on me, I think she's close to coming again. The slick sound of me gliding my fingers in and out of her cunt fills the air. I'm a man possessed. Yeah, that's it, baby. Come on my fingers while you're still filled with me. You like the way it feels, don't you? Yes, she hisses. And I need to have my mouth on her again. As much as I love this view, I'm insatiable for the taste of her, for the slick, swollen feel of her clit on my tongue. I withdraw my fingers wet with cum and use my other hand to guide her onto her back. Her expression is adorably befuddled and slack with desire all at the same time. I bite her inner thigh. How I ever restrained myself and kept myself from touching her all these days since we've been back is a mystery. Keep those legs spread for me. I reach for her hand. Now, it's your turn to do it. Do what? She's confused. It doesn't matter. I'm acting on instinct, doing what I want, making my mark on her. I take her hand and bring it to her pussy. Put my cum back inside you. Alessio. I don't know if she's protesting or moaning, but I need to see her fingers sinking into that slick, swollen pussy, putting my cum back inside her, more than I need a heartbeat in my chest. Do it. And she does. Fuck, she does. Her finger sinks in slowly, pushing my cum with it. I'm not sure which of us moans louder. Her hips tip up, and she starts to fuck herself in and out, slowly at first, and then with greater urgency, like she needs to come again and is so desperate she'll do anything I ask of her, no matter how depraved. It's one of the hottest things I've ever seen. All I can do is lower my head and take her clit between my teeth. I start out with a gentle nibble, and then I suck hard. As she bucks restlessly against my face, I take my messy fingers, slide them through our combined wetness, and find her ass. The urge to fill and claim her everywhere can't be stopped. I'm a monster now, and all I want is more. More Isla. More of her sweet surrender to me. I tease her ass, playing with the tense little ring of muscle as she fucks herself and I worship her clit. She gasps, thrusting into my face and then against my finger, in a back and forth that has me so ready to come, all I can do is grind my poor dick into the mattress to stave off my second orgasm. I flick my tongue over her clit, then lift my head to look at her, naked and beautiful and flushed with passion. Her nipples, hard points that have been woefully neglected, her lips parted. She's so beautiful, so perfect for me, so damn wrong for me, and she's all mine. I'm going to fuck you everywhere, tesoro, I tell her, increasing the pressure of my probing finger. Oh, God, yes, she says brokenly, still moving her hand frantically between her legs. I work into her gently, taking my time, easing in all the way to my knuckle. She's so tight and hot, and the way she's writhing under me tells me she likes this as much as I do. She cries out my name, then curses, I'm going to come. Briefly, I release her clit, blowing a stream of hot air over it. Then come, baby. Come on our fingers and my tongue. As if on command, she does, her entire body trembling under me, like the aftershocks of an earthquake, a strangled cry bursting from her. Yes, fucking yes. I let her ride out the waves as long as I can, drunk on her pussy. She tastes so good, and the way her ass clamps down on my finger is erotic as hell. I can't wait to put my cock in there, to fuck her hard and deep. Need roars through me, sudden and fierce. I'm not going to make it. Reluctantly jerking my mouth from her cunt, I ease my finger from her. Her own fingers are still buried inside that pretty pussy, her legs spread wide. Gripping my dick, I come again, this time all over her swollen clit while she watches. The force of my orgasm is almost painful. It's that perfect razor's edge I've been chasing for so long. This green-eyed, goody two-shoes professor is going to be the end of me. But what a way to go. Slowly, deliberately, I rub my cum all over her clit until she's coated with me and filled with me, too. She finally withdraws from her dripping pussy and shocks me by swirling her fingertips over herself. I take her hand and bring it to her lips. Taste how good we are together. She sucks on her finger. I groan at the sight. I can't wait to have those lips wrapped around my cock again, to shoot down her throat and watch her swallow every drop of my cum. But I'm going to have to recover before I go another round. So I pull my finger from her mouth and kiss her instead. I taste her and myself as our tongues tangle. It's a toxic blend and I can't get enough. I'm beginning to suspect I never will.
Isla, you've got to be starving, I tell Alessio as we towel ourselves dry. It took us some time to work up the strength to get out of bed after those epic sex sessions, but somehow we managed. We showered together, washing each other in a way that wasn't even sexual, just tender and caring. He soaped up every inch of me and rinsed me down, using his magical fingers to massage my scalp when he shampooed my hair. I gave him the same treatment, enjoying the opportunity to touch his powerfully honed body. I tried not to linger over his scars, the reminders of the brutality inherent in the life he's lived. I don't want to think about who he really is or what he's done. I just want to focus on the way Alessio makes me feel. We were too lazy to fetch my things from the guest bath, so thanks to using his shower products, I even smell like him from head to toe. I like it the same way I like him. Too damn much. He wraps his oversized, fluffy black towel around his hips and pulls me into his chest. I am starving. His mouth finds mine, and I don't fight it. I can't anymore. All I can do is wind my arms around his neck and hold on tight, opening for his tongue. For you, he murmurs against my lips. I can't deny the rush his words send down my spine. We ventured into dangerous territory tonight, and my rational mind knows it. But the rest of me doesn't give a fuck. She's having way too much fun. It's purely physical, I tell myself. We're two responsible adults. I mean, yes, he's a top dog in the mafia. Yes, that makes me nervous and uncomfortable. But I'm not marrying the man. And anyway, I'm stuck here for the next week and a half. I might as well get the most bang for my buck. Bad pun intended. I kiss him some more, luxuriating in the feel of him, keeping my sanity parked firmly at the door to this apartment, which is where it's going to have to stay until I get my fill of Alessio, or until Luna's honeymoon is over, whichever comes first. His stomach growls, and I'm the first one to break the kiss. Apparently, your stomach disagrees, I point out wryly. You're just trying to get my strength up so I can fuck you again. He growls. My pussy pulses. He's not wrong. I do want him again. I want him more than I ever imagined possible. So much, it scares me. We've gone from 0 to 100 over the last few hours. But I'll worry about that later. Maybe. I kiss him again, still tasting the two of us in our kiss. But either way, you should eat something. He pulls his head back and flashes me a smug grin. I give you a couple of good orgasms, and you're fussing over me like a mother hen. Damn. I feel warmth creeping into my cheeks, but I do my best to ignore it. You're awfully full of yourself. I like it when you're full of me. So do I, but I don't say that out loud. God, his mouth. I love it when he talks dirty to me, when he tells me every filthy thing he wants to do to me. It makes me wild for him. We kiss again. I'm about to lose the towel I've loosely wrapped around myself. I step back, holding the towel firmly in place. You need dinner. Fine. Although I want to kiss him some more, I restrained myself. If this keeps up, we'll end up back in bed, and even if I'd like nothing better, now that my brain is functioning again, I'm back to wondering what had him so worked up when he walked through the door. I know it's not anything to do with Luna and Priest, or he would have said so. But the possibility that it's related to the psycho Russian stalker has unease tightening its hold on me. I slip past him and head into his bedroom, where our scattered clothing and the rumpled bed are a reminder of everything that just happened. Hastily, I pick up my clothing with as much dignity as I can muster and start heading out of his room with it tucked under my arm.
"Where are you going?"
he demands. To get dressed. His head pops around the doorway.
"I want to keep you naked and in my bed all night long."
Sounds like paradise to me. Also sounds dangerous. Sternly, I remind myself that if I'm going to do this, cross this boundary with him and stay firmly on the other side until I leave the city, or we both grow tired of each other, then I need to keep a good head on my shoulders. I can't allow myself to be entirely in the dark about the world he inhabits, particularly as it pertains to me. What was bothering you earlier? I ask him, shifting gears. His expression shudders.
"Nothing."
Disappointment laces through me. But what did I expect? That he would suddenly morph into someone he's not? That he would confess his deepest, darkest problems to me? See you in a few, I say, and then I breeze out of his room. Thankfully, my walk of shame isn't far. I make it to the guest bedroom and close the door before slowly exhaling. I have no idea what I'm doing, aside from having mind-bendingly good sex with a man I shouldn't even be alone with, let alone hooking up with. Sid is curled up in the middle of the bed, clearly having abandoned his perch in the living room in favor of the king size in the guest room that he manages to hog here, too. He sees me and stretches, giving me a wide yawn. Hard life, being a cat? I ask him. He blinks at me, about as responsive as Alessio when my questions pertain to anything other than sex. Great. I'm being stonewalled by both of the men in my life right now. Men in my life? Gah, what am I thinking? I'm so not thinking. That's what I'm doing, and that's what the problem is. I'm letting my ovaries overpower my good judgment. Falling into bed with Alessio again was a mistake. Too bad I don't regret it. And that I want to do it again. Sid makes a cute cat sound at me and gets up, ambling to the edge of the bed. I give him a few obligatory caresses, because he's adorable and he's soft, and I need a minute to gather my bearings. Another scratch of Sid's soft little head, and I throw on some clothing. Alessio really does need to eat, and I also need to get to the bottom of whatever his sudden change was all about. By the time I pad into the kitchen in my bare feet in search of him, Alessio is rummaging through the fridge, shirtless and wearing a pair of sweatpants that hug his ass perfectly. He sends a glance toward me over his shoulder, a smile transforming him from gorgeous to drop-dead gorgeous. It's easy to forget again that he's a mobster, a criminal, a man who breaks the law for a living, using any nefarious means possible. He looks sexy and accessible right now, like a model posing for a shot, like a man I could have a future with, instead of a dangerous kingpin I should avoid like toxic waste.
"Hey,"
he says softly. He's not scowling at me, not mocking me, not glaring. I don't know what to do with this gentler version of the man. He's giving me Major Alessio in St. Thomas before I knew who he really was vibes. But now I know he's not completely either one of the faces he's shown me. He's not just the charming bartender. He's also the cutthroat, ruthless mafia consigliera, a man who will do anything he has to do. Did you find anything to eat? I ask him, trying to navigate my way. I don't know what we're doing, what we are. I don't know anything, really, except that whatever it is we have can't last.
I need to put a call in for a restock. All I see is some sad, wilted romaine, expired milk, and a jar of pickles.
His fridge definitely does scream bachelor pad. Somehow, I'm not surprised that he has a personal shopper. He probably has a house cleaner, too, which is why his place is so annoyingly tidy and spotless. There's some leftover Indian takeout in there, I say.
Vincenzo told me you ordered from my favorite place.
He's been checking up on me. I'm also not shocked at his confirmation. It was fantastic. You should heat up the rest. I lean against the counter, trying to act nonchalant about this, even though I've never been a casual, no-strings-attached sex person. I've also never been into mobsters, so I guess there's a first time for everything. He cocks his head at me.
You sure?
For a second, I think he's talking about the inner battle I'm waging with myself over how to feel about the fact that I just took a major leap I wasn't prepared for. But then I realize he means the Indian takeout. Go for it. He takes the remainder of my bounty to the counter and silently busies himself by opening containers and prepping the food to be warmed up.
We have the same taste,
he tells me, piling everything onto a plate and carrying it to the microwave. That would have been at least 2 meals for me, if not 3. Apparently, Alessio has worked up quite an appetite. When I think of how, I need to cross my ankles and press my thighs together to ward off a pang of desire. I have absolutely no defenses against the things he does to me, the way he makes me feel, how much I want him. Think of something else, Isla, I tell myself. You don't mind spice?
The spicier, the better.
He finishes at the microwave and turns to me with a cheeky grin. I know he's talking about more than the Indian food he's warming up. I also know my face is on fire. The things he did to me, the things we did together, I've never experienced anything like Alessio before. I swallow hard and try to pretend like I'm unaffected. Same. My clit is pulsing, just standing here. I'm thinking about the suction of his mouth, the light abrasion of his teeth. My ass tingles from his finger. No one's ever gone there on me before, and it's not something I knew I would like until I felt him playing with me. Any embarrassment or hesitation I might have felt had long since flown out the window at that point, and I'd just given myself over to him. The microwave beeps, and he hauls out the plate, taking it to the counter where leather-topped stools are lined up. We ate at the formal dining table last night. There's something laid back and cozy about him eating at the counter on a stool. I feel like I'm intruding.
Have a seat,
he tells me, gesturing to the stools.
I'll go get us drinks. What do you want? Glass of wine? A lemon drop?
He's hearkening back to that night I first met him, when I thought he was a bartender. I was so wrong. A glass of wine would be nice, I say as I settle on a stool.
You got it.
He disappears for a few minutes, and I know he's at the bar that overlooks his incredible view of the river. I hear the clinking of glasses, the plunk of a cork being pulled, then the unmistakable sound of wine being poured. When he comes back into view, he's got a glass of wine in each hand. He's so beautiful, his chiseled stomach and muscled chest and arms on display. The bulge in his pants is the stuff of gray sweatpants season legend. I jerk my eyes up to his, but I know he caught me looking by the smirk on his lips as he hands me the glass.
Here you go.
I take the chilled glass, our fingers brushing. Thanks. Just the graze of his skin on mine is enough to rekindle the fires inside me. He sits on the stool next to mine and holds up his wine to me.
To doing what we shouldn't.
I can drink to that? We clink glasses, and I take a big sip of wine to try to calm my jittery nerves. I still need to figure out what's going on. Why he blew into the apartment like a hurricane, hell-bent on destroying everything in his path. Alessio tucks into the paneer and chili chicken with gusto.
Damn, I forgot how good this is.
As he's chewing, I find my nerve to bring it up. Want to tell me what happened today? He freezes mid-chew and shoots me a look I can't define. Frustrated? Annoyed? I'm not sure. Then slowly he finishes chewing, swallowing the bite with great deliberation, his eyes never leaving mine.
What happened, tesoro, is that I gave you the proper fucking you deserve.
Warmth zips down my spine. Not that. I'm talking about the reason for your dark mood when you got here. You looked like you wanted to tear down the world with your bare hands. He takes a sip of his wine.
I do, knowing that Russian prick was after you.
I try not to let that comment go to my head, but I fail miserably. I like being the recipient of Alessio's protective side far more than I like being his enemy. But a new surge of fear is tangling me up in knots, because the last thing I want is to get caught in a Russian mafia spiderweb. Has there been a new development? I ask.
The Russian situation is complicated. You're safest here with me.
Somehow, I suspect he's wrong about that, but for an entirely different reason. When Alessio's guard is down, he's alarmingly magnetic. He's also not nearly as good at shielding his thoughts and emotions from me, which is how I sense there's a whole lot more than what he's telling me. I take a sip of wine, choosing my words with care. Is it something more than the Russians? His jaw tenses.
You don't give up, do you?
I'm not sure of my place here, but I am completely at this man's mercy for the next week and a half. If something is affecting him, chances are it will also affect me. I want to know what that is. I need to know, so I can do my best to protect myself. What if the police are after him? What if he's about to get hit with a racketeering charge, and meanwhile I'm gleefully hopping on his dick? Maybe there's another way to get the truth out of him. I shrug. If it's too sensitive of a subject to talk about, we don't have to.
Mother Mary,
he grumbles, scrubbing at his jaw as he's back to glowering at me again.
I don't have a sensitive bone in my body. You should know that by now.
Sure, I say non-committally, like I don't believe a word he's just said.
I don't.
I drink my wine, not bothering to argue. My silence says it all. Finally, he makes a low sound that's reminiscent of a growl.
You really want to know?
I wait.
The woman who spawned me,
he grinds out, the words sounding like they're torn from him. This is not what I was expecting to hear. I set my wineglass down on the marble with a clank. Your mother? I turn that information over in my mind. Luna told me that Priest's mother disappeared years ago, and he and his brothers had no idea where she'd gone, or if she was still even alive. My heart pounds harder. Is she?
She's alive and well,
he announces bitterly.
And apparently she's decided to return from the dead. 25 years too fucking late, with some sob story about how my old man threatened to kill her. She's also brought my twin sisters with her. Well, technically, half-sisters.
Now I'm more confused than ever. You have twin sisters? I had no idea. He snorts.
Neither did I until today.
Oh my God. Suddenly, Alessio's mood makes awful, perfect sense. The pieces click together in my mind like a fucked-up puzzle. If you didn't know you had twin sisters until today, I say slowly, then that means Priest doesn't know either, does he? Alessio lifts his wine in mock salute. Nope. Then he drains the rest of it in one gulp. You're not going to tell him until he gets back, are you? He gives me a look. What do you take me for? No, don't answer that. I'm sure you think I'm a heartless bastard, and I don't want to hear that. My mood was starting to improve for the first time since Scorpion came to me with the news. I wince. I can imagine it must have been quite the shock. Understatement of the fucking century. He finishes the last of the leftovers and gets up, stalking across the kitchen to rinse his plate at the sink. I slide off my stool and follow him, stopping with a few steps between us for sanity's sake. I don't think you're a completely heartless bastard, for the record. I don't know what else to say to him, so I just stay where I'm at as he deposits his plate into the dishwasher. I can't imagine what it must be like to have your mother, who walked out on you as a kid, reappear 25 years later with the half-sisters you didn't know you had. If Alessio wasn't fucked up before, he sure is now. My heart aches for him, even though I know I shouldn't allow myself to feel anything for him other than pure animal lust. Like him, it's too dangerous. He straightens and turns back to me, and I can't help but admire the play of light and shadow on his upper body, the way his muscles twist and tighten in his washboard abs. He's the real work of art. Now that you fed me and you managed to get me to talk about something I really, really didn't want to talk about, I think you owe me. He moves toward me, a predator stalking his prey. I'm no match for him, and anyway, I want to be caught. Oh, yeah? Yeah. He doesn't stop until we're almost touching, flattening his palms on either side of the counter to fence me in. But I'm not intimidated in the slightest. I'm just turned on. Lightly, I trail a fingertip along his collarbone, running it over a jagged scar. What do I owe you? I think you owe me a few more orgasms, at least. He slides a hand down my waistband, cupping my pussy. Fuck, no panties? I arch into his touch, shameless. Didn't know if I'd need them. He gives me the devil's own grin. You definitely don't.
Chapter 17. Saint. I wake up with morning wood and Isla in my bed. We were so caught up in each other last night that I didn't bother to lower the shades, and light is streaming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun has already crested over the city, snarls of traffic coming to life below, as the morning commute takes the streets in a stranglehold. I have work to do today, Russian Bratva psychos to contend with, shit to figure out, a disappearing mother to interrogate, sisters to meet. Fuck. All I want to do is stay right where I am, with Isla warm and naked pressed to my side. I want to fuck her all day long. And then I want to fuck her all night long, too. I got a decent start on getting her out of my system last night and into the early hours of the morning, but I'm beginning to realize that the more I have of Isla, the more I want of her, and the more I want from her. I'm addicted to her, and last night's hit only made me need more. She makes a sleepy sound of contentment and rolls over. The sheet slips down, revealing the pale curve of one perfect breast and her hard pink nipple. I can't resist cupping it, rubbing my thumb slowly over the tip. She's so fucking soft. The scent of pineapple and citrus and sex rises from my sheets. She arches her back and blinks awake, looking sleepy and gorgeous and fuckable as hell. Is it morning already? I've never had a woman spend the night in my bed before. I don't do relationships because there's no room in my life for them. I've dedicated myself to the family, to my duty. The fewer complications, the better. I tug at her nipple and plant a quick kiss on her lips, and then withdraw before I deepen it and roll her onto her back. The temptation to stay here, to sink my dick inside her and fill her with my cum, is strong. My aching cock tensed the sheet and duvet at the thought, but I'm going to have to get a rain check. I know me, and if I start indulging in Isla, I'm not going to leave my apartment today. Unfortunately, yes, it's morning, I tell her, my voice raspy from lack of sleep and coffee. I should get going. I've got shit to do.
Are you going to see your mom?
She asks. I probably shouldn't have told her about Antonella. It's not like me to share, but in my defense, I'd just had epic life-altering orgasms. I probably wasn't thinking all that straight. One bonus comes from my oversharing the night before. My cock wilts instantly, morning wood cured by the mention of the woman who spawned and abandoned my brothers and me. She's not my mom, I tell Isla, reluctantly releasing her breast and flipping back the covers to get out of bed. She's an egg donor, and I don't want anything to do with her.
What about your sisters?
The news is still fresh. It feels weird hearing the word sisters out loud, knowing I've had siblings out there in the world I haven't even met yet. Antonella is going to pay for this, that much I do know. I sigh, stalking toward the bathroom. They're another story. We don't turn our back on blood unless blood turns its back on us.
I hope you're heading into all this with an open mind, Alessio,
she says. And it's so like her, such a do-gooder, thinking the best of everyone. It's a searing reminder, like a blade driven into my chest, of how different our worlds are. Stay in your lane, Emily Austen, I tell her, intentionally fucking up Emily Bronte and Jane Austen like they're the same person. I know it's going to drive her up the wall. It's the distraction I need. Shit is getting too heavy and real with Isla, and I'm not ready for that. Not with a landslide of family bullshit barreling toward me. I hear her softly correcting me just before I close the bathroom door.
It's Emily Bronte and Jane Austen.
Then I turn on the shower and start my day. Unfortunately, when I'm enveloped in the steam, the spray of the jets raining on my back, the scent of Isla's pussy rises, making me harder than a rock again. I jerk off, thinking about finger-fucking my cum back into her cunt like the animal I've become, and then finish showering. By the time I'm out and toweled off, my bed is empty. Isla's gone. It feels wrong. I want her in my sheets, thinking about all the things we did together, waiting for me to come back. Never mind that I was just a dick to her and it's my fault that she left. All I can focus on is that need. I throw my clothing on with record speed and stalk out of my room. Isla? She doesn't answer me, but Sid does, trotting over to me with that trilling purr thing he does, like he's greeting me. The cat is seriously strange, but so am I. Maybe that's why we get along so well. Even he's looking up at me with big green eyes, kind of accusing. What? I ask him. Then I realize I'm having a conversation with a cat. Fuck me. Isla, I call again, heading to my kitchen. She's there, wearing an oversized t-shirt and nothing else, her blonde hair spilling down her back, all wavy and tousled. She raises a brow at me, looking like a professor about to reprimand a student.
So I'm back to Isla again now.
She made herself tea. There's something so homey about seeing her half naked in my kitchen that makes my chest tighten up and my dick go hard all over again. It's not that she's in my kitchen making tea, so much as the feeling that she belongs here. And that scares the shit out of me. Why are you out of my bed? I ask, instead of answering her question.
Because I spent enough time there.
She sips her tea. I can see that she didn't make one for me. Fair enough. I don't really deserve one, and I'm more of a coffee man myself. Is that so? I stalk toward her, not stopping until I've pinned her against a wall of cabinets. She tips her head back, holding my stare, stubborn and sexy as hell. Yup, that's so. I don't think you've spent nearly enough time there, I tell her, leaning down to bury my face against her neck. I kiss her, and I can feel her resistance crumbling like a building being imploded, falling in on itself. She inhales. I find her pulse and lick it. Alessio, she protests, but her voice is silken and low. You're going to make me spill my tea. It's only fair. She made me spill my guts to her last night. But I really don't want hot Earl Grey dripping down my thigh, so I ease up a little, raising my head. I want you naked in my bed when I come home tonight. Well, I want to eat chocolate cake for every meal, but that's not happening either. You want cake? I rub my lower lip against hers. I'll bring you some fucking cake. You're missing the point. Yeah, I am. Intentionally, too. But I don't tell her that. I kiss her instead. She kisses me back, and she tastes like tea and makes a soft, needy sound into my mouth that I want to play on repeat. I break it off before I make it impossible to leave. You, naked in my bed. Tonight. I don't take orders. Think of it as a request. She licks her lips. I don't know. That sounded kind of like a command to me. I growl and kiss her again. I'll text you. Be ready. Then I leave her, standing there in my kitchen with her Earl Grey and Sid, before I do something stupid like throw her over my shoulder, take her back to bed, and fuck her until the sun goes down. She's like an addiction, and I can't get enough, constantly chasing the high of more Isla. But I can't give in right now. I have work to do. I don't want to see her. Saint, Lucky protests on the other end of the line. She's our mom. The G-Wagon moves through traffic at the speed of a snail. Priest's driver, who he sent back from St. Thomas, Rocco, is doing his best to get me where I need to be, but a rush-hour accident has traffic at a standstill, and getting around it is just about impossible. She's the woman who birthed us, I correct sharply. That doesn't give her the right to lay claim to being our mom. To be our mother, she would have had to have stuck around, which she didn't. To be our mother, she would have had to have been there for us when our father was beating our asses and turning us into men. Our childhood wasn't much of a childhood. It's not something I dwell on. Mostly I tamp that shit down and bury it so deep that it'll never see the light of day. Our father was a heartless prick who made us in his mold by using brute force. The day our mom skipped town was the last day we were ever allowed to be soft. I can still hear him telling me, soft guys get clipped and dumped into the river, right before he smacked the back of my head. I was fucking 6. She asked to see you, and I thought maybe you'd want to hear her side of the story. Lucky says, bringing me back to the present with a jolt. That's all. Your call. Damn right it's my fucking call, I snarl. She can ask to meet the Pope if she wants. Doesn't mean she has a right to see him. I'll see our sisters, that's all. I don't give a fuck about Antonella. Fine. Lucky sounds annoyed with me, like I'm the one being unreasonable here. He's the youngest, and he was so little when Antonella ditched our family that he has no memories of her. I have memories. Bitter, painful ones. A mother with ready hugs who did all the shit that moms do. She decorated for Christmas. She volunteered in our school. She baked for us, chaperoned my kindergarten class trip, the whole thing. And then, one day, she was just gone. No message, no reason, nowhere to find her. She just disappeared, leaving 4 children who desperately needed her behind, leaving us at the mercy of our father. Look, if you want to pretend like Mommy Dearest didn't abandon us, go for it. I tell Lucky, irritated that he's taking her side instead of mine. But she's dead to me. What if she had a good reason to leave? Would you listen to yourself? I snap. A good reason to leave 4 fucking kids who needed her? What would be the reason? Dad threatened to kill her. So what? If he'd wanted her dead, she would have been. Why'd she stay away for 25 years? He's been gone for 2.5 years now. Why wait so long to come to us? It's not as simple as that, and you know it. He's still defending her. My rage is boiling up, eating me from the inside. The G-Wagon finally starts to move again, threading through the stop-and-go traffic, which is probably a good thing, because I was about to claw my way out of here and start stalking down the street. I feel like I could tear the buildings apart with my bare hands, brick by brick. I'll tell you why, I bite out. She needs some fucking money, that's why. Now she wants to come back into our lives like Mother Teresa and claim she had to abandon us or she'd be dead? Fuck that. She's not getting a cent from any of us. She didn't ask me for money. Yeah, I laugh bitterly. She only turned up yesterday. Give her some time. Lucky sighs. Are you coming to my place or not? On my way. I tell him and then I end the call. By the time I get to Lucky's apartment, I'm all but crawling out of my skin. I pass the guards on the ground floor with a nod and take the elevator to the top floor. Lucky's near the club district because that's where he does most of his business. His building isn't as chic as Priest's, but it's on par with the buildings Scorpion and I make our homes in when we're in the city. I punch in the code. That takes me to his floor, where another guard greets me. Lucky opens the door like he's been watching me on the cameras, and knowing him, he probably has. Frattore mio. We clasp hands and do a half-hug, slapping each other on the back. Brother. If my voice is curt, it's because I'm still pissed off by his take on the whole Antonella situation. Come in. I step into his place, the door closing behind us, and am instantly aware of the presence of 2 women with long, dark hair and the same bright blue eyes my brothers and I all have. They come from my mother's side. I can see the resemblance instantly, not just to us, but to Antonella. And there's something else, too. They also remind me of Luna, which is weird, even if it tracks with the other part of the claim Antonella made, that she had an affair with Tommaso Ravello, got pregnant with the twins, and had to leave so our father wouldn't kill her for betraying him. I didn't tell Isla about that just yet, because I'm not sure if it's true. It could be a claim Antonella is making because she knows Priest is married to Luna. It could be an angle she's trying to use against us. I have 0 reason to trust the woman, now or in the future. Actions speak louder than words, and she made her choice a long fucking time ago. But fuck, there's no denying it. My half-sisters have Luna's smile. Saint, meet our sisters, Lucky says. Bianca and Camilla. Girls, this is Saint. Hey, they say in unison, looking as nonplussed as I feel at this odd family reunion. Even their voices sound similar. Identical twins, I guess. Not that identical, one says, and I'm not sure if it's Bianca or Camilla. But technically, yes. This bitch has been all up in my space since utero. I was so overwhelmed when I walked in that I didn't pay attention to which one Lucky was pointing at then, so I have no clue if it's Bianca or Camilla with the sense of humor. I'm the smart one, says the other twin, grinning. And holy shit, the shock I've been avoiding ever since yesterday finally hits me like a bullet. These are my sisters. Sisters I've spent my entire life not knowing I had. They're my blood. Remind me who is who again, I say. I'm Bianca, says the one who proclaimed herself the smart one. And I'm Camilla, says the other. Got it. Camilla is taller, wearing a dress. Bianca is wearing jeans and a sweater and is shorter by about a good inch. They do look distinctly different, now that I've had a minute to study them. They both have Antonella's nose. My nose. Jesus, I say, rubbing a hand along my jaw as I stare at them. This reminds me of that movie with the twins where they swap places. Freaky Friday. That's not Freaky Friday, Camilla says instantly. You're talking about the Parent Trap. Ignore him, Lucky butts in. He likes to fuck with people. It's true, I do. I like getting facts glaringly wrong. Anything from movies to books to names. It amuses me to watch people struggle with the question of whether they should correct me or not. Some people are too polite. You can see it eating away at them. I guess I'm a perverse bastard that way. It's also entertaining, and sometimes the air is so heavy you just need someone to smash it with a hammer of stupidity. I'm usually that guy in my family. Bianca is the same way, Camila tells me. She likes to play that she has no idea what's going on. I shake my head, realizing I'm still staring like a deer in headlights. This is a shock to me, to say the least. We should sit, Lucky adds, playing host. We all settle in his living room on spacious, cozy couches. I'm anything but comfortable, though. Now that the shock is wearing off, I'm keenly aware that even though Camila and Bianca are my half-sisters, they're not any more trustworthy than Antonella. They could be part of her angle. It's possible she's using them to get to us. So, I start out, palms on my thighs. What brings the two of you here to our little corner of the world?
Mom,
Bianca says.
She found out that your father died and Priest has taken over. She finally felt safe to come back.
That happened 2.5 years ago, I point out. Camila nods.
She came across it randomly. She's tried her best to stay out of this world, given that she's been in hiding this whole time.
How did she come across it? Lucky shoots me a look like I should take it easier on them. I don't believe in coincidences, I add, or things happening randomly. I also don't trust Antonella Rossi. Camila and Bianca share a meaningful look with each other.
Fair enough,
Bianca says.
There's also been weird stuff happening.
My interest is instantly piqued. What kind of weird stuff?
A guy showed up at our place, Camila tells me. Bianca and I share an apartment. A few days ago, a man with a Russian accent knocked on our door, claiming he lost his dog. He wanted to know if we'd seen it.
Bianca nods.
It was creepy.
A Russian accent, I repeat, turning back to Lucky, a trickle of dread rolling down my spine. He gives me an "I told you so" look back. Shit. It's obvious that he didn't want to tell me this over the phone. He must have had the time to dig more into the twins' background and the reason for suddenly appearing in the city since yesterday. You said weird stuff, I say to Bianca. What else besides the Russian guy with the lost dog?
Mom thinks someone has been following her around town, Camila adds.
I have a sudden, visceral reaction to Camila casually referring to Antonella as Mom. These two have had a mother their whole lives. She never walked out on them, never disappeared from their lives and left them to be raised by a monster. It's not Camila's and Bianca's fault, but I can't help the sharp pang of jealousy. My mother's absence from my life left a gaping hole inside me that I tried for years to fill in all the wrong ways. Alcohol, sex, violence, nothing worked. What town? I ask, trying to paint the picture.
Sea Isle, Maryland,
Bianca answers. Never heard of it.
It's about 10 minutes from Ocean City,
Camila explains.
It's a picturesque little town where everyone knows everyone else, and it's really obvious when a stranger is tailing you around.
4 hours away. I've spent more than half my life wondering where the hell Antonella went, and she's been 4 measly hours away this whole time. And this all only started to happen recently.
Yes,
Camila answers. And you're coming to us with this now. Why? Antonella has had 25 years to come back to the city and pick up where she left off. Now you've got one Russian sniffing around your sleepy little town, and the three of you pack up and hightail it here, seeking out my brothers and me? Forgive me if it sounds a little fishy.
I understand that it's a surprise, Bianca says. Believe me, we were as surprised as you are. We had no idea about her life before we were born. We didn't know why she moved to Sea Isle, who our father was, that she had been involved in the mafia, or that we had brothers. To say we've had a hard time processing is an understatement.
I want to believe them, but this could be a bunch of bullshit lies. Or it could be true and the Russians have somehow been sniffing around Antonella and my sisters. On a whim, I extract my phone and pull up the snap Isla took of Sidorov in the coffee shop, showing it to Camilla and Bianca. Did the Russian who came to your place asking about a lost dog look like this? They both peer at the pic, frowning. Similar, Bianca says. But I don't think that's him. Camilla finishes like they're having the same thought. Must be the twin connection. Similar, I repeat, turning that response over in my mind. Scorpion's report comes back to me. His source is missing, and he's also Mikhail Sidorov's brother. Is it possible that Dmitry Sidorov was sent to Maryland by his older brother to spy my sisters and Antonella? And if so, for what purpose? How did they find out when my brothers and I didn't even know the twins existed or that Antonella was living in Maryland? On a hunch, I open my web browser and type in Dmitry Sidorov, scrolling until I find a half-decent picture of him. Then I show my phone to the girls again. How about this? Their eyes widen. Oh my gosh, that's him, Camilla says. How did you know? Who is he? Bianca asks in rapid succession. He's a Russian gangster, I tell them both grimly, an eerie new sense of dread settling over me. He's also a highly skilled, lethal killer. If you see this man again, call the cops. I never advise anyone to go to the police, but in this instance it might be their best bet. If Dmitry Sidorov has been following them, then he would have known they'd all come back to the city by now, which means Sidorov could be tracking them here, planning whatever move Mikhail has up his sleeve. The executioner? Lucky asks me, looking worried. What the hell would he want with the girls and Mom? I hate that he's calling Antonella Mom, but I'll deal with that later. For now, we've got a whole lot bigger worries to deal with. That's what we need to find out, I tell him, before anything else happens. The second the thought leaves me, I dial up my security guards, knowing I need to warn them. Isla has to stay safe at all costs, and with the Bratva sniffing around all our family and friends, there's no telling what's going to go down next. When none of the guards pick up their phones, fear seizes me in its relentless hold.
Chapter 18. Isla. I'm jolted awake by a noise, blinking my eyes open and searching for the source. I drew the electric shades over the windows because I can't sleep with sunlight streaming in, and being up half the night with Alessio left me exhausted. With nothing better to do, I decided that I'd go back to bed with Sid. The room is draped in shadows, so it takes me a second to realize that I'm not alone. There's a strange man standing at the edge of Alessio's bed. The instant I lock eyes with the intruder, I scream. He doesn't even flinch. I scramble backward against the headboard, the duvet yanked up to my chin like it's a shield that can save me from the man staring at me with pale blue glittering eyes. "You can scream," he says patiently when I take a frantic breath, "but no one will hear you." The Russian accent sends terror through me. He's not the same man from the coffee shop. This much I'm certain of. But I have no idea who he is or why he's here, only that it's not going to be good for me. "Where are the guards?" I demand. "Sleeping," he says. "They looked like they could use a nap." Oh my God, did this monster murder them? I can barely breathe. My heart is pounding hard, my mouth dry. Did you kill them?" He stalks toward me. I realize Sid is gone, and for some reason, his absence becomes another major source of panic. Did he hurt Luna's beloved baby, too? "Where's Sid?" "Sid." The man frowns. "Who is that?" "The cat. My friend's cat. What have you done with him?" "The little beast ran away. A bit like your lover, no?" He's talking about Alessio, which means he knows Alessio left her work earlier this morning. He knows I'm alone, and he's apparently done something to the guards, which means I have no one to save me from whatever it is he's come to do. "What do you want?" I ask, trying not to let my fear show.
You.
He grins at me, and it startles me to realize that he's actually a very handsome man. But monsters come in all shapes and sizes, and this one is particularly huge. He towers over me, at least 6'5", and with a chest that's so broad, I wonder how he fits through a doorway. He oozes menace and sheer strength. He doesn't even have a weapon, at least not one I can see. "You can't have me," I tell him. "I'm not going anywhere with you. You'll have to kill me first." That probably wasn't the wisest thing to say. He laughs like he finds this funny. And maybe he does. Maybe he's enjoying my terror, the sick fuck.
Nobody said anything about killing, he says calmly. I want to talk with you, Isla Davenport. That is all.
He knows who I am. He knows my name, first and last. It makes me wonder what else he knows. "Why this way?" I ask. "Who are you?"
Because we have some mutual acquaintances, no?
His smile fades.
Think of me as a friend of the family.
Friends of the family don't kill guards and sneak into bedrooms. He makes a tisking sound.
Yes, but this isn't just any family, is it?
My mind whirls with the question of how I can get myself out of this situation alive. I need to get my hands on a weapon. Maybe if I hit him over the head with something from behind. "Can I at least get dressed before we talk?" I ask, thinking that if I can be alone for a few minutes, I can find something in the bedroom to use. Maybe I can make a noise to lure him in here and attack him. Hopefully, Alessio has something in his walk-in closet that might be of use. But the Russian monster looming over me shakes his head.
I'm afraid there isn't time for that.
"Why not?" He laughs again, like this is all child's play to him, amusing entertainment.
Because your knight in shining armor is on his way here to save you right now, and I'm not in the mood to get shot today.
Alessio is on his way here? My instant relief at hearing he's coming for me is tempered by the cold, unflinching stare of the intruder. The last thing I want is for this psycho to harm Alessio in some way. Is the Russian planning an ambush? Oh my God, I need to get a hold of Alessio somehow, to let him know to watch his back. I swallow hard, keenly aware that my cell phone is sitting on the nightstand by the bed. It's within reach, but I don't want to make a move too quickly and risk getting caught. This man could do anything to me, and then Alessio would come rushing in here, totally unaware, a lamb for the slaughter.
I wouldn't try that if I were you,
the Russian drawls.
I'd hate to have to break your pretty little fingers.
My breath catches. I'm not trying anything.
I didn't come here to argue with you, Isla Davenport, most recently of Iowa, professor of creative writing with a focus on Victorian literature and short stories. I came here to give you a message.
The more he reveals he knows about me, the more my heart rate speeds up. He wants me to know there was no mistake about this visit. He knows exactly who I am. The realization is horrifying, compounded by the fact that I know this man must be a member of the Russian mafia, as ruthless and deadly as they come. How the hell did I get myself into this mess? "Okay," I say, trying to keep my voice calm, my tone placating, because the last thing I want to do is make this monster angry. "I'll do whatever you want, I promise. Just please, don't hurt anyone else."
Very good, he says. Now I want you to listen closely to what I'm about to tell you. I want you to remember it, every fucking word. And then I want you to tell it to Saint Andriani when he comes rushing through that door. Do you understand?"
I nod. Yes, I understand. I'm still clutching the duvet and sheet in a death grip, my hands trembling. I don't think I've ever been this terrified in my life. All I can do is hope that he doesn't harm me, and that he doesn't do anything to Alessio either.
Good.
He leans down so we're eye to eye.
You tell him that Pachon knows Andriana soldiers are responsible for getting some of our innocent brothers arrested and shutting down an operation that was very, very profitable. Because the Andrianis took something from us, we have to take from them. Pachon will be in touch with options.
I swallow hard, trying to commit everything he just said to memory. Okay.
Repeat it to me,
he commands. You want me to tell Alessio that the Andrianis are responsible for getting some of your men arrested?
And what else?
That they shut down one of your businesses that was profitable, and now you're going to take something from the Andrianis, like they took from you. That Pachon will be in touch.
With options,
he prods. With options, I repeat.
We won't be taking no for an answer.
He stares at me, unsmiling, a venomous snake about to strike at any second. Got it, I manage.
Very good. Now hold out your hands, and don't try to do anything stupid, or I'm going to have to hurt you. You don't want me to hurt you, do you?
He's speaking to me with the same calm yet authoritative air one might use for a child. It's a jarring contrast. The fact that this man is capable of causing me immense harm, and yet he's talking to me as if he doesn't want to do so. I don't want you to hurt me, I agree, praying that he won't. I don't know if I can trust him. This could be one big mindfuck, and he's pretending that he's here to do no harm, right before he starts torturing me.
Then hold out your hands,
he orders firmly. If I do, I'm going to have to let go of the blankets I'm using as a shield to cover my nakedness. But one look at the Russian stranger's impassive face tells me I don't have a choice. I slink down as much as I can, and then I pull my arms out of the covers like he asked, holding my hands toward him.
Don't try to move, or it will go very poorly for you,
he warns, reaching inside his black jacket. I tense up, waiting for him to extract a knife or a gun. But instead, he pulls out a pair of handcuffs, and relief washes over me. Maybe he really is just going to restrain me. Maybe he only came here as some sort of sadistic warning. A small act of terrorism, so Alessio knows the Russian mafia means business. God, I hope so. I hold my breath and my tongue as the intruder snaps a cuff onto my left wrist.
Arm up,
he orders. I realize he's going to handcuff me to the headboard. I hesitate, knowing that if I do as he asks, the duvet that's resting precariously over my breasts is going to slide the rest of the way down, exposing me to this stranger. He chuckles, the sound dark and low.
I've seen teats before. No need to be shy.
I'm sure he's being intentionally crude, but I can't keep the heat of embarrassment from stinging my cheeks when I reluctantly do as he commands, lifting my arms up like he indicated.
Wise choice.
He loops the handcuffs around the headboard and snaps the other ring onto my right wrist. The blanket falls. Cool air washes over my exposed breasts, and I hope to God the Russian won't look. Won't notice, that he'll spare me this small bit of dignity. My hopes are in vain. His glittering eyes dip, an appreciative smile curving his lips into a sharp smile.
They are nice teats, Milishka. Andriani has excellent taste.
I want to tell him to go to hell, to rail at him for this violation, even if he hasn't touched me. But I'm terrified that if I stand up to him, the Russian will do something far worse than handcuffing me to the bed and leaving my naked breasts on display. He could break my fingers, like he threatened when I was contemplating going for my phone. Or worse, he could rape me, kill me, kidnap me. For all I know, this man is capable of anything. He was skilled enough to incapacitate the small army of guards Alessio keeps here, to slip through the building's security, to gain entry through a locked door. What else can he do? I don't want to know.
You are holding your tongue, the Russian observes. A wise choice. I like a woman who knows her place, even if my preferred place for every woman is on her knees.
I can't contain myself for another second. Fuck you! I spit at him. You sexist prick! He laughs again, like he's enjoying this.
Watch your tongue, Malishka. I'd hate to have to cut it out.
He's not joking. I can hear it in his voice, see it in his eyes. I bite my lip and don't say anything else. The Russian pulls out a phone, taps on the screen a few times, and then looks back to me.
Repeat what you're telling Andriani.
Struggling to think beyond the fear inhabiting my brain isn't easy, but somehow I organize my thoughts into some semblance of sense. I'm telling him that the Andrianis are responsible for some of your men's arrests, and that this led to a profitable business being shut down. So now you're going to take something in return. The
Pakan,
he supplies grimly. The Pakan is going to be in touch with options. I finish. The Russian nods.
Da, good. Andriani will be here in about 4 minutes, give or take a few seconds. Tell him right away.
I will. He nods and turns away from me, heading to the bedroom door with a stealth that belies his massive frame. Once there, he stops, looking at me over his shoulder.
Oh, I almost forgot, Isla Davenport. Tell him also that there's a bomb hidden in the Andriani family restaurant, Sergio's. The lunch rush just started about 15 minutes ago. He has 10 until the bomb goes off. It's not going to be pretty for anyone who doesn't make it out in time. Don't bother screaming or trying to escape. If anyone comes rushing in here, I'm going to have to kill them. And you don't want that on your conscience, do you?
Holy Jesus. A bomb?
Do you?
He prods. I shake my head. No, I don't want that.
That's what I thought.
He pauses, and then he gives me that wide, evilly beautiful smile again.
Until next time, Malishka.
With that, he disappears through the open doorway, leaving me alone, handcuffed to the headboard, and terrified for the innocent people inside that restaurant. I have to tell someone about what I know, but I'm too afraid to scream and potentially bring someone else into danger. I don't know if he's talking about the guards. Are they alive? Or does he mean someone else? Who even has access to this floor, aside from Alessio and his men? I can't be sure. As I lie here, cuffed to the bed, gripped with sheer terror, I do everything I can to keep from crying, screaming, or bringing the Russian back. The screen on my phone, which I set to Do Not Disturb for a few hours because I was annoyed with Alessio this morning, suddenly lights up. His name comes on the screen. The phone buzzes, but I can't reach it. Desperate, I shimmy out of the covers and try to use my legs to my advantage, my big toe extended to answer the call. But just when I reach it, the call stops and dumps into voicemail. I try to call him back, but I lose my balance, knocking the phone onto the floor with a thud. Damn it! I cry out. then bite my lip to keep the Russian from returning for me and following through on his threats. All I can do is hope and pray that Alessio gets here as soon as he possibly can. If the intruder is to be believed, and countless innocent lives are in danger, every ticking second is taking us closer to disaster.
Saint. The second I run into my bedroom and find Isla naked and handcuffed to my bed, I'm in kill mode. "Who the fuck did this to you?" I demand. My guards were groggy and incoherent when I stepped past them, clearly having been drugged. I'm sure I already know the answer, but I want to hear it from her lips before I start making war plans. "A man I've never seen before," she tells me, her voice tight with fear. "A Russian." I'm going to tear every motherfucking member of the Bratva apart with my bare hands, and then I'm going to set the pieces on fire and watch them burn to ash before I piss on them. I stop at her side, running on half adrenaline, half sheer murderous rage. "Did they hurt you?" "No," she says, tugging at the handcuffs and making them clank against my headboard. "But we don't have any time to waste. They planted a bomb at your restaurant. The Russian who broke in here told me it's going to go off in 10 minutes, and that was about 6 minutes ago." My blood goes cold. "Jesus, are you sure?" She nods emphatically. "Yes, you have to call someone and let them know to evacuate the building immediately." I've never seen her this frantic. I pull out my phone and call up the manager of Sergio's, telling him to get everyone the fuck out of there, from kitchen staff to patrons, right fucking now. "You got it, boss," he says, sounding panicked, before the line goes dead. I swear and call Scorpion next. He answers on the third ring. "What's up?" "Bomb," I bite out. "Sergio's." Christ. "Courtesy of your Russian friends, about to go off in less than 4 minutes. I called over there and told them to evacuate." "Fuck, I'm headed that way now." "Be smart and be safe." I end the call and then turn back to Isla, who's still wide-eyed and naked, handcuffed to my bed. Sheer rage rockets through me again. How dare they fucking do this to her? "I'll get you out of those cuffs. Hold tight." I backtrack through my place, pistol drawn in case I get any more unwelcome surprises today. In my office, I find what I'm looking for in my desk drawer, a paperclip. Taking it out, I start to unbend it into a makeshift tool as I rush back to my bedroom. "Where's Sid? Did the Russian do something to him?" Typical, thinking of everyone before herself, even the cat. My only thoughts are for Isla. I rushed into the apartment, forgetting about everything else. "I don't know," I tell her honestly, bending over the handcuffs so I can pick the lock with my paperclip. Luckily for her, this isn't my first rodeo. "What are you doing? You have to look for him." "I'm opening these cuffs," I tell her, frowning as I concentrate. "Look for Sid first," she demands. "Then worry about me." I ignore her because Sid can wait. I didn't see any signs that anything happened to him, and he's probably hiding under a chair or a bed. "Alessio, I mean it. If something happened to Sid..." I feel the familiar give as I open the cuffs. "Got it. Now get some clothes on, Tesoro. I'll go look for the cat." She rubs her wrist, drawing my attention to the red mark marring her skin from the way she was thrashing to escape. "Thank you." A cauldron of rage seethes inside me, bubbling and boiling. Those fucking bastards. "Don't thank me," I grind out past the fury. "This is where you were supposed to be safe. I brought you here, and now look at what's happened." As incensed as I am with the Bratva men responsible for what happened to Isla, and for the bomb they planted at our restaurant, I'm every bit as angry with myself for this shit happening on my watch. "This isn't your fault," she tells me. "Yes, it fucking is," I snap. "Look, just get dressed." Any other time, I'd be only too happy she was naked, but I can't bear to see her in this state, knowing how vulnerable she was. Something occurs to me then. Were you naked when that bastard got here, or did he take your clothes? I was already naked, she says softly. I was sleeping in your bed. When I woke up, he was standing over me. Relief mixes with the rage. I'll get even with them for this. I promise you that much. I don't give a fuck who I have to kill. I'll murder Mikhail Sidorov myself if need be, and I'll look him in the eyes as I pull the trigger, watching the life leave him. One day, when the time is right. I don't want you to get even, Isla says, reaching for me like I'm a lifeline, when all I really am is death and destruction. Violence and ruin run in my blood. He gave me a message for you, she adds, her voice urgent. He said that the Andrianis are responsible for some of their men's arrests and one of their businesses being shut down. They said they wanted to take something in return, and that the Pecan would be in touch with options. I have no idea what she's talking about. We aren't rats, and none of us has gone to the cops with anything about the Bratva. Our alliance has been too sound. Why would we risk it? As for taking something from us, that's going to start a war. And they're about to fucking get one, like it or not. Do you know what that all means? She asks. Haven't got a goddamn clue. Don't worry about it and just get yourself dressed, I tell her, and then I shrug away from her touch, turning and leaving the room. I'm so furious I'm trembling from the force of it, hands shaking at my sides as I scour the apartment, looking for a gray and white furball. I find Sid under a table. His eyes are wide, reflecting my phone's flashlight as I shine it underneath. Found him, I call out to Isla. She doesn't answer, or if she does, the shrill ring of my phone drowns out her voice from the other room. It's a burner number I recognize as Scorpion, so I answer immediately. What's happening? I ask instantly. Sergio's is gone, he says. The bomb? Detonated. He fills in the blanks for me, his voice hard with barely leashed fury. Everyone's out and accounted for, but the front half of the building's demolished. It's going to have to be torn down. Fuck. You know what this means, don't you? Yeah, I do. I scrub a hand over my jaw. It means we're going to have the feds crawling up our asses, but I'm not going to say that out loud. Whoever was responsible for this is a complete idiot with a death wish, because not only will we get even, but a bomb going off in the middle of the city at a high-end restaurant isn't going to go unnoticed. We'll be on the evening news and splashed all over the internet. The city police department, the FBI, and the ATF are all going to have a fucking field day with this, which is going to mean a lot more scrutiny for the Andriani family. Eyeballs watching our every move. Warrants and wiretaps and God knows what else, none of which will be good for us. Priest is going to lose his damn mind over this. You good with everything there? I ask Scorpion, still reeling. Good as I'm going to be. He doesn't have to say anything else. He doesn't need to. We're probably both still in shock. This, on top of being blindsided by Antonella rising from the dead, bringing the two half-sisters we never knew we had along with her, and Priest is on his honeymoon. It doesn't get much more fucked up than this. Keep your head down, I tell him. You too. We hang up and I go back out to the hall to check on my guards, wondering what the hell we're going to do next. I can't start a war while our Don is on his honeymoon, but I'll be damned if I allow the bombing of our restaurant and terrorizing my woman to go unanswered. It's not until I'm with my guards that I realize I thought of Isla as my woman. In more ways than one, I'm so fucked.
Chapter 19. Isla. As I'm shepherded through the bowels of a casino by armed mafia guards, Sid tucked away in the carrier I'm holding, I question the life choices that led me here. Despite my earlier protestations to the contrary, when Alessio first floated the idea of my living in an underground safe house for the duration of my cat-sitting duty, the home invasion, courtesy of the Andriana family's Russian friends, left me no choice. I caved. I have zero way of knowing if I'll be safe in this mafia bunker I'm headed to. But I do know that Priest and Luna's penthouse and Alessio's apartment have been compromised. Our grim entourage reaches an elevator, and Alessio gives the command to his men to stand down. Then he goes to the elevator for what looks like a retinal scan. He holds his thumb to a pad, and the doors glide open. I can't help but feel a little bit like the characters on Squid Game, waiting to head into the next round of Deadly Olympics. Maybe it's because we're about to descend deep into some secret lair. Maybe it's everything that's unfolded in the last 48 hours. Whatever it is, this feels final, like I'm going to a place of no return. As if he can hear my panicked thoughts, Alessio turns to me, his expression serious.
You ready?
No, I'm so not ready. I want to scream it, to shout it, to run in the opposite direction with Sid. To hide somewhere no one will find us until this is all over and Luna returns, and I can go back to my normal, boring life. The one where my fiancé cheated on me. The reminder makes me wince. Ready as possible, I tell him. He jerks his head toward the waiting elevator.
Get in.
I want to blurt that he should ask nicely, say please. But he's stoic and grim, and his face may as well be etched in granite. When he came running into his bedroom earlier, his rage was palpable. It was a glimpse of what he's capable of. The man hiding underneath his polished, sexy facade. A reminder that I belong as far away from this world as humanly possible. I know nothing about the mafia, nothing about a life of crime and violence, nothing about enemies who steal into apartments or blow up buildings, putting dozens of innocent lives at risk. Sid and I step inside and settle in the far corner. Alessio joins us, and the doors close. The instant jolt into movement taking me by surprise. Sid meows from his carrier. I agree, little buddy, I tell him wryly. It's been a day.
I'm sorry about everything that's happened,
Alessio says, his voice unusually quiet.
None of it should have. Not a single second of it.
I want to tell him it's okay and that it's not his fault. But the truth is, it's very not okay. And I don't know whose fault it is. But I do know that if he and his brothers weren't mobsters, the Russian mafia wouldn't be after them. Their restaurant wouldn't have been bombed. I wouldn't have been scared half to death by a stranger breaking into the bedroom while I lay there naked and sleeping. Luna wouldn't have been almost killed a year ago. And on and on and on. Now that we're out of the line of fire, at least I hope we are, some of the shock is wearing off, replaced by resentment. I look into those ocean blue eyes. You're damn right it shouldn't have happened. Do you have any idea how fucked up this all is? He doesn't say anything, just stares. I'm hitting my stride, so I continue. I've been stalked by multiple Russian mafia creepers, one of whom saw me half naked and handcuffed me to a bed after scaring the hell out of me. They blew up an entire restaurant. It's a miracle no one was seriously hurt.
It wasn't a miracle.
His jaw is clenched. I know I'm pushing him too far, but I'm beyond controlling myself. What do you mean it wasn't a miracle? Of course it was.
You don't know the Bratva like I do. If they wanted casualties, there would have been a dozen bodies buried in the rubble. Everything was timed perfectly. They hacked into the street cameras and wiped them, which tells me they knew where I was and what I was doing every step of the way. They knew when I'd get to my apartment, what I'd find. They knew you'd tell me, and I'd call the manager to evacuate everyone and clear the street.
He pauses as the elevator doors open with a pleasant ding, like we're in a posh hotel instead of buried several stories underground.
So, you see, not a miracle.
Then he makes a show of being a gentleman and letting me off the elevator first. Gripping Sid's carrier so hard it feels like my knuckles might snap, I stomp off the elevator and into a space that's surprisingly nice and not at all like the cold, utilitarian basement space I imagined. There's a full kitchen, a spacious living room, and a hallway leading to more rooms and closed doors. There's even a sparkling chandelier overhead. This is some serious Willy Wonka shit right here, I grumble, looking over my shoulder at Alessio. He saunters off the elevator, exuding raw magnetism and sex appeal. I wish I could turn off my attraction to him, but it's still there, burning hotter and brighter than ever, like a trick birthday candle that won't blow out, only magnified roughly 100 bazillion times. The doors close behind him, leaving us trapped here together. Or maybe, to be more accurate, leaving me and Sid trapped here, because I don't know how to get out of this place, and I'm pretty sure there's only one way. Through Alessio.
Is that the one with the cowardly lion?
He asks. I know he can't be serious. He's doing what he does, trying to deflect. I can see past his tough exterior, all the armor he wears. No, the one with the girl who turns into a blueberry.
I don't know if I should be happy you've calmed down enough to debate movie characters with me, or concerned that you don't look like you're ready to stab me when I turn the other way.
He stares at me, and for a second, he's nothing more than the most beautiful man I've ever seen, and the one I can't keep myself from wanting. He's not a mafia consigliere. He's not a kingpin in a criminal enterprise who is partially responsible for the reign of terror that's been visited upon me by Russian mobsters. He's not the reason I'm hiding in an underground bunker where no one can find me. He's just Alessio. I'm just me, and I'm glad he's here, with his irreverence and his sexy mouth and his 8-pack and his magical tongue and even more magical dick. Sid meows loudly, and I remember that he needs to get settled in yet another new space. I feel bad for the poor guy. He's had a tough go. First being without Luna and Priest, then moving to a new place, plus an intruder, and now we're underground in a windowless prison. It feels kind of like a grave. Where should I get him set up? I ask Alessio, regaining my briefly misplaced sanity.
I had the guys deliver all his things in an unmarked box. I told them to set up the litter box in the laundry room. Just leave the door propped open, and he can have his run of the place.
I blink at his casual response. There's a laundry room in here? This place is wild, and he's taking care of everything. I just hope the Russian mobsters don't know about the safe house, and if they do, there's no way for them to get in here. A shudder goes through me at the thought. Alessio cocks his head at me, noticing.
You cold?
No, I was just wondering if the Russian mafia knows about this place and how safe we are here.
You're safe here, I promise.
You said I was safe at your apartment, I point out. His face darkens with wrath, and I regret reminding him of what played out there this morning.
No one will get to you. This is our safe house for good reason.
He pauses, his jaw working for a second before he continues.
And beyond that, I will lay down my life for yours, Isla.
His words resonate with truth. He means them. No one has ever said something like that to me before. I'm reasonably sure that if there had ever been a hint of danger when I was with Christian, he would have thrown me in front of it to save himself. I'm moved, even though I don't want to be, and even though I know Alessio is partly responsible for this situation. I open my mouth to say something, but before I can speak, the sound of a woman screaming interrupts. My heart drops. "Who's that?" I demand, my suspicions kicking in, fueled by all those episodes of crime shows I've binged. Maybe this isn't a safe house at all. Maybe this is actually a torture chamber, and the woman in line ahead of me is getting worked over as we speak. Except Alessio looks every bit as surprised as I am. His dark brows snap down. What the fuck? He starts to stalk in the direction of the sound, down the hall beyond the living room area, behind one of the closed doors. I have no idea what's going on, but my curiosity won't allow me to wait here where it's probably safest. I set down Sid's carrier and follow Alessio as more screams ring out, followed by something that sounds a whole lot like an irate Russian woman who's threatening to stab someone in the eye. "I thought you said the Russians wouldn't find us here," I call after him, feeling my rate of nervousness triple.
"The Russians don't have a clue about this place,"
he calls back grimly.
"But my brother does."
I only have to wonder which brother he means for a grand total of about 3 seconds, because a door pops open and Scorpion emerges, scratches on his cheek. He doesn't look at all concerned by the incensed woman in the room behind him, who continues to holler and issue threats.
"Frattore mio,"
Scorpion greets Alessio, grinning like he doesn't have a care in the world.
"What the hell is going on?"
Alessio demands by way of greeting. From the room, a distinctly Russian voice cries out, "I will saw off your balls with a butter knife, boil them while you watch, and then feed them to the pigs."
"Charming, isn't she?"
Scorpion asks, unperturbed.
"Scorpion,"
Alessio says, his tone filled with warning.
"What?"
His brother's tone is carefully innocent. More shrieks follow from the room. Alessio sighs and presses his fingers to his temples like he's staving off a headache.
"Tell me that's not the Sidorov sister I just heard threatening to castrate you with a butter knife."
"I would tell you that if I could," Scorpion hedges, not looking sorry at all.
"But I can't. You brought the sister here?"
Alessio demands, his voice booming.
"Yep. To our fucking safe house?"
Scorpion nods again. "Yep." Alessio taps the side of his brother's head.
"Is there anything fucking in here? What the hell is wrong with you?"
"What is wrong with me is that those Russian bastards blew up our fucking restaurant," Scorpion says, his face going expressionless.
"They've been following your woman around, and then they handcuffed her to your bed like she was a criminal."
I'm drinking all this in as it unfolds, so overwhelmed that I miss part of what he just said. I thought it sounded a whole lot like Scorpion called me Alessio's woman, which, of course, I'm not. He must have said something else. Besides, I wouldn't even want to be referred to that way. I'm my own woman, thank you very much. Even if the most primitive part of me secretly finds it a little thrilling to be called Alessio's, I'll never admit it out loud.
"She's not my woman,"
Alessio growls, shattering any illusion I might have had that he was catching feelings for me. I don't want that anyway. I don't fit into this insane world of theirs, of his. I'm a professor. I wasn't built for a life of crime, for evading police and enemies and hiding in underground mafia bunkers.
"If you say so," Scorpion says. "Look, they've been fucking with us. They deserve everything that's coming to them and more."
He's talking about the Bratva. The woman who's locked in the room begins shouting obscenities, her English blending into Russian, which is just as well because none of the words I can understand are particularly nice.
"We don't involve women and children,"
Alessio is telling his brother.
"You know the fucking rules."
"I know those were the rules," Scorpion concedes, "until they came after Isla."
"She's not a member of the family."
Alessio downgrades me even further. I try not to allow that barb to find its way into my heart. It's pointless anyway, feeling bad about it. Alessio is only speaking the truth. I don't belong here. I know it, and he knows it, but somehow it stings anyway. She is family to Luna, his brother counters, and that means she is to us, too. The Russians know this. That's why they were using her to get to us. They started this war, and now I'm going to fucking finish it. What are we going to do with the sister? Alessio demands. We can't keep her here. I'm getting a place ready. It's upstate, and no one's going to find us there. But what are your plans for her after that? There's steel in Alessio's voice, the bite of warning. Scorpion flicks a glance in my direction. You don't have to worry about that. Alessio looks at me. Isla, want to get Sid situated in the laundry room? It's the third door down, on the left. Should be food and water stocked in there. His bed, his bowls, the whole deal. He doesn't want me to witness this. I'm being dismissed. I'm good enough for his bed, but not part of the family. Not trusted with their secrets. To be fair, I guess if I overheard something and was called to testify against them, I'd have no choice but to do so. He's only protecting the family. Maybe even me. But I'm still feeling raw. Fine, I say tightly, and go back to where I left poor Sid abandoned in his carrier after I heard the screams. He rubs his face against the mesh on the front flap and offers me a loud meow of protest as I approach. Hey there, little guy. I scoop up his carrier and go in search of the laundry room as Alessio and Scorpion continue arguing. True to his word, Alessio has made sure the laundry room is stocked with all Sid's necessities. The litter box is already set up. There's a scratching post and his favorite stacked tower with colorful balls that he loves batting in circles. I unzip his carrier and he shoots out, relieved to be free. I can't blame him, but little does he know, this place isn't exactly freedom. It's more like a prison. Home sweet home for now, I tell him, giving his head a gentle scratch. He's soft and fluffy, and he instantly starts to purr. At least I have someone here who values me, even if he's only 8 pounds and a foot tall. I'm trying to keep my panic at a minimum. But now that I'm finally here, in the last place I wanted to be, surrounded by walls and no windows, the tightness in my chest is starting to grow. On the way here, I was still in shock over everything that went down. But now that the dust is settling, with the notable exception of the screaming Russian captive, I can't keep my mind off the fact that I'm locked underground. The more I try to focus on something else, the more persistent my uncomfortable awareness is. I feel trapped. Old panic resurges. I tell myself I'm going to fight it off, that I can control the anxiety, the panic. Taking a deep breath, I pick up Sid's bowls. He's accustomed to them being in the kitchen. I want to make everything as normal as possible for him, because God knows I can't do that for myself. But the panic is strong, clawing at my throat. As I make my way back down the hall, my vision is getting darker around the edges, until it's as if I'm walking down a tunnel. Blood roars in my ears. My heart pounds, and my mouth is dry. Somehow, I manage to fill Sid's bowl with spring water and get him his food. He instantly starts to devour it, and maybe it's the fact that I can't stop thinking about how I'm now inhabiting a windowless space, that I'm God knows how many stories underground. Or maybe it's the poor Russian woman whose muffled outrage is still reaching me from down the hall. Could be the hell I went through earlier today, waking up helpless to a psychotic Bratva intruder, the bomb that went off. God, it's all so messed up. I'm not sure which one of these things triggers me. All I do know is that the band around my chest is tightening. The pressure is painful, and it's official. Whatever the source, I'm having another panic attack. I slump onto the floor, put my head between my knees, and try to breathe.
Saint. By the time I finish with Scorpion and go off in search of Isla, I find her curled up on the floor of the kitchen. Shit. Seeing her like this hits me the same way as seeing her naked and handcuffed to my bed, knowing she was at another man's mercy, did. I can't fucking stand it. Instantly, I'm hunkering down at her side, running my hand up and down her spine in slow, calming motions. Another panic attack? She keeps her head bowed, not looking at me. I'm fine. Her voice is muffled, but I can hear that she's upset. And she's obviously not fine, so I settle onto my ass on the hard floor and pull her into my lap. She protests with a squeak, but I ignore that. I'm not going to let her suffer on her own. I caused this shit by dragging her to my apartment and leaving her there, thinking she'd be safe. I let down my guard too much. My men weren't prepared. I'm failing the family, failing Priest, and now I've failed Isla too. What are you doing? She asks, still refusing to look at me. Holding you, I tell her gruffly. I'm not used to being this way, not used to caring about anyone or anything other than the family and the empire we've built. She makes me feel things I've never felt before, and I don't fucking like it, but we've gone too far for me to undo what's between us now. She sighs, and I think she might start to fight. But instead, she curls into my chest like she's surrendering. I hope it's that she feels safe here in my arms, and not that she's given up on being a stubborn badass. We haven't had much chance to unpack everything that happened today. Just breathe, Tesoro, I tell her, holding her close, inhaling her scent, absorbing her warmth. Not much rattles me after everything I've been through, after the things I've had to do and see. But today sure as fuck did. It's still sinking into my brain that our restaurant is gone. And now we have to make a battle plan for how we're going to deal with the Bratva moving forward. Scorpion's latest acquisition makes the stakes all the higher. He fucking kidnapped the Pecan's sister. We'll be lucky if Priest doesn't kill us both when he gets back. That is, if the Russians don't get their hands on us first. I'll go down in a hail of bullets and blood if need be. I'm an Andriani to the end. But I've got to do everything in my power to keep Isla out of this war. There's a whole hell of a lot on my shoulders, weighing on me. You're not going to kill her, are you? She asks, her voice quiet. I realize she's talking about Ekaterina Sidorov, who's still wailing like a banshee from another room, while Scorpion gets the supplies for a stay at his cabin upstate, sorted with some of our men. I'm not going to, no, I say honestly. The truth is, I don't know what my brother has planned for her. I didn't ask. But what about Scorpion? He'll do whatever he has to do, I say, instead of giving her a real answer. She stiffens, her head shooting up. He's going to murder that poor woman? Her green eyes spark up at me, and there she is again, coming back to life. My relief is so sudden and palpable that I have to kiss her. I didn't say that. I lower my head and brush my mouth over hers. She doesn't push me away, kissing me back instead. Her breathing is steady and calm now, her arms going around my neck in a tight hold, like she's afraid she'll lose me. And that's inevitable, given the two different worlds we live in, and the way mine is currently imploding. A week from now, she'll be back in the Midwest where she belongs, teaching her students, typing away on her computer, forgetting me and all the mayhem that's unfolded. The thought shouldn't leave a pang like a knife being lodged in my chest, but it does. She's the first to end the kiss. You didn't answer me with a no, though. Damn it. Isla's still stuck on what's happening to Ekaterina Sidorov. We've been over this before, sweetheart, I tell her as gently as possible. The less you know about any of our business, the better off you'll be. Killing an innocent woman is part of your business? There's accusation in her eyes now, holding me there, daring me to look away. Scorpion took her. What happens to her is up to him. Either way, he's getting her out of here tonight. She stiffens in my lap. But, no. I hold my index finger to her lips. She's not innocent, Isla. Believe me. She's a part of a very dangerous crime family, people who are capable of anything, however ruthless and sadistic. Twisted fucks who bombed a restaurant that was filled with actually innocent people whose only crime was to be grabbing lunch. Not to mention all the people on the sidewalk and street and side alleys they might have taken out with their bomb, too.
I thought you said it was timed perfectly, and they didn't want anyone to get hurt.
Yes, but they planted a bomb, Tesoro. There's no explaining that shit away as anything less than evil.
Yeah.
She shakes her head like she's trying to clear it, looking suddenly dazed.
I guess you're right, but one wrong doesn't justify another.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
So bomb their restaurant, then.
I chuckle, wondering if she even realizes what she's saying. They don't have a restaurant, and even if they did, we don't stoop to their level.
How is kidnapping someone not stooping to their level?
I didn't authorize what Scorpion did, I tell her patiently. And for the record, he didn't kidnap anyone. She went with him willingly. At first, but I don't tell Isla that part. She knows too much as it is, and with the feds about to come knocking on our doors, I can't afford a loose thread like her hanging out there in the wind, ready to spill all her secrets after a round of good cop, bad cop in the interrogation room.
She doesn't sound willing now,
Isla points out grimly. Ekaterina shouts something in Russian. I hope Scorpion gets her out of here soon. Lucky will be showing up any minute now with our sisters and, unfortunately, Antonella. I protested bringing her to the safe house. She doesn't fucking deserve our protection. But Lucky was afraid she'd be taken as leverage, so I'll just have to ignore her existence until this shit blows over, which I hope it does. Soon. Whatever the case may be, just remember they started this war by following you and then handcuffing you to a bed, knocking out my men, and blowing up our restaurant. Anything that comes after this is fair fucking game.
I thought I wasn't family, so I don't matter. You can't count me as part of this. Retaliate for your restaurant's sake, but don't pretend like it's for me.
I hear the hurt in her voice, and I realize I fucked up earlier when I was talking to Scorpion. What I said was technically true. She isn't part of the family. But I'm still grappling with what Isla means to me. And I was mad as hell at my brother for being a hothead and kidnapping a Russian mafia princess, landing us in an even more dangerous and precarious position than we already were. I didn't mean that you don't matter, I tell her, holding her stare so she knows how serious I am about this. You do matter. A whole fucking lot. To me. And Jesus, it's terrifying. I'm not ready to admit that aloud just yet. She doesn't say anything, just looks at me. I meant that what happened to you didn't justify kidnapping the head of the Russian mafia's sister, damn it. I burst out, essentially giving her the ammunition against Scorpion, and me, that I know she wouldn't use unless she had to one day. Shit.
So he did kidnap her, even though you said she went with him willingly, she says.
I'm not going to get into the specifics with you, because I need you to be insulated from all this. I need to be sure that if the feds were to come calling, you'd have nothing to offer them.
So now I'm going to be interrogated by law enforcement?
I can't predict the future. All I can do is play it as safe with you as possible. Because you do fucking matter. I'm getting worked up now. We're going down a road I wanted to do everything in my power to avoid, and I don't like it. I need to change the damn subject. And because you matter, I continued, let's talk about the panic attack you were having when I first came in. Is it because of the window issue? I'm recalling the panic attack that she had when I first suggested bringing her here.
It's that and everything else, she admits. I'm doing my best not to think about the windows.
As she says the word, I can see the panic flaring in her eyes again. So I kiss her, long and slow and deep. Kiss her like I've been longing to do since I left her in my kitchen this morning, what now may as well have been a lifetime ago. She kisses me back, making a needy sound that stirs my dick. Now is not the time for a heart-on. I've got Lucky, our half-sisters, and the woman who birthed us showing up at any second. And Scorpion's going to be moving out his prisoners soon. I need to control myself. Thinking about the Russian hellcat down the hall wilts my cock significantly. I lick into Isla's mouth, tasting her strawberry lip gloss. She's summer and sunshine, everything I don't deserve, everything I so desperately want but can't have. The reminder has me breaking the kiss. I have a few things that might help.
You do?
She sounds surprised. Yeah, let me show you. She wiggles off my lap, and I miss the feeling of her there, the rightness of it. There's something about this woman that feels like she's mine, on a primal level I've never known before. But then I stand up too, because that's a fucking idiotic, dangerous thought I can't entertain. And most importantly, I don't want her to suffer. When she hurts, it's like someone ripped a hole in my chest, pulled out my veins, and cut them open just to watch me bleed out. I go to the boxes of virtual window decals the men rounded up for me in record time and pull one out, showing her a scene of palm trees presiding over water that's the same color as the ocean in St. Thomas. When I told the guys beach-themed, I had no idea they'd find something exactly like what I had in mind.
What is it?
Isla asks, her nose scrunched up as she eyes the rolled-up decal in my hand. It's a window. I unroll it slowly, then peel off the backing before fixing it to the nearest wall. As I smooth out the bubbles, I tell myself it's not terrible. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd probably swear this was legit. I know this isn't a real solution. It's probably not even a solution. But I had to try, and lacking any other place to bring her on such short notice, this was the best I could do.
Alessio, did you buy me a fake window?
I steal a glance back at her. Technically, it's a real window. There are shutters and everything, and I bought you 15 of them. You can put them anywhere you like.
Nobody's ever bought me stick-on windows before.
Yeah, well, I've never bought stick-on windows for anyone, I say, keeping my tone light. But don't let it go to your head, okay? She laughs then, and it's the best fucking sound I've heard all day.
I have no words.
A rush of tenderness bubbles up inside me, replacing the ruthlessness that usually lives there, and I can't do a thing about it. I reach out a hand to her. Come over here, tesoro. She takes my hand and comes toward me tentatively, like a doe in the forest who scented a hunter and knows she's perpetually one step away from something bad. I'm the something bad, but I'm not letting that acknowledgement slow me down. I tug her into place until she's in front of me, staring at the window decal, and then I settle my hands on her shoulders, gently massaging. When you look at the wall, think about St. Thomas. Visualize yourself there. Know that everything is okay. This is the safest place you can be. No one knows about this place except for my family and our inner circle, all made men who would die for us. Do you understand? She nods slowly. Good. Look at the palm trees swaying in a gentle breeze, and that water. It matches the Caribbean Sea.
It matches your eyes.
She doesn't look at me when she says it, and her voice is quiet, but I hear her loud and clear. I like that she noticed. I like that I can feel the tension draining from the muscles in her shoulders. I kiss the top of her head, inhaling the scent of her hair, because I can't resist. How do you feel now? Do you feel like you're going to have another attack?
I think I'm okay for now.
Good. I kiss the side of her neck and let my hands continue their work, kneading her shoulders. Where do you want the other windows?
Where am I sleeping?
In my bedroom. The instant the words are out, I know I can't hit rewind and recall them. But also, I don't want to. On the way over, I told myself to do the right thing and put her in a guest room far out of reach. But Isla belongs to me, even if I can never truly have her beyond this snippet in time.
Your room?
There's only one bed you're sleeping in while you're here, tesoro, and that's mine. I growl into her ear. I half expect her to protest, but she doesn't. She just stands there, leaning against me like she needs me to hold her up, letting me ease the strain from her shoulders while I hold her close. And as fucked up as everything has been today, it was worth it just to get to this moment, at the safe house, with Isla in my arms.
Chapter 20. Isla.
Everything you need should be right here.
Alessio tells me as he finishes up the grand tour of the safe house. Safe house is a misnomer for this place. It's actually a palace that's been built deep underground, complete with a swimming pool, state-of-the-art kitchen, and luxurious ensuite bathrooms. To my relief, I'm not having the panic attacks I expected to have. The first one in the kitchen seized me, but I've been holding my own since then. Maybe it's Alessio's fake windows that are helping. Maybe it's his reassuring presence. Maybe I'm drunk on all the sexy pheromones he exudes, or maybe it's just the shock of today finally getting the best of me. All I know is that I'm surprisingly calm, given that I'm holed up in a mobster safe house built under a casino, hiding from lethal Russian Bratva men who will probably want to either kill me or take me hostage after they find out that Scorpion stole their leader's sister. But I don't want to think about that right now. Scorpion must have taken her out of the safe house and moved on to his next destination during the tour, because by the time we emerged from the pool room, it no longer sounded like an angry feral cat was fighting for her life in one of the locked rooms. Alessio's brother was nowhere to be found. I decided not to ask. The less I know, the better. Just like he said. Yep, I'm definitely existing on a don't ask, don't tell policy for the foreseeable future.
You're quiet,
he says, coming alongside me and settling a hand on my lower back.
Is the anxiety coming back?
Strangely, no. I think you've finally pushed me over the brink, because as much as I would think being trapped down here would make me come unglued, I feel okay.
Good.
He wraps an arm around me and tugs me into his side.
How long have you had anxiety and panic attacks? Your whole life?
I'm staring at one of the fake window decals we put on the wall together. This one a scene of a garden in full bloom beyond the white shutters. It's the kind of garden my mom used to keep, back when she was alive. The memory of plucking a snapdragon and pinching it between my thumb and forefinger hits me. I used to put on puppet shows for her with them. It's a memory I had completely forgotten until now. Grief is funny that way. It's like driving along on a highway in pitch dark when suddenly your headlights and your gauge clusters go out, and there's no way to see where you're headed. Everything is just upended.
You don't have to tell me if you don't want to,
he adds, and I realize that I've been staring at the fake window for way too long, and that tears are pricking my eyes. I don't know why I'm thinking about my mother now. The last thing I want to do is break down or have another panic attack. But I also feel like I want to tell Alessio. At first, when I lost my family, everyone knew. They looked at me with pity. They whispered behind my back, "Do you think she blames herself? Do you think she ever feels guilty that she wasn't on the plane when it crashed?" Then later, I moved away from my small town to a place where no one knew me or my story. It was a relief, but also felt a little bit like a betrayal, like I was simply packing up their memories and locking them in a storage shed, the same way I did with the family antiques and mementos I couldn't bear to part with, but couldn't take with me. I take a deep breath, tamping down the old voices, the old pain. I want to tell you. It's just complicated. He glides his hand up my spine, finding my nape, his fingers meticulously massaging the new tension there.
I understand complicated, tesoro. I grew up in the fucking mafia.
He's right, and he's a solid, comforting presence at my side. I don't know why, but I have this feeling that I can trust Alessio with this part of myself, with the part of my heart that's still bandaged and broken and bruised. It started when I lost my family in a plane crash, I blurt, still looking at the window so that I don't have to see the pity on his face. My dad had a pilot license. I grew up on that plane. He loved it. I loved it. I have so many happy memories of being on board, watching my dad guide the plane. We were supposed to all be together that day, on our way to a beach trip at our family friend's summer house. Except that I had woken up with a bad cold, and I decided not to go at the last minute. They hit a storm unexpectedly on the way, and visibility was bad. The plane went down with my mother, father, and my younger sister on it.
Fuck, Isla. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
His voice is raw, and so is the expression on his face as he turns me gently to him, his arms wrapping around me in a tender hold. I hold him tightly, taking comfort in his strong, powerful body. He's so vital, so alive, and all I can do is bury my face in his hard chest and breathe in as old sobs bubble up from the dark place inside me where I keep all my pain locked away. I don't like to talk about it, I tell him. It's been a few years, and I've mostly learned how to cope with everything that happened. But when I'm stressed or in an environment that is uncomfortable, the panic attacks sometimes hit me.
I had no idea. I'll get you out of here as soon as I can. I promise you that.
I hear the steely determination in his voice, and I know he means it. Thank you. I think I'm okay for now. Even after talking about the crash, I don't feel like I'm going to have an attack. The sadness and grief are here, lodged in my chest like a stone. But I can breathe. My heart doesn't feel like it's been kicked into overdrive. That could change. My attacks have never been predictable, and they're not always triggered in the same way. I've learned to expect anything at any time.
I'm so sorry that happened to you, Tesoro.
Alessio murmurs, kissing the top of my head.
I wish I had been there for you then.
I do too, but I don't say that. It would have been impossible anyway. I was a different person then. I hadn't met Luna yet. I took some time to try to piece myself back together with the help of a therapist, and then I transferred to another college and started fresh in a new place. I met Christian. I tried to move on as best as I could, knowing my family would want that for me. And then the fragile world I'd built for myself came toppling down, and I found myself at the mercy of a mobster. Wrapped in Alessio's arms right now, it doesn't feel like a bad place to be. Thank you, I tell him. We stand there like that for I don't even know how long. I soak in his presence like we're about to be parted for a lifetime. Because one day soon, we will be. And God, how I'm going to miss this man. The phone in his pocket dings with a notification, and he straightens, reverting to mafia mode as he releases me and pulls it out of his pocket. He frowns as he taps the screen.
Looks like we have guests incoming. Lucky, my 2 half-sisters, and the woman who birthed my brothers and me.
I notice he refuses to use the word mother, just like he did before. I take it you're not happy about this development.
I don't want her here, he says bluntly. I have no use for the bitch who abandoned her sons to go raise her precious twin daughters. We went through hell all these years, and now she wants to come back into our lives like she never left? Bull fucking shit. Not happening. But Lucky pointed out that if we leave only her behind, the Russians could try to use her as leverage. I'm not going to have her death on my conscience. She's not worth it.
His voice is thick with bitterness and resentment. It occurs to me that maybe this is one of the reasons we've connected so well. We both lost our mothers in different ways and at different ages. We both understand that emotional toll. Alessio has buried his in duty and obligation, carrying out his roles in the Andriani family. I buried myself in school first, then work and a relationship that never truly made me happy. I take his hand and lace my fingers through his. Let's go greet them together. He doesn't shrug away. Instead, his fingers tighten on mine, and then he brings our joined hands to his lips, pressing a kiss to the top of mine.
You're fucking amazing. You know that?
It strikes me suddenly how easily I could fall in love with him, without even trying. But that's a fear for later, so I smile. You're not too bad yourself, bartender. We walk out together, headed toward the elevator that slid up to show the latest arrivals are almost here. Instinctively, I know it's going to be a long night. A ding and the doors slide open, revealing two beautiful dark-haired women in their early 20s who have the same bright blue eyes as all the Andriani brothers. The same noses, too. One is a bit taller than the other, but otherwise, they're obviously identical twins. That's not what strikes me the most, though. What hits me, as they both smile and step off the elevator, a stately, middle-aged woman behind them, who can only be Alessio's mother, is that they look a whole lot like my best friend. But that's weird. How can they look like Luna? I can't stop staring. It's like one of those internet optical illusions where half the population sees the dress as pink and the other half sees it as blue. Lucky emerges from the elevator last, looking cocky as ever, but also a bit strained. Today has obviously been rough on everyone. Lucky's gaze dips down, taking in the way Alessio and I still have our hands linked, before flicking back to his brother.
Frattore mio.
He greets Alessio.
Any trouble?
Alessio asks curtly. I can feel the way he's tensed up at my side. He slipped effortlessly back into his role of mafia consigliera.
None,
Lucky reassures him.
I know how to lose a tail in 30 seconds. I missed my calling as a professional race car driver. Maybe in your next life,
Alessio quips, then turns to me.
Isla, meet Camila and Bianca, our sisters. Girls, this is Isla. She's best friends with a priest's wife, Luna, her maid of honor, and the current cat sitter for our resident ball of fur, Sid.
I notice that he doesn't bother introducing his mother. Camila is the one with about an inch on her twin's height, so I make a mental note of that. Nice to meet you, I say with as bright a smile as I can manage, given the fact that we're in a subterranean bunker to avoid the lethal Russian mobsters who may or may not be trying to kill us all. I even manage a wave in his mother's direction, not wanting to be rude. The girls greet me with a chorus of hellos.
Isla, this is our mother,
Lucky adds in, giving Alessio a look.
Antonella Rossi.
It's nice to meet you, Isla, Antonella says softly. She doesn't look like I'd picture a mafia wife looking. No teased hair, no gold hoops dangling from her ears or chains at her neck. She's understated and sophisticated, and it's easy to see why she has such beautiful children. The woman herself is gorgeous. It's nice to meet you too, I tell her. Alessio tenses up even more, but doesn't speak to Antonella directly. Instead, he turns to Lucky.
You can put her in the bedroom at the end of the hall. Bianca and Camila will be next door and across the hall. Give them the rundown on how this place works.
Lucky nods.
Got it. Mom, Bianca, Camila, follow me.
So he calls Antonella Mom, and Alessio refuses to acknowledge her existence or even refer to her as his mother? Interesting. Camila flashes me a smile. See you in a bit, I guess? Yes, I respond, even though I'm not sure if I will see her. I don't know what Alessio expects of me, and it's obvious that he's very raw where his mother is concerned. This must all still be a lot for him to process. He's had a major shock of surprise half-sisters and the return of his mother after so many years. And then, on top of things, the Bratva have been waging a mafia war in Priest's absence. He's got a lot on his shoulders right now. I don't want to be one more burden or source of stress. He waits until Lucky and his sisters and Antonella are safely down the hall and ensconced in what will be Antonella's room before tugging me by the hand toward his bedroom. "What are we doing?" I ask breathlessly as I struggle to keep up with his long-legged strides.
"We're getting the fuck out of here the only way we can."
He pulls me into his bedroom and kicks the door closed behind us. Then he's on me in the next breath, pinning me to the door, kissing me like he's starved for me. I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him back with equal abandon, the desperation that's been kept at bay all day long finally bursting free. So much has happened, but all I want to think about is Alessio. And Sid. Shit. I have to think about Luna's fur baby, too. I move my head to the side, but Alessio is unfazed. His lips find my throat instead. "What about Sid?" I manage. "I'm not even sure where he is."
"He's down here somewhere."
Alessio sucks on my neck the way he did in St. Thomas, and I'm dead. My clit pulses in response.
"Couldn't have gotten lost,"
he croons. "But he might be lonely." My willpower is lessening by the second. Soon I'll be nothing but smoke, gone up in flames.
"He has 4 new people to spoil him. Let him be their problem for now."
He growls against my skin.
"He can hide under a chair and pounce on Antonella's ankles."
His hands are on my hips, cradling them in a possessive way that melts me and makes me forget that we've both just unloaded some heavy shit on each other between my past and his mother. I try to respond, but I'm finding it difficult to process anything other than the lust raging through me.
"Fuck, do you know how bad I want you right now?"
he whispers, licking the hollow behind my ear. Oh, God. My nipples are hard, and as I shift against him restlessly, I can feel how soaked my panties are, just from a few kisses and his mouth on my throat. He glides his hand under my shirt, flattening it on my bare stomach. He's so close to where I need him to be. But I'm the one who's responsible for... My words trail off as he tucks his hand down into the elastic waistband of the leggings I frantically pulled on earlier after he picked the lock on my handcuffs and freed me.
"Remind me what you're responsible for, tesoro."
He prompts me wickedly, his mouth on my ear, his fingers strumming lightly over my clit. I can't remember. Everything has fled my mind. It's not enough pressure. My hips dance under his touch, demanding more. "Alessio," I whisper, my head rolling back against the door with a thud that should embarrass me in case anyone's near enough on the other side to hear it. But it doesn't. I don't care. The only thing I care about is the 6'2" wall of mobster muscle devouring me like he's a starving man, and I'm all he needs to survive. We should probably stop, but this feels too good. It feels like everything we both need. A release.
"Your pussy is so wet for me."
I make a low sound of agreement. No denying it. I'm shamelessly on fire for him. But I still need it faster, need it harder, need him inside me. So I hook my left leg around his hips, opening myself to his exploration, even as I thrust forward to get more of the pressure I want. He laughs and bites my earlobe.
"Tell me what you want."
He's going to make me say it, work for it, even though I'm sure we both already know the answer. "I want you," I tell him, already about to come. "I want your cock inside me so deep. I want you to fuck me. Come inside me. Fill me up." I need it so badly I can barely breathe. I'm not even sure I'm human. He makes a low sound that's more like a possessive growl than anything, his fingers flying over my throbbing clit. Then he sinks 2 fingers into me, fucking me hard and fast. My breathing is harsh, and the pleasure is exploding through me. Every part of me he's touching feels electrified. I've never been so gone. I'm about to come when he withdraws from me suddenly and swirls his fingers over my clit, playing with me. It's too light, too slow. It's not enough. I'm about to protest when he pulls his hand out of my leggings entirely and holds his glistening fingers to my lips. I don't hesitate. Just wrap my lips around his fingers and suck.
Fuck, such a good girl. And you know what good girls get, don't you?
I can't do anything but moan around him in response. I need Alessio to finish what he started.
Good girls get fucked.
I moan again, and his fingers slide from my lips. He works between us, undoing his zipper. Then he pulls himself free from his boxer briefs. His cock springs out, long and hard and thick, and beautiful, like him. He strokes himself from base to tip.
But first, I want that mouth, tesoro. I want these pretty pink lips wrapped around my dick.
I'm on my knees before he can even finish talking. There's nothing I want more than to take him down my throat. I reach for him, but he stops me.
Not yet. I want you naked when you do it.
I don't miss a beat. My shirt goes over my head. My bra comes off with a sigh of relief. Then I'm shimmying out of my leggings and panties in one go before sinking back onto the carpeted floor.
Now play with that perfect wet pussy while you suck my cock,
he orders. I'm out of my mind. My clit is throbbing, my pussy is clenching, and I'm on the edge of coming. If I touch myself while his dick is in my mouth, I'll lose all control. I look up and meet his eyes, seeing the wildness there that must be reflected in my own. We need this escape. Both of us. He strokes his cock again, and I see a gleam of wetness seeping from the slit on the crown. My turn. I slide my right hand between my legs and reach for his cock with my left at the same time as I lower my head, parting my lips. He releases his hold on himself with a groan, and I guide him into my mouth, sucking as I swirl my tongue over the tip. I love the way he feels, so big and thick, the sounds he makes, the way his thighs tense as I take more of him into my mouth.
That's it, sweetheart. Let me fuck your mouth while you make yourself come.
I moan, mouth full of cock, and remember that I'm supposed to be playing with my aching clit. I was so caught up in Alessio that I momentarily forgot myself. At his order, I start rubbing, the wetness of my pussy making obscene sounds. His hips roll forward, and my reflex kicks in. I gag a little, easing off.
Relax your throat, tesoro. Take me in.
He wields that term of endearment against me like a weapon, and I'm defenseless against it. I love when he calls me that in his deep, sexy voice. I breathe through my nose and bob on his dick, bringing him to the back of my throat as my fingers work between my legs. My clit is swollen and almost as demanding as his cock.
Fuck, he growls. You're so gorgeous like this, mouth full of me. Are you going to come soon?
I make a helpless sound of assent and keep sucking and licking and stroking while the heat builds inside me, the pleasure coiling like a snake about to strike.
You can't come until I tell you to. If you do, I'll spank that luscious ass of yours, and then I'll fuck it.
Oh my God. My pussy flutters and clenches. I'm so close, and I want to come so badly. I hum around his big cock, my fingers slowing to prolong the pleasure. I want to last as long as possible. I love it when he's filthy and bossy. I love being on my knees for him, mouth full of his dick.
Maybe you want that.
Hmm? He asks, his voice tight. I can tell he's trying to stave off his own orgasm, talking himself out of it. Maybe you want me to sink my cock into that tight little hole and fill you up with my cum. It's too much. My orgasm hits me like a freight train. I'm coming, fingers furiously flying over my clit as I choke on his cock. He pulls out of my mouth abruptly. I didn't tell you that you could come, did I? I'm still coming, playing with myself as he watches, his thick cock jutting upward like an offering. Maybe I'm a bad girl, I tell him, breathless, as I wring out every drop of pleasure. With a low sound, he hauls me to my feet, and suddenly I'm pinned to the door again. Bad girls get fucked too, he growls against my lips. In the next second, he thrusts hard, impaling me with his dick. I'm still super sensitive from getting off, and I think he might break me in two with his monster cock. But what a way to go. He wraps my legs around him and starts fucking me as he kisses me, somehow holding me up with his strength in a feat I'll marvel over later when my brain starts functioning again. Right now, I'm riding high on dopamine and oxytocin as Alessio slams in and out of me against the door. He kisses me ferociously. The pleasure ratchets up with every thrust. No sound in the room but our panting breaths, our bodies crashing together, and the rhythmic thumps against the door. With a groan, he breaks the kiss and dips his head, latching onto my nipple and sucking so hard that I fall apart a second time. This time, when I orgasm, he does too, pinning me to the door with his cock as he fills me with a flood of cum. A gasp tears from me at the force of the pleasure, black stars speckling my vision, my nails raking down his back. He buries his face in my throat, his chest heaving, his body slumping into mine. And realization hits me. This isn't just lust and pleasure I feel for Alessio. It's something a whole lot more potent and a whole lot more dangerous. Oh, fuck, I whisper. I know, tesoro, he murmurs against my neck. I know. I hold him tightly, resting my cheek on his head, wondering if he possibly could. I'm falling in love with a mobster.
Chapter 21. Saint. It's obscenely early when I reluctantly leave Isla alone in bed, make myself a cup of coffee, and meet up with Lucky in the kitchen of the safe house. Yesterday was a whirlwind of dealing with the fallout from the bombing and getting our most vulnerable targets as safe as possible. This morning, it's time to get down to business. You could at least try speaking with her, you know, Lucky says quietly as I fill my mug. Obviously, he's thinking about a different kind of business, the wrong kind of business. I fill my mug to the brim. I'm going to need it, and try to be patient with my youngest brother, who's always been far too idealistic for his own good. Antonella is the least of our worries right now, I point out. We're going to war with the Russians. Are we going to war, though? They bombed our fucking restaurant. What else would you call that? A death wish? An image of Isla, handcuffed to my bed, naked and terrified, rises in my mind, and my fury is so visceral I can taste it. They also broke into my apartment and scared Isla. I haven't told either of my brothers the full extent of the shape I found Isla in. I don't need them to start asking questions about why she was naked and in my bed in the first place. It's none of their fucking business. And I don't have any good answers for why, other than that I'm obsessed with her. They did some incredibly stupid shit, and they deserve to be hit for that. But are we really going to do this while Priest is away? Lucky asks. I'm not the Don, and I know it. I've just been doing my best to hold everything together until our eldest brother is back stateside. I sigh. I think Scorpion may have taken away the option of waiting when he decided to kidnap Ekaterina Sidorov in retaliation. Lucky winces. Yeah, that was also pretty fucking stupid. We go at them hard, then? Is that the plan? The plan is that we don't have a plan yet. I admit, taking a sip of my hot coffee. First, we need to figure out why the hell the Bratva attacked us. Isla told me that the Russian who broke into my apartment said the Andriani crew is responsible for getting some of their guys thrown into prison. So this is all payback for something we didn't even do? Lucky looks as confused as I feel. The sudden Bratva vendetta came out of nowhere. Years of a truce with the bastards, gone in the span of a few days. According to the bastard who warned Isla about the bomb they planted, yes. I set my mug down on the table with more force than necessary. I did a little research last night, and it looks like a major sting operation just went down. Over 20 arrests for illegal gambling, all of them with ties to the Bratva. What I don't understand is why they think we had anything to do with this. Could have something to do with the fact that the Pecan appears to have disappeared, and Mikhail Sidorov has obtained his throne, Lucky points out. We haven't had a whole lot of time to put out feelers, but word on the street is that Sidorov clipped Ivan Alexandrov. One of my guys heard Sidorov strangled Alexandrov to his death with his bare hands. That wouldn't surprise me. Sidorov is a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing. He's notoriously lethal and violent, but you wouldn't know it, judging by his appearance alone. Unlike his brother Dmitri, who's as big as a mountain and built like an MMA fighter who could destroy a man with one solid punch, Mikhail looks more like a prince than a deadly assassin. So we're dealing with a new Pecan, a string of arrests that have knocked the Bratva's bread and butter out of order, and Scorpion holding the Pecan's sister hostage, not to mention the explosion that demolished our restaurant, all while Priest is on his honeymoon. And the Bratva believing we're responsible for the sting that wiped out a bunch of their key players, I remind Lucky grimly before drinking more coffee. That's the part I understand the least about this whole fucking mess. My brother shakes his head. Why the hell would someone finger us for something like that? And who would do it? That's what we have to figure out. We have more than our fair share of enemies. Warring factions within the families, jealousy, power grabs, territorial disputes, you name it, we've dealt with it. Most recently, when we merged the Andriani and the Ravello families, we had to clip Amadeo the Animal, the biggest threat to our power. Do you think this is somehow related to what went down with the animal? Lucky asks, like we're on the same frequency. It's possible, but it's been a year. Why now? Priest is on his honeymoon. Shit goes sideways when we least expect it, and the Don is out of the country. You have a point, I admit. You hear anything from any of your contacts lately? Been a little busy, what with Mom showing up in town with our sisters, Lucky drawls. And we've come full circle, landing back on Antonella Rossi, the woman who gave us life, and then left us to live ours without her. Better you than me, I tell him. I need to get out of here and see to the capos. We've got to get a handle on this shit, or it's only going to get worse. I'll come with you, Lucky volunteers. I shake my head. I'm not risking both of us, not with Priest in the islands and Scorpion God knows where upstate. You stay here and make sure the girls and Isla have everything they need. I'll be back by dinner if everything goes according to plan. You neglected to mention Mom. I don't know who that is. But if you're referring to the bitch who abandoned us all, then I don't give a fuck if she has everything she needs or not. Alessio. Antonella's voice cuts through our conversation. She's hovering at the doorway to the kitchen, her eyes entreating. But she's done enough damage, and I'm not letting her back into my life. She blew her chance when she walked out on my brothers and me. I instantly stiffen, on edge. You don't have the right to speak to me, I tell her coldly. Then I slam down my coffee and walk away, determined to do everything in my power to keep shit from going even more sideways.
Isla. When I wake up, I reach for Alessio, but he's not there. My hand searches for him and finds Sid curled up on his pillow. I sit up and hit a bedside light switch, illuminating the bedroom in a low glow, thanks to the dimmers we had on last night before we both fell asleep. Sid blinks at me, then flicks his tail, offering up a yawn. "Where's Uncle Alessio?" I ask Sid, like he's going to answer me. The thought of Alessio leaving me down here starts the subtle pressure on my chest that only seems to leave me when I'm at his side. I force myself to stare at the window decals he applied to the walls last night for me. But as hard as I try to pretend I'm back in St. Thomas, all my worries and cares lifted away, being charmed by a handsome bartender in the Caribbean moonlight. The band wrapped around me tightens. "I can do this," I tell Sid, throwing back the covers. He just blinks at me and then sets his head back down. It's a mantra I keep repeating to myself as I venture to the ensuite bathroom and quickly shower before dressing. By the time I make my way out of the bedroom, the air is tinged with coffee, pancakes, and maple syrup. I head to the kitchen, not sure what I'll find, and definitely not expecting to see Antonella at the stove, flipping pancakes. Lucky, Camila, and Bianca are sitting at the table, plates piled high. My stomach grumbles, even as I notice Alessio is nowhere to be found. "Good morning, Isla," Lucky greets me. "Morning," the girls chirp in unison. Antonella turns to give me an assessing look over her shoulder as she scoops up a finished pancake and slides it onto a plate. "Good morning." "Morning, everyone," I return politely, painfully aware that all the people in this kitchen know where I spent the night. It's like a walk of shame, only breakfast instead, with siblings and his mom as my audience. Fan-fucking-tastic. "You're late for breakfast," Antonella says. I'm not sure if she's making a slightly rude observation or if she's judging me. Her expression is hard to read, and so is her voice. I nervously tuck a strand of wet hair behind my ear. "I didn't know breakfast happened at a certain time. I guess Alessio let me down. Speaking of him, where is he?" "Not here," Lucky says around a mouthful of syrup and pancake. The band squeezes some more. I try to focus on small things. The clink of silverware on plates, the scent of maple syrup that reminds me of happier days when my sister and I would sit at the kitchen island as kids, watching our mom make us chocolate chip pancakes shaped like unicorns and zoo animals. The sizzle of the pan. "Have a seat and eat some pancakes," Bianca invites warmly. "Mom tripled the recipe. We'll be eating these things for days if you don't help us out." I feel a little like I've walked into a cozy family reunion. Without Alessio here, I'm the odd woman out. "That's okay," I say hesitantly. "I'll just go and read a bit until Alessio gets back." Hopefully, he'll be back soon. I try not to think about his absence or what that means. And I definitely can't allow myself to think about what will happen if he doesn't come back. If something happens to him out there. Because really, anything could. Those Russians are dangerous. No. I tamp down my intrusive thoughts and turn to leave the kitchen. "Wait," Camila says. "You must be hungry, and who knows how long Saint will be gone. Lucky said it could be a while." Lucky shoots me an apologetic look, but keeps shoveling pancakes into his mouth. "There's plenty of pancakes," Antonella adds from the stove. "Sit, eat. You need some more meat on those bones anyway." In my opinion, there's plenty of meat on my bones. I'm short, but I've got curves. But I don't want to be too defensive. I feel like I'm treading on eggshells wherever I go. Okay. I settle into the chair next to Bianca, and within 30 seconds, Antonella is handing me a piping hot pile of pancakes. "It's an old family recipe," she tells me. "I used to make these for the boys when they were younger. There were never any leftovers." It's a brief glimpse into Alessio's childhood. I hear the fondness in Antonella's voice, the nostalgia. And not for the first time since finding out about her reappearance in his life, I wonder what could have driven her to abandon 4 children and then raise 2 others somewhere else. Thank you, I murmur. Alessio's mother is nothing if not efficient. She hands me a mug of coffee and fresh silverware next. You're welcome. Napkins are on the table. You take cream in your coffee? I don't usually drink it, but I don't want to be rude, and I feel like I'm a guest at someone else's house, so I say, please, that would be great. She places a small pitcher of cream on the table in front of me, and then slides a sugar bowl over too. Drink and eat up. Thanks so much. I add cream and sugar to the coffee and give it a stir, then take a sip, trying not to wince at the bitter strength of the brew. So, Isla, says Bianca, how long have you and Saint been dating? I almost spew my coffee all over the table. At the last second, I manage to swallow it, but it's scalding hot as I choke it down. For a few moments, my only response is a coughing fit. Sorry, I wheeze. We're not dating. Bianca's face falls. You're not? No. But I thought... Her words trail off when Camila gives her a meaningful look across the table. I'm waiting for a hole to open in the floor and swallow me up before I die of mortification. Obviously, everyone in this room is more than aware of what Alessio and I were up to last night. And again earlier this morning. I try to explain what's going on between us, and there really is no explanation. Friends. I land on that and decide it sounds good enough. Friends with benefits could sum up our scenario. We're not exactly enemies anymore. Speaking of friends, Bianca pipes up brightly, clearly looking to change the subject. Since you're friends with Luna, maybe you can tell us what she's like. I've always wanted another sister.
Did Saint tell you that Luna's dad was also the girl's father?
Lucky asks me. I stare at him in shock. I'm sorry, what?
Mom had a fling with Tommaso Ravello, and she ended up pregnant with Camila and Bianca. When my father found out she was having Tommaso's babies, he was furious and threatened to kill her. That's why Mom and the girls ended up living in Maryland until they came to us a few days ago.
Luca, Antonella chides from the stove. We don't need to go into old news now.
Hey, we're one big fucked up familia here,
Lucky says, grinning.
No sense in hiding it.
I'm sure my mouth is hanging open. The odd resemblance I noticed in both Camila and Bianca to Luna suddenly makes sense. Holy shit! Luna has half-sisters. And they share a mother with her husband. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the implications of that one. Does Luna know about this? I ask.
Not yet,
Lucky snickers.
This is going to be one hell of a return from a honeymoon.
That is, quite possibly, the understatement of the century. I don't know how Luna will react to this unexpected news. I do know she was very close to her brother who passed away. I'm sure learning that she has two half-sisters will be comforting to her in a way. It's kind of messed up that she and Priest share the same half-sisters, though. You really are one big family now, aren't you? Not quite, Antonella says sadly from the stove. I know she's thinking about Alessio. I'm not sure what Scorpion's reaction to her was, or what Priest's will be. She must have faced an impossible decision. Either lose her life and sacrifice her daughters, or give her babies a chance at life while leaving her sons behind. Maybe Alessio will come around. He's always been stubborn, even when he was a boy. Antonella's voice breaks on the last word. I missed so much. Her 3 children shoot up from the chairs and surround her. I stay where I am, eating the pancakes she made. They're delicious, fluffy and perfectly shaped, laced with a generous dose of vanilla. I feel like an outsider, intruding on this familial scene. As Lucky, Bianca, and Camila start talking over the top of one another, I finish up my pancakes and stand, intending to slip out.
Hey, where are you going?
Lucky asks.
Get over here, mia sorella.
I have no idea what he just called me, even if I'm kind of touched by the inclusion. But I hesitate, still not wanting to wedge myself into their family reunion. Yeah, get your butt over here, Bianca adds. Group hug, Camila announces in a sing-song voice. And even Antonella smiles warmly at me, and I see the flash of resemblance to her son. Everyone can use a hug, no? I go to them and find myself wrapped up in an embrace, and it doesn't feel wrong, even if I'm not a part of this family and never will be. If there's one thing I learned from losing my parents and Lily in the plane crash, it's never to say no to an embrace. I would give everything for just one more hug from each of them. Tears prick my eyes, and I sniffle, hoping that Alessio can at least find peace with his mother's decision one day, and maybe find it in his heart to forgive her too.
Chapter 22. Saint. I'm not used to being without my brothers. For the first time since we've taken over running the Andriani family, I'm flying solo. It feels like walking bare-assed naked down a bustling city street. No peace, totally defenseless, waiting for the hail of bullets to rain down and take me out. But I don't have a choice. This shit needs to be dealt with head-on, and Lucky needs to stay at the safe house in case something goes sideways. Scorpion, well, I have no idea where he is, other than a cabin upstate, or what the fuck he's doing with Ekaterina Sidorov, and at this point that's probably for the best. He has no cell service, so I gave him strict orders to get his ass to somewhere he has bars and check in with me 3 times a day. He sent me a smart-ass text this morning, and I'm sure the next one will be the same. But right now I've got other business to focus on. The surprise meeting I called for our capos is about to start. We're in a warehouse on the edge of the city, a meat-packing joint that smells like death. It's cold, dank, and miserable, but the metal roof and thick walls make it impervious to cell service. We're guaranteed privacy. As for comfort, not much. We have an oblong conference room table and some busted-up office chairs, and that's about it. I stare at each of the faces of the capos who run our empire for us across this city and beyond. They're good men, loyal, smart. They understand respect. They're also, by the looks of things, more than a little worried. I understand their concern. It's not every day that a Bratva bomb takes out our restaurant. Shit's going sideways with the Russians. Word is that the old Pecan is no more, and Mikhail Sidorov is back in the States. He's taken control of the Bratva. I pause, letting that sink in before I continue. A significant sting operation swept up at least 20 of their guys. Illegal gambling, racketeering, they're throwing the book at them. The problem with that is someone told the Bratva that we ratted them out. A chorus of dissent rises among the men. I hold up my hands, placating. Look, you're preaching to the choir. I know that none of us would have turned rat. We know what happens to rats, don't we? They nod solemnly. I don't have to put it into words for them. If I were to find out that any one of them was responsible for this colossal fucking mess, I'd march them into the meat hanging room, hang them on the nearest hook, and slit their wrists to let them bleed out. Rats get dead. That's what happens to rats. So, I say slowly, do any of you have an idea where Mikhail Sidorov would get the crazy idea that the Andriani family was responsible for sending his men to jail? They talk among themselves for a minute, and I allow it, watching each of them. Nico Coletti looks a little nervous, shifting in his chair. Coletti, I bark out. You got something you want to share with me? Could be nothing, he hedges. Or it could be something, I point out, gesturing for him to step off to the side so we can speak privately. Over here. We move to the edge of the room, leaving the other capos to their own devices. If this is intel, the fewer people who know it, the better. I trust our capos, but the fact is, that if any one of them gets pinched, the incentive to roll and dole out information in exchange for immunity is going to be higher than Mount Everest. "Tell me," I order Coletti when we're out of earshot.
"Joey Bones Panzeri, the fellow soldier that I took on when the families joined."
Nico allows his words to trail off, then shrugs.
"He rubs me the wrong way. One of my crew said he overheard Joey talking about something big a few weeks ago. He assumed it was a shipment or a game, but maybe it was the sting."
I turn the information over in my mind, pieces of the puzzle starting to click together. Joey Bones was a fringe member of Amadeo the Animal Circle, but he swore loyalty to the Andriani family when the animal was killed and Priest united the families. Maybe Panzeri wanted some revenge and thought he'd get it this way. I muse, passing my hand over the spiky stubble on my jaw. The timing of all this stinks of an inside job. No one but the family should have known Priest would be away, getting married, and on his honeymoon. For shit to go sideways with the Bratva at the same time?
"What are the odds?"
Coletti finishes for me. Not good, and we both know it. I nod. "Start watching Panzeri 24/7. We'll feed him bad intel and see if it gets leaked. I want you to tell him about a big poker game that's happening tonight. Make it clear that it's going to be high stakes, in the millions, and that it'll be rigged. Give him the location of the empty warehouse down by the river. Don't tell anyone else. Got it?"
"Got it, boss."
"Good. We'll monitor the warehouse and see what happens." I hold out my hand, and Coletti shakes it. "Let's get back to the meeting." I stalk to the head of the table, relieved there's at least a lead to follow. And the more I think about it, the more promising it sounds. If Joey Bones Panzeri was responsible for this shit show, we'll catch him, and he's going to pay. As I finish up the meeting, I remind our capos to steer clear of Bratva territory and to be on the lookout for retaliation. Keep your heads down and your noses clean for the next few days. They agree and stand, starting to trickle out of the meeting room, comparing notes with one another. The bodyguards I've been traveling with all day, Sammy and Vinny, step up and cover me as I head out to the G-Wagon awaiting me in a side alley. The second I'm in the back of the armored G, I make the call I've been dreading. It takes 4 rings, and I'm half expecting to be dumped into voicemail before Priest picks up.
"Frattore mio, what's up?"
He's out of breath, and if this were an ordinary call, I'd give him shit and ask him if he was too busy with his woman to answer the phone. But this isn't an ordinary call. I have some news. Wincing, I pinch the bridge of my nose to stave off an impending headache. "Tell me." His energy changes on a dime. The relaxed, carefree honeymooner disappears, and in his place is the ruthless Don. I launch into an explanation, telling him almost everything that's happened over the last week since we've been back in the States, including the part where Scorpion went off-grid with a Russian Bratva princess after they bombed our restaurant. I deliberately leave out the mess of Antonella and our half-sisters. There's only so much I can dump on him at one time. "What the fuck, Saint?" he bursts out when I'm finished. "Why didn't you tell me what was going down before now? Because I didn't want to ruin your honeymoon?" "A little too late for that," he mutters grimly. "I'll leave here as soon as I can. Just hold tight until I get there." "Will do." I hit the end button like I'm trying to put a hole through my phone, and then exhale the breath I've been holding, feeling like an utter fucking failure. My phone rings again, and I answer without bothering to glance at the screen, assuming it's Priest calling back. "If you changed your mind and you want to stay in paradise instead of coming back to this hellhole, I completely understand." There's a pause on the other end of the line, and then a voice laced with a Russian accent drawls, "Where the fuck is my sister Andriani?" Well, shit. Not Priest. I hold my phone away and see that the number is an unknown one before bringing it back to my ear. "Sidorov. You can call me Pakan." That confirms it. Sidorov has taken over. "I think I'd prefer to call you the bastard who blew up my restaurant." I bite out, hand tensing on the phone. He makes a tisking sound.
I heard about your restaurant. Such a shame. That bomb going off. They say the building will have to be raised. Muy sobолезнования.
I have no idea what the fuck he just said, but I'm sure it's something condescending. Come off it, Sidorov, I snap, having no patience for his bullshit. I don't care if he's the new pecan. I don't even give a shit if he plucked out Ivan Alexandrov's eyeballs with a spoon and then ate them for breakfast. We're the Andriani family, and we're not going to stand for these bastards frightening our women and bombing our restaurant. This shit stops here.
Come off, what?
Sidorov's voice is sly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
One of your goons knocked out my guards yesterday, broke into my apartment, and handcuffed my woman to my bed. Calling Isla my woman came naturally. I didn't mean to claim her, and especially not to this conniving prick, but it's too late to call it back now. And I have to admit that the possessive asshole in me likes calling her that. Mine.
Your woman. Pozdravlenia, Andriani. I didn't know you were married.
I'm not, I grit out. Look, enough small talk. You set off a bomb in an Andriani establishment. You're going to have to pay for that. The last thing we want is a war with the Bratva, but you've left us without many options.
So, that is why you stole my sister. Because you ran out of options. That may also be why I steal one of your sisters. Or, maybe, even your woman. What would you think of that, I wonder? Maybe Isla Davenport would like a real man to show her what she's missing.
My blood goes cold at the threat. Sidorov is speaking cheerfully, like he's talking about his plans for a Christmas holiday, instead of waging war against innocent civilians. He is also making damn sure I'm aware that he knows exactly who Isla is. The fucker probably already has a file on her. Try it and see what happens, Sidorov, I warn. I'm confident that my sisters and Isla are untouchable in the safe house. It's never been compromised, and everyone placed their cells in Faraday bags prior to going to the casino, leaving any potential hackers unable to track their locations.
I'm not afraid of the Andriani family.
You fucking ought to be, I growl.
The old Pacan was weak, but I'm not. Don't push me.
You're not going to get your sister back with threats. The line goes silent for a beat. We're at a stalemate. I have the upper hand here, Sidorov, I press. Because, at this point, it's true. Scorpion has a Katerina, and Camila, Bianca, and Isla are at the safe house. He can blow up more of our buildings, but that's just going to get the feds breathing down his neck. If he wants to stay under the radar, he's going to lay low after setting off a fucking bomb in the middle of the city in broad daylight. I've already put in a call to a guy who's on our payroll, and he's going to make sure the official investigation proves that the explosion was caused by a gas leak. But Sidorov doesn't need to know that.
You only have the upper hand if I let you have it,
Sidorov counters. Look, I say, maybe we don't want a war. Maybe what we want is peace. You blew up our restaurant, and now your sister is enjoying a nice little vacation, courtesy of the Andriani family. I would say we've been nothing but reasonable so far. The ball's in your court now. I want your promise that you're going to stand down. If I don't have it by 5 o'clock today, all bets are off. And I don't think you want to know what can happen when vacations unexpectedly go sideways. Do you?
If you fucking hurt her.
That's not the way this is going, Sidorov. I interrupt coldly. We call the shots. Think about what I said. I need your word that you'll stand down today, or all bets are off when it comes to a Katerina. I'll be waiting. I hit end on the call and stare out at the sea of endless city traffic, hoping like hell my threats to Sidorov are going to work. Because if they don't, what the Bratva did at Sergio's is going to look like a picnic in the park. That bomb detonating yesterday was the opening salvo. If I don't hear from Sidorov by 5, we're officially at war.
Isla. I've been binge-watching cooking shows with Camila and Bianca for hours. Sid's been taking turns curling up with all of us, apparently impervious to the lack of windows in this place. Despite every effort I've taken to keep myself calm, my skin is starting to crawl, and that ever-tightening band on my chest is cinching more by the minute. My anxiety is about a whole lot more than being trapped in an underground and windowless safe house, though. It's because I'm worried about Alessio. He's still not back from whatever mission he's conducting in the outside world, where there are Bratva psychopaths running around with bombs. What if something happens to him? What if I never see him again? "You bored?" Camila asks, jolting me from my thoughts. "We can totally turn on something else." I realize I've been restless on the comfy black leather couch, shifting and unable to sit still for longer than a few minutes. I guess I'm just on edge. "Want a glass of wine?" Bianca raises her own in a mock toast. "Looks like we aren't going anywhere soon, and the Andriani boys like to keep this place stocked." The last thing I want is alcohol clouding my mind right now. "No thanks," I tell her. "But that lemonade your mother made earlier is calling to me. I think I'll go and get myself a glass. Anyone else?" "Mom makes the best lemonade," Camila tells me. "It's our grandmother's recipe." "Thanks, but I'm afraid if I have too much lemonade, I won't be able to drive home," Bianca adds. And it strikes me how weird it is that Alessio and Bianca have such similar personalities without ever having met until now. She reminds me of him in a lot of ways. "I'll be back," I say, getting up and stretching. "Keep Sid company for me." Sid, who has no loyalty, is curled up with Camila. He doesn't even blink an eye in my direction. Why would he, now that he has a new human to convince to dote on him? I head to the kitchen, hoping I find Lucky there as well as the lemonade. Unfortunately, he's not alone in the kitchen. Antonella is there, chatting with him. They both look up at me, and I feel distinctly like I walked in on a private moment. "Sorry," I blurt. "I didn't mean to interrupt." Antonella had said she was going to shower, so I hadn't realized she'd re-emerged. "You're not interrupting," Lucky says easily. "What do you need?" "Lemonade?" "I'll get you a glass," Antonella offers, already going to the fridge. She's very much a caretaker. I can see that just from our limited interactions. That's an area where she and her son have quite a bit in common. I haven't missed the way he's always been looking out for me, from that first night when he made certain that I got a table and had dinner, to now, keeping me here at his family's safe house. "I can get it," I protest, but Antonella is already grabbing the pitcher and pouring. "Need anything besides the lemonade?" Lucky asks with a sly look. Caught. I have the distinct feeling that Alessio's younger brother is on to the fact that I've developed a major case of feelings. I swallow hard. "Have you heard from Alessio?" Although I opt for sounding nonchalant, I know I'm being painfully obvious. "I got an update about an hour ago." "And you didn't tell me?" I blurt. I've been stewing in worry, the knot in my stomach rivaling the panic in my chest. The window decals help with my anxiety over feeling closed in, but every time I look at them, I think of Alessio and wonder if he's safe. "Should I have told you?" Lucky asks pointedly. "No, of course not." I know I'm not anyone of importance in Alessio's world. I'm not even a girlfriend. I'm just a hookup. A temporary convenience, because we've been thrown together again, thanks to the Russians and my cat-sitting gig. "You like him. Admit it," Lucky says, grinning. My face is hot. I can't look at either Lucky or Antonella. "Of course she likes him," Antonella says as she hands me the lemonade she poured for me. Alessio was always a sweet boy, and I'm so proud to see the man he's become. I thank her, and she waves a hand as if to say it's nothing.
Saint's kind of okay,
Lucky says in response to his mother's praise of his older brother. I smile at Lucky's joke, grateful for the distraction. But I'm still thinking about how difficult it must have been for Antonella to stay away from her sons for all these years. What an impossible choice to make. Did she keep her distance because her fear of Alessio's father was that extreme? Or did she do it because she wanted out of the mafia life, the circle of violence and death that never seems to end? Or was it a combination? The questions weigh heavily on me, a much-needed reminder that this isn't a world I belong in. Alessio isn't for me. I've just been through one heartbreak, thanks to Christian. My whole life has been upended, and if I should have learned anything from the time I've spent here since returning from St. Thomas, it's that danger and unpredictability lurk around every corner. It's a bad combo for someone like me. Toxic, just like Alessio is. Besides, he's a criminal. A one-night stand I've revisited a few times too many. But despite all these incontrovertible facts, I think I may be in love with him. Fuck my life. How can it happen that suddenly, without any warning?
Isla?
Lucky's worried voice interrupts my impending crash-out.
You're not having a panic attack, are you?
I'm not, I say quickly. Or at least, I don't think I am. But how did you know?
Saint told me, the abridged version. I hope you don't mind. He wouldn't have unless he felt it was absolutely necessary. He was worried I wouldn't know how to handle it if something went down.
Lucky pauses, the same expression I've seen on other faces entering his.
Sorry about what happened to your family.
People usually don't know how to deal with approaching the fact that my life was upended by an unimaginable tragedy. I'm not even sure I know how to deal with it. I've been trying ever since that day. So I tell him what I've been telling everyone, giving him the best smile I can manage because my emotions can currently best be described as a tornado battling a hurricane. It's okay. Suddenly, Lucky's phone buzzes, and he pulls it out of his pocket, frowning down at the screen and tapping out a response. I don't mean to pry, Antonella says quietly, and I have no idea what Lucky is talking about. But I'm sorry too, Isla. Thank you. Feeling like I might burst into tears at any second, I distract myself by taking a sip of my lemonade. I really don't want to talk about Lily and my parents. Not when I'm already so raw and worried about Alessio. So I concentrate on the flavors playing over my taste buds. I have no idea what Antonella puts in this, although I think I saw her squeezing oranges earlier. Whatever this ambrosia is, it's got to be made from kittens, puppies, and rainbows, because it's the best lemonade I've ever tasted. When I first left Alessio's father, I had panic attacks every time someone came to the door, Antonella tells me. Most of the time, it was just the mail lady sliding junk mail into the letter slot. Once, it was a neighbor who'd lost her dog. It's clear that she was terrified of the man. Antonella had believed him when he'd said he was going to kill her. She was scared enough that she went into hiding and didn't emerge until now. But why? The former Don has been dead for a few years. Did she think one of her sons would harm her in his place? Was she hiding from the Andriani brothers? From Alessio? A chill goes down my spine at the thought. But it's not my place to ask, and I doubt she'd give me an honest answer in front of Lucky, even if it was. How long did it take for them to subside? I ask gently instead. A good 10 years, she says bitterly, And even then, I was always looking over my shoulder. Every strange car in the rear view was one of his men, coming to finally put a bullet in my skull. She turns away abruptly and returns the lemonade pitcher to the refrigerator. But enough of that. I stayed away far too long. If I could do it over again, I'd change almost everything. Lucky finishes tapping on his phone and slides it back into his pocket. Hey, Mom, none of that now. We're making up for lost time. Speaking of which... As his words trail off, a voice I recognize filters into the kitchen. It's a voice I definitely shouldn't be hearing right now. I wander out of the kitchen area, still holding my lemonade, and convincing myself I'm imagining things. It's been a hell of a day, and it's entirely possible that I'm hallucinating my best friend in the world strolling across the safe house, looking tanned and effortlessly beautiful in a tropical dress that stops just above her knees and matching sandals. She's got Sid in her arms, who looks overjoyed to be reunited with his mama. Luna? I'm baffled, standing here with a cold glass of lemonade in my right hand. What's she doing in the safe house? Her honeymoon shouldn't be over for another week. She catches sight of me, and her expression shifts. Is? Oh my God, I'm so sorry about everything that's happened. Are you okay? She sets Sid down on all four paws and then launches herself at me. I catch her in an embrace, narrowly avoiding spilling my drink down her back. Never mind me. I'm fine. What are you doing here? I demand. You should still be in paradise, floating in the gorgeous water and drinking up umbrella drinks in the sunshine. Saint called Priest and gave him a rundown of everything, she says, squeezing me so tightly I think she might legit crack a rib. Are you sure you're fine? I can't believe the Bratva was trailing you around and then broke into Saint's apartment to get to you. I never would have asked you to cat-sit Sid if I had known what was going to happen. You didn't ask me, I remind her. I volunteered because you're my bestie, and I wanted you to enjoy your honeymoon. Plus, Sid's a sweetie. I can't resist his face. I know, right? You just want to kiss it. She's sniffling a little, and I can tell she's crying, which is very unlike Luna, who's tough as nails. I give her a squeeze back, trying not to be as hard on her ribs. Are you okay? I'm okay as I'm going to be. They blew up a restaurant, too? She withdraws and looks at me, searching my face. This is so unexpected. Are you sure you're all right? Saint said one of those Bratva bastards handcuffed you to your bed. Did he do anything else? I notice he didn't mention it was actually Alessio's bed I was handcuffed to, or that I was naked when the Russian left me there. She'd be even more shocked if she knew the real story, that I've been having wild sex with her brother-in-law ever since before the wedding. Don't worry, I tell her. I'm all good. As good as I'm going to be, anyway. Thank God. My mind is whirling with more questions, so I just blurt them. Where's Priest? What's going on? He's with Saint, she says. He forced me to come here against my will, said it wasn't safe for me until they know what they're dealing with. And at the worry lacing her voice, my heart drops. This isn't over. We finally release each other, and that's when Antonella emerges from the kitchen with Lucky. You must be Priest's wife, she says. I'm standing between them, holding the lemonade she squeezed, wondering how I'm going to introduce my best friend to the mother-in-law and the two half-sisters she didn't know she had. This family reunion just got a whole lot weirder. Luna sends me a searching glance. Yes, I am. And you are? Antonella Rossi. She holds out her hand. I'm Matteo, Alessio, Lorenzo, and Luca's mother. On cue, Camila and Bianca show up, lured away from their cooking show binge by the drama about to unfold. And these are my daughters, Antonella adds softly. Their father was Tommaso Ravello. Holy shit, Luna breathes, looking shell-shocked. Here, I press my glass of lemonade into her hand. Take a sip. She looks down at my offering. Is there vodka in that? No. Tequila? Nope. Gin? She asks hopefully. I wince. Just straight-up lemonade. Antonella made it fresh, and it's incredible. This is a nightmare, right? Luna asks hopefully. I'll pinch my arm and wake up in a king-size bed in St. Thomas, with the moon glistening off the ocean, and none of this will be real. No psycho-Russians, no bombs, no surprise family members. And she's just beginning to scratch the surface. Not a nightmare, I confirm. Need to sit down? She gulps the lemonade like she's been wandering in the desert and is desperately parched. I think I need more than that, but it's a start. Sorry to spring this on you, Bianca says. It's been a shock to us, too, Camila adds. Does Priest know about all this? Luna asks weakly. Lucky shakes his head. Not yet. Saint's planning on bringing him up to speed. He didn't want to tell him over the phone. Good, Luna nods. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to smother him in his sleep if you were keeping this a secret from me. There's her inner mafia princess coming out to shine. I feel faintly relieved that she's rebounding so quickly. I think we're going to get along very well, Antonella pronounces with pride in her voice. Lucky wasn't joking. The Andrianis really are one big, fucked-up familia. Why do I find myself wishing I were really a part of it?
Chapter 23. Saint. I've never been more relieved to see Priest in my life than when he walks in the door of the warehouse that's the designated meeting point with Coletti and Joey Bones Panzeri. It's late, almost midnight, and it feels like a lifetime has passed in the span of one day. Our rat situation progressed at the speed of light, and I'm glad Priest made it back in time before we settled the issue with a bullet in Joey Panzeri's brain. Fratore mio, I greet him. We embrace and clap each other's backs. You look like you've been lying in the sun all day. Even though he had to cut his honeymoon short, it clearly did him good. He needed the break. Being a Don is a hell of a lot of pressure. Being the stand-in almost did me in. Priest gives me a once-over. And you look like shit. Could be because I've been dealing with a lot of it, thanks to our Russian friends and fucking Joey Bones Panzeri, I say wryly. You found the rat? I nod. Earlier tonight, undercover agents moved on the empty warehouse by the river, acting on information only Joey was fed. Priest's expression is grim. Where's Panzeri now? Coletti is bringing him in, making sure there's no tail. He thinks he's going to be overseeing a shipment. Is he being tracked? Priest is all business. I can see him mentally checking off the list, making sure I crossed every T. I shake my head. Negative. Coletti's gone over him with a fine-tooth comb. His phones were confiscated. There's no way anyone will know his location until it's too late. They should be here in the next 15 minutes. The plan is to take him into the back office. He won't know what hit him. Who's going to do the honors? As Don, Priest can't get his hands dirty. We need him clean. Many an excellent Don has rotted away in prison for stupid crimes he never should have been caught committing. Clipping Joey Panzeri? Not worth it. Even if his disloyal ass is what landed us close to an all-out war with the Bratva, no such fucking thing as omerta for Joey. Coletti's got it covered, I say, staying deliberately vague. There's something else I need to tell you. He rubs his jaw. What the fuck is it now? I don't know how the hell to break this down, so I just blurted out. Antonella Rossi is alive. Turns out she's been living in a coastal town all this time. She claims she cheated on her old man with Tommaso Ravello, and that when she realized she was pregnant, she went to our father with the truth. She says he threatened to kill her, so she ran and had twin daughters in hiding. Their names are Camila and Bianca, our half-sisters. Sidorov found them somehow, and that's when she came slithering back to us. Lucky's taken her in, and now she and the girls are at the safe house with Isla. By the time I finish, Priest is clearly shocked. Wait a fucking minute. You're going to have to say that again, because I thought I heard you say our mother showed back up. You heard correctly, but I prefer not to give her a title she doesn't deserve. The word mother feels wrong. She spawned us, abandoned us. That's it. And that we have half-sisters who were spawned by fucking Tommaso Ravello, he adds. Yup. Priest presses his fingers to his temples. Who also happens to be my wife's father. I nod. Correct. What the fuck? Priest roars suddenly, his voice so loud that it echoes off the old warehouse walls. I wince because it hurts my ears. My sentiments exactly. He rakes his fingers through his hair. Our mother isn't dead. I understand his bafflement. After so many years passed, I think we had all begun to suspect she was gone, that maybe our father had killed her, and took the secret with him to the grave. Nope, I confirm. She just cheated on her father and ran off to raise another man's children. He hisses out a breath. Luna's half-sisters. Jesus, this is beyond fucked up. Almost incestuous, I agree, because I'm not above ribbing him about his new familial development. How the hell else am I supposed to entertain myself? I'm falling hard for a woman I can't keep, one who's made no secret of the fact that she wants nothing to do with the mafia world I inhabit. My mother is resurrected from the dead. I have 2 half-sisters I didn't know about last week. I flick a glance at my watch. And in about 5 minutes, I'm going to have to kill a man. Yeah, I'll take my laughs where I can get them. Too far, he warns me with a glare. This is going to tear Luna apart. She has no idea about any of this. Well, since you left her at the safe house, I guess she's finding it all out the hard way. And without me. He rubs his jaw, looking like he's in physical pain, and all over his need to protect his wife. Fuck, I should be there for her. I understand that protective mode he's slipping into, because I feel the same when it comes to Isla. I want to save her from the world and everything in it. To tear apart anyone with my bare hands who dares to hurt her, then chop the shreds of their corpse into tiny pieces and dump them into the ocean for sharks to devour. It's violent and aggressive in a way I've never felt before. How the hell am I going to let her go when this shit finally dies down? What's with you? Priest gives me a hard stare. You look like you want to beat someone to death. I do. Fucking Mikhail Sidorov. I can't believe the prick gave his blessing to a bomb being planted in Sergio's. Priest shakes his head, clearly misunderstanding the reason I want to destroy the new pecan. I mean, yes, I want to slit his throat for destroying the restaurant we've been painstakingly building, a legit establishment with a damn good chef and rapidly growing street cred among the city's upper crust, despite its ties to the Andriani family. We need all the above-board businesses we can get as a front. Losing even one sets us back. But if I'm honest, I'll admit, at least to myself, that what makes me want to claw out his liver and feed it to him raw is what he ordered his men to do to Isla. He should have talked to us first, I agree. Alexandrov would have. We could have cleared the air and gotten to the bottom of this mess with a whole lot less money lost on both sides, not to mention all the scrutiny he brought us. Thank God we have guys on the inside who can sign off on it being nothing more than a gas leak. Good thinking on that one. Is this my older brother praising me? Are you feeling okay? I ask him, suspicious. You're not usually this nice to me. Fuck off. I'm nice to you all the time. We grin at each other. Good to have you back, Frattore mio. Sorry about the abrupt end of the honeymoon, but also not all that sorry. My phone dings and I extract it, glancing at the screen to confirm the message is the one I've been waiting for. Panzeri and Coletti are here. We wait where we are while I pull up footage of the security cameras leading to the stockroom where Panzeri thinks he's headed to pick up the shipment. These will be wiped clean afterward, but for now they're instrumental in letting me know where I need to be and when. You good? Priest asks me. Coletti and 2 of his top soldiers are accompanying Joey Panzeri. They're making small talk I can pick up on the cameras. Something about hash browns for breakfast at the diner. It's mundane, a reminder of the human stakes. But I'm not shaken by listening in on what will become some of Panzeri's final words. Rats must be exterminated, or they keep multiplying. I'm good, I confirm, silencing my phone and reaching for my piece. They're approaching the spot. You stay here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I quickly backtrack to the stockroom, waiting around the corner just out of sight. I hear them coming, still talking about the diner, which apparently serves up the best shit on a shingle. They head into the room, where we've strategically stashed cutting and packing material to make it look like we've received a shipment. You sure your guy's gonna want a few bricks? Coletti asks Panzeri. Part of the ruse in luring Joey here was that we unexpectedly came into a stolen haul of coke that we needed to unload under the radar. The timing had to be perfect in getting Panzeri away from any potential handlers before he learned we set him up with the other warehouse location. He volunteered to help sell the coke, and Coletti brought him here. It's best this way. They only put up a fight when they know something's wrong, but when they think they're a part of the inner circle and they're about to score big, that's when you clip them. It's all about the element of surprise. My old man taught me that lesson, and he was wrong about a fuck of a lot of things. But not that.
My guy has a lot of connections upstate.
Panzeri is bragging.
I'll run it through for you, no problem. Tell me what you need to unload and it's done.
That's what I like to hear, Coletti says. We came into this a little unexpectedly, so it can't go the usual routes. It's the phrase I'm waiting for, the predetermined signal that we're good to go. Check this box first, Raphael, he adds, talking to his soldier. Let Joey Bones have a look at the quality. I slip around the corner, gun at the ready, finger on the trigger. Coletti is waiting. He catches my eye and nods, moving to the far corner of the room. I take in the setup and thank fuck it's just as planned. Joey Bones is bent over a shipment of coke that's not even coke. It's sucralose powder. His back is to me. Coletti's soldier sees me and takes one step in retreat. I raise my pistol, training the barrel at the back of Joey Bones Panzeri's head.
Holy fuck,
Joey Bones says.
This isn't real coke, it's...
I pull the trigger, and he never gets to finish his sentence, his lifeless body crumpling forward. It's a fucking rat, I say into the silence, and that's what happens to rats. I turn to Coletti, calmly wiping at the fine mist of blood spatter that rained on me when I clipped Joey Bones. See that this mess gets cleaned up. Coletti nods. You got it, boss. I tuck my gun away. It's been a while since I had to take on the role of enforcer, but this was important. I had to make an example of Joey Bones. The feds are working overtime to try to nail us with any charge that sticks, but they can never get us if our men are loyal. Not a fucking trace left, I add. Take it to Angelo. He's expecting the delivery, and he knows what to do. My cousin and his crematorium are going to come in handy tonight, because Joey Bones definitely needs disappearing. Angelo will mix the cremains with a few senior citizens, and no one will ever be the wiser. After Coletti and his soldiers move out, Priest and I will set the warehouse on fire, and any lingering evidence will go up in flames. There is an art to making sure a building burns down, one we learned as teenagers while Antonella Rossi was playing house with her princesses by the ocean. I leave the stockroom, still covered in a fine mist of blood, the monster this world made me. And I have zero fucking regrets. I belong in this life. It runs in my veins. It's all I've ever known. It's also the reason I'm going to have to let Isla go.
Isla. What time is it? Luna asks, wine glass dangling from her left hand, which is dripping in glittering diamonds. Does anyone know? We've been up talking half the night away with Camilla and Bianca. Antonella, too, at first, until she announced that it was well past her bedtime and she was getting some much-needed rest. Lucky has been bouncing back and forth, on and off his various burner phones, clearly agitated and orchestrating something from afar, or trying to. No clue, Bianca says. My phone has been confiscated. Mine too, Camilla adds. Same, I say. But I do think there's a clock in the kitchen. Want me to check? If you don't mind. Luna makes a face. I'd get up, but I'm so exhausted from everything that's happened today. I don't think I can move. I get up to do the honors and realize the wine we've all been drinking is hitting me. Turns out, when Bianca said this place is stocked, she meant it has a whole-ass wine cellar. We're all a bit tipsy, but what else is there to do when you're locked in a safe house trying to keep the panic at bay? Luna is worried about Priest, and I'm worried about Alessio, even though I have no claim on him. The twins are still adjusting. The best way to take the edge off is with some killer Pinot Grigio. It's not like we have many other options. I make my way into the kitchen area, the tiles cold on my bare feet. Next time I'm going to be locked into a mobster safe house, I'll remember to bring a pair of slippers. Not that I'm going to ever find myself in this situation again. Soon I'll be flying back home, where I don't have a home. I've been so caught up in the maelstrom that's been happening around me, I've given little thought to where I'll go and what I'll do when it's time for me to leave. There's nothing for me in Iowa any longer except for a storage unit. Leaving here feels wrong in a soul-deep way that I don't want to examine. The clock on the microwave says it's almost 4 a.m. I had no idea it was that late. And Alessio and Priest still aren't back. The knot in my stomach grows as I head back to the living room. 3:57, I announce to everyone. Late, Luna sighs, her expression giving away her feelings. I was hoping they'd have returned by now. Me too, but I don't say that out loud. Sorry I made you get up, Iz, Luna says. I forgot that I could have asked Basil. I plop back into the comfy, oversized couch, confused. Who's Basil? You mean no one told you? Listen and learn. She looks up at the ceiling. Hey, Basil. Yes, madame, asks a disembodied male voice with a British accent. This place is bullshit, Luna pronounces. Regretfully, I cannot understand your request, responds the voice. Please try again later. What the hell was that? I ask. Basil is the safe house's virtual assistant. He adjusts the TV volume and lights, and in an emergency, he can call any of the boys for you. Referring to the muscled 6-foot-plus Andriani men as boys is quite the misnomer, but I don't bother to correct her. I'm still vaguely miffed that there's been a virtual British butler lurking in the ceiling, and no one told me about him. This place is getting weirder by the minute, Bianca says, which pretty much sums up my thoughts, too. I polish off my wine, thinking I'll go take a hot shower to try to calm myself down. My panic is ramping up now that I officially know what time it is. The whole Basil thing was a temporary distraction, but it didn't last long. Where is Alessio? What if something happened to him? My mind is spinning. Lucky comes into the living room then, his expression tense as his eyes fall on Luna. Update.
Priest and Saint are meeting with the Russians tomorrow to work out a deal. They're staying in the city for the night.
Relief washes over me. Alessio is safe. For now. As long as he's in the Mafia, he'll never truly be safe. I hate that. How does Luna live like this, knowing the man she loves could be in grave danger at any given minute? You do know it's bullshit that I had to lock my phone up in a Faraday bag before coming here, right? Luna asks Lucky, sounding annoyed.
It's for your protection.
You have a phone, she points out.
I have burners. Your personal phone could have been compromised on your honeymoon at any point without us being aware of it. And if that happened, you'd lead the Bratva to our door.
So give me a burner, then, she says, holding out her hand, palm up. I need to speak with my husband. Lucky sighs and pulls out a phone, offering it to her.
Go for it. But if he doesn't like it, this was your idea, not mine.
Luna seizes the phone with a triumphant air. Oh, he'll like it, or else. Lucky shakes his head, grinning. Everyone knows that Luna has Priest wrapped around her pinky. I know it's silly, but I really need to say goodnight to him, she adds, her sassy demeanor softening. I adore how much they love each other. It also makes me acutely aware of what I'm lacking in my own life. Go on, I make a shoe gesture. Have your phone sex. I'm going to try to get some rest. We're not going to have phone sex, Luna protests. Likely story, Bianca says with a snicker. Sure you're not, Camila adds. Lucky grimaces. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. I pop up from the couch. Night, everyone. Good night, the twins say in unison. There's only one more episode of Chopped to watch, Bianca tells her sister. We may as well finish it up. Camila lifts a half-empty bottle of wine in mock toast. And the Pinot Grigio, too. Sid looks cozy, curled up with them. Luna has already disappeared down the hall with her phone, on a mission to call Priest. I guess I'm truly on my own tonight. Not even Sid to keep me company. I may as well get used to it.
Good night, mia sorella,
Lucky tells me as he settles on the couch, turning to his half-sisters.
Count me in. I love when the basket of ingredients is extra fucked up.
I wander back to Alessio's room, wondering what mia sorella means in Italian. If I had my phone, I'd have Googled it by now. But I don't, so I guess I'll have to live to wonder another day. The bedroom has the faintest hint of Alessio's cologne. I miss him. I want him. This is impossible. With a heavy heart, I head into the shower and try to ease my ever-mounting panic.
Chapter 24. Saint. I was thinking, Priest says over his cup of coffee. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad one, I say, trying to keep the mood light. We spent the night in a swanky hotel to throw the Bratva and the feds off our scent. I would have preferred the safe house, but Priest felt it was too risky to go there and potentially compromise the whole location. So here we are, eating the kind of fancy fucking breakfast you need to consume 3 of just to feel full. At least the cleanup went well last night. Joey Bones is officially ashes, and we have a meeting with Sidorov later this morning. With any luck, we'll have narrowly avoided a war. Very funny, Priest deadpans. I was thinking about Isla. I almost spit out the sip of my coffee I just took. Somehow I force it down. It's hot as fuck, and not nearly as good as the coffee I make for myself in my apartment, but it's what's available. What about Isla? I ask with a casual nonchalance that couldn't be further from the riot going on inside me right now. Does he know about Isla and me? So what if he does? We're 2 consenting adults. The wedding and the honeymoon are over, so no chance of spoiling either one. Now that Luna is back, we don't need a cat sitter, Priest points out. It's not fair to keep her locked up in the safe house. She has a life to get back to. No, I bite out. I know our parting is inevitable, but I'm not ready to let her go yet. And besides, what does she have to go back to? That asshole who cheated on her? I'll hunt him down and kill him first. Priest narrows his eyes on me. Why not? I blurt the first reason I can think of. It's not safe. We're going to smooth things over with Sidorov, he points out. Besides, Sidorov isn't actively coming after us right now because we have the upper hand and his sister. When did you have in mind? I hedge, shifting in my chair. This morning. I shake my head. Not going to work. I can't get her to the airport for a flight and then make it back to the meeting with Sidorov in time. Priest raises a brow. Who said anything about you taking her anywhere? I'll have Rocco drive her. We'll give her 2 bodyguards. It's a short drive to the airport from the safe house, and when she gets into the airport, she's off limits. Not even Sidorov would be brainless enough to attack an innocent woman in an international airport with cameras, cops, and security everywhere. Fuck. He's right. My taking Isla makes no sense. Rocco and some guards would get her to the airport safely in about 20 minutes, depending on traffic. She'd have a flight out of this chaotic hellhole, and I'd never see her again. It would be for the best. I already knew our time together had an expiration date. She may be Luna's best friend, but Isla wasn't born into the Mafia. She belongs in a classroom, or behind a keyboard or a book, not at my side. Even if that's where I want her to be, more than I've allowed myself to admit. I clench my jaw. So your plan is to send Rocco and a couple of guys to take her to the airport. I'm struggling to control myself, and I know it's not working. I fucking hate this idea. I want more time with her. I need more time with her. Another night. I haven't had my fill of her yet. Seems like the most efficient way to get her out of here, with the least amount of danger to her, he says with a shrug. She didn't sign up for this the way we did. I feel like shit about everything that's happened to her while she was cat-sitting Sid. She didn't deserve to get dragged into our shit, and I swore it wouldn't happen, but it still did. Guilt spikes through me. I'll take the blame for that one. I was supposed to keep her safe. You did your best. We all did. This never should have happened, but we couldn't have known there would be a sudden change in Pecan that would shake everything up, including our alliance. And the rest, I should have been more alert to the fact that we'd have some bitter stragglers still loyal to Amadeo the Animal. I'll own that. It's my job to keep an eye and ear out. I missed it. If I had realized Joey Bones was double-crossing us, I'd have played a very different fucking hand. Like I said, you did your best, and I appreciate the way you looked out for Isla in all this bullshit. I know Luna does, too. I stare hard at my brother, wondering if he's fucking with me, or if he's being genuine. I know Lucky is onto me. He could have said something to Priest, or Priest could sense it. He's observant, and he's always been good at reading people, especially when they're trying to hide something. It makes him a damn good Don, but it isn't nearly as helpful when I'm trying to keep a secret from his ass. No problem, I mutter, and then take another sip of the bitter brew in my cup. It's settled then, Priest says. I'll call Rocco and make the arrangements. With any luck, she can score a last-minute flight out of here, and she'll be at 30,000 feet by the time we have our sit-down with Sidorov. My heart starts pounding in my chest. I'm losing her. I'm losing her, and I love her. I didn't want to admit it to myself before, but it hits me now, like a blow that leaves me winded. Isla isn't just a hookup. She's not a one-night stand I couldn't quit. She's fucking it for me. I understand it with the perfect, shocking clarity of a lightning strike. It's sudden, unexpected, and scary as fuck. But because I love her, I have to go along with Priest's plan. I want her to get the hell out of here. To be safe. To go back to her classroom in Iowa without the fear of Bratva soldiers breaking into her apartment or following her to a coffee house. I can't be selfish and keep her here with me, no matter how much I want to do that. It wouldn't be fair to her. In the end, she'd just come to resent me if she didn't take a bullet for me first. You're right, I concede. It's the best thing for her, getting the fuck out of Dodge. Good, Priest says with finality. Let's finish up here. I'll call Rocco to pick us up, and I can give him the details then. You want to let Lucky know? Rock can be there by 9. Yeah. My voice is hoarse as I pull out a burner and send off a short text to Lucky. Get Isla's bags packed. Tell her to be ready. Rocco will be there at 9. What should she be ready for? Rock's taking her to the airport. Give her enough cash to cover a ticket home. She's been asking about you. Fuck. I let that settle in because I deserve the pain. Then I force myself to type out a reply. She doesn't belong here. You sure about that? Mind your own fucking business and do what I told you to do. That in order? Yup, it's a fucking order. You're sending your girlfriend away without a goodbye? Got it. She's not my girlfriend. Right. I'm grinding my molars, frustrated with Lucky, with myself, with this whole fucked up situation. Something wrong? Priest asks, studying me from across the table. Yes. Fucking everything is wrong. None of this was supposed to happen. The one-night stand, the Bratva bullshit, falling for her. I'm married to the family, to my role, to my duty. That's what I have to focus on now. Not at all, I lie, forcing a smile. Lucky's just being a dick. As usual, Priest finishes up his coffee. I look back at my phone, typing out one last response. Rock will be there at 9. Make sure she's not late. You're a real prick, you know that? Fuck yourself. I snap the burner closed and tuck it into my suit jacket, then down my coffee like it's Macallan on the rocks. It scalds all the way down, but I don't feel anything as I toss my napkin to the table and stand. Let's get the hell out of here. We've got shit to do. As we make our way through the dining room to the hotel lobby, I tell myself this is for the best. What would come of seeing Isla one last time? Nothing good. I'm still a gangster, and she'll always be way too fucking good for me.
Isla. Wait, what? Luna asks Lucky on my behalf, which is fine, because I'm not sure I can speak at the moment.
Rocco will be here in about an hour to take Isla to the airport.
Lucky repeats. Just Rocco? I ask, hoping I misunderstood that part of the announcement he made to me when I wandered into the kitchen a minute ago, bleary-eyed and slightly hungover, in search of breakfast. It's not that I enjoy being locked up in a safe house, because I don't. But the airport? With Luna and Priest's driver taking me? And without seeing Alessio first? That feels so sudden, so final. So much like a goodbye without actually even getting one.
Yeah, is.
Lucky scratches his chin, looking a bit like he's just been punched in the gut.
Just Rock.
I'm pretty sure my facial expression is the same, because Alessio is ghosting me. After everything that's happened between us, he doesn't even have the balls to call me and speak to me himself on one of Lucky's burners. Not even a fucking text. I get that I'm not his top priority, and he's out there doing mafia kingpin stuff I know nothing about. But I deserve a phone call at the bare minimum. So I'm getting evicted, I say, trying to sound lighthearted. Like I'm not dying inside. Not at all, Luna says, frowning at Lucky as she wraps an arm around my shoulders. Iz can stay as long as she wants. Right, Luca? It's the first time I've heard anyone call Lucky by his real name other than Antonella, and I know Luna means business.
It's been arranged,
he says flatly. Arranged by whom? I can't help asking. Lucky gives me a look that clearly says, don't make me say it. But I'm persistent. I need to know. Was it Alessio?
Yeah.
Lucky scratches his chin some more and doesn't say anything else. Wait a second. Luna gives me the side-eye. Since when do you call Saint Alessio? Since I've been having kinky gangster sex with him? I'm not going to say that. Clearly, my pride isn't ready to admit the truth. Since we met, I answer truthfully. Oh, she blinks, puzzled and obviously trying to find a space where she can fit this new information into her brain. But it's kind of, everyone calls him Saint. And Tanella doesn't, I point out weakly. She's his mother. She carried him inside her body for 9 months and went through the horrors of birth. She can call him whatever the hell she wants. Fair. I take a shaky breath and nod, not offering further explanation. Because what is there to say? Alessio and I were hooking up, and now we're not. It's my fault for falling in love with him. I knew better. I just came out of a nightmare relationship, but I jumped right in anyway. I'm obviously overdue for a visit to my therapist. You need help with anything? Lucky asks me softly. I hate the pity in his voice, in his face. He knows what this is doing to me. Wouldn't Alessio know too? The answer is as painful as it is obvious. Alessio knows, but he just doesn't care. I swallow hard because I'm not going to give in to the tears burning my eyes. Nope, I don't have all that much to pack. Should only take me a few minutes. Luna gives me a squeeze. You don't have to go if you don't want to, Iz. No one is kicking you out of here. I appreciate that. I force a smile for her benefit. But it's been hard dealing with the lack of windows. The wall decals were for you, weren't they? She asks. Yeah. Luna knows I've had panic attacks in the past, but I've been a whole lot better at managing them over time. I never told her about my issues with windowless rooms. It never came up. They help, but it'll be good for me to get out of here and breathe fresh air again. And it will be, even though I would rather stay right here forever if it meant I could be with Alessio. But I can't. Anyway, he's made it clear that he's done with me. Our temporary arrangement is over. It's for the best. I don't understand this world the way Luna does. Saint put the window decals up, Lucky says, giving Luna a look I can't read. Saint? Luna stares back at him, looking as shocked as I feel. It was nice of him. I shrug out of Luna's half-embrace. Look, if I'm going to be headed out of here, I need to pack up my stuff. But you don't need to go, Luna protests, frowning at me. Yes, I do. My smile feels brittle, like a piece of plastic left in the hot sun for too many summers. About to crumble into pieces. Sid doesn't need me anymore now that you're home, and it's time to get my shit figured out. I have the storage unit in Iowa waiting for me, and I've got to decide where I want to teach next and start applying. Maybe I'll even write the book I've been wanting to write. Luna sighs. I'm going to miss you. I wish we didn't live so far apart. It's not the same now that I can't just show up at your apartment or randomly leave books I think you'll like in your letter slot. I know. Impulsively, I hug her. But we'll always have FaceTime. As soon as you get your phone back and are on the outside again, that is. The outside. She pulls back and winces at me. You make this place sound like a prison. It kind of is. Not at all. Luna. I give her upper arms a gentle squeeze. You're drinking the mobster Kool-Aid. It's more like a bunker, she insists. But either way, you're welcome to stay. Please don't think you have to go just because my well-intentioned brother-in-law decided to arrange for you to leave us all in the dust. I'm not sure I would categorize Alessio's intentions the same way, but I keep that to myself. It's time, I tell her. I'll be one less problem for everyone to worry about. You all have enough on your plate as it is. And now that I know for certain I was never more to Alessio than a convenient hookup, staying here would only make the pain worse. I'd have to see him again. This way, I can keep my dignity and fly away. You've probably had your fill of drama anyway, Luna tells me. Love you, Iz. Love you too. Take good care of Sid for me. And don't go to the coffee house across the street from where you live. Take a bodyguard with you everywhere you go. I don't need a bodyguard, she smiles. I've got Priest. And that man would lay down his life for her. I've seen the depths of his devotion. Being a mafia wife isn't a safe gig, but I do know that she's in good hands with her husband. The best. Of course you do. I release her. I'll just get my stuff together now. And try to do everything in my power to keep from breaking down until I'm on the other side of those airport doors. Chapter 25. Isla. I didn't make it past the airport doors before the tears crept up on me, rolling down my cheeks and turning me into a blubbering hot mess. But I did manage to hold them off until I was in the back of an SUV, headed away from the sprawling casino and toward the ticket counter where I'll be getting a flight back to Iowa, and whatever fresh level of hell awaits me there. I'm alternating between immense, heartbroken sadness and frustrated, hurt fury. Part of me wants to rage at Alessio for cutting me out of his life so abruptly, without an explanation, without a goodbye, without an acknowledgement that we were something to each other, that the fire burning between us was real. I want to slap his handsome face and then storm off into a life where I'm better off without him. Except there's one small problem with that fantasy. I can't help but think that we could have been good together. That despite our differences and the fact that his world is entirely opposite from everything I've ever known, we could have given a relationship a shot. The other part of me is wallowing in abject humiliation. She wants to curl up into the fetal position and not emerge until her plane touches down in the next city. So I settle for resting my head against the cool glass of the SUV's window, watching the highway get blurred through my tears.
You okay?
Rocco asks me from the driver's seat as he glides the car in and out of traffic. I'm fine, I tell him miserably before another wave of tears hits. I'm so not fine. I don't know if there is a fine after Alessio. Being with him tore me apart and then rearranged me. I don't think I'll ever go back to being the me I was before him. I still have my things, and on the outside, I look the same. But on the inside, I'm like a satellite image of a town after a tornado hit. Nothing but rubble. Speaking of my things, it occurs to me that I still don't have my phone. I've been operating without it for a few days, and it's been strangely nice to hit the mute button on the cacophony of the outside world. No social media, no doom scrolling. I didn't even miss it. Does anyone happen to have my phone? I ask with a sniffle, knowing I'll need it later, like it or not. Or a tissue? My nose is stuffy from crying, and I'm annoyed with myself for not thinking about my phone earlier. There's a guard named Giovanni sitting next to me in the back seat, and another in the front passenger seat called Santino. I've never met either of them before, but I assume they're trusted men, considering the undercover way I was bundled up and out of the safe house. You'd have thought I was a state secret, instead of the unwanted hookup of a mafia kingpin. He didn't even fight for me. Alessio just let me go. Santino rummages around up front and then extends his hand back toward me, a travel-size pack of tissues resting on his palm.
Here you go, kid. Keep them for the trip.
It's on the tip of my tongue to tell him I'm not a kid, even if I may be a good 20 years younger than him. But I'm grateful for the tissues, and I'll probably never see him again after I get out of this car. So I keep my mouth shut about that and take the tissues. Thank you.
Your phone is in the back with your luggage,
Rocco tells me.
You can have it when we get to the airport.
Why not now? I grumble.
Boss's orders.
I want to ask him which boss he's talking about. Alessio? Priest? If I'm officially out of the picture and no longer in hiding, then it stands to reason that I should be able to resume my digital footprint like practically every other person on this planet. Now that I'm thinking about it, I really want my phone. I'm not even sure why. I'm too upset to look at it right now. Maybe it's just to thumb my nose at Alessio, to break his rules and do what I want. A small fuck you, since I can't give him a real one, thanks to his decision to ship me out of town like a dirty secret. I really, really need my phone. I try again, using my nicest wheedling voice. Please?
Sorry.
Rocco shakes his head, impervious to my pleas.
It'll have to wait.
We head off the highway, and I see a sign for a gas station. You know what won't wait, though? My bladder. I need to take a pee break.
You can use the restroom at the airport,
Rocco tells me. Of course I can, but I want my phone. I want to message Alessio and tell him what I think of him. That's what I want to do. How far is the airport? I ask.
About 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh. I shift in my seat like a 5-year-old on a road trip who's about to wet her pants. I can't wait that long.
Yes, you can,
he snaps, sounding irritated. It's your seats. I shrug. Guess you don't mind the mess.
Jesus,
he mutters, suddenly shifting lanes and turning at a traffic light.
I'll take you to the fucking gas station. Get in the restroom and back out in under 5 minutes, or I'll come in there to get you. Got it?
I smile at him in the rear view. Got it. We're headed toward the gas station when suddenly a car flies past us and cuts us off. Rocco slams the brakes, but it's too late. I brace for impact instinctively, and in the next second, we crash into the back of the car. The seatbelt jerks me, digging in painfully. My head flies forward, then back.
What the fuck was that?
Rocco is asking Santino. A second car pulls up alongside us, and the doors fly open, a flurry of armed men getting out. I recognize one of them, and my blood goes cold. It's the Russians, I say, just before the panic sets in, like a vice squeezing the air from my lungs.
Saint. My phone is burning a hole in my pocket while we're in the back of my G, headed to the meeting with Sidorov. I drum my fingers on my knee, telling myself I don't need to check it again. Rocco texted about an hour ago that he picked up the package. The package was Isla. And I'm crawling out of my skin trying to keep myself from jumping out of this SUV, hailing a cab, and demanding that the driver speed all the way to the airport. That would be stupid, if not impossible. She's probably already through security by now. She's better off flying out of this city and out of my fucked-up life. I know that, objectively. But I still feel like I've lost the best damn thing I never had. You hear anything from Scorpion yet? Priest asks me, clearly misinterpreting my lack of chill. He's not out of the ballpark with that guess, because our brother has gone dark on us. We know he's off-grid in a cabin upstate. We know he doesn't have cell service in the mountains, but he's supposed to check in 3 times a day, and so far today, he's missed his morning check-in. It's a bad fucking day for him to decide to sleep in, to put it mildly. Not yet, I tell Priest, giving in to temptation and extracting my phone to have a look at it. No further updates, no unread texts, no missed calls. Nothing from Rocco or Scorpion. Fuck me. I'd give everything I own just to hold Isla in my arms one more time. I'd kill a man to breathe in her scent. I'd take a bullet just to kiss her. I slide the phone back inside my suit. What the fuck was he thinking, taking Sidorov's sister hostage? Priest grumbles, sounding annoyed. He was retaliating for the bombing. I sigh, then crack my knuckles. Good thing I only need one honeymoon. I'm never leaving again. I'm gone for not even 2 weeks and shit starts blowing up. We know who to thank for that. Traffic is sluggish. Horns honk around us, and a taxi cuts someone off 2 cars ahead. I'm not happy that Sidorov is in power, Priest says. None of this shit would have gone down with Alexandrov as Pakan. Right. The old Pakan was also a psycho, but at least he was a predictable psycho. We're at another standstill. I pluck out my phone and check it again. Still nothing. Fuck. I want to smash my fist into something, to break something, but I'm stuck in the back of the G, and the only shit to destroy is mine. What's got you so rattled? Priest asks me quietly. Scorpion should have checked in by now. That's the truth. He should have. But it's not what has me on edge. He'll check in. Give him time. Yeah. I work my jaw, staring into the sea of cars on the streets. There's something else, Priest says. This isn't just about Scorpion and the Sidorov girl. I think about the screaming, kicking, fighting Russian woman I last saw Scorpion carting out of the safe house over his shoulder. And she's not a girl. She's the spawn of a demon. Priest chuckles. From what you told me, it sounds like our brother has met his match. Good if he has his hands full. I'm pissed at him for going after one of the Bratva women. It makes ours vulnerable. If one of them took Luna, I'd rip out every one of their goddamn throats with my bare hands until I got her back. I know how he feels, because I'd do the same for Isla. Only I don't get to keep her. I give my phone another look and decide to shoot off a text to Rocco. Update on the package? Who are you texting now? Priest asks. I don't want to lie. My older brother has a way of finding out everything anyway, sooner or later. God knows what will happen when he figures out there was a hell of a lot more going on between Isla and me than I let on. By then, she'll be long gone, settled back into her life and routine. It shouldn't matter as much. Rocco, I tell him, checking on the delivery. Priest doesn't say anything, just watches me with a speculative air that I don't like. There's still no response on my phone, so I text Lucky. Any word from Rocco? Not yet. Shit. The airport isn't far from our casino, on the outskirts of the city. It shouldn't have taken Rocco more than an hour, maximum, to drop off Isla and get back to the safe house. Let me know as soon as you get word. Will do. Now I'm more restless than ever. Something about this doesn't feel right. But the G starts moving again, taking us closer to our meeting with Sidorov, and there's not a fucking thing I can do about it. It's eerily quiet as Russians file into the empty dining area of our latest Italian restaurant in the city. Topolina is a newer venture for us. Only open for a few weeks, but it's closed on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, which made it the perfect location for hammering out a peace deal with the Bratva. We've got the perimeter guarded like Fort fucking Knox, and every one of the men sitting at the tables we've pulled together had to be patted down and turn in their weapons as a condition of this meeting. Shit could still go sideways, but that's a part of doing business with the enemy. I'm trying to keep myself calm, because this deal depends on cooler heads prevailing. But it's damn difficult when all I can think about is Isla. I can't stop wondering why the fuck I haven't heard from Rocco. Is she through security? Did she get herself a ticket back to Iowa? Did she take the money we told Rock to give her? The questions won't stop. Fuck. I have to keep my head in the game. Which means I need to stop thinking about Isla. An evil fucker like Mikhail Sidorov will tear me apart if he scents blood. Speaking of the devil, he walks into the room, a smug little smile on his face, like he's got the upper hand. I've never liked the bastard, and I like him even less now, after what he ordered done to Isla, not to mention the fact that he bombed our restaurant. Andriani. He greets Priest first, shaking his hand over the table that's been arranged with linen and water glasses we have no intention of using. He's lucky we aren't setting him on fire, but peace is worth far more than war to us, so here we are. Sidorov? Priest returns. It's almost comical, watching the two of them squaring off over the handshake. Each wants to overpower the other, and in the end, it almost looks like they're thumb wrestling by the time they give up. Sit. Priest invites everyone gathered around the table, our closest capos on our side, and the Bratva goons towering over the opposite side. Chairs slide over the chic custom carpets that were hand-selected by Luna. She has an eye for things that are expensive yet tasteful, and she's enjoyed playing a bigger role in the family over the last year. I catch myself wondering how Isla would fit in before I slam that mental door closed and throw the deadbolt.
I must thank you for agreeing to meet with us,
Sidorov says first, still trying to big-dick Priest by speaking first. And the humility is an act. Priest just stares into his soul in response. I'm sure you heard about what happened at our restaurant.
A gas leak, so I'm told,
Sidorov drawls, folding his tattooed hands on the table.
So very unfortunate.
It was. The Andriani family is doing everything in our power to make sure something like this never happens again. Sidorov nods.
I understand you removed the problem. This was wise.
There's a reason everyone is speaking in riddles. We don't trust the Bratva any more than they trust us at this point, and neither of us is taking any chances that there is somehow a recording device planted somewhere by the feds, or that there's a hacked phone or another fucking rat. We solved part of the problem, Priest allows, keeping his tone conversational. The gas leak has been repaired.
This is very good news.
Priest raises a brow. I'm so glad you approve. Sidorov's smug smile fades as he leans forward.
Do you know what would make me glad, Andriani?
I don't think I give a fuck, Sidorov. I see the men flanking Pecan exchange a look. Priest is goading Sidorov. This wasn't part of the plan, but I don't blame him for going there. The bastard deserves to be raked over the coals. He deserves the fires of hell raining down on him.
That is interesting to me, because I think if you knew what guest I have visiting me right now, you might change your mind.
He turns to the man at his left.
Igor, where is the picture of our guest?
Igor reaches inside his suit, and every Andriani at the table is instantly on edge, hands hovering over their concealed weapons, in case any one of us needs to draw. Yeah, we patted them down and gave them a thorough check, but it's not always a foolproof art.
Easy,
Sidorov says lightly.
Igor only wants to get his phone, I think you will enjoy seeing who has paid me a visit.
Why the fuck is he going on about a guest? My hackles are raised, a sick sense of misgiving washing over me, until I have to swallow down the bile rising in my throat. Show us, Priest bites out. Igor extracts a phone, taps in a code, and then turns it so we can see the screen. There, in a still photo, tied up and sitting on some dank floor next to a restrained Rocco, Santino, and Giovanni, is Isla. The men look like they've been beaten up, and Rocco is shirtless, wearing a bandage on his shoulder. Isla looks pale and terrified and helpless, her eyes swollen and red from crying. I don't see any signs of blood or bruising, but that doesn't mean she's injury-free. It's my worst fucking nightmare. I burst to my feet so fast my chair flies backward and topples over. The Russians shoot up, and so do the rest of our guys. What the fuck is this about? Priest demands. She's a close friend of my wife's, that's all. She's not even a part of the family.
Isn't she?
Sidorov turns his unusual pale gaze to me. What the fuck did you do? I demand, ready to kill the bastard with my bare hands. Priest holds me back to keep me from jumping over the table and beating the shit out of Sidorov. Sidorov laughs faintly, eyes still on me.
She was on her way to the airport when there was an accident. My men were in the area, and since the car was damaged too badly to drive, we offered them a lift. When they refused, we had to be a bit more forceful with them. I'm told a man named Santino needed a few stitches after he took a knock to the head.
I'll fucking kill you, I growl. If you hurt her, I'll end you, but I won't make it easy. I'll torture you until you're begging me for mercy first. Sidorov tisks.
Prosty, saint, I am sorry, but I don't think you are in a position to be issuing threats just now.
The picture of Isla is still facing me like an accusation. I want to kill Igor for holding it, for looking at her, so vulnerable and afraid. This is all my fucking fault. I should have insisted otherwise when Priest said Isla should fly back to Iowa today. If I had, none of this would have happened. She'd be in the safe house and out of this psycho's reach. It takes all the willpower I have to keep myself under control. I'm panting, my hands shaking with a need for violence. I've never been in such a rage. But I know that if I keep letting Sidorov get under my skin, it won't help Isla. "What do you want, Sidorov?" Priest demands. Sidorov's smug smile returns.
"Now you finally get to the point, Andriani. Took you long enough. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, up to you. The hard way, I'll pay our friend Isla a visit. Maybe she has some things she'd like to tell me. Maybe she's tired of a man who throws her away like trash. Maybe she wants a man who would appreciate her and keep her. A man who could give her so much more."
"If you touch her," I rasp hoarsely, "you're a fucking dead man, Sidorov." He laughs like he's having fun, like this is all one big game for his amusement.
"Then maybe we should do this the easy way, da?"
"Saint," Priest says my name in a warning tone. "Check yourself." As much as I fucking hate it in this moment, he's my Don, and I need to stand down if that's what he asks of me. "What do you want in exchange for Isla's safe return, Sidorov?" I bite out. I'm prepared to move mountains, to do anything and everything I can to make it happen.
"I want you to marry my sister,"
the smirking Russian says. Chapter 26. Saint. "I'll do it," I say without hesitation. "Not so fast," Priest interrupts. "I'll marry her," I repeat. If that's what it takes to get Isla out of this fucking maniac's clutches, then so be it. I'm beyond caring at this point. I already know I can't have the woman I love at my side, so nothing else matters.
"Excellent,"
Sidorov says.
"Get your Zazarenets brother to bring Ekaterina back to civilization, and then we can talk."
"Saint isn't marrying your sister," Priest bites out before I can say anything else. "You're forgetting. We have the upper hand here." I turn to him, wondering what the fuck he's thinking. We need to make sure this bastard lets Isla go. I'll happily sacrifice myself. I don't give a shit what I have to do, as long as Isla's safe at the end. And I mean that. I mean it more than I've ever meant anything. She's it for me. She's too fucking good for me. That much is a given. And she's not cut out for this life. I know that too. But I'll always protect her. She's mine, even if I can't have her. Priest holds up a hand to me and turns back to Sidorov. "You want an alliance between our families? That's what you're after now?" Sidorov nods.
"A guarantee. That's what I want. I need a promise that what happened, the gas leak, that there won't be retaliation."
It all makes perfect, sickening sense. At first, Sidorov was coming at us hard because he thought the Andrianis were double-crossing the Bratva. Now that he knows differently, he's trying to save his ass, only he's using the woman I love as a pawn. "You have my word," Priest says easily.
"Not good enough,"
Sidorov denies just as swiftly.
"I need blood ties. Ties that can't be broken the second we leave this room."
Priest nods. "Fair enough. But wouldn't you agree that we could do an even exchange? Your sister for Isla and my men? Why force anyone into a marriage they don't want?"
"Don't play stupid, Andriani. Protection and trading one woman for 4 people isn't an even exchange. We are the ones with the true upper hand here now, not you. Make your decision, but make it quickly. I'm growing impatient, and you won't like what happens then."
"Let me," I tell my brother urgently. All that matters is Isla, getting her out of the Bratva's clutches, sending her home where she belongs and where she'll be safe. Far the fuck away from me, and anything and anyone that will hurt her. I'll agree to your offer, Sidorov, priest says suddenly. But Saint isn't marrying your sister. It'll have to be a different Andriani brother.
Which one?
Sidorov asks dispassionately. The cold bastard truly doesn't give a shit which one of us marries his sister, as long as he gets what he wants. It should be Scorpion, priest says. The two of them are already acquainted. They can build on that for their marriage. We'll have a rock-solid alliance and everyone wins. Sidorov nods.
Done. Bring me my sister, and I will have my guests delivered safely to you in return.
He extends a hand, and priest reaches across the table, shaking it, and sealing our brother's fate in the process.
Isla. I've been tied up and left on a floor that's so uncomfortable, it may as well be its own torture device. My legs are bound at the ankles, and my wrists are tied together, a rope cinched tightly between the two so that I'm perpetually hunched over. My back aches, my butt hurts, my head is still throbbing from the crash, and I'm reasonably sure I'm going to be killed soon. The first panic attack that hit me was so intense that I almost passed out. I couldn't even defend myself as I was hauled from the mangled car and thrown into the back of a waiting van that sped me off to some undisclosed location that smells like old water crossed with a musty attic. I've had some time since my ignominious arrival to use every tactic and technique my therapist armed me with for controlling my anxiety, and I've reached a numb acceptance of what's happened. I hope I'm not going to be tortured and that the end is merciful. For now, it's small comfort that I'm not alone in this windowless room that's got a lone television hanging on the wall. Game of Thrones, dubbed in Russian, plays while a Bratva goon presides over us in a worn office chair that creaks every time he moves. Rocco and the guards are here with me. Santino is in rough shape, and Giovanni's even worse. Both eyes swollen shut from putting up a fight even after the Russians stripped his pistol away. Rocco took a bullet to his left shoulder. After the crash, everything happened so fast. There was a hail of gunfire. Santino shoved me onto the floor and lay on top of me as a shield. They were outnumbered and outgunned, and the Bratva had the element of surprise on their side. On the episode that's playing, a dragon breathes fire. Having a dragon of my own to summon and breathe fire on the Bratva bastards who kidnapped us would be amazingly handy right now. But this is real life, and I don't have a dragon. I also don't have a chance of making it out of this place alive. "How are you?" I whispered to Rocco. I'm worried about that bullet wound of his. He claims the bullet went right through, and he was initially taken to a separate room for medical attention. When he was brought to this room, he was sporting a bandage, but I have no idea what passes for first aid in a run-down Bratva warehouse. "I'm fine," he mutters. He doesn't look fine. His expression is drawn, like he's in pain, and his face is pale. It looked like he lost a lot of blood, which can't be good. "You've been shot." "Don't worry about me. I've got this." "How do you—" "No fucking talking," barks out the Russian, not bothering to take his eyes from the show, holding his rapt attention. I bite my lip and hold my tongue. The last thing I need to do is get us into more trouble. If I make this guy mad, he could take it out on us. So I sit in miserable silence, turning my mind to possible means of escape. There's nothing sharp anywhere. No way to cut our bindings, and the more I test my bonds and try to wiggle my wrists and ankles free, the tighter the ropes get. If there were a way for us all to overpower the lone guard. The door to the room swings open suddenly, and another man steps inside, speaking to the guard in hasty Russian. The man gets off his chair and stands to his full, intimidating height. More men pour into the room, coming toward us. My stomach drops. Oh, God. This is it. It's time. "Please, don't do this," I beg, desperation kicking in. "You don't have to kill us." The guards roughly haul Rocco, Giovanni, and Santino to their feet. Rocco goes with a grunt of pain. "Hey!" I protest before I can think twice about the wisdom of talking back to the ruthless goons holding us captive. "Watch it! He's been shot!" "Don't," Rocco warns me tightly. The man guarding him pushes him between the shoulder blades. "Get moving, and don't do anything stupid. We're not going to hurt you, duh? Your boss is making an exchange." An exchange? Does this mean they're going to set us free? Hope wars with fear inside me, my stomach a swirling sea of anxiety and desperation. I've never been more terrified, not even when I was handcuffed to the bed in Alessio's apartment. "Up," says another voice, a big hand reaching down toward me. It's a voice I recognize. My head jerks up to meet the startling, light blue gaze of the man who broke in and terrorized me that day. "You," I spit out. A feral grin curves his lips. "We meet again, Malushka."
Saint. I'm ready to murder Sidorov and every goddamn man in this room. But my rational mind knows I can't do that, regardless of how much I want to. Because even looking at the new pecan the wrong way could make the bastard change his mind and go back on his word. I'm desperate enough to swallow my pride and possessive rage and keep from ripping every one of them to pieces with my bare hands. All I want is Isla's safe return. Right fucking now. And if she has so much as a fucking bruise on her anywhere, all bets are off the second she's out of these fuckers' reach. Hours have passed since our meeting earlier, and now we're in Bratva territory at Sidorov's demand. It's getting late. During that time, it feels like a lifetime has gone by. We finally reached Scorpion. Priest ordered him back to the city with Ekaterina, careful to keep out the part where he's going to have to marry the Russian hellcat he took hostage. Sidorov sent over a marriage agreement for review. It's designed to finalize the alliance.
"Your lawyer has finished reviewing the contract,"
Sidorov asks Priest. Lazaro pored over it like it was a treaty between warring nations, which, in a way, it is. He found nothing objectionable, other than a few minor items that Priest was willing to accept, and one major one that's a sticking point. "He has," Priest acknowledges. "And we are good to go, except for one thing. There's no mention of a prenuptial agreement. We've taken the liberty of adding a clause that accounts for what happens if the marriage is dissolved for any reason, including death. Have a look for yourself." He slides the folder containing the agreement across the desk to Sidorov. Lazaro advised against going digital for the contract because of the opportunity for manipulation. We don't want to take any chances that Sidorov moves shit around on us. Sidorov accepts the folder and begins slowly turning the pages of the agreement, absorbing the content of every page as he goes. "Page 14, Priest adds. Sidorov turns another page, taking his time. I crack my knuckles, about to jump out of my skin. If anything happens to Isla, I'll never forgive myself, and I'll burn the whole city to the fucking ground to avenge her. First on my kill list, the dickhead who's currently making his way through page 4. "Vlad," he says to the man at his side, presumably his lawyer, who is dressed in a three-piece suit. As Sidorov pushes the discarded pages toward him, he spouts off something in Russian. Vlad responds in kind and begins his own review. "Jesus," I mutter. "This is going to take all fucking night." Priest sends me a warning look, like I don't know this deal is sensitive. Easy for him. It's not Luna who's the one being held like a bargaining chip by these pieces of shit. Sidorov looks up at me, his face expressionless, those icy pale eyes eerie as hell. "You have somewhere else to be, Andriani." "No," I bite out. "Continue." And so he does, slowly, methodically, reviewing page by page. I pull out my phone and check on Scorpion. He turned on his tracking for me, so I can see he's finally arrived. Thank fuck. This ordeal can't be over soon enough, even if I do worry about his reaction to discovering he's going to be forced into marrying Ekaterina Sidorov. After a second lifetime, Sidorov has reached the clause on page 14. He lingers, saying nothing, and then passes it to his lawyer, saying something in Russian. The lawyer responds in kind and then reviews before adding something else. Sidorov nods and turns to us. "I will agree to the change." There's a knock at the door. Our guards tense up as Sidorov calls out in his native language. When it opens, Scorpion is standing on the other side, Ekaterina flung over his shoulder, much the same way I saw her last, back in the safe house. And, as before, she's squawking and squirming, legs flailing. He spanks her ass. "Behave," he warns her, like he doesn't have an audience of half a dozen top Bratva killers and Ekaterina's own brother. I turn to Sidorov, who looks faintly amused for the first time. "I have a present to deliver," he announces, stalking into the room and dumping her into an empty chair. There's duct tape over her mouth and fury in her eyes. Her hands are cuffed together. She's saying something, but her words are muffled and likely Russian curses anyway. Her tone sounds venomous. Sidorov chuckles. "She is a wild one. Perhaps you'll be man enough to handle her, Andriani." He pauses, giving Scorpion a disdainful once-over. "But then again, perhaps not. We shall see, da?" "What the fuck is he talking about?" Scorpion asks our older brother. But he's not getting an explanation right now. That's going to have to wait. The Bakan speaks to Ekaterina in Russian, his voice firm and unrelenting, and she stills, her eyes going wide. "I believe you owe us 4 people," Priest drawls to Sidorov, a barely leashed note of menace in his voice. The Bakan nods and instructs one of his guards to bring out their guests. I clench my jaw at his insistence on pretending like this was all one big friendly visit. If I ever have half a chance to clip this bastard, you better believe I'm going to take it. But I forget about vengeance and my hatred for Sidorov almost immediately, because the door to the meeting room opens and Isla comes pouring through it, looking rumpled and pale, but otherwise unscathed. I don't give a fuck that there are Andrianis and Bratva men ringing this room, hands ready to whip out their guns. I make the first move, rushing across the space between us and taking her in my arms. "Alessio," she chokes out, holding me tightly, like she's afraid I'll vanish if she lets go. "You're safe now, Tesoro," I tell her. "I've got you, sweetheart." I'm dimly aware of Rocco and our other 2 men trailing into the room. From the looks of them, it's clear they put up a fight to defend themselves and to keep Isla from being taken. "Are you hurt, baby?" I ask her softly, breathing in the scent of her hair. "I'm fine," she murmurs. "But Rocco got shot, and Santino and Giovanni got into it with the men who took us. I think they all need to get checked out." Does this woman ever put herself first? "You sure they didn't hurt you?" I demand. I'm ready to go to battle for her, to do anything, everything, to kill, maim, bleed, or die. "I'm sure," she says, and when I feel her trembling, I'm tempted to do all those things at once. How dare they put her through this shit? She's been through enough already. As if she senses the murderous direction of my thoughts, she pulls away to look up at me. "I'm okay, Alessio. I swear it." I nod, too choked up to respond, and draw her against me again, meeting Priest's gaze. "We done here?" Priest is in the middle of signing the marriage contract. "All we need is Sidorov's signature." The Bakan is still looking faintly amused by all this. He takes up a pen and scribbles out his signature on both copies of the document, and then gives Priest a nod. "It's done." Priest picks up his copy of the agreement. "We'll be in touch to hammer out the specifics, the when and the where of the wedding." "Agreed." Sidorov all but purrs, extending his hand. "It was a pleasure doing business with you, Andriani." There's something smug about the bastard, like this was what he planned all along, and he's finally getting what he wanted. I'm not sure if he's that Machiavellian or if I'm giving him too much credit. One thing's for damn sure. I'll be keeping my eye on the new leader of the Bratva, and I don't trust him as far as I can fucking throw him. Priest doesn't flinch as he shakes hands with the pecan. I wish I could say the same. I'm still holding Isla tightly against me, not about to let her go. The wedding? Scorpion repeats, nonplussed. Who's getting married? You are, Priest tells him. The fuck? I'm not getting married. He looks around, realization dawning on him as he starts shaking his head, emphatically. No fucking way. He points at Ekaterina. Her? You've got to be fucking kidding me. I'm not marrying that spawn of Satan. Ekaterina, meanwhile, looks like she's actively plotting his assassination. It's a match made in hell, but it's the only way. You have some time to acquaint yourself with the idea, Sidorov drawls smoothly. We'll talk soon, Priest says, and then we all get the fuck out of Bratva territory as fast as we can. I get into one of the waiting cars with Isla, leaving Priest to explain to Scorpion that he's about to land himself a new wife. I need this time alone with her. The second we're in the back seat, I pull Isla into my lap and tell my guy to start driving. The sooner we get back to the safe house, the better.
Chapter 27. Isla. Alessio cups the back of my head and brings my mouth to his, kissing me fiercely, like he's afraid I'll disappear, and the only thing holding me on this earth is his lips on mine. He may be right. I feel grounded here with him, anchored and safe, like I'm finally where I belong, where I've always belonged. I'm sideways on his lap, riding without a seatbelt for the first time in my life. But I don't care about breaking what has been one of my cardinal rules. Just after, look both ways before crossing the street and brush your teeth every morning and night. Because I'm alive. I was rescued from the Bratva. And most importantly of all, because Alessio is holding me tightly, like he's never letting go. I've been clinging to him ever since he first caught me when I rushed across that Spartan office and straight into his arms. I'm so relieved and overwhelmed that I can't even summon my full fury at the way he was sending me off to the airport without so much as a goodbye. I kiss him hard instead, trying to punish him with my lips, to show him how wrong he was for thinking he could get rid of me so easily. There was one thought that kept pushing me through the horrors of those hours I spent tied up in that dank warehouse room, and it was him. It was that I wanted to be with Alessio Andriani. Nothing else matters. Not the fact that he's a part of the mafia, not the way we found each other, not the danger inherent in his life. Just him, this beautiful man. By the time I come up for air, we're both breathless. I drink in the sight of him, his dark hair falling over his brow, his blue eyes glinting into mine with possessive heat, his mouth dark from my kisses, those slashing cheekbones and his wide jaw. Every part of him is beloved to me. How could I have ever imagined I could be in this man's arms and in his bed without falling in love? Clearly, I'm an idiot. You were sending me away, I say, and to my embarrassment, my voice cracks a little. He caresses my cheek.
I was trying to keep you safe.
How'd that work out for you? He winces.
Not that fucking well.
We stare at each other as the car takes us around a block, the city lights flooding in and out of the tinted windows, illuminating the angles of his face before sending him back into shadow. I fiddle with the collar of his shirt. You never asked me if I wanted to go. I feel his chest rise and fall with the heaviness of his breath.
What would you have said if I had?
I don't know, I answer honestly. I don't think I understood my own feelings until I was being kicked out of the safe house by your brother.
You weren't being kicked out,
he growls, his hand dropping to my thigh and giving me a gentle squeeze. Yes, I was. Lucky told me I had to go to the airport on your orders. You ghosted me. He works his jaw for a moment, his fingers gliding higher.
I didn't ghost you.
Oh, really? What do you call fucking me and then sending me off to the airport without a word?
Stupidity.
His fingers move closer to my pussy.
A mistake.
He skims his thumb directly over my clit.
The worst thing I've ever done in my life.
I feel the jolt of that touch all the way to my toes, but I'm not going to be distracted. Not until I know where we stand. I grab his hand. Why? He laces his fingers through mine.
Because it put you in the crosshairs of those Bratva bastards. I'm going to ask you again, and I need you to tell me the truth, Tesoro. Did those motherfuckers hurt you in any way?
My body is sore from the accident, but that's all.
I want to kill them for what they did to you. I should, by all rights.
I hear the vehemence in his voice, and I know he's telling me the truth. I shake my head. No, I don't want that. Streetlights flicker over his face.
You know it's the way of things for me. My world isn't like yours.
I know.
Does that scare you?
I know what he's asking me. At least I think I do. Part of me is too afraid to believe it. A little, I admit. But if there's anything I've learned in my life, it's not to allow fear to rule me. Light floods his face once more as we make a traffic stop. His expression is harsh and hard and intense.
You want to do this?
Do what? I trail my fingers along his neck, feeling nervous. I've never stepped out of my comfort zone like this before, but then I've never felt this way about anyone else.
Be with me,
he says.
Do you want to be with me? Because if you do, I'm not going to let you go. I'm going to hold on to you so fucking tight, Tesoro. But I don't live in your world, and I never will. This part of me won't ever change. I need you to understand that and want me anyway. Because if you don't, then this car is taking you to the airport, and I'll get you the first flight out of here I can.
I stare at him, and I can barely breathe at the thought of leaving. That's how I know I need to stay. That's how I know I love him. You can try to take me to the airport, but I'm not getting out. You'll have to drag me, kicking and screaming, all the way to the ticket counter. We'll both probably get arrested and be put on the no-fly list. Is that what you really want? His fingers tense on mine.
Do you mean it?
I nod, a calm coming over me that I haven't felt well, ever. It's acceptance. Knowing I'm making the right decision, that this is where I'm meant to be. I mean it. You're stuck with me, Alessio Andriani.
Why?
His voice is hoarse. I know what he wants. And as difficult as it is to be vulnerable, to be the one who says it first, I will. For him. Because I love you. He exhales like he was holding his breath.
Fuck, sweetheart. Say it again.
I love you. He yanks my mouth back to his and kisses me, hard and deep. His cock comes to life under me, going rigid. I tear my lips away, my pussy clenching and already aching for him. But my heart needs something else first. Your turn, I tell him breathlessly. He takes my face in both hands and stares up at me, the lights of a row of billboards spilling over him. And he has so much unguarded tenderness there for me to see that my breath catches.
I fucking love you, Isla, more than I ever thought possible. So much it scares me.
Good. I smile down at him, not sure where this is going to take us or what life has in store. But I do know that whatever happens, I want this man at my side. I'm his, and he is mine. Because I feel the same fucking way. His laugh is low and dark.
Now take off your leggings, Tesoro, before I tear them into shreds. I need to be inside you.
My smile deepens, and I reach for the waistband, pulling it down. I thought you'd never ask.
I don't remember asking.
He swats my ass.
Faster.
My panties are already embarrassingly wet, and I shimmy out of my leggings at record speed, taking my black lace thong with them. How's that? He slides a hand between my legs, his finger gliding through my folds, and groans.
That's fucking perfect, sweetheart. You're dripping.
Yes. Alessio circles my clit, teasing me. He yanks up my shirt and fastens his mouth on one nipple, sucking hard as he sinks a finger deep inside me. All I can do is moan. Thankfully, there's a privacy screen between the driver and us, but I'm so far gone that I'm not even sure I'd care if there weren't. He releases my nipple long enough to command,
"Take out my cock."
Then he latches on to the other nipple, licking and nipping me with his teeth. I don't hesitate, finding the fly on his trousers and unzipping him. When I reach inside, his dick springs free, thick and hot and ready for me. I stroke him a few times, teasing him the way he is me.
Fuck,
he growls, withdrawing his finger.
Put me inside you, sweetheart.
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I line him up and sink down on him, taking him deep.
That's it. You're fucking perfect.
He fills me, and it's so good I practically see stars. He grips my ass, helping me find the rhythm we both need. It's fast and frantic, his mouth on mine, my nails digging into his shoulders as I lift up and then sink down, taking all of him. When he releases my butt with one hand and pinches my clit, I come undone for him, my pussy clenching around his cock. He grips my hips and pumps into me with a merciless vigor that has me crying out his name as he fills me up with the hot rush of his release. I collapse against him, barely able to catch my breath, his cock still inside me. He grabs a handful of my hair and kisses me ravenously. We're messy, we're wrong, but together, we're right.
Ti amo, tesoro,
he murmurs against my lips.
Chapter 28. Saint. You ready for this? I ask Isla as the elevator takes us deep into the belly of the casino. Yes. No. She shakes her head, grinning and looking as adorably nervous as I feel. I don't know. Do I look okay? You look beautiful, I reassure her. Because she does. My woman is a goddamn goddess. And then, because I can't help myself, I add with smug satisfaction, you look like you just got fucked in the back of a G-Wagon. My woman. Fuck, I like the sound of that. I'm still riding high on a potent combination of adrenaline and dopamine. Alessio, she playfully smacks my shoulder. No, really. Do I have sex hair? Are they going to take one look at me and know what we were doing on the way here? Oh my God, I should have looked in a mirror. Hey, I grab her hands and tug her soft curves into my body. I was kidding, tesoro. She sighs. You're such a dick sometimes. Yeah, but I'm your dick. She catches her lower lip in her teeth, staring back at me with the same awe that I imagine is reflected on my face. Yes, you are. And you're mine. I move her backward until her back is against the elevator wall, and then I kiss the luscious lips I can't stop staring at. Damn, I growl against her mouth. You taste so fucking good. So do you. I need to be back inside you. It's true. My cock is raging. I can't get enough of her, even if my rational mind knows that I've only got about 3 seconds until we reach the lowest level of the casino where the safe house is, and the elevator opens. I can't be buried balls deep with my brother, sister-in-law, half-sisters, and the woman who birthed me waiting on the other side. Priest wanted us all to meet up at the safe house for a debriefing, so here we are. I could only imagine what his ride here with Scorpion is going to be like. You're going to have to wait, Isla tells me, sidling away as the elevator stops. I'd rather let your family know about us in a slightly less pornographic way, if you don't mind. Chuckling, I reach for her hand. After almost losing her, I need physical contact, like I need air to breathe. She laces her fingers through mine, and it feels so right, so natural. I'm tempted to get down on one knee right now and beg her to marry me. But I don't want to rush her into anything. She needs time. She deserves time. Isla's been to hell and back. How's this? I bring our entwined hands to my lips, kissing the back of hers. Significantly more PG-13, she says. More like G, I grumble. The doors sweep open, and we step into the safe house together. I hear them before I see them. Feminine voices mingle with Lucky's. Now's your chance to run screaming in the opposite direction, I tease Isla lightly as we approach the living room. Would you let me? She returns. Not a fucking chance, Tesoro. She laughs softly. I'm not going anywhere, baby. Good. I give her fingers a reassuring squeeze. We step into the living room, and everyone stops talking, their eyes swinging to us. You're back. Luna's gaze dips to Isla's hand and mine. And you're holding hands. With Saint. I am, Isla says at my side. So? She gives us both an expectant look. What does this mean? It probably means my brother finally pulled his head out of his ass, Lucky drawls. I shoot him a glare. Fuck off, frattore mio. Lucky just snickers. I knew it, Bianca and Camilla say simultaneously. Antonella is quiet, but the expression on her face is irritatingly knowing. You have some explaining to do, Luna says, pointing a finger first at me and then at Isla. Both of you. The short version is that Isla's car was waylaid by the Bratva on the way to the airport, and she was taken hostage, along with Rocco and 2 of our guys. Priest made a deal to get them safely back, and yes, I finally got my head out of my ass and told Isla that I love her. Luna blinks. Wait a minute. Are you saying that my best friend was taken by the Russians, and no one told me? Yup, I tell her, popping the pea. Heads will roll for this. It wasn't Alessio's fault, Isla says, defending me. That's my woman right there. I drink in the sight of her, and yeah, her hair is a little mussed, and if anyone looks closely enough, they'll know I railed her on the way here. But too fucking bad. I would do it all again in a heartbeat. Actually, it was my fault, I tell her. If I hadn't gone along with Priest's idea to send you to the airport, none of this would have happened. I just wanted to get you to safety and get you out of this fucked up mess that is my life. But there's nowhere else I'd rather be than in it, right here at your side, she tells me. Love you, I tell her right there in front of anyone. Because I can't not say it. Because I do love her. I love the shit out of her, and I want everyone to know. Isla Davenport is mine, and I can't wait until the day I can call her my wife. Love you too, baby, she says. Holy shit, Lucky mutters, clearly disgusted by my undying devotion for this woman. I don't give a fuck. The 2 of you, Luna says, still looking at us both like she's seeing us for the first time. I mean, I suspected. The way she was talking about you, and how upset she was when you texted Lucky that Rocco would take her to the airport, and the way you looked at each other. Damn. But I didn't want to pry. I'm sorry I didn't say anything, Isla tells her. It was all so new, and I had no idea that Alessio felt the same way about me. It happened kind of quickly. We met by accident in St. Thomas, but I didn't realize who he was. Luna's mouth drops open. Saint was the one in St. Thomas? He was the one. Apparently Luna and Isla had girl talk about me. I don't know if I should be alarmed or take it as a compliment, but I'll go for the latter. Luna grins. You guys, I can't wait for the wedding You know what this means, don't you? We'll be sisters. Isla laughs. Baby steps. We're not getting married. Yet, I add. She looks back at me, smiling. Yet. Before anyone can say anything else, the sound of Scorpion's and Priest's bickering voices reaches us. Apparently, they've decided to join us for our little family reunion, and as I suspected, Scorpion isn't happy about our big brother's decision to offer him as a matrimonial sacrifice to the Bratva. "I'm not fucking doing it," Scorpion is raging as they come into the living room. "You don't have a choice in the matter," Priest tells him calmly. He's firmly in Don mode. He's not our big brother. He's the leader of the United Ravello and Andriani families. And although I feel the knife's edge of guilt that Scorpion is going to have to take the fall for me, I don't regret a single second of claiming Isla as mine. "What doesn't he have a choice in?" Luna rushes over to Priest, who opens his arms to her. "In his marrying Ekaterina Sidorov." "Wait, what?" Luna jerks out of his arms, staring up at Priest, clearly shocked. "Please don't tell me you did something barbaric and old school and signed your brother up for an arranged marriage with a Bratva princess?" "Fine, I won't." He's tense, and I can tell he's not any happier about this than Scorpion is. But he also knows, like I do, that we don't have any other recourse. The contract has been signed. Sidorov backed us neatly into a corner and left us trapped. It's Scorpion marrying Ekaterina Sidorov, or we go to war with the Bratva. And going to war with them is only going to invite more scrutiny from the authorities, the kind we don't want or need. Not to mention the blood that will spill, the lives that will be lost. "Then why is your brother so angry with you?" Luna demands, frowning. "Because when the Russians took Isla, Rock, and the others, they demanded an alliance for their safe return. They wanted Saint to marry her, but Scorpion is the one responsible for the escalation." "The fucking escalation?" Scorpion repeats, outraged. "Mother Mary, they fucking bombed our restaurant. How is that not escalation?" "You kidnapped the Pecan's sister," Priest calmly points out. "They wouldn't have taken Isla if you hadn't done that." "What was I supposed to do? Just sit around and wait for them to bomb something else? What if the fucking casino was next on their radar?" Priest doesn't even blink an eye in the face of our brother's wrath. "They warned us. It was a message. You shouldn't have taken the Sidorov girl. Women and children are off limits. Or at least they were until you kidnapped Ekaterina Sidorov. This is your fucking mess, and you're going to clean it up. Besides, Saint's in love with Isla, and if I fuck things up for my wife's best friend, she'll never forgive me. Assuming Isla loves his sorry-ass back, that is." Well, fuck. Was I that obvious to everyone? "Of course she fucking loves me," I say, insulted. "I'm infinitely lovable." Lucky snorts. "You tried to send her away without even saying goodbye. She must be a fucking saint." She is, which is why we belong together. I grin at the woman at my side. The sinner and the saint. And thank fuck she loves me. "Of course I do, baby," she tells me quietly. But my nosy-ass family overhears anyway. "Get a room," my half-sisters say in unison again. "You two seriously need to tone down the twin shit," I say. "It's starting to get creepy." "You're going to have to drag my ass to the altar," Scorpion is saying to Priest. "Not a problem," Priest reassures our brother coolly. "Next time, don't kidnap the sister of the fucking Pecan." "Maybe she's not that bad," Luna says gently, trying to put a sunshiny spin on this fucked-up situation. I tug on Isla's hand and lean down to whisper in her ear. "What do you say to letting them fight it out while we head back to my place? I'm fucking desperate for you, Tesoro. I'll make sure there's an army of bodyguards surrounding the place." She gives me a look that has my dick twitching to attention. "Sounds like heaven." I clear my throat. "Now that we're official, I'm going to get Isla back home. She's just been through hell, and the last thing she needs is to stand here listening to your bickering." "Get out of here, you two," Luna says fondly, giving Isla a bright smile before she turns to me with a look of death. "Be warned. I love you, but if you break my bestie's heart, I'm going to chop off your balls and throw them into the river." I have every intention of keeping her heart and my balls perfectly safe. Thank you very much. That shatters the tension of the moment, and even Scorpion laughs. With a wave, I tug my woman back toward the elevator, eager to have her where she belongs and show her just how much I worship her, now and forever. "Let's go home," I tell her. "I already am home with you," she says, and then she kisses me as the doors slide closed. Epilogue. Saint. Reaching into the pumpkin, I pull out a handful of slimy guts and seeds. "The things I do for love," I say grimly, before depositing the guts into a big metal bowl set out on the table. Isla snorts, disemboweling her big jack-o'-lantern with gusto, scooping orange innards onto mine. "Don't act like you aren't enjoying this." We're on the balcony of our new penthouse, chosen specifically for its convenient proximity to the college where she started teaching creative writing this fall semester. Every morning, we have breakfast together, and I walk her to campus. I fucking love it. And I fucking love her. More and more with each passing day. Which is why I'm about to do something crazy, like hide a multi-million-dollar ring inside a bunch of pumpkin entrails. "It's kind of okay, I guess," I grumble. In truth, I'm having a blast, but I'm nervous. Isla told me one of her favorite family traditions was carving pumpkins with her mom, sister, and dad. It's something my brothers and I never did because our old man wasn't the kind of guy who gave a shit about tradition unless it had to do with guns, violence, and greed. When I picked out her engagement ring a few weeks ago, I decided this would be the perfect way to propose. Because I'm a stronzo, clearly, and now I'm rethinking my plans, questions running through my mind. What if she doesn't find the ring? What if my plan to distract her so I can drop the ring into the pumpkin doesn't work? What if the ring gets all full of pumpkin innards and she can't see the diamond? What if she says no? You're taking the whole domestic bliss thing seriously. Isla grins at me. I love how you suggested carving our own pumpkins. We drove to an orchard outside the city, picked apples together, drank apple cider, and ate way too many cider donuts. We got lost in a corn maze and chose pumpkins and came back to the city with a G-Wagon full of potted mums that Isla scattered all over the penthouse. She's also decorated the place in a cozy chic vibe that looks like it could be a spread in a magazine. But what really makes this place a home is her. The old me would never have dreamed of doing something so sappy. It wouldn't have even been on my radar. But being with Isla has changed me. I haven't gone soft. I'm still the best damn consigliere I can be to Priest. Our businesses are steadily growing, and I've even, grudgingly, made a tentative peace with Antonella at Isla's urging. I'm not even sure I'll ever be ready to call her Mom, the way Lucky does, but it's a start, and letting go of my anger and resentment has been a relief. The next thing I know, you're going to expect me to sit around and watch Thanksgiving movies with you, I say. And just so we're on the same page, that shit is never happening. Thanksgiving movies aren't really that much of a thing, she tells me, pulling out another heaping scoop of orange goo. Home Alone, I point out. You know, the one with the house with all the lights on it and the cousin who kidnaps Clark's boss. First of all, that's not a Thanksgiving movie. And second, you're confusing Home Alone with Christmas Vacation. She looks up from her pumpkin, clearly horrified at my lack of holiday movie savvy, until she sees the expression on my face and laughs. You're fucking with me, aren't you? I love fucking with you. I send her a wink. Not quite as much as I love actually fucking you, but it's still fun. You're terrible. She's smiling at me like I'm the best damn thing she's ever seen. Fuck, I love the way this woman looks at me. I want her to keep looking at me like that until my last day on Earth. I know I'm terrible, but you love me anyway, I tell her, unapologetic. I do. She gives me a tender look and pulls out another pumpkin glob. Damn, I have to put my plan into motion before she runs out of guts to remove. Could you pop into the kitchen for me and check the timer on the lasagna, tesoro? I don't want to burn our dinner. Zia Maria would never forgive me. That would be blasphemy, she agrees, wiping her hands on a cloth. Be right back. As she heads inside, I grab a handful of paper towels and frantically clean my messy hands. Then I reach into my pocket where the ring has been burning a hole for the last 2 hours, pull it out, and drop it into Isla's hollowed-out pumpkin. Just in time. She pops back out onto the balcony. 20 more minutes to go. Plenty of time. Thanks for checking, babe. I hold my breath as she resumes her position at the pumpkin. She reaches in and then pulls out a palmful of goop, frowning. What on earth? The diamond is glinting in the lights, sitting on top of a pile of orange slime and seeds. She looks up at me. Alessio. I abandon my pumpkin and go to her, dropping to one knee. Isla Davenport, will you marry me? Yes, of course I will, baby. Her hand trembles. The ring is gorgeous and huge. It must have cost you a fortune. You didn't have to do this. Yes, I did. I pluck it from the pumpkin guts. I'd do anything for you. Carefully, I slide the gold ring and massive diamond onto her left hand, grateful she scooped the pumpkin out with her right. I even asked Luna for permission. Isla smiles down at me, tears shimmering in her big green eyes. What did she say? She said it's about time, and that if I didn't propose to you soon, she was going to break my nose a second time. I wince, thinking about her original wedding day to Priest, when she headbutted me while trying to escape. Needless to say, we've all come a long way since then, and it brought me here, to this moment, with this woman I love more than life itself. Isla laughs and touches a sticky finger to the bridge of my nose. I'm pretty fond of it just the way it is, so I'm glad you came to your senses before it was too late. There's pumpkin smeared on me, and I don't care. My woman just agreed to marry me, and from this moment on, life just gets better and better. I stand up, pulling her against me. How much time did you say was left on the lasagna? 20 minutes, I just told you. I was a bit distracted. I'm not sure I was understanding English at that point. Were you worried I'd say no? A little, I admit. You know I'm yours forever, baby, she says softly. I kiss her hard. Grazie, tesoro. Then I kiss her again. I can't fucking wait to make you my wife. We could put that 20 minutes to better use than pumpkin carving. She grins. I don't know. I'm kind of a sticky mess. I might have to shower. I love fucking her in the shower, and she knows it. Excellent idea. I'll wash all the pumpkin away, and then you can come on my tongue. You don't have to tell me twice, mobster. She grabs a fistful of my t-shirt and tugs. Let's go. I follow her back into the penthouse. I'd follow Isla anywhere. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Cruel Sinner, a dark enemies to lovers mafia romance by Laura Whitney. Narrated by Leanne Woodward and Xander Marco. Copyright 2026 by Scarlett Scott, writing as Laura Whitney. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.